We've secured another crucial vote. The Zhao family also supports President Qin. Of course, Zhao Wuji was President Qin's military strategist during the campaign in the western regions, so we have to support President Qin. Tang Ning's chances are over. Representatives from the southern continent and the western regions were so excited that they couldn't contain themselves, rallying for Qin Mingyu on the spot. Don Jiaming did not stop them from making noise, indirectly revealing his stance. It seems like the situation in the Dragon Commerce Association is finally going to change this year. The remaining for neutral representatives were also quietly discussing. On the other hand, the forces aligned with Tang Ning started to panic as they saw Qin Mingyu's calm and slightly aloof demeanor. Realizing they were in a tough spot, they were aware that they were different from the representatives who had already cast their votes. Those representatives had voted for Tang Ning for the critical phase, giving them room to maneuver in case of failure. Now, with the heated knife-edge battle underway and Tang Ning clearly at a disadvantage, continuing to support Tang Ning would be stubborn and unwise. If Qin Mingyu were to be elected as the new president, she would definitely target them first when reorganizing the Commerce Association. Despite this woman's beauty, anyone daring to challenge Tang Ning must be a formidable opponent. If she turns out to be a female version of Tang Ning or even more ruthless, they would surely have no place to hide. What to do? Ku Yanfu, what are you doing? Get up there and cast your vote already. At this point, Tang Ning urged impatiently, prompting the representative named Ku to finally snap out of it. It turned out he had been too flustered earlier and hadn't heard Dong Jiaming calling his name. As for Tang Ning, she was genuinely agitated and disordered. She couldn't calm down and maintain her usual composure. Central Continent Representative Ku Yanfu, please come up and vote, or else you will be considered as abstaining after exceeding 3 minutes. Don Jiaming reminded again. Ku Yanfu, seeing Tang Ning's bloodshot eyes, trembled all over. Despite knowing that voting for Tang Ning at that moment was extremely risky, he had no choice. He understood very well what his fate would be. If he didn't vote for Tang Ning, it would be certain death. Although he felt conflicted, Ku Yanfu had to vote for Tang Ning. However, just as he was hesitantly preparing to take the stage, Don Jiaming directly announced, Central Continent Representative Ku Yanfu, after being called and failing to take the stage within 3 minutes to vote, is considered as abstaining. What? Ku Yanfu was shocked on the spot. He realized that the timing had begun counting even before he snapped out of it, and it wasn't Tang Ning who reminded him, as he previously thought. This. Ku Yanfu glanced back at Tang Ning and seeing the look of murderous intent in her eyes, he was frightened and left the scene immediately. He had to escape Yanjing before the end of the election, or else he would have no way out. Seeing this scene, the 3 remaining representatives who hadn't voted for Tang Ning exchanged glances. 4 words. The situation is over. Contrasting sharply with Tang Ning's anxious and frustrated state, Qin Mingyu smiled faintly, remaining calm and composed, radiating grace and elegance. This extraordinary woman exuded exceptional charm. This scenario gave many the feeling that with Zhao Wuji casting that vote, the battle had actually already been decided. Next up to vote, North Continent Representative Lian Shuang. Don Jiaming called out again. This time, the North Continent Representative Lian Shuang went up and voted without hesitation. After voting, he even gave a thumbs up to Qin Mingyu. It's him. Ling Yu, who was watching from a distance, suddenly recognized this representative. Shouldn't this be the father of Lian Ri, the former Wolf warrior brother? He really resembled his son. North Continent Representative Lian Shuang votes for Qin Mingyu. Don Jiaming announced, and the score reached 137 to 132. Only 6 votes remained. Tang Ning only had a theoretical chance of winning. Qin Mingyu smiled to herself, feeling completely relaxed now as she had considered that vote to be a neutral one all along. Tang Ning had quieted down, lowering her head, looking somewhat stunned, and it was unclear what she was thinking, giving off a slightly eerie vibe. Next, Central Continent Representative Le Taodao. Don Jiaming continued his duties. However, after calling out this time, Abbas, the chairman, burst into laughter. Le Taodao, the woman, just ran away a moment ago. Representatives from the southern continent and the western regions also laughed along. That middle-aged woman obviously followed Ku Yanfu's example and deserted while the battle wasn't over. As the name suggests, more and more people joined in laughter, and the atmosphere had completely changed. Representatives from the central continent and the eastern continent almost half stood up to go to the bathroom. Tang Ning's defeat was certain. and she appeared to have aged 10 years in an instant. 5 words. The army was defeated and the mountain collapsed. Zhao Nianchu, who was watching from a distance, also sighed. Xiaoning, pull yourself together. The battle isn't over yet. Central Continent Representative Le Taodao abstains due to time expiration. Dong Jiaming efficiently carried out the procedures. The outcome of the election had been announced, and the subsequent vote counts were just procedural. As the final tally settled that 140 to 132, Dong Jiaming loudly proclaimed, in the current Dragon Commerce Association presidential election, of the 277 representatives, 272 participated in the voting. In the end, Chen Mingyu emerged victorious as the new president. Applause thundered instantly. Supporters of Chen Mingyu outside, one by one with tears in their eyes. Yes. Victory. Sister won. Ha ha. I'm so happy. Qin Ruhan was the first to jump up, bouncing around like a teenage girl, overly excited, and directly hugged Lin Fan. Lin Fan hadn't reacted yet. Was happiness coming too suddenly? Shen Xiaopang widened his eyes in disbelief, quickly thinking to himself, fortunately, he was with Ruin now. Otherwise, in this love triangle, he would be the loser. Phew. That was close. Lin Fan, sister has won. Sister has really won. Qin Ruhan didn't seem to notice at all. She was just so excited. After hugging Lin Fan, she even shook him vigorously. We won. President Qin won. We won. Lin Fan also quickly called out excitedly. But when he also wanted to boldly hug Qin Ruhan, she turned around and hugged Grandpa instead. Later, she hugged Qin Zimai, Lin Qingshuan, and others one by one tightly. Ling Yu, congratulations. At this moment, Xiping's voice suddenly sounded behind Ling Yu. Mr. Prime Minister. Ling Yu turned around to respond to him. Well, seeing your wife win the election for the Commerce President, I'm really delighted. The business sector of the Dragon Empire will become more hopeful. Xipeng spoke in an official tone. Ling Yu just smiled slightly. A victory in one battle may be just the beginning of a larger war. Do not slack off. The Dragon Empire needs young couples as outstanding as you to step forward and lead everyone to a whole new level. Xipeng patted Ling Yu on the shoulder, still sounding very official, and said with a smile, Yes, Mr. Prime Minister. Ling Yu could only give an official salute in response. In the venue, the election process has ended. A large group of representatives lined up to congratulate Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu's pair of white jade hands were almost exhausted from shaking so many hands. Even the forces on Tang Ning's side were switching sides. Looking over at Tang Ning, although there were still many loyal followers guarding him, compared to his previous commanding presence, he looked destitute now. Former President Tang, from now on, please hand over the presidency and related matters to me. After a brief celebration, Qin Mingyu approached Tang Ning and said, Tang Ning didn't say a word. He just stood up and left. According to the protocol, the handover ceremony for the president of the Chamber of Commerce would be held the next day. Usually, at this time, the incoming and outgoing presidents would have some communication. But Tang Ning had transformed from a fake gentleman to a real villain. Even a hypocritical congratulation seemed unnecessary. This old man. President Abu couldn't help but be angry as he watched Tang Ning leave with his entourage. Many people also thought that Tang Ning was still lacking in grace. On the contrary, Qin Mingyu just smiled calmly, thinking the worse Tang Ning behaved, the better. Not only did it expose his true character in front of everyone, but also proved that he was truly flustered inside now. As Qin Mingyu led the representatives out of the venue, Nan Gongwu immediately stepped forward to greet them, laughing loudly. Ha ha, Master, my second sister has prepared a sumptuous dinner at the South Heaven Gate Hotel for everyone. Upon hearing about the South Heaven Gate Hotel again, Qin Ruhan immediately came out from the other side, hands on her hips, pouting and saying angrily, HMPH, isn't it another luxurious poison feast? Ha, no. Nan Gongwu hurriedly waved his hands. I guarantee this time, there will be no poison. Apart from you guys, the South Heaven Gate Hotel will not accept any other guests today. All right, Ruhan. Qin Mingyu then pulled her sister back gently, reprimanding her. The matter from last time had nothing to do with the Nan Gong family. How can you blame young Master Nan Gong? Ha ha, the master is so reasonable. Nan Gongwu finally heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. But the next moment, he screamed. Ah, it turned out Qing Ruhan. This little pepper was stepping hard on his foot and unreasonable, hands on hips saying, "What do you mean? If the master is reasonable, does that mean your little wife is unreasonable?" I didn't mean that. Nan Gongwu was even more ron than Doi. He just hosted a dinner for Qin Mingyu and her entourage. Why did he have to be beaten and scolded again? Seeing Zia Zhu coming over to scold him, Qin Mingyu quickly pinched her sister's waist, making Qing Ruhan back off graciously. "All right, Ruhan, no disrespect to young master Nan Gong. Apologize quickly," Qin Mingyu ordered coldly. She was well aware that Nan Gongshu's attitude now represented the stance of the Nan Gong family. Compared to before, Nan Gongshu's leaning towards her side was even more pronounced. Initially uncertain of her victory, the Nan Gong family had reservations, but now that she had won, the Nan Gong family's attitude would naturally change immediately. The Nan Gong family was the wealthiest family in the Dragon Kingdom and held a significant proportion of the commercial sector. As the newly elected president of the Chamber of Commerce, she needed to maintain a good relationship with the Nan Gong family to benefit the commercial sector in the Dragon Kingdom and help everyone prosper. Just refrain from being disrespectful, no need for an apology. Nan Gongwu, who feared neither heaven nor earth, especially women, quickly waved his hand. Scared of the strong-willed little pepper, he didn't want to kneel down and call her daddy with his personality. In his mind, he could only think, a woman like this, whichever man marries her in the future, might be suffering from her spiciness every day. Yes, President Qin. Qin Ruhan solemnly nodded towards Qin Mingyu, then said to Nan Gongwu, "Young Master Nan Gong, my apologies." Perfunctory. What a perfunctory apology. Nan Gongwu was speechless. How could he not feel like being made to kneel down and listen to her apology with her attitude? Ha. However, the representatives around them burst into laughter. President Abu quickly interjected, saying loudly, "President Qin, take us to the feast. We are also hungry." Yes. Following President Qin, everyone must be well fed for 3 days and 9 meals. Long live President Qin. The group of people clamored at the entrance of the venue. Qin Mingyu was a bit speechless and quickly had Nan Gongwu take them to eat to avoid being photographed by the media and ending up in the news. After Nan Gongwu arranged for 33 luxury cars to pick up the influential figures from Qin Mingyu's side, under the protection of Liana and Yan'an, Qin Mingyu, accompanied by her personal assistant Zia Shaodi, attended a short press conference. They mostly spoke in official language, as the formal transfer of power had not yet begun. After the interview session ended, they hurried to the South Heaven Gate Hotel. Mingyu. Upon entering the banquet hall, Ling Yu took the initiative to walk over to her, his smile making Qin Mingyu feel comfortable. "I knew you would win." As Ling Yu approached her, Zia Shaodi and the other women immediately tactfully dispersed, leaving Qin Mingyu alone. "It's all thanks to you." Qin Mingyu also smiled beautifully. The sweet and affectionate appearance of the two spouses made others in the banquet hall feel all fuzzy. A fairy couple. Lin Qingshuan, watching the scene, also smiled naturally. Maybe seeing the happiness of someone you like is also a form of love, right? The state minister is here too. Ling Yu understood the situation well, without too much intimacy with his wife, quickly introduced Qin Mingyu to the state minister. Qin Mingyu was quite surprised. Given her previous dealings and her position as the vice president of the Dragon Kingdom, it was quite a contrast to now having the second highest official in the country personally present at her event. "President Qin, hello." When Qin Mingyu walked over, Xi Peng greeted her personally and reached out to shake hands. "State Minister, hello." In the past, Qin Mingyu might have been a bit overwhelmed by such attention. After all, as a second-tier city business person, her status was completely different from that of the vice president. But now, she only felt as though she and her husband had boarded a large ship, and upon meeting the captain, that was all. "Seeing you elected as the president of the Chamber of Commerce has eased my concerns about the business world." Xi Peng spoke hopefully. "I know your husband Ling Yu quite well. He is a man full of righteousness, and I believe his wife must be of the same character, able to eliminate some of the past rotten elements in a positive way. Official is official," and his words were very official. Luckily, Qin Mingyu had often interacted with similar figures before, so she immediately smiled and said, "State Minister, you are too kind. There is still much for me to learn, and I hope to contribute a little to the business world of the Dragon Kingdom in the future." "President Qin, no need to be modest." Xi Peng waved his hand. I'm here today not only to congratulate you on your victory, but also to give you a reminder. Tang Ning's influence runs deep, so be prepared for a tough battle. Mr. Xiangguo, I understand. Thank you for your guidance and reminder. Qin Mingyu responded politely. Please remember, no matter when, your own safety is the most important, Zai Peng reminded before stopping himself from saying more. After all, he was a smart person, and today's protagonist was Qin Mingyu. He was just making a cameo appearance. Not long after the banquet started, he took a few bites and had to go back to deal with state affairs. Before leaving, he told Ling Yu that she didn't need to protect him tonight and should stay with his wife. Ling Yu respectfully agreed and had Yunbing lead the team to escort him back. After Zai Peng left, Nangong Shukai entered with Nangong Wu and several key figures from the Nangong family to congratulate Qin Mingyu and toast everyone. Tonight, Qin Mingyu, the female lead, would be kept busy. Ling Yu, as the man behind her, had to be present on this happy occasion for his wife. Master, senior brother's drinking capacity is almost catching up to yours. As the rounds continued, Shen Xiaopang discovered that Ling Yu not only showed no signs of intoxication, but also seemed more spirited with each drink. Simply put, strong. The old alcoholics noticed this with a smile on their faces, but didn't say anything. Ling Yu, are you okay? Should you drink a little less? Qin Mingyu started to worry. Although she knew Ling Yu could handle his alcohol, in a situation like this where he had many things to attend to, she was afraid that excessive drinking could lead to trouble. Mingyu, I'm fine. I feel like I can drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Yu responded with a smile. Even he found it a bit strange that his alcohol tolerance had suddenly increased so drastically. Despite his words, Qin Mingyu didn't allow him to continue drinking. Since Qin always had the final say, everyone stopped toasting them and causing a commotion. Ling Yu finally got a break, but just then, a voice sounded beside him. Ling Yu, can we talk for a moment? Ling Yu was slightly surprised to see the old alcoholic standing behind him with crossed arms. He nodded and followed him out of the nosy banquet hall. Master, what's up? Ling Yu felt that the old alcoholic wouldn't specifically talk to him unless it was important. How did your power suddenly increase so much? Curiously, the old alcoholic asked. Just yesterday, he was advising Ling Yu to go into seclusion, but today he noticed that Ling Yu had advanced almost a whole level in his cultivation. Even if he were to go all out now, he wouldn't dare say he could beat this proud disciple. I'm not quite sure myself. Ling Yu was puzzled. I only realized tonight, while drinking, that my body felt extremely comfortable and my strength seemed endless. Let me see. The old alcoholic circled around Ling Yu, occasionally patting him on the body. After a while, he smiled and said, it seems like your self-created technique is quite miraculous and very suitable for your constitution. My constitution? Ling Yu asked curiously. In fact, he just wanted to hear what the old alcoholic had to say, as he already had an idea in mind. Yes, when I took you as my disciple, I noticed your unique constitution that is 1 in a million. You could even say, it's a warrior's constitution. The old alcoholic straightened up with crossed arms and smiled with narrowed eyes. Your recovery ability was amazing before, but it was still within the realm of a regular person. However, after obtaining the Heart of the Sun and incorporating the technique of the reverse dragon scripture, your innate constitution was fully activated. So that's it, Ling Yu said with a smile. He already knew this, but hearing it from the old alcoholic confirmed it even more. After mastering this self-created technique, your constitution is now almost similar to that of a Saiyan. In a battle near death, your power will grow significantly after a full recovery. The old alcoholic shared his conclusion. Is that so? Ling Yu was stunned. The fact that the old alcoholic even knew about Saiyans surprised him. Then, scratching his head, he laughed. I never expected it myself, but it's true that I was almost beaten to death by a group of people. After recovering, I became stronger. I can only say that the Heart of the Sun combined with a half set of the reverse dragon scripture is truly miraculous. I plan to name this self-created technique the Fiery Sun Reversal Technique. Impressive. The old alcoholic laughed too. Seeing Ling Yu's strength reaching this level, he could now let go of his initial concerns. Ling Yu's current abilities were such that he could adapt to any situation. Just then, someone hurried over to them. It was Yexia, who hadn't fully recovered yet. Commander, something's wrong. Yexia was sweating profusely, his face slightly pale, indicating he had rushed over in a hurry. What's wrong? Is it that you're not recovering well? Ling Yu asked quickly. No. It's not that. Yexia quickly waved his hand. I can hold on. It's Tang Zufan. She's suddenly in danger again. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu didn't waste any time and hurried back. Although Tang Zufan had regained consciousness a few days ago, she was still in critical condition. These past 2 days, Ling Yu had been busy with the Chamber of Commerce elections and hadn't had the time to personally treat the delicate woman. Instead, he had left her care to other medical personnel. But it seemed that was not enough. Hearing the surname Tang, the old alcoholic followed suit. He remembered that back when his wife passed away, it seemed like no one from the Tang family had offspring after that. But now he heard that there were 2 girls in the Tang family. So who gave birth to them? Even if Tang Ning secretly had illegitimate daughters later, their ages wouldn't match up. Could it be that there were illegitimate daughters from before? Soon, Ling Yu arrived at Tang Zufan's sick room. The poor girl lay in bed, pale and weak, her life hanging by a thread. As soon as Ling Yu arrived, the medical staff became nervous and explained, Mr. Ling, it's not that we're not trying, but this girl has a weaker constitution than the average person, and she has congenital anemia, so although she's awake, it's hard for her to recover on her own. Enough. Ling Yu waved his hand, indicating they didn't need to continue explaining. He quickly had them prepare the silver needle tools. He intended to use the 9-yuan needle technique to transmit energy to Tang Zufan and enhance her vitality. Zufan, hang in there. Ling Yu looked very worried because he didn't have 100% certainty, so he had to keep talking to her while applying the needles. He hoped that by hearing his voice, this pitiful woman could gain more will to survive. Ling Yu, do you know anything about this girl's background? Why does she look somewhat familiar to me? The old alcoholic couldn't help but speak up again, especially with the congenital anemia. She seems very fragile. Ling Yu was slightly startled. With his acupuncture skills, he knew his words wouldn't affect her, but if Tang Zufan could hear them, it might stimulate her will to survive. So he quickly informed the old alcoholic. I'd only heard from her that Tang Ning informed her that her father is Tang Ning's brother. She was taken away from Yanjing because of the Tang family's misfortune and was only recently brought back. The widow of Tang Ning's brother. The old alcoholic's frown deepened. What's wrong? Ling Yu noticed that the old drunkard's expression was a bit off. Well, I remember Tang N's daughter died early, and she had birthmarks on her buttocks and right arm. The old drunkard looked at Tang Zixuan's arm, which was impeccably clean. Are you sure? Ling Yu also began to wonder. Although he hadn't taken off Tang Zixuan's pants, he had given her acupuncture treatment all over her body before and was certain that her buttocks didn't have a birthmark either. Could I remember wrong? I even held her before. The old drunkard was very firm. Ling Yu sighed. There's only one truth. Tang Ning indeed hasn't told a single truth. He's been deceiving Zixuan all along, wanting to use her to marry into the Nangon family and gain their support. The old drunkard nodded in agreement. With his understanding of Tang Ning, it was all too normal for that guy to do such things. By the way, Master, you just said she looks like someone? Ling Yu became curious at this statement, forming some thoughts in his mind. Like your master wife, and she also resembles Xinyan a bit. The old drunkard chuckled. After all, they are both beauties. Ling Yu heard this and couldn't help but speculate. Master, is it possible that she is your daughter? Ha ha. Impossible. The old drunkard waved his hand. Although I have had such fantasies, I saw them with my own eyes killed by Mo Yin. Ling Yu continued to be curious. You saw it with your own eyes? What was the situation at that time? The old drunkard sighed. A hint of sadness passed in his eyes as he looked up at the ceiling and said, at that time, Mo Yin was already being hunted by the entire martial arts world of Lone Guo, yet he still remained fixated on Xinchen. In my absence, he tried to take Xinchen and our daughter away. Of course, Xinchen refused. When I rushed back, I saw him heartlessly pushing Xinchen and our daughter into the sea with one palm. The waves were roaring, and the rocks were rugged. In the end, I accompanied the rescue team to search for them for 3 days and 3 nights, but we never found them, mother and daughter. Ling Yu also sighed and fell into silence. At that moment, Tang Zixuan's eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Zixuan, you're awake. Ling Yu became excited immediately. Ling Yu, big brother. Tang Zixuan opened her eyes and saw Ling Yu. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, but she said, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. What are you talking about? You saved my life. Anything I do for you is worth it. Ling Yu was both angry and speechless. This woman was just too heartbreaking. The old drunkard also approached her and said, "Please live well. Your background may be more complicated than you think. You cannot die like this." Tang Zixuan didn't know the old drunkard, and her eyes seemed a bit confused. But she felt a strange sense of familiarity with the old drunkard, as if they had known each other for a long time. Ling Yu saw her expression and explained to her in detail. "The stories Tang Ning told you may all be lies. He just wants to use you. You're very likely not Tang Ning's daughter." Tang Zixuan's eyes were even more panicked and pained. Living until now, not knowing who her biological parents were, her background entirely fabricated by others. But she still nodded towards Ling Yu. She might not believe anyone else, but she believed in Ling Yu. After some acupuncture treatment, Tang Zixuan came back to life again. Ling Yu let her rest properly before walking out with the old drunkard. At this moment, Qin Mingyu and others had also returned to this grand building. Seeing that his wife and the others were all safe, Ling Yu felt relieved. It seemed that Tang Ning's failed election had caused chaos, and he hadn't arranged anything against them for now. "Ling Yu, get some rest early. You look exhausted." Qin Mingyu saw Ling Yu covered in sweat and couldn't help but feel distressed. "I'm feeling great, but you should rest well. The real battle is just beginning." Ling Yu gently supported Qin Mingyu's shoulder. He wasn't lying. After cultivating the fiery sun's reversal technique, he couldn't feel fatigue at this level of intensity. Qin Mingyu nodded, and the husband and wife rested one after another. The night passed without any issues. The next morning, Qin Mingyu was ready to set off for the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce headquarters, who officially take over Tang Ning's previous responsibilities. Ling Yu had wanted to accompany her, but the old leader suddenly requested a video call with him, so he had to separate from his wife. Soon, Ling Yu entered a communication room. "Ling Yu, the matter you asked me to investigate last time, I've looked into it." The old leader didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "There doesn't seem to be any signs of the regular army mobilizing within the Dragon Country borders, let alone infiltrating Yanjing before the election day." "There isn't?" Ling Yu was puzzled. "Last time, Liu Rishui mentioned and that General Lin's forces were planning something big 3 years ago. Wasn't it supposed to be waiting for this year's election? Had he guessed wrong?" "No, there's nothing," the old leader replied with certainty, but he reminded Ling Yu, "Tang Ning and the hidden forces of the Zhao family are more complex than we imagined, so we mustn't take it lightly." Ling Yu nodded. Even if the old leader hadn't mentioned it, he would have prepared everything in advance. This was a struggle for the peak power in Longguo and would inevitably involve bloodshed and lens, and he was mentally prepared for it. Now, with the current election situation favoring Zipeng, you just need to ensure his safety. The old leader smiled and said, "You've always been the one I trust the most, and after your rebirth, I believe you won't let me down again." "Yes." Ling Yu saluted the old leader. The old leader only reminded him, not ordering him on what to do. It was a genuine sign of trust in him. After the call ended, Ling Yu was lost in thought for a moment. The western territories were now peaceful, and the main figures from the southern continent had all entered Yanjing. He needed to move the War Wolf troops to the outskirts of Su City. Su City was adjacent to Yanjing, and if there were any disruptions before the election day, he would lead the War Wolf troops into Yanjing, even at the risk of his own life, to maintain stability. On the other hand, Qin Mingyu and the delegates had arrived at the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. The building was not far from the election venue from yesterday, and it was indeed grand in scale. The interior decor and arrangement could be described as magnificent. This was Qin Mingyu's first time entering the Chamber of Commerce building, and already she was assuming the role of the president, which had a rather dramatic edge to it. Today was the inauguration day of the president, with a handover ceremony between the old and new presidents. Qin Mingyu and the others entered on time, but they waited for a full half hour, and Tang Ning was still absent. Just as Qin Mingyu was about to notify someone to contact him, Tang Ning arrived with a group of people, tardy but in a grand manner, as if returning home. "Ex-president, your sense of time really leaves much to be desired." Qin Mingyu couldn't help but comment directly. Tang Ning snorted, "The president has many things to attend to, unlike someone like you who's so leisurely." Enough with the chatter. Qin Mingyu and Tang Ning had already torn off their masks long ago. At this point, there was no need for pretense, and she directly requested, "Hand over the presidential seal and let's carry out the handover ceremony properly." "Ha ha." Tang Ning suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Qin Mingyu and everyone else watched him laugh silently, wondering if he had lost his mind or was up to something. Many representatives who had known Tang Ning for years found him extremely unfamiliar at that moment, far from the deep and false appearance they had seen before. Perhaps after losing control of the situation, he was revealing his true self now. Tang Ning, have you laughed enough? Qin Mingyu warned coldly. You are seriously derelict in your duties now. I can directly remove you from the position of the Chamber of Commerce representative. Ha ha. Tang Ning continued to laugh heartily, even making exaggerated gestures. His loyal lackeys behind him also laughed along with him. Chairman Qin, these guys are probably not fools, but planning some harmful tricks. Chairman Nabu couldn't help whispering to Qin Mingyu. They seem fearless. Qin Mingyu furrowed her brow slightly, agreeing with Chairman Abu's observation. However, this was the General Chamber of Commerce, with strict security systems in place. For her safety, Ling Yu had not only assigned Liana and Yan Yan to protect her closely, but also deploy a large number of heavily armed werewolf soldiers around the perimeter. There was no need to fear Tang Ning resorting to violence. Qin Mingyu, do you really think you are the chairman of the chamber now? After 2 rounds of laughter, Tang Ning finally stared at Qin Mingyu and said coldly, What do you mean? Qin Mingyu asked with amusement, Didn't the election end yesterday? And doesn't the result represent everything? This was nationally broadcasted and recognized by the highest state authorities. Do you think your personal denial will suffice? HMPH. Several violations occur in the election process yesterday, and I suspect you bribed representatives, seriously compromising fairness. Tang Ning also said coldly, so the result naturally cannot be counted. Until the supervisory agency completes the investigation, I am still the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. What? Tang Ning's words truly subverted everyone's understanding and took everyone by surprise. Qin Mingyu also tightly furrowed her brows, well aware of what this sly old fox was up to. The election results were unlikely to change, and this old fox was trying to stall, at least until the national election was over, in hopes of retaining power and campaigning for Zhao Nianchu. He even imagined that if Zhao Nianchu were to win the national election, he could turn the tide. Did you hear that clearly? Tang Ning stared at Qin Mingyu triumphantly, coldly smiling. So all the chamber processes going forward are cancelled. No talk of being late. Until the election result investigation is clear, all chamber activities are invalid. Nonsense. Chairman Abu immediately rebuked this guy for Qin Mingyu. Do you think we didn't graduate from elementary school? The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce is elected by the chamber. Qin chairman won the election, so she already has all the power of the chamber's chairman. Even if you don't hand over the chairman's seal, we can simply make a new one. As for you saying the election is invalid, ha ha, do you think you are the Supreme Court? Does it become invalid just because you say so? Since you suspect irregularities in the election process, it's up to you to provide evidence. Until the supervisory authority completes the investigation and the final result comes out, the chamber chairman Qin already has all the powers of the chamber's chairman. This speech was clear and concise. Representatives from the southern and western chambers expressed their support for Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu directly demanded, Tang Ning, if you refuse to hand over the chairman's seal, I have the power to force you to hand it over and remove you from all positions at the chamber headquarters. Qin Mingyu, don't be so aggressive. That's right. If you have the guts, go ahead and execute it. Tang Ning's lackeys immediately bared their fangs at Qin Mingyu. Liana, Yan Yan, get rid of the troublemakers for me. To everyone's surprise, Qin Mingyu dared to take a tough stand. Standing behind Qin Mingyu, Zia Shouty saw these guys finally show fear and couldn't help but smile secretly. They probably didn't know that Qin and Ling Yu's main goal in competing for the chamber chairman position was to pull Tang Ning down from that position, and then ultimately eliminate him. Now that Tang Ning was no longer the chamber chairman, when it came time for Qin Mingyu to act, she would not hesitate. In an instant, Liana and Yan Yan immediately surrounded Tang Ning and his people. Tang Ning and his lackeys also realized the situation clearly. Though half of the general chamber was still Tang Ning's people, the other half had switched to Qin Mingyu's side. If the two sides were to come to blows, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. But Qin Mingyu was the chamber chairman, so the advantage was always on her side. All right, Qin Mingyu, you've got guts. Tang Ning finally halted his lackeys. A wise man knows when to back down, And this old fox understood full well that Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu's ultimate goal was to eliminate him, so he couldn't give Qin Mingyu any excuse to act now. Therefore, today, he could only temporarily concede. I'll go back now to get the seal. You all wait here for me. With that, he turned and left. Chairman Abu had to remind Chairman Qin, this old fox wants to stall. If he leaves, he definitely won't return. Qin Mingyu was well aware of this too. Fortunately, she had predicted today's situation and immediately ordered Liana, inform Ironhead and Sparrow to follow Tang Ning, go directly to his residence and get the chairman's seal. As for why she didn't send Liana and Yan Yan, first, Qin Mingyu needed them to protect herself. Second, they held too much animosity towards Red Sparrow, and she was afraid that if they went to Tang Ning's residence, Red Sparrow might resort to anything to assassinate them. Of course, aside from sending Ironhead and Sparrow, she had arranged a powerful guarantee, the Silver Dragon Gun Saint. If Tang Ning truly resorted to violence, they wouldn't be afraid. Yes, Lady Saint, Liana promptly arranged. As Tang Ning returned home, he noticed that someone was following them. Liu Yejian appeared timely beside him, subtly asking, Chairman, do you need any special arrangements? With a sly gesture, he made a cutting motion to his neck. Tang Ning glanced discreetly behind him and sensed a powerful presence silently following. He could only caution, only act on my command. Don't take any rash actions. Liu Yejian nodded in understanding. Truth be told, he was not Zhao Wuji, and it was difficult for him to predict how the situation would develop. But he had confidence in his ability to adapt on the fly. Soon, Tang Ning arrived in front of his mansion and got off the car. Ironhead and Sparrow immediately walked up. Halt! What are you here for? Liu Yejian pretended not to know anything and stood protectively in front of Tang Ning with a few guards. We are sent by Chairman Qin to take the chairman's seal back, Ironhead stated directly. Knowing there was a big backing behind them, why would he fear them? Let them in. Tang Ning remained composed and ordered before walking straight into his lavish mansion. Tang representative, hand over the president's seal of the General Chamber of Commerce. Head and Ostrich led the way into Tang Ning's mansion, unabashedly reaching out to ask for it. But Tang Ning paid no attention to them, heading directly from the living room into the inner chamber. Stop. Head couldn't let him just leave like that, quickly reaching out to intercept him. You have such audacity, daring to cause trouble in the Tang family. At the next moment, Tang Sangshai emerged with people surrounding Head and the others. Clearly, they were prepared in advance. Liu Yejian purposely turned back, leaving a provocative look and gesture to Head and the others before leaving with Tang Ning. Damn it! You're forcing us to make a move, aren't you? I'll fulfill your wish. Despite being the cannon fodder of the Dark Knight Island, Head and Ostrich had no trouble dealing with these bodyguards from the urban area. Not to mention the 18 Werewolf warriors behind them. Seeing that the Tang family was about to be in trouble due to their actions, Red Sparrow suddenly turned into a red shadow from behind. In an instant, Head and Ostrich felt as if they had fallen into the abyss of death, their bodies extremely cold. Luckily, just as Red Sparrow was about to crush their skulls, a silver light appeared just in time. Red Sparrow had cultivated the reverse dragon nerve for some time, greatly enhancing his tower, and considered himself unmatched even if LV wooed out or to be revived. But in the face of this silver light, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat instinctively. With his current strength, he was actually capable of facing the old drunkard head-on. But unfortunately, the shadow left by the owner of the silver light in the Five Poison Cult's lair was too great, and even now, he didn't have the courage to fight the other party. Old Drunkard Sr., thank goodness you arrived in the nick of time. Head and Ostrich felt as if they had narrowly escaped death, quickly coming to the old drunkard's side. The old drunkard stood tall and imposing. For a moment, the two sides faced off, but Red Sparrow dared not continue his attack. Stop. At this moment, Tang Ning, who had entered the inner chamber, quickly returned and opened his arms to the old drunkard with a big smile, saying, "Ha ha, brother-in-law, you finally returned to the Tang family. How wonderful." However, this time the old drunkard did not embrace him. With a twist of the silver spear, Tang Ning had to stand still. Shaoning, for the sake of my face, hand over the seal. The old drunkard's expression was indifferent, educating in an elder's tone. A real man should be able to accept defeat, or else it's really unseemly. Brother-in-law, we can talk about these minor matters later. I have really been waiting for you to come back home for many years. Tang Ning still approached warmly, reaching out to grab his hand, saying, I have some very important things to tell you. The old drunkard swatted his hand away. Tang Ning was not embarrassed and just looked at him, asking, Brother-in-law, don't you really want to know? Don't you want to have a private chat with me? Old drunkard senior, be cautious, this could be a trap. Head and ostrich quickly reminded. Firstly, they knew that the old drunkard's power was unfathomable, but this was Tang Ning's house, and they feared he might be ambushed by this crafty old man. Secondly, if the old drunkard were to have a private conversation with him, what would they do if Red Sparrow wanted to attack them? Brother-in-law, rest assured, Tang Ning patted his chest, guaranteeing, as long as your people behind you don't act rashly, the Tang family will absolutely not make any reckless moves. Moreover, with your unparalleled strength, if I dare to make any move, it wouldn't be easy for you to kill me, right? After some consideration, the old drunkard nodded and said, All right, let's have a chat. Head and ostrich could not say anything, as they knew that the old drunkard's beloved wife was a woman from the Tang family. This was his wife's family. Soon, Tang Ning brought the old drunkard into a large room like a reception hall. Brother-in-law, I've had the showdown that you love prepared. It'll be brought over right away. Tang Ning invited the old drunkard to sit down, smiling warmly. No need. The old drunkard waved his hand, saying, If you have something to say to me, say it now. Even though Tang Ning was his junior brother-in-law and 30 years ago, he had personally taught Tang Ning martial arts, making him a sort of mentor, this guy's actions were all crystal clear to him. The former Warwolf battalion that guarded the country's mountains and rivers had perished inward because of this guy. Ling Yu even swore to kill him, so the old drunkard was leaning towards making him pay with his life. Tang Ning clearly understood the old drunkard's stance, and even felt the murderous intent towards him. He quickly laughed heartily. Brother-in-law, since you're in such a hurry, I won't beat around the bush. Just wait a moment more. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a knock on the door. Ha ha. Here they are. Tang Ning smiled at the old drunkard again, then ordered the person outside the door to come in. The door was pushed open, and an outstandingly beautiful young woman entered, carrying 2 bottles of showdown, the type of liquor that the old drunkard loved. But the old drunkard's gaze wasn't on the liquor. It was fixated on this young and stunning beauty. Compared to Tang Zixuan, this woman resembled her even more. Tang Zixuan scored 3 or 4, while this woman was at least a 4 or 5. Even Ling Yu had mentioned in Sioux City that this woman had a striking resemblance to Tang Zixuan. Yunner, you arrived just in time. Tang Ning promptly gestured for Tang Yun to come forward. Dad, I followed your instructions and found the best showdown. Tang Yun wore a sweet smile, looking very different from when she was outside. She had always been outstanding in both appearance and intelligence. How could someone like the old drunkard not be amazed at her obedient appearance? No. Don't call me Dad anymore. Tang Ning quickly waved his hand. Tang Yun was slightly startled. Dad, what's wrong? Did Yunner do something wrong? No. Yunner has always been so good, smart, and excellent. How could she possibly do something wrong? Tang Ning quickly praised Tang Yun, then suddenly said, It's just that I am not your dad is someone else. This. Tang Yun was even more surprised now. Although she had long known that she was Tang Ning's adoptive daughter, the way Tang Ning was saying it now, what was the deeper meaning behind it? Meanwhile, the expressions of the old drunkard and Tang Yun were gradually changing. Very complex. Indeed. Tang Ning then said, Yunner, come here. Quickly kneel down and kowtow to my brother-in-law. What? Why? Tang Yun was even more surprised. But she did not resist. She was well aware of the stature of this old man, who seemed a bit unkempt and disheveled, but has such a distinguished position that even Tang Ning had to show respect towards him. He was one of the 7 sages and 3 gods, a super important person, who was on par with the current renowned martial saint of Daojo country. Because he is your biological father, Tang Ning finally revealed the mystery. With these words, the expressions of the old drunkard and Tang Yun became more and more fascinating. The two looked at each other, and could not find the words to say for a while. Father, you are my father. After a while, Tang Yun's cheeks blushed slightly, and obediently knelt down to kowtow to the old drunkard, saying, Father, please accept Yunner's respect. Ning. What is going on? The old alcoholic did not respond to Tang Yun's kowtowing, but instead, with an emotional gaze, stared at Tang Ning. "Oh dear, brother-in-law, this is a long story." Tang Ning quickly replied, "Let me give you a quick explanation. After Yun and her sister fell into the sea years ago and didn't die, I sent people to search downstream for many years, and finally, against all odds, I found her and brought her back." The old alcoholic suddenly trembled all over, finding it hard to believe such a thing. The sea was so rough, full of sharp rocks everywhere, not to mention a baby. Even someone with his profound cultivation might not survive. So after the shock, the old alcoholic, still wearing a skeptical expression, asked, "You say she is my daughter. What evidence do you have?" "Of course, otherwise, would I dare say so?" Tang Ning immediately instructed Tang Yun. "Yun, quickly show your father the half-piece of jade pendant you wear on you." "Yes, uncle." Tang Yun was quick-witted and instantly changed her address for Tang Ning. She quickly reached into her 36D and took out the half-piece of jade pendant still warm and fragrant, presenting it to the old alcoholic. This is indeed the precious jade pendant." The old alcoholic also hastily took it and carefully examined it. Once he confirmed it was correct, he couldn't hide his excitement. He had always thought his wife and daughter were dead, and he was a lonely man, but who would have thought his daughter could be found again? "Brother-in-law, back then, Yun was rescued by fishermen downstream after jumping into the sea." Tang Ning continued, "When I brought her back, I wanted to inform you of this great news. However, since I couldn't find any trace of you, I had no way to reach you." The old alcoholic's bent figure trembled more and more violently. "Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Brother-in-law, you have finally returned to Yanjing, and now you can finally reunite with Yun and your daughter." Tang Ning spoke with deep emotion, wiping tears from his eyes as well. "Yun, you really are my Yun? My Chen Yun?" The old alcoholic took the initiative to approach Tang Yun, carefully observing her features and appearance. She indeed had a resemblance to Harshan. "Brother-in-law, she is indeed Chen Yun." Tang Ning also excitedly said, "Aside from the jade pendant as proof, just by looking at her face, can't you see the grace of her sister?" "Indeed, indeed." The old alcoholic nodded, unable to disbelieve Tang Ning's words. "Dad." Tang Yun directly embraced the old alcoholic, crying profusely. "Dad, I'm so glad to see you again." Tang Yun tightly hugged the old alcoholic, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. "Uncle was deceived by Qin Mingyu, and he is now in the lowest point. If you help him, we won't have to fear that Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu will bully him." Fortunately, Willow Leaf Sword had left. Otherwise, hearing Tang Yun's words would have made one admire her to the core. She actually put Tang Ning on the disadvantaged side, making Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu out to be the bad guys. "Yun, be careful with your words." The old alcoholic thought that Chen Yun had been brainwashed by Tang Ning from a young age and couldn't distinguish right from wrong, so he didn't blame her for speaking like this. But he didn't want to discuss these matters with his daughter, so he gently pushed her aside, looking at Tang Ning and said, "Shaoning, as a man, one must learn to accept defeat. No matter how big your goals and ambitions are, if you lost the election, you should hand over power. Hand it over." Tang Ning, as if hearing a joke, exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, if I hand over power, Ling Yu will definitely kill me. He hasn't made a move against me because he knows that if he kills me recklessly, it will cause a lot of trouble. Shaoning, although you are Harshan's brother, it is justifiable for Ling Yu to kill you." Even though the old alcoholic had been out of touch with worldly matters for many years, he still understood the reasoning. 5 years ago, you participated in instigating the border conflict for your own selfish gain, causing harm to Ling Yu and his Wolf warriors. You cannot escape from this guilt. Moreover, the Qin family tragedy and many other tragedies in the Dragon Kingdom were conspired and directed by you. You have too much blood on your hands, and you should indeed apologize with your life. Seeing that he couldn't change the old alcoholic's mind, Tang Ning secretly gave Tang Yun a signal. "Dad, you can't just stand by and watch Uncle die." Tang Yun rushed to the old alcoholic again, crying, "Uncle is wholeheartedly working for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Sacrifices are inevitable for such a great cause. The real ones responsible for those deaths are the conservatives. Uncle is a hero." The old alcoholic remained unmoved. Tang Yun suddenly bit her lip tightly and said, "Uncle and I are on the same front. We must hold power in our hands and realize the rejuvenation of the Dragon Kingdom. If someone wants to kill Uncle Yun will certainly accompany him in the blaze to the end. Yunner. You. The old drunkard was momentarily angered. Having finally recognized a daughter, he hadn't expected her to be standing on the opposite side. While the old drunkard valued family ties, especially since Chen Yun was the daughter born to him by Tang Xinchen, he cherished her. However, he wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong just because of family ties. He wouldn't change his position just because of Tang Yun's stance. He always stood on the side of peace. Sister's husband. I know you're in a difficult position. Tang Ning chimed in at this moment. Ling Yu is your beloved disciple, and Yunner and I are your relatives. We're currently at odds, and you're in the toughest spot in the middle. But I'm not asking you to help me, brother-in-law. Just don't harm me. Let me and Ling Yu have a fair fight. Winner takes all. I will have no complaints. No matter how Tang Ning's actions were described, her words were quite eloquent. The old drunkard sighed, and was at a loss for words for a moment. Tang Ning quickly signaled Chen Yun with her eyes. Chen Yun understood and took the old drunkard's arm, coaxing him. Dad, it's not easy for us as father and daughter to finally recognize each other. Let's go out together and ignore all these disturbances, okay? The old drunkard sighed again silently. All right. Chen Yun acted coy and said, in a huff, I really want to hear the story between you and Mom. I want you to tell me in person. Dad, okay. The old drunkard, who had been a solitary person for so many years, also longed to reunite with his daughter. However, he was aware of his responsibilities. If he left directly now, the people sent by Qin Mingyu might find it hard to leave the Tang family alive. So, even if he wanted to leave with Tang Yun, he had to first instruct people like T2 and Tuoniao to go back. Senior old drunkard. Seeing Chen Yun walking intimately with the old drunkard, T2 and Tuoniao both widened their eyes, unable to believe it. The old drunkard couldn't be swayed by beauty. Could he have been captivated by Tang Ning's daughter, one of the four great beauties? Although this enchantress was indeed beautiful, but it couldn't be, right? You guys should go back. The old drunkard waved his hand to command. But we haven't gotten the emblem. T2 wanted to continue insisting. Tuoniao was a bit more clever. He realized that the old drunkard seemed reluctant to act against Tang Ning, and the red sparrow exuded a cold, then murderous aura, as if ready to kill them at any moment. If they didn't leave now, it could be very dangerous. Fine. Let's go back and inform Chairman Qin. Tuoniao pulled T2 away. Once they saw them leave, the old drunkard left the Tang family with Tang Yun. Shortly after, T2 and Tuoniao returned to the General Chamber of Commerce and reported the incidents at the Tang family to Qin Mingyu. How could this happen? Senior old drunkard Well, we can't blame senior old drunkard. After all, men are fond of beautiful women. A group of men whispered among themselves. Shut up. Qin Mingyu quickly silenced them with a cold gaze. She absolutely couldn't believe that Ling Yu's master would be captivated by a woman like Tang Yun. Today's handover meeting had already taken a different turn due to Tang Ning's actions, and Qin Mingyu's faction had already seized the main stronghold of the Chamber of Commerce. This was why figures like Qin Chang'an, who were not representatives of the Chamber of Commerce, had also entered. At this moment, Qin Ruhan also stepped out, pointing at the men who had just been whispering and scolding. You, and you too. Are you all blockheads? Is my brother-in-law's master the kind of lecherous men like you? Besides, if he truly likes beautiful women, isn't my sister beautiful? Isn't Wenjin beautiful? Isn't King Xuan beautiful? And me, aren't we all better than Tang Yun? HMPH. Surprisingly enough, her words were more effective than Qin Mingyu's. Nangongwu grinned, saying, ha ha, this little pepper has quite the mouth. However, Ziazu gave him a fierce glare. Nangongwu suddenly realized that Qin Ruhan had mentioned beautiful women and left out her name, implying that only she was not as attractive as Tang Yun. Chairman Qin, without the emblem of the General Chamber of Commerce now, we're a bit passive, aren't we? Chairman Nabu was a pragmatist who talked about practical matters and nothing else. Should we abolish the previous emblem of the General Chamber of Commerce or start fresh? Starting fresh could possibly bypass Tang Ning, but it would entail a lot of work, essentially complete reformation, and there would be barriers at every turn. However, getting Tang Ning to surrender the emblem was quite challenging. Fortunately, at that moment, Ling Yu arrived. He was worried that things might not go smoothly on his wife's side. and when he came in and heard Chairman Abu's words, he understood the predicament his wife was facing. "Commander, you've arrived just in time. Master suddenly left with Tang Ning's daughter. We have no way to deal with Tang Ning." T2 immediately lamented. Ling Yu was also puzzled. Couldn't the old drunkard bear to deal with Tang Ning, his brother-in-law? Qin Mingyu approached and whispered, "Ling Yu, this is Tang Ning's scheme. He just wants to delay things and leave the issue of the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce in limbo, so our support for Zhu Peng will significantly decrease." Ling Yu nodded. Even though he knew that Zhu Peng currently held an absolute advantage, matters of national importance were no trifling matter, and he couldn't be complacent. After thinking it over, he immediately said, "I'll go to the Tang family myself and demand he surrender the emblem." This declaration uplifted many people present. The War-Wolf King taking action personally. Could Tang Ning still be arrogant this time? Qin Mingyu knew more than others. She knew that she had been fighting in the forefront for Tang Ning before, but now, it was a true face-off between Ling Yun and Tang Ning. Tang Ning was no longer the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce, and though the aftermath of killing him would still be significant, it was definitely much less than before. "Ling Yu, be careful." Qin Mingyu was very worried, but all her words converged into a simple sentence. "Got it." After solemnly promising Qin Mingyu, Ling Yu immediately waved his hand and said, "T2, Tuanyao, bring the troops and follow me to the Tang family." "Yes, Commander." T2 and Tuanyao were suddenly thrilled, as if they were injected with chicken blood. "Commander, the Night Wolf clan is on call. Don't forget to take me with you." Before Ling Yu could step out, a graceful beauty arrived before him, wearing a mysterious smile. Ling Yu had yet to speak when Qin Mingyu said, "Ling Yu, take her with you." "Okay. Let's go." Ling Yu understood his wife's intentions and knew the importance of acting quickly. On the other hand, after the old drunkard was taken away by Chen Yan, Li Yejian came before Tang Ning, taking on the role of the former special assistant, and advised Tang Ning, "Master, it's time for you to leave." Tang Ning hadn't responded, but the Red Sparrow, who had been standing behind him, frowned. "Leave? Where would you go?" "What do you mean?" Tang Ning also looked at the willow leaf sword, lost in thought. The willow leaf sword looked at him and said, "From what I know about Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu, they will definitely not let you off the hook. Ling Yu has long wanted to kill you, but he hesitated because you are a high-ranking official in the country, with numerous powerful connections. Killing you recklessly would cause a major upheaval. However, now, he didn't need to finish his sentence. Even Han Q understood. Ling Yu would bring people to kill Tang Ning and seize the seal. But Tang Ning, agitated, shouted, "President, with my current strength, I'm not afraid of Ling Yu at all. So you don't need to run. You can comfortably stay here and fish." His only fear was the old drunkard. He had fought with Ling Yu before and, though slightly stronger than he and Lu Wudao, now was a different time. If Ling Yu dared to come, he dared to kill, all thanks to his practice of the reverse dragon divine technique. That's how confident he was. However, Tang Ning didn't respond to him. Instead, the willow leaf sword continued, "Master, you should temporarily leave the Tang mansion, lay low, and wait for the national election to end. Once your wife becomes the country's leader and gains control, then you can strike back at Ling Yu." "You're right." Tang Ning agreed with the willow leaf sword's analysis, but he worried, "If I leave now, those loyal to me might start leaning towards Qin Mingyu." After building his foundation for so many years, he was reluctant to let it go, especially now with all the representatives gathering in Yanjing, needing him to oversee things. "Master, let me contact and stabilize them on your behalf. It's only a matter of a few days. The national election is about to start. Endure for now for peace to prevail," the willow leaf sword suggested, offering help. Tang Ning looked at the willow leaf sword, clenched his fist, and through gritted teeth said, "All right, just don't disappoint me." His eyes conveyed a warning. Han Q couldn't understand his gaze, but the willow leaf sword did. He understood but pretended not to. After all, how could someone so loyal to Tang Ning decipher such a warning gaze? Soon, there was another commotion in front of the Tang family mansion. "Damn it, who dares to disturb my Tang family again?" Tang Sanshao hurriedly rallied the guards and came out to face the intruder, only to be shocked to see it was Ling Yu leading the group. "It's you again. How could it be this killing god?" Tang Sanshao would never forget the humiliation Ling Yu had put him through in Sioux City, making a fool of him publicly. "I just want to see Tang Ning. Don't block me, Ling Yu spoke calmly, stepping towards the mansion. The implication was clear. He didn't want to kill ants, but whoever blocked him would die. The calmer his voice, the stronger the intimidation. Although the Tang family had many experts, seeing Ling Yu's arrogance, they wanted to take action. But Tang Sanshao dared not give the order, so they had no choice but to watch Ling Yu enter the mansion. Third young master, give the order to kill Ling Yu. Yes, he's just one man. Who does he think he is swaggering into the Tang family like this? A group of experts in the mansion tried to pressure Tang Sanshao to act after Ling Yu entered, encircling him. But Tang Sanshao was pusillanimous, being one of the masters of the Tang family, and being pressured like this, he just screamed and ran away. Once inside the mansion, Ling Yu felt like he was in no man's land. Even he found it a bit surprising. It wasn't until he reached the hall and Tang Ning's room without finding him that he knew something was amiss. Soon, T2 and 20 came to him. Have you found Tang Ning? Ling Yu asked. Reporting, Commander. We've turned the Tang mansion upside down and found no trace of Tang Ning. T2 and 20 shook their heads. Next, Fenken appeared before Ling Yu. Ling Yu's gaze turned to her. Fenken also shook her head, saying, Commander, there's no need to search anymore. Tang Ning must have evacuated. There's no lingering scent of his perfume in his mansion. This was why Qin Mingyu had sent Ling Yu with Fenken. When Tang Ning refused to hand over the seal, Qin Mingyu predicted that he would playing a waiting game. So, when Tang Ning entered the General Chamber of Commerce, she had already arranged for Fenken to act. When Tang Ning left, Fenken deliberately walked past him, leaving behind a unique scent of perfume. With her extraordinary sense of smell, she could detect the slightest hint of that fragrance and knew where Tang Ning had been. Fenken, let's pursue immediately, Ling Yu ordered. What about us? T2 and 20 wondered, as they were part of the Night Wolf tribe, and their leader couldn't just leave them. Set the Tang mansion on fire, complete the task and then contact us. Ling Yu's expression turned grim. He had long wanted to do this, and now that Tang Ning had stepped down from his position at the Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't show any mercy to him or his followers. Understood. T2 and 20 became excited. Burning the Tang mansion sounded more fun than chasing Tang Ning. Soon, the Tang mansion was ablaze. Nearby, the willow leaf sword, who remained in the vicinity, watched the flames and couldn't hide a smile. It seemed that the city of Yanjing would witness a significant upheaval the next morning. On the other side, Han Qiu, who was guarding Tang Ning's retreat, also saw the blaze behind them and was instantly filled with rage, exclaiming, President Tang, your home is burning. Tang Ning was naturally furious as well, but, having weathered storms for decades to achieve what he had today, he could tolerate the humiliation and knew the importance of biding his time. Red Q, however, was unable to contain his fury and turned to head back towards the fire. Red Q, are you also planning to betray me? Tang Ning sternly rebuked. President, I will never betray you. I will never betray you. I want to go back and kill Ling Yu. I am not afraid of him now. Please let me go. Red Q gritted his teeth, full of confidence. He believed that with his current strength, he could definitely kill Ling Yu. Why should he endure such humiliation? Yet, Tang Ning coldly commanded, You're not allowed to go. Leave with me now. Find a place to hide. Although Red Q was full of reluctance, he had to comply with Tang Ning's orders and could only grit his teeth internally. Next time I see Ling Yu, I will definitely tear him apart. At that moment, behind them, Ling Yu personally drove to pursue Tang Ning, with Fenken by his side. Fenken was focused and soon caught the special scent under the cover of night. Commander, we're going in the right direction for pursuit. Tang Ning must have passed by here recently and headed north. All right, hold on tight. Ling Yu accelerated towards their target, his eyes gleaming with determination and killer intent. Brothers of War Wolf, now I can finally avenge you with my own hands. 3 regions to the north is the direction to leave Yanjing. There are many mountainous areas. Even in the wind and dust, it is difficult to determine Tang Ning's whereabouts at the moment. Ling Yu is getting a bit impatient. That guy, Tang Ning, seems to have escaped from Yanjing. Does he want to preserve his remaining power? What is the meaning of his actions? Meanwhile, in another area, within a building late at night, representatives from various business associations from all over the country have gathered here. 2 hours ago, Li Yejian issued a summons in the name of Tang Ning. Dozens of people look anxious. They have followed Tang Ning for many years, and their interests are tied to Tang Ning. Many of their industries and powers or established with Tang Ning's tacit approval or even covert support. If Tang Ning falls, and Chen Mingyu takes over, those shady dealings of theirs will eventually be exposed and dealt with. They will suffer greatly, possibly spending their remaining lives in jail. Therefore, Tang Ning cannot fall. Just as they were becoming impatient and even thinking of going directly to the Tang family, Liu Yejian finally arrived at the scene. "Liu assistant, you finally came. Where is President Tang?" "Yes. President Tang ordered you to convene us, right? We want to see President Tang and hear about his next steps. We cannot let that woman, Chen Mingyu, take over." A group of people immediately gathered around Liu Yejian, chattering incessantly. "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me." Liu Yejian raised his hands, suppressing the voices of the people, then said loudly, "President Tang is being chased by Ling Yu and his men, who are trying to seize his business seal. President Tang has no choice but to temporarily evade them, as the situation is beyond his control. But rest assured, President Tang will not give up the fight. He will surely overcome this obstacle, come back stronger, and protect everyone and their interests." It must be said that these words are quite persuasive, boosting morale. They all believe that Tang Ning is the oppressed main character. Great! President Tang will definitely win. We will stand with President Tang, overcome the challenges, and regain our glory. Yes, we will never turn against him. The moment President Tang regains power is the death knell for Chen Mingyu and those who support her. The group was filled with righteous indignation, their eyes filled with various hopes and fantasies. "That's right. We will surely turn the tide." Seeing that the group was getting carried away, Liu Yejian suddenly exclaimed, pulling out something. Everyone trembled at once. Isn't this President's business seal?" "Yes." "How did it end up in your hands?" Each person's gaze was different. Some were surprised, some were suspicious, and others were wary and hostile. The president was worried that Ling Yu would steal the seal, so he executed a clever escape, allowing me to take the seal to lead us and continue the fight. Liu Yejian declared solemnly, "As long as we have it, we hold the power in the business community. We have president's authority, and we call on all sectors of the business community to support Zhao Nianqiu's election as the head of the nation, seeking justice for President Tang." As a result, the dozens of people divided into different camps. Each camp had a different attitude. The vast majority supported what Liu Yejian said, as Tang Ning's comeback was essential for their interests to continue. However, there were some true loyalists to Tang Ning who doubted this narrative. The seal represents the president's authority, like the emperor's imperial seal. President Tang never let anyone touch it before. That's right, even if assistantly needed to use the seal for business, it had to be done in President Tang's residence. "How could you have it with you now?" someone immediately questioned. The moderates and interest groups fell silent instantly. However, Liu Yejian was enraged, saying, "It's already a crisis. You're still questioning my mentor's grand scheme at this time. Besides, I am not only his assistant but also his successor. It's normal for him to hand over the seal to me at this time, right?" With a series of words that criticized and belittled, he left the person who had questioned him dumbfounded. Liu Yejian continued, "We must act quickly, issue various documents and proclamations denouncing Chen Mingyu for election fraud and persecution, to protect our interests and prevent outside forces from supporting her. Understand?" With both threats and incentives, Tang Ning's die-hard supporters had no choice but to believe him and follow his instructions. "Quickly prepare the documents and proclamations and hand them over to me. I will stamp them with the president's seal, and they will remain valid." Liu Yejian continued, "Contrast this with Chen Mingyu, who is now just a figurehead president with no real power. All right, let's get to work. Yes, we cannot recognize Chen Mingyu. We only support President Tang. Long live President Tang." After Liu Yejian brainwashed Tang Ning's stubborn loyalists to temporarily rally to his side and continue the struggle against Chen Mingyu, he hurried off in the direction Tang Ning had fled. Meanwhile, Tang Ning and Honk didn't dare to stop until dawn. They were already on the outskirts of Yanjing City. Seeing Tang Ning wake up from his sleep, the loyal Honk immediately asked, "President, do you need something to eat? Ling Yu's people must have lost track of us by now and couldn't catch up." Although he said this, in his heart, he was still dissatisfied and hoped that Ling Yu would catch up alone. By then, President Tang would not stop him, and he could bravely challenge and kill Ling Yu. Otherwise, what was the point of him training in the reverse dragon technique? It's for defeating strong enemies. To single-handedly defeat the Wolf King would bring him fame and recognition. No need to eat. Let's hurry to Jincheng. Tang Ning waved his hand. There are loyal subordinates of mine there, and I will continue to give orders from there to make Qin Mingyu desperate. With that, he touched the seal he carried with him at all times next to the car seat. As long as he had it, the Dragon Chamber of Commerce would still be under his control, and Qin Mingyu's attempts to conduct any business affairs before the national election would be futile. Yes, President. Although Honk verbally agreed, Dan drove towards Jincheng. He secretly hoped that Ling Yu would catch up finally. He wanted Tang Ning to see that Ling Yu wasn't that formidable. After all, he could just defeat Ling Yu directly, without going to Jincheng. Perhaps because of this thought, Ling Yu's car gradually caught up. Leader, I smell Tang Ning's scent. They are indeed leaving Yanjing. The deputy driver in the car, overwhelmed with excitement, suddenly exclaimed. She was eager to assist Ling Yu to prove her worth. Good. Hearing this, Ling Yu could basically confirm Tang Ning's whereabouts. This was the national road from Yanjing to Jincheng. As long as he accelerated and drove forward, he would definitely catch up with Tang Ning. No matter what happens in the world, the sun still rises as usual. For ordinary people, yesterday was just an ordinary day. Workers still worked the 996 shift, enduring kidney damage and getting their wages withheld by the boss. Licking dogs still can't get the attention of their crush, only being able to type frantically at the screen. Dedicated readers are still waiting for the author to update, silently preparing to send razor blades. But for many people in Yanjing City, what happened last night was nothing short of catastrophic. The incident where the Tang family's house was set on fire was like a thunderbolt in spring, instantly exploding throughout Yanjing City. Every street, every household. This was the only topic of conversation this morning. In the eyes of countless people, Tang Ning is like a towering mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, unexpectedly collapsing without any buffer space. This is truly shocking. The news naturally reached the Morang family as well. Heavens, Ling Yu is truly insane. He dares to do anything. Morang. He listened to the discussions among the Morang family members about the incident. He also never expected Ling Yu to be so audacious, as unmoving as a mountain yet striking like thunder. Tang Ning had just stepped down, and he directly set fire to Tang Ning's house. This was one of the strongholds of the four major families. However, a warrior must possess such fiery temper and power, while Morang young master, though excellent in many aspects, lacks the violent dominance like Ling Yu. If it were his family's young master, even with 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare set fire to one of the four major families, the Tang family. After all, the Tang family is not just the Tang family, but also possesses a lot of terrifying power. Who knows how significant the consequences may be or how many people want to kill Ling Yu. However, Ling Yu may think that there are already plenty of people wanting to kill him, with the whole of Yanjing City full of them. So, with so many lies, does he not fear itching anymore, right? The news of the burning of the Tang family also spread outside of Yanjing City. Currently at Chanwang Mountain, the situation has yet to become lively. That as the second generation of the Sea Holly Master, Tang Xingyu was already prepared here. She was ready to play the zither, only hoping that her upcoming piece would be worthy of the esteemed title of Sea Holly Master. Master, Ling Yu set fire to the Tang family. The serpent spirit suddenly appeared in front of her, reporting the major event in Yanjing City. Is that so? This time, the news finally caused the Sea Holly Master to tilt her head slightly, forgetting about playing the zither. The serpent spirit also witnessed for the first time how moved her master was, indicating that this news had truly stirred her and taken her by surprise. Yes, Ling Yu went to rob the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce's seal last night, and incidentally set the Tang family on fire. The serpent spirit seemed inexplicably excited, continuing to speak. It is said that Ling Yu is still leading people to pursue Tang Ning. Perhaps this time he will kill him. Ling Yu is a man of great courage. The Sea Holly Master's gaze remained slightly angry, as she had once been a member of the Tang family herself, considering it her maternal family. Ha ha. Women like men with great courage. The serpent spirit wasn't afraid of making her master angry, boldly expressing her opinion. It's true indeed. The Sea Holly Master did not rebuke her, since she was also a woman who liked men with great courage. But men with great courage often meet a premature end. Right now, Not only the dignitaries of Yanjing are afraid, but probably half of the dignitaries in the entire country wish for Ling Yu's demise. The Sea Holy Master continued. Afraid of what? The serpent spirit remained excited, wiping her nose, and raised her head slightly. He is the king of the wolves. The Wolf King fears nothing, and who knows, soon the news may reveal that Tang Ning has also been killed by him. He certainly dares to do so. That man is fearless of all consequences. The Sea Holy Master chuckled lightly, returning to tranquility and beginning to play the zither again. But that doesn't necessarily mean he can kill Tang Ning. The serpent spirit was slightly surprised. What did her master mean by that? Was Tang Ning very formidable? Even Ling Yu couldn't take him down. On another note, on the way to the Jin Chen checkpoint, Tang Ning suddenly received a message, glanced at it, and gradually became angry. Chairman, what's wrong? Han Q also noticed that something was amiss with him. Damn it! Liu Yejian actually used the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce's seal to incite loyalty among those representatives to mobilize their forces against and overthrow Qin Ningyu. Tang Ning gritted his teeth. For a moment, Tang Ning didn't react. Shouldn't that be the right thing to do? But soon, he looked at the seal box beside Tang Ning and asked in astonishment, "Wasn't the seal in your hands, Chairman? What did Liu Yejian take?" "A fake one," Tang Ning said, in a grim tone. "I only allowed him to contact other representatives to stabilize the military's morale, but I never handed this thing to anyone. How dare he falsely spread the edict?" Han Q still didn't understand, because in his eyes, Liu Yejian was Tang Ning's special assistant and even his apprentice, so he had never thought that Liu Yejian would betray Tang Ning. At this moment, he couldn't help but speak up for Liu Yejian. "Chairman, Liu Yejian is quite cunning. He's probably concerned that you'll just escape from Yanjing, missing the opportunity to resist Qin Mingyu. So, he just tried to be smart on his own, all for the greater good." Tang Ning clenched his fists tightly. Although what Han Q said made sense, he had already seen Liu Yejian's ambitions, hence he couldn't trust him. He could hand over his belongings, considering him as an apprentice and allow him to inherit his legacy, but what he wouldn't give, Liu Yejian was forbidden to take. At this moment, Han Q suddenly noticed a car chasing from behind. "Chairman Tang, it's Ling Yu." Even without looking, Han Q could feel the powerful killing intent from behind. But he wasn't afraid, rather, he was excited. With the sparse population in the area, it was the perfect place to kill Ling Yu. Since Tang Ning allowed it, Han Q was ready to get off the car and strike Ling Yu down. Unexpectedly, before he could even ask, Tang Ning directly kicked open the car door, leapt towards the side of the national highway, and rolled on the ground. Then with one leap, he disappeared into the woods. Damn! Although he had long known that Tang Ning was a highly skilled martial artist, Han Q was shocked by how extraordinary Tang Ning's skills were. Perhaps Tang Ning wasn't even inferior to him. Furthermore, the fact that Tang Ning, despite his high level of cultivation, was afraid of Ling Yu was surprising. Was he too cautious? Together, the two of them could kill Ling Yu 10 times. "Commander!" Tang Ning escaped. Fun Chen, sitting in Ling Yu's car, was also surprised. Tang Ning's agility was undoubtedly that of a king in the night, but why was he so cowardly? It seemed that the higher one's position, the more afraid one was of death. He won't escape. Ling Yu's face darkened, suddenly pulling Fun Chen out of the car with one hand, ready to directly pursue Tang Ning. Although Ling Yu was impressed by Tang Ning's displayed martial prowess, he remained convinced that Tang Ning would die today. "Ling Yu, command face your death." Han Q had been waiting for Ling Yu for a long time. Seizing the opportunity, while Ling Yu was preoccupied with Fun Chen in the car, Han Q didn't hesitate and launched a surprise attack. "Leader, be careful," Fun Chen instinctively exclaimed. When she was in the western regions, she witnessed Han Quest's prowess. This guy had cultivated some kind of demonic power. His strength had greatly increased. Even Lin Qinglong was no match for him. Now she was worried that the leader was underestimating the situation and had fallen into the hands of this guy. But her warning was too late and unnecessary. Although Ling Yu wanted to quickly pursue and kill Tang Ning, he did not completely ignore Han Q. Feeling the bone-chilling internal strength from Han Q at the moment, he frowned and directly counterattacked with a single palm against Han Q. On the other hand, Han Q seemed to underestimate Ling Yu a little. After all, they had once fought in Yuncheng, believing that killing Ling Yu would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. However, after the palms clashed, he immediately felt a surging heat overwhelming him, unable to withstand it, and he stepped back repeatedly. Of course, because Ling Yu had to protect Fun Chen, he also landed and retreated several steps. This exchange of palms seemed even. However, their expressions were like day and night. Though Ling Yu was surprised at Han Quest's increased strength, he also sensed that this guy was clearly heading down a path of self-destruction. Even if he didn't kill him, Han Q might not survive more than half a year. Ling Yu, command face your death. Han Q roared once again, charging towards Ling Yu. Now he dared not underestimate Ling Yu, realizing that during this time, it was not only him who had made remarkable progress. Fun Chen, step aside a bit. Ling Yu, worried about injuring Fun Chen, gently pushed her away, drawing Han Quest's attacks towards himself. With this move, he intentionally took a defensive stance, allowing Han Q to continuously assault him. Hey, Ling Yu, aren't you the Werewolf King? Aren't you the soul of the army? Aren't you invincible? How come I'm beating you down? Han Q was very excited, exerting all his strength, attacking wildly with both palms in midair towards Ling Yu. However, he didn't expect that Ling Yu suddenly dodged his palm and, seizing the opportunity in his aggressive advance, lightly bumped his chest using his shoulder. Han Q immediately felt a shortness of breath, his face turning extremely red. Swish! Ling Yu then swiftly used a restraining technique, spinning him around twice before throwing him away. Good job, leader. Fun Chen excitedly jumped up, cheering like a sexy cheerleader at a match. She had been worried that the leader might not be able to handle Han Q. Fortunately, the leader was indeed much stronger than even Lin Qinglan or Lu Wudao. After a few moves, he had thrown Han Q flying for hundreds of meters, crashing into a tree at the foot of the mountain, getting embedded into the rocks, unable to move for a while. Let's go. Ling Yu did not linger, ignoring Han Quest's condition, as that guy had already gone astray. He absolutely couldn't let Tang Ning escape now. So, carrying Fun Chen, he intended to rely on her talent in discerning sense to locate Tang Ning. As soon as the two left, vehicles arrived behind them. Upon seeing Tang Ning's car, Liu Yejian inspected the surroundings before cautiously stopping the car and quickly getting out. Assistant Liu, help me quickly. Han Quest's voice came from one side of the road. Liu Yejian looked over and was secretly startled. Mr. Han Q, how did you end up like this? Who could have hurt you this badly? I was careless for a moment and failed to evade. Han Q didn't admit defeat, even though he had just been injured by Ling Yu, bleeding profusely from his back and having difficulty moving one of his legs. Where's my master? Liu Yejian walked over to support him and asked. The president has retreated to the other side. I'm afraid Ling Yu will catch up to him. Hurry and chase after him with me. Han Q clenched his teeth and said, Mr. Han Q, in your current condition, I'm afraid it's not possible. Liu Yejian remarked. In the trunk of my car, there are bandages and painkillers. Let me treat you first, otherwise, with your current state, you won't be able to help the master. After some consideration, Han Q gritted his teeth. Do it quickly. Liu Yejian nodded, quickly running back to the rear seat to get the medication. At this moment, Tang Ning had already circled around to the other side of the mountain path, being very meticulous, even turning back to erase his footprints. However, he was unaware that the lingering scent on him was akin to being located by a radar detector disguised as Fun Chen. Just as he was about to exit the forest, a disturbance suddenly came from behind. Ling Yu, with Fun Chen, jumped ahead of him from behind. Ling Yu, typically calm and collected. Tang Ning, upon seeing Ling Yu, looked embarrassed and tried to flee, because he clearly knew that anyone might spare him, except for Ling Yu. Unfortunately, Ling Yu once again sprang into action, leaping in front of him. Tang Ning, there's no use running now, is there? Otherwise, you'll only die faster. Ling Yu confidently declared. If you try to run again, I'll have to end your life with one blow. Tang Ning also stopped running, coldly sneering. Ling Yu, are you sure you can kill me? Do you really think the Werewolf King is invincible? Oh, it seems like you want to test your skills against me. Ling Yu also showed a hint of excitement. He was very curious to see just how powerful this hidden mastermind behind the scenes was. Go to hell. Ling Yu, Tang Ning, fierce and malevolent, immediately unleashed a series of punches that transformed into claw strikes. Ling Yu was taken aback, his eyes quivered slightly, and he hastily evaded continuously. Doom. Under the onslaught of attacks, Tang Ning's fist grazed Ling Yu's face. Although it didn't hit directly, the formidable force still left scratches on Ling Yu's visage. Leader, Be careful! Fan Chen exclaimed in shock. This Tang Ning, who seemed like a refined elder, unexpectedly possessed such profound martial arts skills that he could go toe-to-toe with Lu Wudao. Had it not been for his fear of dying, teaming up with Han Q just now, the leader might have been in grave danger. In reality, Ling Yu was indeed taken aback by Tang Ning's unexpectedly advanced skill level, but what surprised him even more were Tang Ning's techniques. Every martial artist, even when using the same move, has a unique style. For someone like Ling Yu, a seasoned veteran of the martial world, he could discern the style of each move. It was because of this that he discovered that Tang Ning's moves bore the signature style of an old drunkard, and that they possessed a destructive force that even rivaled that of the old drunkard. Hey, die! Tang Ning swiftly alternated his techniques, instantly changing fists into claws and striking back. Ling Yu quickly spun to evade, his clothes torn by Tang Ning. Fan Chen was so frightened, her heart almost leaping out of her throat. Luckily, she soon noticed that although the leader's clothes were torn, he wasn't seriously injured, just bearing faint traces of blood. Have you learned the old drunkard's kung fu? Ling Yu didn't rush to counterattack, intending to figure out what was going on first. Truth be told, Tang Ning's displayed level of martial arts had reached the same level as the old drunkard's initial skills in the hero's village, definitely reaching the SS level. Hey, when I was learning martial arts with him, you were probably still wearing open crotch trousers. Die! Tang Ning suddenly tore off a tree branch and unleashed a powerful strike towards Ling Yu. 6-word spear manifestation. Have you gone crazy? At this moment, Ling Yu's heart was absolutely shocked, his scalp tingling faintly. This old national demon actually knew the ultimate technique of the old drunkard. This move, the old drunkard didn't even teach his own legitimate disciple. Commander, be careful! Fenkin exclaimed, her face drained of color, because she had also seen the old drunkard use this move, and with just one move, he had defeated the Red Sparrow. Tang Ning's technique might not be more exquisite than the old drunkard's, but the terrifying black aura emanating from the tree trunk made it look menacing enough to make one tremble in fear. Ling Yu didn't dare to be careless and quickly leapt into the air, spinning constantly to narrowly evade the entwining black aura. War Wolf King. Truly formidable. Tang Ning was now the one shocked. His 6-character spear momentum was not a regular attack, and many experts would be in trouble trying to dodge it. But Ling Yu managed to avoid his finishing move, causing his momentum to weaken. Battle relies heavily on momentum, and whoever dominates in this aspect will surely prevail. Now it's my turn. Ling Yu began to counterattack. He immediately used his big grappling move to subdue the national demon, planning to capture him and slowly interrogate him about the events of the past. Once he confessed everything, he would avenge his fallen Wolf warrior brothers. Although Tang Ning had never underestimated Ling Yu, he was still surprised to find that Ling Yu's strength surpassed his expectations. This speed caught him off guard, and before he knew it, Ling Yu had already grabbed him with both hands. However, Tang Ning was no pushover. He immediately countered with his own grappling technique. Typically, to counter a grappling move, you would need comparable strength, but Tang Ning not only succeeded in countering it, but even momentarily suppressed Ling Yu's strength. What a situation! Seeing the commander being at a disadvantage, Fenkin could hardly believe it. In her heart, the commander was supposed to be even more invincible than Lu Wudao. Originally thinking that capturing Tang Ning would be an easy task, who would have thought such a situation would arise? What kind of technique is this? Ling Yu, momentarily subdued by Tang Ning, gritted his teeth and asked. He had once defeated countless enemies using the big grappling move and had never been countered in such a way before. Tang Ning was truly extraordinary. To achieve such martial prowess, one cannot simply rely on hard training, but must also possess a unique talent. I created the reverse dragon god technique myself. Tang Ning, thinking he had truly overwhelmed Ling Yu, couldn't help but feel excited and proud. Laughing heartily, this is an improvement on the Red Sparrow's reverse dragon god technique. The Red Sparrow was just my experimental guinea pig, ha. His laughter and words resonated through the mountains and forests, coincidentally reaching the ears of Liu Yijian. Liu Yijian quickly crouched down, hiding her presence. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have let the Red Sparrow collapse by the roadside, using the opportunity of administering painkillers. How interesting would it be for him to hear Tang Ning's words? Liu Yijian had long known that Tang Ning was unscrupulous, even giving him martial techniques was just for experimentation. It was fortunate that she was clever enough to never be hasty or reckless, and sensing something amiss, she immediately stopped, so she hadn't fallen into darkness yet. As for the Red Sparrow, although his power had surged, his days were likely numbered. Ling Yu, I was intimidated by your reputation as the god of war, but it seems you're just like this, ha. After gaining the upper hand, Tang Ning couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Always leave yourself a way out in everything, so you can stand undefeated. I see. Ling Yu's mouth curled slightly. But how coincidental, I do have kept a trick up my sleeve. What? Seeing Ling Yu's expression, Tang Ning's smile immediately disappeared. Roar. Ling Yu suddenly erupted with intense and majestic power, pushing Tang Ning's hands away and immediately restraining Tang Ning's right shoulder at the capture dragon technique. Locking onto his clavicle, Tang Ning's face contorted in pain, clearly enduring intense suffering. You can create martial arts. So can I. Ling Yu laughed, and I even have the heart of the sun, which seems stronger than your technique. Liu Yijian crouched in the pit, not daring to move a muscle, covering her breath, afraid of being detected. Even though she was hundreds of meters away from the two, she could feel the terrifying power of Ling Yu. Once unleashed, it was like the scorching sun. Damn it! Tang Ning's expression grew increasingly painful, and cold sweat even formed on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. You've reached the saint level, and... He didn't finish his sentence. He felt that this was not yet Ling Yu's full power. This guy might have surpassed the semi-saint level, with unfathomable strength. Commander, you're amazing. Fenkin finally breathed a sigh of relief, clapping her hands with a feminine touch. See, the commander is an unbeatable god of war. How could he possibly lose to Tang Ning? If I'm not absolutely certain, would I chase after you alone outside of Jinchen? Ling Yu's eyes grew more intense, his killing intent surging. Tang Ning, you should just accept your fate. With those words, he moved to crush Tang Ning's clavicle directly. By doing so, Tang Ning would almost completely lose his combat power. However, Ling Yu never expected that Tang Ning, this old fox, could still break free in such a situation, slapping Ling Yu's chest with one hand. Courting death. Ling Yu also retaliated with a slap. Tang Ning was indeed not as simple as imagined. Seizing the opportunity, he changed his move, preferring to be hit by Ling Yu's slap rather than missing a chance to break free from Ling Yu's grasp. Sout, Tang Ning was inevitably slapped away. Ling Yu furrowed his brow, unable to understand the purpose of Tang Ning's actions. But the next moment, Tang Ning, standing his ground, struck at Ling Yu's chest with a white powder at great speed. Ling Yu, wary of poison, quickly dodged while using his palm force to blow away all the powder. Boring underhanded tactics, Ling Yu sneered. However, as soon as he landed, he heard a scream. Oh! Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ning restrained Fenkin, grasping her by the neck. Fenkin, Ling Yu stepped forward and called out. Stop. If you take one more step, I'll snap this woman's neck. Tang Ning's eyes were bloodshot, gasping for air. Although he now possessed the quasi-saint level power that countless warriors admired, facing the pressure from Ling Yu was too much. His previous prediction was indeed correct. Even teaming up with the Red Sparrow wouldn't guarantee victory against this guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom's northern border. Moreover, Ling Yu had yet to unleash the reverse dragon palm, which proved he was still in complete control. Tang Ning, you're despicable. Ling Yu's anger escalated. A dignified former chairman of the Grand Commerce Guild, controlling numerous businesses and maintaining a private foreign mercenary force, is now resorting to holding a woman hostage. Ha ha. Ling Yu, spare me the words. Tang Ning laughed triumphantly. A man without poison isn't a true man. As long as I win, as long as I survive, everything else is meaningless. Gripping his fists tightly, Ling Yu was momentarily at a loss. Commander, don't mind me. Fenkin shouted at that moment. Strike with full force. Strike me and Tang Ning down together. Avenge your fallen brothers and cleanse the country of this big tumor. Shut up. Tang Ning exerted force with his fingers, instantly silencing Fenkin, whose mouth was still moving. Her face had turned deathly pale, even her usually luscious red lips devoid of color. Death was inches away. Don't kill her. Ling Yu shouted urgently. Tang Ning quickly loosened his grip a bit, otherwise Feng Chen would have been strangled to death immediately by him. Of course, if Feng Chen died, Tang Ning knew he would be doomed as well, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never dare to take a life with his own hands. Hey! Ling Yu, It's easy for you to keep this woman alive. Now, cut off your own leg right away. I'm sure you won't be able to catch me, and naturally, I won't kill her," Tang Ning threatened with a cold smile. Ling Yu was immediately stunned. Although Feng Chen couldn't speak, her eyes were frantically hinting to the leader not to do this. "Don't worry about her life and death. Just kill Tang Ning. She's just a lowly woman, a worthless life, unworthy of pity." How could the leader spare Tang Ning and even cut off a leg for her? No, absolutely not. But Ling Yu gritted his teeth and agreed. "All right, as long as you don't kill her, we can discuss anything." Upon hearing this, Feng Chen couldn't help it anymore. With some unknown strength, she wanted to bite off her own tongue to end her life. Luckily, Tang Ning noticed in time, and immediately gripped her mouth shut. Even so, Feng Chen's mouth was already full of blood, as she hesitantly said, "Leader, Feng Chen is just someone else's mistress. A wretched woman. If I die, I die." "No." Ling Yu interrupted her firmly. "You were once a teammate of my Night Wolf team, and now you are my sister in the War Wolf team. As the leader, I must keep you alive. You are not allowed to take your own life. That's an order. Do you hear me?" Standing tall as the Wolf King, if he couldn't even protect his teammates, how could he protect the country? Tears streamed down Feng Chen's face like a flood bursting its banks. "Ha ha!" Tang Ning suddenly burst into a crazy laughter. "Ling Yu, it seems that after so many years, you are still the same as before. Back then, in order to keep the War Wolf team alive, you chose to abandon the mission. Now you are making the same choice. Some things really never change." With his fists clenched, Ling Yu did not retort. He had indeed pondered this dilemma for years, but if given the same choice again, he would still not abandon his brothers and sisters with whom he had been through thick and thin. Breaking the rules makes one trash, but ignoring one's comrades makes one even worse than trash. "Well then, Ling Yu, stop stalling and cut off your leg," Tang Ning continued to threaten. Ling Yu knew he couldn't bring himself to kill Feng Chen, but he also didn't dare to use her as a bargaining chip. Now he and Tang Ning were caught in a coward's game, where whoever was more cowardly would lose. What to do? Ling Yu slowly raised his hand. Tang Ning, on the other hand, became wary, expecting Ling Yu to suddenly ignore Feng Chen's well-being and turn against him. But Ling Yu remained still. Tang Ning grew impatient. "Ling Yu, stalling won't help. The longer you wait, the more this woman will suffer." But as soon as Tang Ning spoke these words, a voice behind him interjected, "Ling Yu, how about we make a deal?" "What's going on?" Tang Ning shuddered at once, apparently too focused on Ling Yu to notice that there was a fourth person in this desolate mountainous area. On the other hand, Ling Yu remained calm, clearly aware that Li Yijian was here but planning to deal with Tang Ning first. Surprisingly, Li Yijian was bold and meticulous enough to choose this critical moment to step out on his own. "Go on." Then, Ling Yu found himself in a dilemma now. In order to save Feng Chen's life and kill Tang Ning, he would consider collaborating with Li Yijian. Li Yijian seemed well aware of Ling Yu's thoughts and nonchalantly quipped, "I'll help you rescue Feng Chen, and you promise never to kill me. How about that?" "What?" Tang Ning was taken aback, his expression turning dark and ominous. He had long suspected Li Yijian's rebellious nature but lacked proof. He had been using him, and now at a crucial moment, his beloved disciple betrayed him. "Liu Yijian, are you out of your mind?" Ling Yu spoke out for Tang Ning. "Isn't Tang Ning your master? Are you now betraying him?" "Ling Yu, spare me the lecture. I know you're smart, you get it." Liu Yijian's tone turned serious. "Just tell me, yes or no." Ling Yu couldn't help but smile at Li Yijian's directness. He had been stalling for time precisely to await Li Yijian's appearance. The situation was already clear. If Tang Ning killed Feng Chen, Ling Yu would kill Tang Ning, and then Li Yijian wouldn't be able to escape either. So Liu Yijian was left with no choice but to make a desperate move, betraying Tang Ning in exchange for saving his own skin. "Ha ha!" Tang Ning suddenly burst into laughter, clearly understanding the situation. After a while, he remarked, "Zijian, I've long noticed your potential as a cunning strategist with ruthless determination. I really admire you, but I never expected to be stabbed in the back by you one day." "Tang Ning, don't make it sound so tasteful." Liu Yijian wasn't about to be complacent. Rather, he sneered disdainfully, "You've been using me too. As for whether you'll let me inherit your mantle, who knows? Maybe it's all just empty promises. If that's the case, why not take matters into my own hands and seize control for myself?" "Ha ha!" Tang Ning laughed even more hysterically. Before showing his true intentions, Zixuan, I truly admire you very much. In some aspects, you are much stronger than Ling Yu, who is indecisive. If you help me survive now, everything of mine in the future will be yours. Whether you survive or not is not up to me. Liu Yijian didn't fall for sweet talk or empty promises. Instead, he turned to Ling Yu. Ling Yu understood the situation and promptly agreed. All right, as long as Feng Chen doesn't die, I can kill Tang Ning. I promise not to kill you. A life for 2 lives, Ling Yu was willing to make that deal. This way, he wouldn't have to face the same dilemma as before. With Ling Yu's promise, Li Yijian didn't hesitate to pull out a gun and aim it at Tang Ning. Damn it, Tang Ning quickly turned around, using Feng Chen as a shield against the gun. Dang. Unlike Ling Yu, Li Yijian wasted no time and fired the gun. Startled, Tang Ning didn't expect the gun not to shoot bullets but fireworks instead. What on earth? In that split moment of Tang Ning's distraction, a strong and scorching force suddenly attacked from behind. Sout, Tang Ning was hit hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Chen was also freed from his grasp. Oh. Not only was Feng Chen shocked, but she also felt a strong impact. In the next moment, she was suddenly pulled by a strange force. When she came to her senses, she found her face pressed against a warm chest. Feng Chen, are you okay? Hearing Ling Yu's voice, Feng Chen's trembling figure showed gratitude. Tears streaming down her face. Leader, I'm fine. Thank you. A sincere expression of thanks. It turned out that someone valued her wretched life so much. We are siblings, there's no need for such formalities. Ling Yu let Feng Chen down and turned his gaze towards Li Yijian, only to find that he was holding the severely wounded Tang Ning, seemingly ready to leave. Ling Yu, you promised not to kill me. Liu Yijian quickly looked at Ling Yu, a hint of panic in his expression, but not fear. He knew Ling Yu was a man of his word, so he wasn't worried that he would go back on his promise to spare him. I did promise, but what are you planning to do now? Ling Yu stared at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Tang Ning is my master, and it seems he's not going to survive. I want to fulfill my duties as his disciple. Liu Yijian boasted shamelessly. Ling Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think I believe your nonsense? You came here not to save Tang Ning but for his family's seal, right? With those words, he suddenly reached out and there was a sound of a dragon soar. Liu Yijian was shocked, knowing that Ling Yu was about to use his dragon catching technique to snatch the seal from him, so he clenched his hand tightly. Crack! By the time the seal reached Ling Yu's hand, it had already turned into powder. Ling Yu frowned, not expecting Liu Yijian's martial arts skills to be so advanced. It seems Tang Ning really invested a lot in training you. But in the end, he fell at your hands. You're truly despicable. Ling Yu sneered. Tang Ning, barely holding on to life, closed his eyes and revealed a complex smile, slowly saying, Little Jian, I don't blame you for this. I hope you can avenge me in the future. Liu Yijian didn't say anything. If he wasn't truly heartless, he might have followed Tang Ning's wishes. But seeing the disdain in Ling Yu's eyes, Liu Yijian quickly threw Tang Ning to the ground, understanding that the old fox was trying to drag him down and die together. Liu Yijian broke out in a cold sweat, hastily explaining to Ling Yu. Ling Yu, please don't misunderstand. This old fox has been using me all along, and he's done despicable things. He doesn't deserve pity, and I have no intention of seeking revenge for him. Ling Yu looked at Liu Yijian with scornful smile. You don't need to explain to me. I just see you as a storyteller. Liu Yijian could only swallow his pride and say, all right then, I'll leave now. Wait, do I allow you to leave? Ling Yu's icy voice rang out as he turned around. Liu Yijian turned back, showing impatience. What? You promised not to kill me. Are you going back on your word? I did promise. Ling Yu confirmed, but suddenly struck out with his palm. The third move of the Northern Territory Dragon Reversal Palm. He hadn't used his full power against Tang Ning, but now facing Liu Yijian, he didn't hold back. Liu Yijian felt himself enveloped in a violent force, his hair blowing wildly, even the flesh on his face contorting. The force mainly targeted his left leg. With a loud slap, Liu Yijian felt a piercing pain in his left leg and collapsed to the ground. He didn't dare to look at his leg, feeling as if it no longer existed. Ling Yu realized Liu Yijian was astute, as he had managed to lessen the damage by falling in time. Otherwise, his leg would have been completely broken. Even Feng Chen was amazed by his commander's imposing manner. I did promise not to kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't beat you, Ling Yu said coldly. Now, you can leave. Liu Jian, in pain and with a resentful look in his eyes, remained silent but picked up a stick to use as a crutch, dragging himself away slowly. Ling Yu ignored him for the time being, as he still had to settle scores with Tang Ning. Heh. Ling Yu. I regret it. Tang Ning, badly injured, lay on the ground and spoke before Ling Yu could. I should have taken you out long ago. Keeping you around has finally become my great distress. You say it as if it were true. Ling Yu didn't bother considering whether Tang Ning's words were genuine or not, as it didn't matter. Might makes right, and as the current victor, Tang Ning's theories held no significance. Ha ha, you may indeed mock me now, but you can't kill me. Though it was difficult for Tang Ning to move, he appeared confident. If you do, the consequences will be unbearable for you. Are you trying to scare me at this point? Ling Yu walked up to him, looking down at him. Do you have any misconceptions about me? Do you think there's anything I wouldn't dare to do? Hey, Ling Yu, I admit you're bolder and more daring than before, but if you knew my background, you wouldn't dare to kill me. If you do, it won't be just you who'll pay the price. Tang Ning's gaze was fearless, even provocative. In response, Ling Yu restrained himself and said calmly, I'll give you 3 minutes to see if you can scare me. HMPH. Tang Ning snorted, still maintaining his superior demeanor. Do you know why I've achieved success and power? How I elevated the Tang family to be among the 4 major families in Dragon Country? Why? Ling Yu decided to entertain him, asking, because I'm also just an ordinary person who can't access your realm. You could say that. Tang Ning looked at Ling Yu a bit patronizingly. You used to be the North Territory Warwolf King, but you were just a pawn. Now you might have defeated me, but it's not solely your own victory, rather the temporary advantage of the forces behind you. Ling Yu furrowed his brows. Cut the nonsense. What's the force behind you? Did they instigate the border war 5 years ago? Exactly. Tang Ning didn't beat around the bush. You've just returned from Dark Knight Island, so you must know about the 3 gods and 7 saints. My master is one of the 3 gods, and I'm one of his 5 immortals. A god and 5 immortals. Ling Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows even more, unsure if Tang Ning was telling the truth or spinning tales to avoid being killed. That's right, we 5 immortals each control our own spheres of influence. If we unite, our power surpasses even that of the 3 saints organization. Tang Ning said proudly and confidently, if you kill me, you'll bring disaster upon yourself, and not just you but your wife, brothers, family, and all those loyal to you will die too. Ling Yu didn't question his words and continued to press. Who is your master? Why do I feel like the 5 immortals don't see eye to eye? Heh. Ling Yu, you're not worthy of knowing who my master is. Tang Ning burst into laughter, his eyes no longer filled with the panic from his escape. Swoosh. Ling Yu lifted Tang Ning up like a dead dog, his eyes slightly red, filled with killing intent. Tang Ning, do you think you can frighten me with a few harsh words? You are wrong. Very wrong. With that, he raised his hand, ready to strike Tang Ning's skull with a slap. Wait. Tang Ning, who had just been confident a moment ago, was now breaking out in a cold sweat, hurriedly saying, I am not trying to scare you. I do indeed control many forces and armed organizations. If I die, no one will be able to control those forces and organizations. They will go rampant and turn the country upside down. A dying person's words are good. Judging by his expression, it doesn't seem like he is lying. Ling Yu was not afraid of his ragtag group, but he was afraid that the country would fall into temporary chaos, and many innocent people would die a wrongful death. Tang Ning, I'll give you one last chance. Confess the motive for inciting the war 5 years ago. Otherwise, you will go down and confess to the Lord of the Underworld. Ling Yu's gaze put pressure on Tang Ning. Hey, don't you already know? Tang Ning grinned. Only through war can we reclaim the lost territories of the past for our country. Only through war can the great island in the south return to us. Do you think the conservative faction led by Zhongping, with its withdrawal policy, can make our country strong? No. Never. Only through war can we become kings. Stop praising yourself. Ling Yu was not Tang Xinya. He had experienced countless wars and had a thorough understanding of world geopolitics and details. He couldn't be fooled by Tang Ning's flowery language. He retorted directly, the international environment 5 years ago cannot compare to the present. At that time, the The country didn't have the ability to break through the island blockade. Even if we could recapture lost territories through military force, the price would be extremely heavy, and the economy might regress by 30 years. So at that time, the country couldn't afford war. Who actually desired for the country to fall into the quagmire of war? It was the West, the spices country, because they feared the continued development of our country. In a few years, they would completely lose control. At that time, the country's avoidance of war was not cowardly or weak. That was the strategic resolve of a great nation. His words left Tang Ning speechless. Indeed, he knew deep down that those pretty words could deceive those unfamiliar with the strategy of war. Deceiving ordinary people was easy, but trying to deceive industry professionals was a joke. Tell me, Tang Ning, who is your master? He must be a high-ranking figure from the West, right? Ling Yu questioned loudly. You are just a lackey of the Western powers implanted in our country, a traitor. Stop pretending. Ha ha. That's right. Ling Yu, you guessed correctly. At the critical moment, Tang Ning dropped his act, unable to continue. Ling Yu had exposed everything, even holding his life in his hands. Now he was in a state of physical and mental collapse. Many things buried deep within, usually easily hidden, couldn't remain suppressed now. My master is a prominent figure in the spices country. We 5 immortals are inserted in different countries, holding key positions, doing his bidding to help him control world politics. We are legitimate forces of nations, way more powerful than the self-proclaimed Saints organization. If you kill me, all of you will end up in the grave with me. Ha ha. Arrogant, mad. In his eyes, there was a deep faith in his master and the spices country, believing they were invincible and controlled the world, the true lords. Only when Ling Yu took out his phone, showing that the conversation had been recorded, did he smile coldly. Only then did Tang Ning frown, feeling trapped. Tang Ning, stop trying to intimidate us with Western tactics. Ling Yu refuted. I am not a surrenderist. We, the people of our country, are not cowards. We will not be intimidated by you. We will not bow down to your power. We will use our own strategies, our own strength, and strip the paper tiger skin off you. Tang Ning stared at Ling Yu, momentarily speechless. And now, I will use your traitorous life to avenge my fallen brothers, Ling Yu said, making Tang Ning completely panicked. Ling Yu, you can't kill me. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, you will. Nonsense. Ling Yu didn't have the patience to listen to his words, punching him in the face. He didn't intend to kill him with one blow but to make him suffer a blow by blow, to alleviate his pent-up anger. You've killed so many of us, persecuted so many innocents in our country. Why do you think I wouldn't kill you? And why do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? You, second-rate lackeys of the West, think you're superior beings. You believe you are rulers of the world. I spit on you. You are parasites, trash, lower than animals. Doom, doom, doom. Each punch was more satisfying than the last. Tang Ning could only wish for a swift death. His regrets were pouring out now. He never dreamed that his final fate would be so tragic. After a life full of planning and deception, it all became meaningless in the end. He had become a complete joke. Commander, Commander. Until the sound of dust and wind came from behind. A soft hand held him. Ling Yu, having long discarded Tang Ning's headless body, looked up to the sky and sighed. Brothers of the Warwolves, I have finally avenged you. The wind seemed to sense Ling Yu's inner feelings and couldn't help but shed tears. On the other side, Liu Yejian dragged his injured leg and finally got into the car. Luckily, it was his left leg that was injured, which didn't hinder him from driving away from the scene. When he returned to Yanjing, he took out his phone and, looking at the screen showing a document with Tang Ning's fingerprint verification for inheritance, a smirk of excitement and cunning crossed his face. Paying the price of one leg, he gained control of all of Tang Ning's remaining assets. This deal wasn't a loss, but a significant gain. He even profited handsomely. Ling Yu, Qin Mingyu, wait until I consolidate all my forces, then I'll come back to challenge you both. Don't think you've won. Ling Yu, you wait for me to kill you, marry your wife, live in your house, and even raise your kids. Heh, ha ha. After the madness, he quickly gathered his men. Now, dragging a lame leg, he shamelessly claimed to have saved Tang Ning, making Tang Ning's minions even more loyal to him. Returning to Hanqiu, when he woke up, it was already dark. He found himself abandoned on a mountain path near the roadside, with Liu Yejian not bothering to attend to his wounds. Chairman Tang Ning, loyal to the end, despite his pains and swollen head, struggled to get up and limp towards Tang Ning's aid. But when he found Tang Ning, he realized that his master was already a headless corpse. President Tang Ning cried loudly. Zixuan had died, leaving him heartbroken. Huan Yi and Qingniao had also perished, stirring his anger. And now, even President Tang Ning had passed away, leaving him feeling like his fate had crumbled, with emptiness consuming his inner being. He didn't know why he was still alive, until the word seeking revenge burned fiercely in his heart, causing him to gradually turn darker and vengeful. Ling Yu, I will definitely kill you. I will kill you ruthlessly. Fueled by hatred, Hong's eyes turned bloodshot, and in a sudden fit of rage, he unleashed a powerful and violent force, causing explosions all around him. On the other side, Liu Yejian returned to Yanjing with the willow leaf sword the next morning. Ignoring his own injuries, he deliberately appeared disheveled, using Tang Ning's assistant and heir status to gather the representatives who remained in Yanjing. Assistant Liu, what happened to you? Why are you limping? You were fine yesterday. Everyone was surprised and worried, sensing a foreboding feeling. Liu Yejian sobbed uncontrollably, lamenting, "It's all my fault, my skills were lacking. I failed to save my master last night." Shocked, the group inquired about President Tang's well-being and Ling Yu's actions. Zhao Limai, a representative who voted for Tang Ning, exclaimed, "President Tang is a brilliant strategist and a martial arts expert. How could someone like Ling Yu possibly have killed him?" Many were astounded upon hearing about Tang Ning's formidable martial skills. As Liu Yejian continued to reveal details of Tang Ning's death and Ling Yu's strength, the group reacted with anger and determination to avenge Tang Ning. United in their resolve, they pledged to fight against Ling Yu and his accomplices, even with the odds stacked against them. After the meeting, Liu Yejian wasted no time and, accompanied by two loyal followers, headed towards the Morang family compound. They had decided to unite all of Ling Yu's enemies to swiftly eliminate him. Meanwhile, Morang, having closed himself off to cultivate his skills, faced a dilemma as his followers grew anxious about his extended seclusion. Outside, as tensions mounted, the sturdy doors of the seclusion chamber were forcefully kicked open, sending shockwaves through the spectators gathered outside. Jia Xiao is here. A group of people outside immediately gathered around. Even Yuanzu, who was standing nervously on a tree stump, stood up with intense focus in his eyes, staring tightly at Morang. It was obvious that Morang's demeanor had changed from before, and his breath had become cold. "Jia Xiao, have you successfully completed your closed-door cultivation?" Morang, he was the first to ask directly. HMPH. Morang did not directly answer, only looking proud, with a cold snort, his whole demeanor like that of a crooked dragon king. In the next moment, he struck a palm in the air, breaking a large tree in the yard. "What the heck?" Yuanzu on the tree cursed silently. Why did this guy have to show off by breaking the tree he was standing on? It forced him to jump to another tree stump. Wow. Some of Morang's family members and other relatives immediately got excited. Jia Xiao's power now is overturning the heavens. Yes. Breaking a tree from a distance, the internal force being released, is really too strong. Do you see that? Do you see that? Jia Xiao has cultivated the reverse dragon scripture. Now he is truly invincible. In the future, there will be no more non-Morang, but the North Wolf King. Only our Morang family will dominate the martial world. Some of these people were deliberately flattering Morang, while others had low cultivation levels and knowledge, so they believed it and also enthusiastically praised him. For a moment, Morang was being praised to the skies again. "Morang," he also said, in surprise, "Jia Xiao, it seems you have mastered the power of the reverse dragon scripture." In fact, Morang, he was very clear in his heart that internal cultivation techniques needed to be seamlessly integrated with the techniques to truly unleash their power. Purely releasing internal force outward might be more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but its effectiveness in actual combat was limited. Therefore, Morang's current strength had definitely improved. But in terms of qualitative leaps, he speculated there might not be much yet. Other experts like Su Ziai also believed this. Morang's current internal force and the martial arts of the Morang family were definitely incompatible. Insisting on cultivating this way would only make him deviate from the norm, with limited increases in strength. Of course, This was all speculation, and the true verification might only come when Mu Rongqia encounters a real high-level expert. However, Mu Rongqia was feeling very good at the moment, standing with folded arms, exuding an air more masterful than Master Ma, squinting and saying, "Naturally, I have achieved it. Ling Yu's martial arts moves were no match for my before. He just used internal force to oppress me a bit more forcibly. But if he dares to be oppressive now, it's seeking death in front of me." Excitedly, Mu Rongqia struck out fiercely again, and Yuanziu, who had just stabilized himself on that tree, was sent flying again. What the heck? Yuanziu had no choice but to jump again, this time simply leaving the Mu Rong family. His cultivation was naturally not as good as Mu Rongqian's, but he had a clearer perspective and felt that Mu Rongqia forcibly integrating the Yuan family's techniques with the reverse dragon scripture might not work. At least Yuanziu did not believe it would enable Mu Rongqia to easily suppress Ling Yu. Especially he knew that Ling Yu was a true martial arts genius who would not remain stagnant in his level. Just as Yuanziu left, the willow leaf sword arrived at the Mu Rong family. Upon entering the yard, he heard a group of people praising Mu Rongqia as if he were a star in the star sect of Yanjing. However, the willow leaf sword was still leaning on his cane and, under the protection of the two high-level experts left behind by Tang Ning, walked up to Mu Rongqia to congratulate him. "Tia shout, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. HMPH, why have you come?" Mu Rongqia was even more arrogant now, 10 times more so than before. Of course, his arrogance stemmed from his martial arts, which had improved further, and with so many people praising him, it was hard for him not to be proud. Besides, he actually knew that the willow leaf sword had deliberately dangled half of the reverse dragon scripture in front of him to have him deal with Ling Yu. Because of this, he had been humiliated by Ling Yu many times. Now that he had mastered his techniques, he no longer needed anything from the willow leaf sword, so his attitude towards him was quite unfriendly. "I heard that Chia Xiao came out of seclusion today, so I came to congratulate you." Despite his disability, the willow leaf sword still arched his hand and said, "I also came to discuss cooperation with you." "Cooperation? What kind of cooperation?" Mu Rongqia asked, knowing full well what the answer would be. Of course, to kill Ling Yu, to avenge President Tang, as well as Su Huo and the others he killed. The willow leaf sword suddenly said with gritted teeth. "What? Tang Ning was also killed by him? That guy Ling Yu has really overstepped his bounds. Thinking he's invincible, able to do as he pleases." The Mu Rong family and their group of people were soon surprised and started discussing. Mu Rong, he also joked, "Oh, Willow assistant, you're in such a sorry state now." In his mind, he added, like a mourning dog. Only Mu Rongqia gave a cold smile, saying, "HMPH, to kill a mere Ling Yu, I can handle it easily on my own. No need to cooperate with anyone." This, the two men behind the willow leaf sword were immediately surprised. The willow leaf sword hadn't expected that after Mu Rongqia came out of seclusion, he had become so arrogant. Had he forgotten how he had been humiliated by Ling Yu before? At that moment, another person arrived in the yard, and a pleasant voice could be heard saying, "Indeed, the entire dragon country knows that Non-Mu Rong and the North Volve King are equally famous. When dealing with Ling Yu, of course, it should be Chia Xiao alone, otherwise even if Ling Yu is defeated and killed, it won't be honorable." Looking in that direction, it turned out to be Mu Rong Xia with people from the Zhao family. It's Xia sister. Mu Rongqia didn't show any politeness to the willow leaf sword, but was quite respectful to this one of the four great beauties, speaking differently and inquiring, "What business does sister come to the Mu Rong family for?" "I'm here to show concerns for Chia Xiao coming out of seclusion." Mu Rong Xia also understood Mu Rongqian's mentality, smiling and saying, "Seeing you reborn once again, sister can rest assured. It seems that you can definitely kill Ling Yu and avenge your brother-in-law without any problem." "Humph, that's natural." Mu Rongqia still could not hide his pride. "Well, 3 days from now, it will be the Battle of Chia Wan Mountain. I look forward to you defeating Mo Yin first, vindicating the martial world of the dragon country, then killing Ling Yu to avenge your brother-in-law and the deceased members of the Mu Rong family." Mu Rongqia's eyes also turned cold. Although the order she spoke was different from what Mu Rongqia was thinking, in front of everyone, Mu Rongqia nodded, accepting it as a promise. Mu Rong Xia had actually come to invite Mu Rongqia to collaborate with the Zhao family to kill Ling Yu together. But now seeing how high Mu Rongqian's stance was, She could only say so. Anyway, if Morang Jia still couldn't defeat Ling Yu at that time, he would have to work with others. Well then, Chia Xiao, sister will take her leave for now. Morang Xie then looked at the willow leaf sword, and proactively said, Mr. Liu, I heard that your master, Mr. Tang Ning, was also killed by Ling Yu. Zhao's family head is also prepared to discuss this matter. How about you come to the Jia family? We can have a good chat and see how we can help Mr. Liu. Thank you, Miss Morang. Then I will be disrespectful. The willow leaf sword arched his hands. Even if with one leg broken, he still managed to show graceful demeanor in front of the beautiful lady. Upon entering Mu Ranqi's car, Liu Yijian's hands began to act restless. Ms. Liu, please behave yourself, Mu Ranqi instructed at first, putting on a dignified and untouchable demeanor. The aura of the ice beauty was not something any man could resist, especially with those cold eyes that seemed capable of freezing someone in an instant. However, Liu Yijian, dragging his injured body, remained unaffected. He did not even look into her eyes, but instead tightly held her slender waist. His hands became increasingly restless. Mr. Liu, please stop. Mu Ranqi's protests grew more intense. Even the driver couldn't help but turn his head. What are you looking at? Focus on driving, or I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Liu Yijian immediately threatened the driver coldly. Startled, the driver turned back to focus on driving. Oh Jian, you are so naughty. Mu Ranqi's voice started changing, clearly showing signs of the ice melting and a flame of passion igniting within her. If men are not bad, how will you women love them? Liu Yijian's smile at the corner of his mouth grew more mischievous, exuding an air of insidiousness that Mu Ranqi found hard to resist. Liu Yijian's hands became more and more daring, even reaching places he shouldn't. He understood that Zhao Wuxian couldn't possess this woman's body because he wasn't bad enough, even if he was considered thoroughly bad by Zhao Wuxian and his sister. But to truly embrace the darkness, one had to be like Liu Yijian, especially when it came to women. Since Jin Mingyu married Ling Yu and bore a child for him, Liu Yijian had firmly believed that there were no saintly or virtuous women in this world. Only women driven by their worldly desires. If you could please them or force them to submit, they would yield more than anyone else, just like Mu Ranqi at that moment. A woman nearing 30, with normal physical needs, how could she not crave the touch of a man? But Liu Yijian felt confident, unaware that Mu Ranqi was simply a connoisseur of beauty and strength. If not for inheriting Tang Ning's immense power and having a better appearance than Zhao Wuxian, she could have easily crippled him. The two entwined in the car, their backs to the driver, whispering and teasing each other. The driver, feeling embarrassed, refrained from turning around and instead fantasized about them through the rearview mirror. He deliberately slowed down and chose a route away from the city to avoid disturbing the two. As they neared Zhao's residence, Mu Ranqi quickly sat up, adjusting her clothes and coldly remarked, Mr. Liu, you are truly naughty. If Zhao Wuxian finds out, he won't spare you. Ha ha, then I'll make sure he never finds out. Liu Yijian responded, clearly understanding the implications of Mu Ranqi's words. Not only that, Mu Ranqi playfully asked, oh, and how will you ensure he doesn't find out? By sending him several layers deeper into hell. Liu Yijian laughed. Unexpectedly, Mu Ranqi's expression turned cold. One layer isn't enough. Let's add at least 17 more. TSK. Liu Yijian couldn't help but tease. They say a woman's heart is most venomous. And that seems true. Are you afraid then? Mu Ranqi stared at him, smiling coldly. More like a scorpion than the Scorpion King himself. Of course, I'm afraid. I fear you're not venomous enough. Liu Yijian attempted to provoke Mu Ranqi further, trying to touch her chin, but she coldly swatted his hand away. Mr. Liu, we're about to arrive at the Zhao residence. Please behave. The main host should be waiting for us inside. Mu Ranqi's attitude towards Liu Yijian noticeably changed to a more formal tone. After regaining composure, she seemed like an entirely different woman from before. Very well. Lead the way. Liu Yijian also put on a gentlemanly facade. As they stepped out of the car, they maintained a distance of over a meter, portraying an image of professionalism and formality. Soon, Mu Ranqi led Liu Yijian into the Zhao family's main hall, where Zhao Yuanzhao and a group of influential individuals were waiting for them. Mr. Liu, you've worked hard. Zhao Yuanzhao warmly greeted them and inquired, I heard you were injured while protecting my brother-in-law. How are you feeling now? Do you need me to arrange for a renowned doctor for you? Thank you for your concern, Mayor Zhao, but it's not necessary for now. Liu Yejian pretended to be moved. My master met a tragic end at the hands of Ling Yu. I am determined to avenge him by killing Ling Yu. Zhao Yuanzhao observed him for a while before nodding affirmatively. Tang Ning is my brother-in-law and a valued partner of our Zhao family. He has made significant contributions to the Dragon Country Business Council. As the mayor of Yanjing, I must bring Ling Yu to justice, both for personal and public reasons. His statement ignited the passion of the others in the hall. Yes, Ling Yu must be killed. He crippled my son. He killed our family members. That devil, relying on force, wreaks havoc in Yanjing City. We must quench the public outrage by eliminating him. These people were all influential figures in Yanjing. Ling Yu had previously dealt with their relatives at Mu Ranqi's mansion. Later, during the major battle at the Nongong's residence, they had also sent people to besiege Ling Yu. Unfortunately, their people ended up dead or injured, while Ling Yu remained unscathed, thriving even more. Can you imagine how frustrating that must be for them? Consequently, they often turned to Zhao Yuanzhao, hoping the mayor could provide them justice. Liu Yejian couldn't help but take a discreet glance at Mu Ranqi. It was at that moment he truly sighed, realizing the depth of a woman's scheming heart. The trap she laid for Ling Yu had backfired, ensnaring him further to the point of no return. Ling Yu provoked the wrong woman, sealing his own fate. Sensing his gaze, Mu Ranqi felt a sense of satisfaction, but maintained a neutral expression. Mr. Liu, as the rightful heir of Tang Ning and his assistant, surely you are resourceful. Since we are all gathered here with a common enemy, why don't you come up with a plan? Zhao Yuanzhao suggested, subtly passing on the responsibility to Liu Yejian to come up with a strategy. If Mayor Zhao holds me in such high regard, I will dare to propose a plan. Liu Yejian wasted no time in responding. In 3 days' time, it will be the day when Mover Yin challenges the last of the 8 masterful mentors on Changwan Mountain. Zipeng will also replace Zhang Ping and lead the officials of the Dragon Country to the Purple Golden Temple on Changwan Mountain for a prayer ceremony. As far as I know, Ling Yu has been on a mission in the north, protecting Zipeng. He will surely be present on Changwan Mountain as well. Therefore, let us join forces and hold a grand meeting of exterminating wolves and tigers on Changwan Mountain. His words resounded in the grand hall, striking a chord with everyone present. This was precisely what they had gathered at the Zhao residence, eager to achieve today, exterminating wolves in private and tigers in public. Okay. Then under the hosting of Assistant Liu and Mayor Zhao, let's hold a summit to slaughter wolves and slaughter tigers. Unity. We must kill Ling Yu. Kill Ling Yu. Get rid of Mo Yin. The group of people raised their arms in support. Since Assistant Liu proposed it, then Assistant Liu, you can be the host. I will support you. Mayor Zhao was very low-key and didn't want to be the host at all. Assistant Liu naturally understood the cunning thoughts of this old fox. To succeed in such a matter, it would be fine if Mayor Zhao was elected as the national leader, but if it failed, Ling Yu would hold him accountable, and he would be in big trouble. Not to mention, Mo Yin was still his nominal brother-in-law. Mayor Zhao would definitely not come forward in such matters. However, Assistant Liu understood this well. The bow had been drawn and there was no turning back, so since everyone was in favor of his proposal and elected him as the host, he had to take on this responsibility. Okay, since it is like this and time is running out, I will be the host of this summit to slaughter wolves and slaughter tigers. Assistant Liu naturally took the lead and even shouted, our goal is to ensure that these 2 individuals cannot leave Changwan Mountain alive that day, as the entire Yanjing city will have weapon control that day, especially on Changwan Mountain, where even metal objects, knives, and even liquids exceeding 300 megaliters are not allowed to be brought up. We can only bring people, and the number is limited, so everyone must bring elite fighters. Okay. My Liu family has an S-class warrior and an S-class warrior. I will make sure they go up the mountain and follow your orders. Immediately someone volunteered. After the first person volunteered, others also eagerly signed up. My Zhu family will send 2 S-class warriors. Although my Chen family doesn't have many masters, we have a good number of them, with 7 or 8 A+ warriors. After a round of sign-ups, the total number of warriors reached an astonishing 157. And this was before the Zhao family had even made a statement. It is important to note that when these people are combined, their overall strength exceeds that of all the participants in the Southern Peak competition put together. However, This was still not enough, so Assistant Liu looked towards Mayor Zhao. Mayor Zhao immediately made a statement. Assistant Liu, I have promised to support you, so it will definitely be strong support. Unfortunately, the two nearly double S-class super instructors from the Zhao family have already been killed by Ling Yu. I can only send out top-notch S+ experts. As for those below S, we have as many as we need, but it may take up the mountain slots. Okay, as long as Mayor Zhao has said this, it is enough. Assistant Liu immediately said, Mayor Zhao represents the attitude of the Zhao family, and I represent the attitude of the Tang family. With our two families leading, the Morang family will definitely join in. Along with everyone present, we can say that the entire Yanjing force, the top warriors of the entire Dragon Kingdom, will all participate in this summit to slaughter wolves and slaughter tigers. Ling Yu must die, and Mo Yin must be defeated. Ling Yu must die, Mo Yin must be defeated. Everyone followed Assistant Liu's lead and raised their arms in agreement. Hatred and self-interest tightly bound these people together. Only Mayor Zhao had some special thoughts, but taking down Ling Yu was a top priority for him. Being able to use this group of people without taking the lead was a welcome opportunity for him. Assistant Liu, you are really imposing now. You are a popular figure in Yanjing, and even throughout the whole country. After the meeting concluded, Morang Xieqi also represented the Zhao family to escort Assistant Liu out. This time, Morang Xieqi took the initiative to praise Assistant Liu. At just over 30 years old, being able to achieve such a high position, you are definitely the #1 figure in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. This scene was watched closely by a certain man hidden in the Zhao family through monitoring. Miss Morang, if you praise me like this, I will be floating. As soon as he left the Zhao family, Assistant Liu dropped his facade and casually patted Morang Che's buttocks. Morang Xieqi immediately trembled as if electrified, and quickly looked around. Although no one was there, she had a sense that invisible eyes were watching her. Assistant Liu deliberately groaned in pain. Morang Xieqi hurriedly stepped forward to support him, asking, Assistant Liu, are you okay? Seizing the opportunity, Assistant Liu put his arm around her waist. It must be said that holding the waist of one of the four big beauties felt really good. After sniffing her fragrance, he smiled and said, There's nothing wrong, just my leg is broken, so a bit inconvenient. Morang Che's driver, as before, lowered his head to sneak a glance but pretended not to know anything. There are many rumors or widows or involved, especially since Morang Xieqi is one of the four beauties of Yanjing. It is impossible for her to live as a widow for the rest of her life. Thus, the driver understood this scene very well. Then let me take Assistant Liu back. Morang Xieqi still had some concerns. With people coming and going from the Zhao family, she was afraid of gossip. Even though ordinary people wouldn't dare talk nonsense about her and Assistant Liu. Okay, I'll trouble Miss Morang. Assistant Liu had never called her Mrs. Zhao. In his eyes, this woman had never belonged to Mayor Zhao. At this moment, in the large Zhao family mansion, Mo Shu, with a stumbling gait due to a lame leg but possessing profound skills, rushed to a separate house. Inside, Zhao Wuji was practicing calligraphy, completely focused, without lifting his head. Zhao Wuji, at this time of day, you can still focus on calligraphy. You can really remain calm. Mo Shu exclaimed. Zhao Wuji replied with a smile without lifting his head. What else can I do if I can't control myself? With such a big event like the summit to slaughter wolves and slaughter tigers, even this young family head of mine has been left out. What do you expect me, this puppet, to do? Huh, you already knew? Mo Shu was puzzled. This matter had just been discussed, yet Zhao Wuji already knew about it. I said I guessed it. Do you believe me? Zhao Wuji finally looked up and pushed his glasses. Hey, what does it matter if it was a guess or not? The important thing is that I saw something else exciting. Without waiting for Zhao Wuji's curious inquiry, Mo Shu approached him and said, Just now, Morang Xieqi escorted Assistant Liu out. TSK. What a good buddy. As soon as Assistant Liu left, he couldn't help but amuse himself with your sister-in-law's buttocks. TSK. I can't even imagine how comfortable he must have felt. I wish I could do that too someday. Zhao Wuji just smiled casually. He knew that this guy Mo Shu had no decency. Suddenly, thinking of something, Zhao Wuji threw down his brush and ordered Mo Shu, if you want to see something more exciting, come out with me now. What's more exciting? Mo Shu had to go with him whether he liked it or not. No matter how he asked, Zhao Wuji just smiled mysteriously, pretending to be secretive, leaving Mo Shuiching with curiosity. In another separate house of the Zhao family, when Mayor Zhao returned from the meeting, he found a man waiting for him inside. Seeing this man, Mayor Zhao couldn't help but frown coldly and say, "Do you want to die? How dare you barge in here uninvited? Father, I can't take it anymore." The man was a bit emotional, approaching Zhao Yuanchan and pleading, "Just let me live, otherwise my head will turn completely green." The man was none other than Zhao Wuxian. On the night when Ling Yu came to kill him, Zhao Yuanchan had already anticipated the situation, arranging for someone else to die in his place and ordering him to hide from then on. Without his orders, he must not show his face, just for a woman. Zhao Yuanchan was very displeased with his behavior, rebuking him angrily. "The whole country will be yours in the future. What woman do you not have?" "Father, I understand, but I just can't endure it anymore." Zhao Wuxian's eyes were bloodshot, his entire being seeming to be filled with air. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Even after Zhao Wuji returned to the Zhao family, Zhao Yuanchan still kept him hidden in the Zhao family. Although he didn't step out of the house, through electronic technology, he could observe everything inside and outside the house. That's why these days he could see clearly everything that Morang Xieqi had done. Just now, through the Zhao family's monitoring, he saw Liu Yujian touch her buttocks, and even shamelessly embrace her. The two of them even left together in a car. It has been almost 3 years since he married her, and they had never been that intimate before. If he could endure this, he would be a green giant. Even if you can't endure it, you must endure. Zhao Yuanchan once again reminded, even explaining to him in detail, "I intentionally had Zhao Wuji vote for Qin Mingyu before, bringing Tang Ning down. Now that Tang Ning is dead, Yuan will become the head of the country. This way, you can only hand the power back to the Zhao family, as I have completely cut off her other path. And now I still need to use Zhao Wuji. When the time comes I will lead Ling Yu alone to Chuanwang Mountain, using other forces to kill Ling Yu and Xipeng, helping Yuan ascend to the head of the country. After Ling Yu dies, I will push Zhao Wuji out, letting the people on Ling Yu's side kill him as a traitor. From then on, you will have no more competitors and the road ahead will be smooth." Even though Zhao Yuanchan explained clearly, Zhao Wuxian gritted his teeth and said, "Father, I know your plan is very perfect, but, as a man, what's the point of enduring all this hardship for so long? How much meaning will there be if you obtain everything after enduring so much?" "Fool!" Zhao Yuanchan rebuked him. Throughout history, those who achieve great things have all experienced humiliation to the extreme. Liu Bang endured. Liu Zun and Li Chan endured. How can you not endure just because of a woman's actions? Zhao Wuxian gritted his teeth and endured. Although he didn't speak, it was clear in his heart that he did not want to endure. He had heard too many of these motivational talks. He used to be able to endure because he had been hearing these motivational talks all along, but now he was almost immune to them because he had heard too many. "Go back and hide." Zhao Yuanchan warned in anger again. "Otherwise, if Zhao Wuji discovers your existence, you will have to die." Without saying a word, Zhao Wuxian bowed and left with a solemn face. Just as he left the yard, he happened to meet Ziba. Seeing Zhao Wuxian, Ziba looked around nervously and said, "Young Master Wuxian, how dare you come out? It would be a disaster if someone finds out." "Ziba, it's good to meet you. Do you still listen to me?" Zhao Wuxian asked directly. "Young Master Wuxian, how could you say that?" Ziba immediately responded excitedly. "I remember all the years of kindness you've shown me. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you." "All right, then come with me." Zhao Wuxian didn't waste any words, ready to leave the Zhao family. Even though he was angry, he still acted cautiously, wearing a mask before leaving. On the other side, Liu Yujian was getting more and more aggressive. As soon as they got into the car, he embraced Morang's waist as if they were lovers. Truth be told, he had initially only wanted to use this woman, but the charm of the four great beauties was truly extraordinary, and he gradually became infatuated with her body. When a man harbors such thoughts, he will definitely find ways to spend the night with a woman. "Assistant Liu, where are you going?" Morang Xieqi suddenly asked. "The Tang family has been burned down. What business do you have left in Yanjing? Why are you asking such a silly question?" Liu Yujian smirked. "Everything that Tang Ning left behind is now mine. Even the 3rd District's Swan Lake Hotel is mine now." Hearing this, Morang Xieqi couldn't help but admire this man even more. After all, she had married Zhao Wuxian with the hope that he would one day become the head of the Zhao family, making her the powerful woman in the four major families. Now that Liu Yujian had taken control of everything Tang Ning had left behind, he could rival one of the heads of the four major families, and if she remarried him, she could become a woman of real power, no longer just a woman with a title, but no real power. Then, even Tang Yun and Zhao Wenjin wouldn't be able to compare with her, and perhaps even Non-Gong Zhu, the second-tier powerful woman of the Non-Gong family, would not be on her level. Xie, have you ever experienced the most romantic room at Swan Lake? It's a romantic paradise that no woman can resist. Liu Yujian smirked, using a more intimate term of address, no longer calling her miss or madam. You're bad. You can't trick me into going up there. Morang Xie pretended to resist. Liu Yujian directly hugged her dominantly, smirking, if you won't be tricked, I can only forcefully take you up there. Hate it. Although Morang Xie could resist, she pretended to struggle and couldn't break free, allowing this lame-legged man to take her into the hotel. Once inside the room, it was as romantic as entering a dreamy space. Morang Xie, who usually carried an air of sacredness, had turned into a lovesick woman, her heart beating wildly like spring water. Woman, help me bathe. Liu Yujian became even more commanding and domineering, ordering Morang Xie directly. It's worth noting that Zhao Wuxian never dared to speak to her in such a tone, much less ask her to bathe him. Morang Xie, normally untouchable, willingly began undressing Liu Yujian. Then she took off her own clothes. Liu Yujian's smirk grew wider, and he became even rougher. When a slap rebounded off her body and left a handprint, he smirked, "You're a woman. Your figure is impeccable. You're too much." Morang Xie shied away, saying, "It hurts, is that so?" Liu Yujian not only showed no pity, but he also grabbed her hair, forcibly kissed her, and said, "But I like it this way, what can you do about it?" An incredibly complex feeling arose in Morang Xie's heart. Although she wanted to be angry, under his unwavering dominance, she naturally and willingly succumbed. Doom. Just as the two were about to begin, the room's door was forcefully kicked open by an angry person. What? Morang Xie was frightened. You see, she was almost naked now. Her flawless body of pure white jade was extremely valuable. How could she let others see it casually? She quickly picked up her clothes to cover herself, but the next moment, she stopped all her movements out of surprise and fear, because the man standing outside was no one else but her supposedly deceased husband. Zhao Wuxian. You're still alive. Morang Xie trembled. Zhao Wuxian was both angry and greedy, as he looked up and down at her flawless body, and then he was about to explode in anger. He endured not touching this superb artwork for 3 years, and now she was out there opening rooms with some wild man. He was burning with jealousy. Morang Xie, you fickle woman, so you've been pretending for the past 3 years. Zhao Wuxian pointed at her, stepping forward step by step, scolding loudly. Little Eight behind him also greedily took a few more glances. After all, she was one of the four beauties of Yanjing. How many men dreamed of her body? TSK. This figure, this proportion, this skin, this curvature ... truly perfect. No wonder so many men were fascinated by her. Morang Xie was not an ordinary woman, and she quickly realized, hastily correcting her panic, randomly putting on her coat, refusing to let men look at her anymore. But this action further infuriated Zhao Wuxian, so her body could be seen by that cripple surnamed Liu, but not by her legitimate husband. Damn it! Morang Xie, I'm going to kill you. Zhao Wuxian's anger flared, rushing towards her, wanting to strangle her. However, he had overlooked a crucial fact. He was no match for Morang Xie at all, as he was kicked down by her in an instant, pointing at him and cursing back. Zhao Wuxian, don't blame others for your own shortcomings. If you can't have me, blame yourself, not others. Zhao Wuxian's eyes widened in shock. I've always told you, I don't like trash. Morang Xie said confidently, I said, when you become the head of one of the four major families or a man of higher status, I will willingly be with you. But have you achieved it? You even faked your death to deceive me. I thought you were dead, and you were with men more capable than you. Was I wrong? Her words of righteousness left Zhao Wuxian speechless. Liu Yejian stood behind Morang Xie, sneering disgustedly. The former Liu Yejian was just a young master of a commercial family in Yuncheng, although rich, but compared to the young masters, even heirs of the four major families in Yanjing, he was nothing. Zhao Wuxian used to be someone he looked up to, but now in his eyes, he was just a loser, a damn loser. Even his wife was being used by him. This sense of achievement was unparalleled for Li Yijian, a reward for his past behavior, cementing his toxic mindset. After a while, Zhao Wuxian finally reacted, angrily ordered Little 8 behind him. Little 8, what are you standing there for? Help me break this adulterer's legs. Subdue this unfaithful woman. I'm going to teach her how to be someone's wife today. Yes, Master Wuxian. Little 8 remained calm, waiting for his orders. Now he was going to attack Li Yijian. Dealing with Tang Ning's disciple, who was even a cripple, he was confident of victory. But when Little 8 moved to attack Li Yijian, Morang expectedly attacked him. After a few exchanges, they were evenly matched. Little 8 was an S+ level expert, but he could not defeat this woman. Madam, if you persist like this, don't blame me for being uncivil. Little 8's eyes became serious. He acknowledged Morang's martial arts skills were deeply rooted in the essence of the Morang family. In terms of martial arts, he might not be able to beat her, but he was a real combat expert, and in a life and death battle, he was confident of coming out on top. I won't allow you to touch Assistant Liu. Morang wasn't going to back down. Liu Yijian stood behind her, looking even more pleased, not uttering a word, his provocative eyes almost driving Zhao Wuxian crazy. Little 8, no more nonsense. Kill that adulterer. Get rid of them. Zhao Wuxian roared once again. This time, Little 8 acted seriously, his hands turning into claws as he lunged like an eagle towards the vital points of Li Yijian. Morang was truly frightened. If it were in an open arena, she had various ways to deal with this move, but in the ruin, trying to protect the man behind her, she was momentarily at a loss. Be careful. Liu Yijian heroically sprung into action, grabbing Morang and holding her in his arms. With his other hand, he used a technique to counter Little 8. The clash between the two ensued. Although Little 8 felt quite uncomfortable, he managed to tear open Liu Yijian's arm, and blood splattered onto Morang's exquisitely beautiful face. Ah, Jian. Morang exclaimed immediately. The concerned look on his face made Zhao Wuxian's face turn green. You vile bitch. You adulteress. Zhao Wuxian was about to rush over personally. Little 8 also snorted coldly, ready to tear Liu Yijian apart. However, to their surprise, Morang retaliated, striking him with her palms, while two fists hit him from behind. What's going on? Little 8 was shocked. By the time he realized what was happening, he had blocked Morang's palms, but was struck by iron fists from behind, spewing blood on Morang's face once again as he collapsed. Not only that, he fell on top of Morang Morang was bewildered, her beautiful face losing color. Heh. Little 8, you've finally fallen at my hands. Do you have any last words? Or anything you want to curse me with? Came the words of the ugly man behind him. Mo Shu. You bastard. Attacking by surprise and acting so self-righteously. You shameless bastard. Little 8 didn't even bother to turn around, cursing directly. He was badly injured and didn't want to waste his energy. And he thought, before dying, he hugged the lady one more time, enjoying her tender body, a final comfort. Heh. With my face looking like this, what else is there to say? Mo Shu grinned shamelessly. Zhao Wuxian was trembling with fear, but he ignored Mo Shu, his gaze fixed outside the room. Zhao Wujian pushed his glasses and took slow steps forward. Zhao Wujian, how did you come here? Zhao Wuxian's eyes were full of fear. Morang was the same. She had just found out that Zhao Wuxian was still alive, but it seemed that Zhao Wujian had known all along. Liu Yijian is my friend, so I came to see if he needed my help. Zhao Wujian smiled and said, Ha, Zhao Wujian, don't say it like that. Clearly, I've been helping you all along. Otherwise, how would you have had the opportunity to take down your archenemy today? Rumble. Zhao Wuxian's expression was as if thunder had struck on a clear day. His shocked look was absolutely brilliant. All right. You despicable person. So, you intentionally set me up to make me jump down? Zhao Wuxian pointed angrily at Morang who was still lying on the ground. I. Morang hurriedly pushed away Little 8, who was badly injured and spitting blood, and tried to explain. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wuxian harshly slapped her across the face. Morang held her burning cheek, momentarily speechless. Clearly, at that moment, She was feeling guilty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to dodge the hit. "Don't hit my woman." Li Yi's sword was quick to seize the opportunity, immediately supporting Morang with one hand on her. This action, undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. "Damn it, I'll kill you shameless bastards." Zhao Wuxian reached for his gun, but Li Yi's sword swiftly backhanded him, causing him to spin around and fall to the ground. "Ches Chos is the right one. You, this spineless man, lack intelligence and physical strength." Li Yi's sword smirked. "If you didn't have the favor of the Zhao family's elders, you wouldn't even measure up to a dog. Why do you think you can fight against Lord Wuji?" Seeing Zhao Wuxian trying to struggle on the ground, Zhao Wuji slowly walked over, placing his foot on his face. Adjusting his glasses, he chuckled. "Zhao Wuxian, didn't see this coming, did you? Everything was orchestrated by me. Playing dead tricks are ineffective in front of me. Zhao Wuji, you loser. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me." Before Zhao Wuxian could finish his tough talk, Zhao Wuji directly stepped on his face and slowly trampled on it. His face was getting deformed under the pressure, but he wouldn't die immediately. "Zhao Wuxian, Miss Morang's decision to not choose you is wise. Your entire being is weak, with only your mouth being strong. Even facing death, you still have the nerve to speak such words." Zhao Wuji mockingly added. "Li Yi's sword is right about you. You are a complete waste, oblivious to the consequences of associating with a destructive beauty. Even with your father's constant assistance, you have ruined everything for a woman. I really want to see the expression on father's face when he sees your severed head on the ground." Upon hearing these words, Morang's expression became extremely complicated, unsure of what she was feeling. Was she just a pawn in the hands of men who were scheming for power, and trusting herself to him? Would he not cherish her anymore after this? Zhao Wuxian, struggling like a dying fish, was still making feeble attempts to resist, but his mouth was skewered, making it impossible to produce a normal sound. "Can't speak?" Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and coldly smirked. "Don't worry, I understand everything you want to say and think in your heart. Feeling resentful about not being able to kill me with your own hands. Thinking about threatening me, knowing that if I kill you, father will avenge you." Zhao Wuxian fell silent, his angry eyes reflecting fear. Only now did he realize the kind of enemy he had been facing all along. With Zhao Yuanzhang, Morang and the family elders guiding him in the past, Zhao Wuji's cleverness and strategies were hampered. Now, having ignored his father's advice and even having his wife manipulated by others, he was no match for Zhao Wuji. "Hey, it's satisfying," Mo Shu also sneered. "For many years, watching this useless fool strut around with Evolve, showing off in front of us. I've been holding back for so long. Today I can finally let it all out." With that, he viciously kicked Little 8 lying on the ground. Little 8, although severely injured, had managed to catch his breath while the two brothers were speaking and suddenly grabbed Mo Shu's leg. In the next moment, he unleashed all his strength in an attempt to smack Zhao Wuji to death. "What?" Zhao Wuji was completely caught off guard, momentarily confused. Intelligence is sometimes useless in the face of brute force. Fortunately, just in time, Mo Shu positioned himself to shield Zhao Wuji. With a loud bang, all three fell to the ground. "Master Wuxian, run!" Little 8, clearly at his limit, shouted as he summoned an unknown strength. "Fight on with all your might. You can definitely defeat Zhao Wuji with all your might." Zhao Wuxian reacted, despite the excruciating pain racking his body, and struggled to get up. Li Yi's sword, eager to dispose of Zhao Wuji, was about to move in, but Zhao Wuji shouted, "I will kill him with my own hands." Only then did Li Yi's sword halt his actions. Mo Shu also got up, delivering a punch that sent Little 8 flying out of the 19th floor window. Seeing his loyal Little 8 being thrown out, Zhao Wuxian felt a surge of anger in his chest. The next moment, realizing he couldn't escape, he jumped out the window without a care for his life. "Damn it!" Zhao Wuji hurried to the window, only to see an endless night and the rustling night breeze blowing incessantly into his heart. Though he knew that Zhao Wuxian's fall would be fatal, not being able to personally finish him off left a tinge of regret. "Ha ha! Lord Wuji, didn't expect you to have miscalculated too." Li Yi's sword limped over crookly, chuckled, and remarked. Zhao Wuji remained silent. "Damn, I didn't expect Little 8, that dog, to be so loyal. He does have some merits after all." Mo Shu, switching gears abruptly, utterly despised Little 8, considering him utterly useless, but the display of loyalty moments ago was noteworthy. Mr. Liu, thanks for your help. I'll be leaving now. Zhao Wuji understood that the appearance of two corpses would soon cause quite a stir, and it wasn't safe to linger. Don't mention it. What relationship do we have anyway? Liu Yisord smiled, emphasizing, we're always the best of friends. Zhao Wuji and Mo Shu turned and walked away, completely ignoring Morang Xieqi the entire time. Morang Xieqi trembled, feeling like a mere vase and a pawn in front of these men. Despite her ambitions to ascend the throne with the help of men, she now realized that she was no match for their political maneuvers. Xieqi, don't worry, I'll handle things. Liu Yisord approached to console her, embracing her, and even seemed inclined to continue with advances. Assistant Liu, given what happened tonight, I'm leaving now. Morang Xieqi, with mixed emotions, hastily fixed her clothes and left the scene. Watching her depart, Liu Yisord's lips curled into a slight smile. Down at the hotel entrance, Mo Shu quickly examined the bodies, taking risks before the police arrived, then rushed to the car to report to Zhao Wuji. Hey, Zhao Wuji, Zhao Wuxian is definitely dead. No skin mask this time, it should be real. Then let's go back. Go back? Go back where? Mo Shu widened his eyes, asking, you've planned to eliminate Zhao Wuxian. Do you still want to return to the Zhao family to enjoy the wealth and luxury? Aren't you afraid that old fox Zhao Yuanzhang will come after you? I just want to see what he will do. Zhao Wuji's expression was solemn, devoid of the usual confidence in his strategies. He believed that a tiger won't eat its cubs, but he also feared a husband without poison. When Zhao Wuji returned to the Zhao family, he already heard discussions about the events of tonight inside the mansion. Have you heard? Someone fell from the building at the Mandarin Duck Hotel. It's young Master Wuxian and Xiaoba. What? How could this happen? Wasn't young Master Wuxian killed by Ling Yu long ago? Yes, but he has come back to life, so now the authorities are unsure how to handle this. As Zhao Wuji walked by, these discussions immediately stopped. Young Master Wuji, the master of the house requests your presence in his study. Shortly after, Earl Bo appeared in front of Zhao Wuji. Hello, Zhao Wuji. Best of luck to you. The Mo Shu behind him seemed to take pleasure in the situation, grinning and saying, I hope to see you alive tomorrow. Zhao Wuji just smiled casually and followed Earl Bo. In the study, he saw Zhao Yuanzhang looking at the screen. Master, young Master Wuji is here. Okay, you may leave. Do not let anyone disturb us, father and son. Yes, Master. Earl Bo exited. Zhao Wuji's expression was uncertain, and only someone who was not careful enough would not notice the words father and son. Zhao Yuanzhang's previous sentence did not need these two words, but he added them. Was there a special meaning to it? Wuji, did you do what happened tonight? Zhao Yuanzhang asked without looking up. There was no expression, like a night with no end. Father, I do not know what you are referring to. Zhao Wuji bowed and replied. Zhao Yuanzhang finally looked up at him. You finally killed Wuxian. After this battle that lasted over 20 years, you emerged victorious. So father has always been acting as a match official? Zhao Wuji asked immediately. Yes. Although my judgment has been biased, I will support the victor, Zhao Yuanzhang said, standing up. Zhao Wuji still could not see through him, unsure if he was sincere or not. Wuji, your outstanding performance has earned my admiration. You used your strength to change my prejudices successfully. Zhao Yuanzhang suddenly smiled, looking relieved. You knew that Wuxian was not dead, and even set up a plan to lure him out and kill him. This kind of strength is what our Zhao family needs the most. Father, aren't you worried about my position? Zhao Wuji replied. I have said before, I have chosen to believe in you a long time ago. Zhao Yuanzhang said confidently. I also trust my own judgment. You will always be surnamed Zhao, and the Zhao family can be handed over to you. Zhao Wuji did not know if he was sincere. He just bowed and said, Thank you, Father. Well, since I have chosen to believe in you, do not doubt me anymore. Zhao Yuanzhang turned around, not facing him. Now that Wuxian is truly dead, you are my only successor. What you need to do, I believe you are clear about it. Zhao Wuji pretended ignorance. Please advise me. Father, no. You are not like Wuxian. You do not need me to point the way. Zhao Yuanzhang said calmly. I have already set the goal for you and paved the path. Whether to walk it or not is up to you. This attitude, this way of speaking, was more difficult to refuse than parental coercion. If he had insisted that Zhao Wuji follow his path, Zhao Wuji might have had concerns if he was being used. But Zhao Yuanzhang's attitude was incomprehensible, leaving Zhao Wuji at a loss. It was because tonight, Zhao Yuanzhang truly felt like his father. After bowing once again, Zhao Wuji left the room. As he left the isolated small house, he encountered the elder and many Zhao family members who previously ignored him. These people seemed to deliberately come across him without avoiding or giving him cold looks, even showing some warmth. Including the elder, who had lost her own son. She did not show any anger or resentment. Zhao Wuji smiled, realizing that the Zhao family was indeed a hell, where everyone only valued power and status. Brother, can we leave now? Zhao Wuji returned to his room and saw Zhao Wenjin. Seeing that his brother did not agree immediately, Zhao Wenjin furrowed his brows. Have you fallen into the trap of power? Does father's words hold such immense power over you? Zhao Wuji just smiled and said, Don't worry, brother, my mind is still clear. Whether we leave or not is not a big deal. Just stay at home, win peace. With that, he went back to his room. Zhao Wenjin sighed, feeling no satisfaction for not killing Wuxian and seeking revenge, overwhelmed by their deep worries. On the other side, in Qianye Forest, Xianji had been undercover here for a month. At first, they hid, but later they killed 2 soldiers and assumed their identities. After many days of investigation, they finally discovered that this stone palace housed nearly 50,000 elite troops. Not only that, they also had advanced weapons and equipment. Today, the gates of the stone palace finally opened, and the troops were set to depart overnight, launching a surprise attack on Yanjing through the mountain road. What should we do? The 2 siblings disguised as soldiers followed along, and Ji quietly said to Z, This group of soldiers is clearly launching an attack on Yanjing before the results of the national election, aiming to control the Dragon Kingdom's political power. We need to find a way to inform Ling Yu. Z nodded, well aware of the gravity of the situation. The hidden Xia family and external forces had been colluding and scheming, with a major figure inside Yanjing directing them. If they could occupy Yanjing, they could control the parliament, alter the election results at will, rendering the election meaningless. When we leave Qianye Forest later, we must swiftly escape under the cover of night, and make sure to inform Ling Yu before the army enters Yanjing. Understood, Z. The 2 siblings made preparations, and as dawn approached the next day, they suddenly leapt away. Despite their speed, they were soon discovered. A general immediately reported to Xia Shang. Unfortunately, Z did not know that he was Lin Qinglan's father. Report to the Lord. 2 spies have infiltrated our army, and they just escaped. What? Xia Shang's expression was one of disbelief. This army was built by him over the years since he retired. With every soldier under his command for at least a few years, how could there be spies? Lord, these 2 infiltrated just last month, with extremely terrifying martial arts prowess. Elder Fu quickly added, Perhaps they have been hiding in the stone palace for this past month, picking up our Xia family's martial arts from the scripture repository. Damn it, no matter how skilled they are, they must not be allowed to reach Yanjing alive, ruining our plans. Xia Shan immediately ordered, Fu, take 36 of our best men and go after and kill those 2. Yes, my lord. Fu immediately signaled and led away the elite 36 riders of the Xia mansion to pursue. The sun rises again. There are 2 more sunrises. It's New Year's Day. As in previous years, the festive atmosphere in Yanjing is already very strong. Ziben will be working in the parliament these 2 days, and in the early morning of New Year's Day, he will lead the parliament officials to the Zijin Temple on Chanwan Mountain to pray for the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Ling Yu also has some leisure time these 2 days and is playing with Qin Mingyu and the children in the garden early in the morning. Mingyu, the child looks so much like you. Ling Yu lifts the child high and says with a smile, when he grows up, he will definitely be more handsome than his dad. Qin Mingyu laughs and covers her mouth, saying, You not only have martial arts skills improved, your flattery skills have also improved. Ha ha, I'm just speaking the truth. Ling Yu laughs and says, Your features are the most delicate. I'm really not intentionally flattering. Qin Mingyu can't help but give him a glare, realizing that this man is her biggest bootlicker. She looks at her son for a while before continuing, I'm afraid he will grow up too delicate. Men, it's better to be more resolute. Well, that viewpoint is also correct. Ling Yu agrees, immediately overturning his previous conclusion. Ha ha, you 2 are quite leisurely today. At this moment, a voice suddenly comes from above. Ling Yu is slightly startled. The fact that someone has come so close without him noticing means that the person's martial arts skills are too high. Next moment, a stooped old man jumps in front of them. "Old drunkard, it's you." Ling Yu walks over immediately. "You were missing for a day and night. I thought someone kidnapped you. Why did you come to find us today?" Qin Mingyu also walks over, feeling that the old drunkard didn't come to them for national affairs. Indeed, the old drunkard didn't want to take up too much of Ling Yu's time. He says directly, "I was taken by Tang Yun for a day, and now she is my daughter." "I see." Ling Yu is not too surprised by this, as he had already guessed. It is Qin Mingyu who is more attentive, asking, "Senior old drunkard, how are you sure she is your daughter?" Ling Yu confirms as well. Only then does the old drunkard say, "Her appearance and sweetness are about 70 to 80% similar to my daughter. And she also has the half-piece of jade pendant that my daughter Zixuan left behind." Jade pendant? Ling Yu suddenly realizes something, and when he sees the half-piece of jade pendant that the old drunkard takes out, he is even more surprised and takes it over to examine carefully. "Ling Yu, what's wrong?" Qin Mingyu asks quickly, seeing his reaction. The old drunkard also senses that something is amiss. Ling Yu immediately says, "This jade pendant belongs to Tang Zixuan." "No. The jade pendant Tang Zixuan wore is the other half." "What?" The old drunkard is very surprised. Qin Mingyu is also shocked. With this revelation, Tang Yun's identity is now in doubt. "I am sure," Ling Yu says to the old drunkard, "I have seen Tang Zixuan wear this jade pendant several times, and even when I treated her, I personally took it off for her. Quick, take me to see Tang Zixuan again." The old drunkard is anxious. After spending a day with Tang Yun, although he is happy that his daughter inherited her mother's beauty, her personality is not like either of them. Rather, Tang Zixuan's temperament is more like Zixuan's. "Fine." Ling Yu immediately makes a call, and not long after, Yexiao brings Tang Zixuan over. Both of them are patients, and their conditions have improved, so they happen to be moving around in this big mansion and come over immediately, and they hear Ling Yu's instructions. Seeing Tang Zixuan again, the old drunkard feels she is more like Zixuan. It's not just about facial features, but a certain endearing quality that is hard to pass on through genetics. "Zixuan, Ling Yu says you also wear a half of this jade pendant. Can you show it to me?" The old drunkard's attitude towards Tang Zixuan is different from his attitude towards Tang Yun. In his heart, he secretly hopes that this gentle girl is his real daughter. "Oh." Tang Zixuan hesitates, her beautiful eyes showing some surprise, before nodding after a while and taking out the half-piece of jade pendant she wears around her neck. This jade pendant is very special, one of a kind, and cannot be faked. The old drunkard takes the jade pendant and, when he puts the two pieces together, they fit perfectly. This is the same jade pendant. Qin Mingyu also makes a conclusion right away. "Zixuan, where did you get this jade pendant?" The old drunkard is stirred up, gently holding her hand, his mind a bit confused. Tang Zixuan doesn't reject the old man but quickly explains, "I have been wearing this jade pendant since I was a child. I don't know where it came from. Later, Tang Ning told me that his elder brother left it on me as a mark of identity. Through this half of a jade pendant, they confirmed my identity." Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu exchange a look, clearly not fully believing Tang Ning's story. The old drunkard is even more agitated, saying, "This is not Tang Ning's elder brothers. This is Tang Ning's sisters. This is Zixuan's jade pendant. It was obtained from somewhere by chance back then." Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu's expressions are priceless. With this revelation, the probability that Tang Zixuan is the old drunkard's daughter increases. However, a problem arises. Who between Tang Yun and Tang Zixuan is the old drunkard's daughter? The old drunkard is equally confused, subconsciously stepping back half a step, unsure of who his real daughter is. How come they both have jade pendants? How come they both look so much like Zixuan? Qin Mingyu nudges Ling Yu. Ling Yu understands and quickly persuades the old drunkard, "Master, let's not be hasty. Nowadays, with advanced technology, a DNA test can quickly reveal the truth, right?" "You are correct." The old drunkard nods immediately. Qin Mingyu approaches and says, "Bring Tang Yun here. I'll arrange for you. In 2 hours we will know who your real daughter is." "Good." The old drunkard is decisive and immediately disappears in a leap. "Impressive," Yexiao exclaims. "Indeed, he is not the master of the chief marshal for nothing. He's like an immortal." Tang Zixuan's expression is complex, showing surprise, suspicion, hesitation, and even a bit of pain. Having lived for more than 20 years, not knowing who her parents are is quite a shock. She has been deceived back and forth. Zixuan, we will have an answer very soon. Don't worry. Ling Yu knows her feelings and rushes over to comfort her. Okay. Tang Zixuan nods, but her heart is still racing uncontrollably, unable to calm down. Qin Mingyu acts promptly as well, immediately informing Zia Shaodi to make arrangements and prepare for DNA testing. With samples from all three, the truth will be revealed. This matter soon attracts the attention of everyone. Before long, the non-Gong siblings, Lin Qingshuan and her mother, even Zhao Wenjin and her siblings, all come to the testing room. After all, the Silver Dragon Gunsane and the first-generation master of Hai Tang are both prominent figures in the Dragon Kingdom, and everyone is curious to find out who their daughter really is. Haha. In my opinion, Tang Yun, that woman, is definitely someone who has had plastic surgery. Nangang Wu laughed and said, after all, each of the four major families produces a beauty, and the Tang family used to have many beauties of high quality. But in her generation, it's lacking. What to do? They can only mold her to look like the most beautiful woman from their Tang family. Haha, you young men are quite imaginative. Mo Shu heard this and laughed along, saying, but I have to admit, it does make sense. With these two men joking around, many others at the scene also began to make guesses like that. Liu Rushui further added, exactly, a woman with that kind of personality. How could she have such a perfect face? She looks around 70 to 80% similar to the first-generation Haodong master, not even close to her biological daughter. I support Tang Zixuan being the real daughter of the old drunkard. Many nodded in agreement. After all, Tang Zixuan is sweet and lovable. Tang Yun is a beauty with a snake-like personality, and the old drunkard is on their side, so of course everyone hopes that Tang Zixuan is his daughter. Ling Yu also thinks the same way, but everything needs to be proven with evidence. As the discussion became more heated, Tang Yun's voice came from the doorway. You people are shameless, lacking manners, so casually accusing others of having had plastic surgery. Come on. Find a professional doctor to check if I have had any surgery or injections of hyaluronic acid. The chatter disappeared instantly. Everyone looked towards the door where the old drunkard and Tang Yun entered. Like everyone else, Ling Yu also stared at this woman as if seeing her for the first time. Honestly, you may not like this woman or her snake-like personality, but her face is indeed all natural. Ling Yu could tell at a glance. Haha, who cares if you've had surgery or not? Nangang Wu didn't show any respect to this woman either, continuing to laugh. Let's just test the DNA directly. Now that the Tang family is gone, if you're not my master's daughter, how can you be one of the four beauties? That's right. By then, Tang Zixuan will be one of the four beauties, and you'll just be a nobody. Haha. Mo Shu's words were even harsher. The two of them taunting her made Tang Yun almost bare her fangs. She angrily said, Humph, I'll beat your faces to a pulp later. And Nangang Wu, since I'm your master's daughter, what will you call me in the future? Nangang Wu was startled. This woman was really brimming with self-confidence, unyielding. If she really is the old drunkard's daughter, won't that mean she be one step above him in the future? What a troublesome thought. All right, stop bickering. Let's get started. Qin Mingyu took charge again. As soon as she spoke, medical staff came to collect DNA samples from the three individuals. Mind your mistakes, or I'll make you regret it. Nangang Wu threatened the medical staff. After all, they were under his Nangang family's care. Yes. Young Master Nangang. The medical staff were cautious, ensuring each sample was correctly marked to avoid any mistakes. As they waited for 2 hours, the discussions continued. Arguments between Nangang Wu and Tang Yan were inevitable. Mingyu Qin, Nangang Zhu, Zhao Wenjin, and other attentive women could see that Tang Yan was confident. Indeed, looking 70 to 80% similar to the first-generation Haodong master, it was hard for anyone to believe she wasn't his daughter. Finally, the door to the testing room opened early. The medical staff walked out with the test results in hand. Quick, is this snake-like woman my master's daughter? Nangang Wu asked eagerly, more anxious than the old drunkard. Of course, the old drunkard was very anxious too, but managed to remain composed on the surface. Everyone was on edge, holding their breath as they awaited the results. Only Tang Yan stood confidently, ready to confront and slap Nangang Wu and his companions. The medical staff didn't hold back and immediately reply, Young Master Nangang, According to the test results, Miss Tang Yun and Mr. Chen Fu have no blood relationship at all. Many were surprised by this result, as they weren't prepared to accept it. Everyone was mentally prepared, assuming Tang Yun wasn't related. But this was unexpected. Nang Gongwu burst into mocking laughter. Tang Yun, just admit you've had surgery. You're not from the Haotong master or resemble her. You probably just modeled yourself after her. Ha ha. Tang Yun, clenching her fists, was stunned and agitated. She jumped up, shouting, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must have cheated under Nang Gongwu's orders." She then clung tightly to the old drunkard's arm, saying, "Dad, don't trust them. I am your Yunao. My mom is Tang Xinchen." The old drunkard couldn't attend to her for the moment, more concerned if Tang Zixuan was his daughter. Ling Yu, understanding his thoughts, immediately asked, "What about the results for the other report?" "Report, Mr. Ling." The medical staff responded respectfully. Miss Tang Zixuan and Mr. Chen Fu also have no blood relationship. Now everyone was dumbfounded. If Tang Yun wasn't his daughter, then Tang Zixuan surely must be, right? But to their surprise, neither of them were related. Ling Yu took the two reports and, after matching the results, confirmed that both women had no blood relation to the old drunkard. How can this be? The old drunkard was wide-eyed, clearly unwilling to accept this outcome. The jade pendant was Tang Xinchen's, and both women resembled her. Even without DNA testing, it was evident they were her children. But now, with no blood relations, he feared an alarming possibility. Old drunkard, don't jump to conclusions. Let's get all the facts straight before making any decisions. Qin Mingyu, being the most astute, comforted him immediately. But the more she tried to reassure him, the more everyone's eyes focused on the old drunkard, making him feel more anguished. In the next moment, the old drunkard bellowed to the heavens, "It must be him. I must kill him. I will definitely kill him." The uncontrollable outburst of a saint-tier warrior was no joke, as the entire space was filled with violent whines. Ordinary people couldn't even stand steady. Ling Yu protected his wife first and shouted, "Master, calm down. Keep a clear mind." In the following moment, the old drunkard regained a bit of clarity and transformed into a gust of wind, darting out. "Master! Master!" Ling Yu still wanted to chase after, but Qin Mingyu gently pulled him back, shaking her head at him. The current situation required the old drunkard to calm down by himself. Besides, Ling Yu had a lot on his plate right now, with the crucial battle of Qianwan Mountain just 2 days away. Countless people wanted him dead, and he still had to protect Xi Peng's safety. He absolutely could not afford to be careless at the moment. Ling Yu sighed and gave up on chasing the old drunkard. After all, only he knew the truth about what happened back then. Everyone else could only speculate. The most awkward person left at the scene now was Tang Yun. Ha ha. No matter if you've had plastic surgery or not, at the end of the day, you're not my master's daughter. Right now, as a woman without background, what qualifications do you have to be one of the four great beauties? Nang Gongwu sneered. In my opinion, Tang Zixuan would be more suitable as one of the four great beauties than you. Tang Yun was furious, gritting her teeth before turning and leaving. She had thought she was the daughter of the Silver Dragon Spear Saint, believing that her status and identity in Yanjing could be maintained because of that relationship. But now she realized it wasn't the case, and she had almost no support left. Then whose daughter am I? After Tang Yun left, Tang Zixuan also looked puzzled. She just wanted to figure out her own background, to know who her parents were. Little did she know she had gained a sister, and she didn't even know who her parents were. Don't panic, the truth will come out eventually. Ling Yu hurriedly calmed her emotions. After all, this woman had saved his life and was one of his best friends of the opposite sex. It was widely believed that her mother was Tang Xinchen, but there was no concrete evidence, and nobody had confirmed it. At that moment, Ling Yu received a message from Due, the old commander, requesting an urgent video call. Ling Yu hurried back to the temporary base, and Due immediately led him into a military intelligence room. Soon, the two were connected via video call. The old commander on the other end seemed to be mobilizing troops, as if preparing for war. "Commander, what's going on?" With his experience, Ling Yu immediately asked, "Is the northern border preparing for war?" "Yes." The old commander's tone was urgent. The Ga3 kingdom suddenly provoked on the border, and there were even conflicts with our soldiers wielding sticks. We need to mobilize immediately. Furthermore, The Daojiu Alliance and Yingjiang Kingdom are conducting military exercises in the Eastern Sea. Who knows if it will turn into a real conflict? Ling Yu furrowed his brow. Knowing the geopolitics well, he realized that someone might be intentionally manipulating the situation to draw the Dragon Kingdom's defense forces. The old commander understood this as well, and even knew what Ling Yu was thinking. He quickly analyzed. It's highly likely the work of the Three Saints organization. Motu has not been focusing on the election, showing signs of irregularities, so I am concerned they are orchestrating a huge conspiracy. Ling Yu nodded in agreement. In addition to the external threats surrounding the Dragon Kingdom, we have also detected military transport vehicles moving from Susedi to Yanjing. There might be troops marching towards Yanjing. Ling Yu was stunned, growing tense. Commander, is the Three Saints organization planning an inside-outside attack strategy? Not necessarily. The old commander shook his head. The Three Saints organization's army has not been inside the Dragon Kingdom, and we have been monitoring them closely for the past 3 months. They do not have the capability to suddenly move a force of over 1,000 troops into the Dragon Kingdom, let alone in such a critical location. I probably know whose troops those are. Ling Yu frowned. Who? The old commander asked. The reclusive Xia family, who withdrew from Yanjing 30 years ago. They have been hiding in the Chiba forest in Susedi, perhaps waiting for this moment. Ling Yu shared what he knew with the old commander. 30 years ago. The old commander's expression turned grave. This might have been set up 30 years ago. Regardless of who is behind all this, their move is hard to defend against. The North Border line has to deploy to both theaters of war. At this rate, mobilizing forces to Yanjing might not make it in time. If there are troops attacking Yanjing at that time, we can only rely on you and the 5,000 war wolves. Ling Yu understood the dire situation faced by the old commander and the northern border. With external threats and internal challenges, they were in a precarious position, so he saluted firmly. Military Volve Commander, Ling Yu reporting for duty. All right, the future of Yanjing and the Dragon Kingdom is in your hands. The old commander gave the order solemnly, expressing his trust in his beloved disciple. I know you won't let us down. Ling Yu nodded firmly, feeling the weight of responsibility. Many times, he was not afraid of hard work or death, but the lack of a retreat option forced him to carry on and move forward. On the other side, Liu Jian was not idle today. Just after presiding over the meeting of exterminating wolves and tigers, he was preparing for a surgical procedure to try and restore his lame leg. He was a man with great ambitions, but how would a lame leg affect his efficiency? It also impacted his handsome appearance, not conducive to continuing his relationships with the four great beauties. However, the next moment, someone forcefully intruded into his courtyard. Liu Jian was startled, thinking it was the bewitched Red Sparrow, only to find it was a man he did not recognize. He had recruited Tang Ning's former subordinates to guard outside the courtyard, but there were no lack of experts among them. How did this man break in? Are you Liu Jian? The man asked calmly, staring at him. Yes. Who are you? Liu Jian was observant and could tell that though the man had a fierce appearance, he was not his enemy. You don't even recognize me? The man's expression turned even more unfriendly. No. I just wanted to confirm. Liu Jian quickly responded, smiling and saluting. You are one of the right-hand men of my master, special assistant to the general. Please forgive me for not recognizing you. HMPH. The special assistant snorted coldly. Since the general chose you, I believe in his judgment, but you must not disappoint me, or there will be serious consequences. Liu Jian hurriedly bowed. I will definitely kill Ling Yu, avenge my master, and defeat Qin Mingyu to bring back the General Assocation's chairman. Good. The special assistant was somewhat satisfied with his response, but then added, your mission is not just these. With the national election about to conclude, you must assist the General Assocation's lady, Zhao Nianchu, in becoming the national chief. I completely understand this matter. Liu Jian responded to Meet's assistant, saying, I'm just a bit worried. What are you worried about? Meet's assistant asked directly, are you afraid that Zhao Nianchu, if elected as the country's leader, won't give you an important role? No. Of course not. Liu Jian said with his mouth, but in his heart, he was extremely anxious. He had no relationship with Zhao Nianchu. They hadn't even spoken to each other. Who knew if Zhao Nianchu, once elected as the country's leader, would even remember him? But Meet's assistant said so. He couldn't admit it. Then what are you worried about? Meet's assistant pressed with a furrowed brow. To be honest with you, I and Mayor Zhao had already agreed to hold a slaughtering the wolf and slaughtering the tiger meeting 2 days later. After killing Ling Yu, Xi Peng will definitely be the next target for assassination. Liu Yejian lowered his voice, but we are not very clear about the situation with Mo Tiu and the Three Saints organization, so we are worried that if Xi Peng dies, they will blame Finance Director Zhao, and we can't guarantee that Finance Director Zhao will smoothly become the country's leader. Ha ha. Meet's assistant suddenly burst into laughter. Liu Yejian looked puzzled and could only watch him laugh silently. After a while, Meet's assistant lowered his head and said, I came to see you today to discuss these matters with you. Oh. Meet's assistant, please go ahead. Liu Yejian's eyes lit up with anticipation. He was very determined to deal with Ling Yu's faction, but he still had no idea whether the Three Saints organization and Mo Tiu were friends or foes, so he was unsure. The Three Saints organization has already started to act, Meet's assistant said coldly. I rushed back this time to inform President Tang of external information and discuss countermeasures, but President Tang unexpectedly messed things up, so I can only tell you now. Liu Yejian nodded and pretended to look sorrowful. The Three Saints organization has given Misen Guo benefits, deliberately creating tension and low-intensity conflicts on the border, while also deliberately provoking conflicts between Lone Guo and Daozhou in the name of Lone Guo. Meet's assistant continued. As a result, the people of Lone Guo will certainly hope for a hardline stance this time, sweeping away these short-sighted guys around Lone Guo. If Xi Peng dies, they will again blame Finance Director Zhao, and then Mo Tiu is very likely to be elected as the country's leader. Liu Yejian listened and coldly smiled. What a brilliant strategy. Indeed, the Three Saints organization never thought they could win the election by normal means. They are playing the long game. Meet's assistant also smiled coldly. Unfortunately, they don't know that there is a move called waiting for the mantis to catch the cicada. With the oriole behind, we have a surefire winning strategy. Meet's assistant, please tell me. Liu Yejian became more and more excited. In fact, he hadn't fully grasped all of Tang Ning's information yet, and now he felt even more regretful that Tang Ning had died so suddenly. Has President Tang and Mayor Zhao never told you? Meet's assistant suddenly asked with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Liu Yejian shivered inwardly. He could tell that this Meet's assistant still didn't completely trust him, but Liu Yejian was a genius with a mind as intricate as a beehive, so combining Meet's assistant's words, he immediately understood what was going on. So he mustered up the courage to say, they mentioned it, but I'm not sure if they told me everything. Are you referring to the great plan that Master and Mayor Zhao have been planning for a long time? To be honest, Liu Yejian was completely bluffing. He was also afraid of bluffing wrong. Unexpectedly, Meet's assistant also shivered slightly and looked surprised, saying, it seems that President Tang has truly taken you as his disciple, even telling you about his 30-year plan. Liu Yejian secretly rejoiced and sighed pretentiously. Such a pity that Master died unjustly. I still have a lot to learn from him. Let's not dwell on sad matters for now. Meet's assistant waved his hand, completely off guard against Liu Yejian, and said directly, about 30 years ago, when President Tang and Mayor Zhao were both young talents like you, they were already planning to control Lone Guo with a grand plan. At that time, they had an agreement with the Xia family that when Mayor Zhao controlled the government, President Tang would handle the finances and routes, secretly getting the Xia family to build an armed force with the intention of infiltrating Yanjing and controlling the parliament during the election. Liu Yejian listened with a shocked heart, with many questions of course, but he temporarily held his tongue and let Meet's assistant continue. Meet's assistant then said, although the three parties had some differences in cooperation, even conflicts arose, everyone will undoubtedly prioritize the overall situation and support Zhao Nianchu in the end, gradually dividing the benefits. Hearing this, Liu Yejian couldn't help but interject, Meet's assistant, are you saying that if the election doesn't go against us in these 2 days, a mysterious force will enter Yanjing and control the parliament? Exactly. Meet's assistant clenched his fist. The Three Saints organization has always wanted to attack from the outside, so even if their influence outside Lone Guo is strong, it is impossible for them to control Lone Guo. Zhang Ping and Xi Peng's faction, on the other hand, are thinking of dominating internally and obtaining the position of the country's leader through normal procedures. Only we are adept at both internal and external tactics, resorting to any means necessary. This is the true essence of power, and victory will surely be ours. Once we successfully control the parliament, we can directly order the million-strong army in the northern border and southern frontier to engage in a decisive battle with external enemies. If they refuse, it is considered disobedience, and if they go, we will make sure they suffer heavy losses. We will then recruit forces from our outside territories to infiltrate and ultimately exert complete control through military force. Liu Yejian nodded in admiration. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Meet's assistant went on to say, "This time I came to you not only to confirm President Tang's situation, but also to entrust you with an important task that you must carry out." "Please go on." Meet's assistant, Liu Yejian gestured. "That is, on New Year's Day, Ling Yu and Shi Pen must die, especially Ling Yu. This man is the key to our success or failure in the grand plan." Meet's assistant suddenly looked fierce. With him around, not only can he protect Shi Pen, but he also commands a highly elite Wolves of War unit from Longguo. "I am afraid he will disrupt our plans to control Yanjing and the parliament." Liu Yejian nodded. "Understood. I will take care of this matter." "Good." Meet's assistant patted his shoulder. "I'm not afraid to tell you, President Tang's armed forces outside the country are beyond your imagination. As long as you can take down Ling Yu, we will collaborate inside and outside, and sooner or later, this entire country will be ours." From the look in his eyes, Liu Yejian saw the greed and realized that this person was trying to paint a rosy picture for himself, trying to lead the conversation as a leader, right? However, he remained calm and said, "Understood." After chatting for a while about Tang Ning and the downfall of the Tang family, Meet's assistant left. He usually handled Tang Ning's external affairs, so he generally didn't get involved in domestic matters, especially since Liu Yejian was handling everything so well now, he wouldn't interfere either. Alone again, Liu Yejian sat down and pondered. He felt that he couldn't fully trust Meet's assistant's words, and of course, the retreat of the Xia family was definitely untrustworthy, otherwise why would they return the false nylon scripture? Regardless of the truth, he still had to resolutely carry out the plan to kill Ling Yu. On the other side, the old drunkard has been missing for a whole day now. Ling Yu didn't hear from him either. On the morning of 31st of the lunar year, after having the New Year's Eve dinner with Qin Mingyu and everyone else, they went to meet with Shi Peng to prepare to protect him, and a group of parliament officials heading to the Purple Golden Temple on Changwan Mountain. At the same time, there were numerous forces and figures who had rushed to Changwan Mountain a day earlier than them. Morang Chia also brought Morang He, along with several first-class martial servants from the Morang family for today's climb. After Shi Peng prays for the Dragon Country tomorrow, there will be a highly anticipated event. It is defined by the common people as the ultimate battle of Changwanshan, a major battle concerning the dignity of Dragon Country and Daojo Country, where Mo Yin challenges the head of the 8 great supermasters, or Sen Master. Chia shout, Changwanshan truly lives up to its reputation at the peak of the Purple Forbidden City. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Morang He sighed as he looked up at Changwan Mountain. Although Morang Chia was proud, he did not sneer at this, just coldly smiled. "This Changwan Mountain is suitable for me to reach the peak of martial arts." Ha ha. Exactly. Tomorrow is a new year. Chia Shao will definitely establish a year that belongs to our Morang family. Even if the people of Dragon Country do not know who the leader is, they will surely know that Chia Shao is the #1 in the world. The group of courtiers immediately flattered. Although Morang He didn't speak, his eyes were also filled with anticipation. How strong is Chia Shao's current strength? Tomorrow will open their eyes. HMPH. It's not #1 in Dragon Country. Morang Chia spoke, and these people immediately stopped, looking at each other in surprise. It's #1 in the world. Morang Chia added, and these people immediately chimed in. Yes, #1 in the world. #1 in the universe. Morang Chia finally raised his proud expression again. Just as they were preparing to climb the mountain, a charming voice suddenly came from behind. Chia Shao, what a coincidence. Turning around, Morang Chen appeared. Following behind her was only her personal maid, and no one else. Chen, why are you alone going up the mountain? Where are the other Jia family members? Morang He asked casually. Morang Chen sighed slightly without answering. The Morang family immediately began discussing quietly. Isn't it said that Jia Wushan really died this time? The Jia family is said to have Jia Wuji as the successor. Miss Morang Chen is going to be sent to the Cold Palace this time, right? Unexpectedly, after hearing these voices, Morang Chia actually took the initiative to speak. Sister Chen, since we've met, why don't you come up the mountain with us? Yes, we are all from the Morang family. Forget about the Zhao family. If things don't work out, just come back. When Chia Shao reaches the peak of the Purple Forbidden City tomorrow, the Morang family's prestige will surely surpass the leader. By then, the four major families will definitely have to take Morang family as the leader. The courtiers continued to flatter. Okay. Thank you, Chia Shao. Morang Chen also obeyed respectfully, happy to join the team to climb the mountain together. Chanwang Mountain has always been the most famous mountain in Yanjing and even the whole country. The towering peak stood in the sky, majestic and magnificent. Today, there was still a thin layer of white snow covering the mountains like a silver pyramid shining brightly in the sunlight. The mountains undulated, some peaks sharp and steep, others gentle and continuous. In these places, many tourist buildings had already been established, including hotels and inns. Today, these commercial buildings seemed to still be operating. The Morang family and their group climbed up the mountain along the road and could see the streams flowing between the mountains, clear and visible to the bottom. The water flowed through the rocks, making a pleasant gurgling sound, giving people a sense of tranquility and comfort. Morang Chen naturally enjoyed it very much and couldn't help but want to stop and admire it many times, but she didn't dare to speak up to disturb Morang Chan's pace. Morang He, on the other hand, was attentive and immediately suggested, Chia Shao, since it's still early, why don't we find a nice hotel at the foot of the mountain to rest? I also want to ask Zixuan about the details of the butchering wolves and slaughtering tigers event led by the Jia and Tang families. After listening, Morang Chia thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. You arrange it. Yes. Tia Shao. Morang He immediately pointed to a small shop 100 steps away and said to Morang Chen, See Chen, that shop seems nice, and the window seats should offer a view of the beauty of Chanwang Mountain. What do you think? I'll follow brother. He's arrangement. Morang Chen replied gently. So, the group quickly arrived at the shop. After ordering their meal, Morang He immediately asked, Sister Chen, did you not participate in the butchering wolves and slaughtering tigers event? How many people did the Tang and Zhao families gather this time? Morang Chen smiled bitterly. I am just a widow of the Zhao family now, like a ruthless duckweed. What business do I have with the Zhao family? But did the willow leaf sword not send an invitation to the Morang family? In fact, the main reason was that she used to have a grudge against Ling Yu because he killed Zhao Wushan. But now that Zhao Wushan died at the hands of Zhao Wuji, she had no more reason to hate Ling Yu. However, no matter how her attitude changed, everyone's eagerness to kill Ling Yu was getting stronger and stronger. Sent. Morang Chia unexpectedly answered personally, with a look of disdain. It's just to kill a trifling Ling Yu. Why gather so many people for it? I alone am enough to take action. That's right. The courtiers praised him. Now that Chia Shao has cultivated the dragon technique, he is already invincible in the world. If he still needs to join hands with others to deal with the Northern Wolf King, wouldn't it be a joke? I see. Morang Chen nodded as if understanding, but in her heart, she was complaining. Morang Chia was becoming increasingly arrogant. In her heart, she had never thought that Morang Qian's talent was much higher than hers. It was just because he was a man and had been carefully cultivated by the elders of the Morang family since he was young. If she had been given the same treatment, she believed she wouldn't lose to this man. Well, now that he is so confident, she decided to go along with it. If he can't defeat Ling Yu in the end, he will be the one losing face. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly came from the entrance of the small shop. Looking over, it was a burly man who seemed crazy. Han Q. Seeing this guy, Morang Chia and Morang He naturally looked unfriendly, especially Morang Chia, as they had fought in Chiba Forest before, and neither of them felt inferior to the other. Now Morang Chia thought he had improved significantly and dealing with this lol dog under Tang Ning's command would be easy. Han Q also thought the same way, not holding back his sarcasm. Morang Chia, you really are a clown, flaunting yourself with a few followers everywhere you go. Embarrassing. His voice was loud, and no one in the shop had paid much attention to Morang Chia before, but now they all looked over. They were wondering who the handsome guy and the beautiful woman were, only to realize they were the Morang family's golden boy and girl. Just as Morang He and the others were about to retort, Morang Chia raised his hand gently to stop them and coldly responded, Haven't you been killed by Ling Yu yet? It seems that I'd, non-Morang, we'll have to teach you a lesson for the Northern Wolf King today. You clown, shameless braggart, I'll use you as a warm-up sacrifice today. Han Q couldn't bear it any longer and directly went after Morang. The Morang family's martial servants surrounding Morang moved in first. After all, their existence value was to fight for the Morang family. If they didn't act now, what use were they? Although they hadn't fought with Han Q before, they knew somewhat of his strength. He was probably slightly stronger than them. The first-class martial servants, working together, they should be able to handle him. However, they never expected that when Han Q made a move, his fierce energy was like a red whirlwind, fast and fierce. In just a few moves, he knocked down all of the Morang family's servants. If these martial servants weren't top-notch, they would have been defeated in an instant. Isn't this too terrifying? The people in the small shop today were all figures who planned to participate in tomorrow's Great Wolf Slaughter Tiger gathering, naturally with impressive abilities. Many of them were leaders in their circles. However, upon witnessing Han Quest's strength, they trembled with fear and marveled at how there could be such powerful warriors in the world. If he participated in tomorrow's competition, wouldn't Mu Yin be doomed? Even Morang Xie quickly moved away, fearing being implicated. Han Quest's strength seemed to surpass even the 8 great masters. Particularly his destructive power was simply ferocious. Morang, you glory-seeking man, kneel before me. After defeating a few experts to warm up, Han Q directly went after Morang. As the former martial master of the southern continent, Morang, he didn't dare to face Han Q head-on, feeling that he couldn't even assist Morang. Morang Chan's reputation was well known, and those in the Dragon Country's martial world had some understanding of his strength. Therefore, everyone felt that he wouldn't be a match for Han Q, and today he was in for a tough time. However, an astonishing scene unfolded once again. Facing Han Quest's fierce strike, Morang simply waved his hand and redirected the strike, smashing a wall in the small shop. How? What level of power is this? Today is truly eye-opening. Indeed, he is worthy of being one of the strongest in the Dragon Country. Southern Morang's reputation is well-deserved. What? My shop. Please don't fight here. Assistants hurried to escape. The shop buzzed with discussion. Han Q paused, astonished as he looked at Morang. He hadn't anticipated that Morang, a lore-cultivated fellow, could deflect his techniques with such ease using his own techniques. Hehe, it seems like you, this pretty boy, have improved quite a bit in this time. Han Q sneered coldly. Both ways, would you like to continue sparring with me? Morang also sneered coldly. Both men had a subtle change in mindset, from looking down on each other to having a hint of fear. They both knew the other had improved, yet they weren't sure of each other's bottom line in strength. They still felt they could win but weren't entirely certain. If you don't want me to bully you, just apologize to me, and we can forget about what happened earlier, Han Q said grandly. If it were only the two of them, he didn't want to waste energy and internal strength fighting Morang. However, now that so many people were watching, and he had spoken to Hoshli earlier, he couldn't back down or lose face. Even he thought this way. Morang Chan's idol image weighed heavier. He kept insisting on becoming the best in the world. If he couldn't handle a subordinate who got beaten, it would be embarrassing, especially since the other party had also defeated his men. So, he also smirked. You're mistaken. You injured my people. Kneel and apologize to them, and I might consider sparing you. This dog. Damn it. You're nosy. Once again, Han Q attacked Morang, fierceness and expertise in his moves, even countering Morang's family's ultimate skills. However, Morang wasn't just good at deflection. In terms of techniques, he was as skilled as Han Q. The two engaged, causing further chaos in the small shop. The clash of the two top experts made the shop shake and teeter. Ah, quick, escape. It's collapsing. It's collapsing. These tourist houses couldn't withstand the ravages of two top experts. They quickly started to tumble down. The great commotion instantly drew attention from those climbing the mountains, as well as alerting Liu Xian, leading various factions from Yanjing up the mountain. Assistant Liu, there's a commotion over there. The round-waisted and stout-bodied former bodyguard captain of Tang Ning's estate immediately alerted Liu Xian, a force with considerable strength. Really? The people behind Liu Xian immediately started to discuss animatively. They're fighting to the point of collapsing buildings. Is someone having a big battle with Mo Yin? Has the Battle of Chanwang Mountain begun ahead of schedule? Damn it, are we late? The group hurried, as they were there to kill Ling Yu and defeat Mo Ying, and couldn't miss such a spectacle. Quick, let's go up and see. Liu Shijian waved, leading his team to catch up. By this time, halfway up the mountain, after the house's collapse, everyone ran out to watch the fight from a distance. The audience grew larger and larger. Morang Chan's and Han Quest battle truly broadened everyone's horizons. Without seeing it in person, they couldn't believe that there were such martial arts masters in this era. The two moved like birds on the mountainside, and their destructive power was akin to thunder and fire. Both cultivated the uncanny reverse Dragon Sutra, with explosive power, evenly matched. Just like the last time, they remained thoroughly entangled in combat, exchanging blows for over 100 moves with no victory emerging. Yet, the surrounding buildings and landscape suffered considerable damage, as wherever they went, the scenery turned into ruins. The onlookers looked at each other in shock, believing the strongest in the Dragon Country were the 8 great masters. However, they never imagined there were 2 even stronger individuals, with these 2 present, who couldn't defeat Mo Yin. If they both end up wounded, it would be a tragedy for the Dragon Country. Amid these discussions, Liu Shijian's voice suddenly sounded, Han Q. Jia Shao, please give me face and stop quickly. The 2 fighters, of course, recognized the voice. Even if Han Q wanted to stop, Morang Chia wouldn't heed Liu Shijian's words. Who did this guy think he was? Fortunately, Liu Shijian had a clever move up his sleeve. He smiled broadly. You 2 are outstanding heroes of the Dragon Country. You should use your abilities where necessary. If you exhaust yourself and get injured here, then be humiliated when you meet Ling Yu and Mo Yin tomorrow. Wouldn't that be the biggest regret of your life? This hit a chord with both fighters, and with a way to back off, the 2 stopped fighting at last. Everyone respected Liu Shijian even more, with people behind him giving him thumbs up and praising him loudly. With an organizer like him for the dragon-slaying tiger-slaying grand meeting, tomorrow's event, 'tis almost guaranteed. Liu Shijian didn't gloat but, with one leg still impaired, leapt between the 2 fighters. Upon seeing the willow leaf soar, both Red Sparrow and Morang Chia furrowed their brows slightly. It wasn't because of the strength of the willow leaf sword skill, but because of the power of this guy, whom they were very familiar with. The internal strength of this rookie actually belonged to the same school as them, and it seemed to be even purer. Chia Shao, Red Sparrow leader. Willow leaf sword separately bowed and smiled at the 2. Both of you possess extraordinary skills. Join our Volf slaughtering and tiger butchering great meeting. Tomorrow, one will slaughter a Volf, and one will butcher a tiger. Both will become national heroes. Isn't it beautiful? HMPH, even if you didn't say it, I would still kill Ling Yu and avenge the president of the General Chamber of Commerce. Red Sparrow immediately gritted his teeth and said, as for the Volf slaughtering, leave it to me. As for tiger butchering and matters of national righteousness, I have nothing to do with it. That's even better. Willow Leaf Sword smiled and said, with the presence of the Red Sparrow leader, our alliance's chances of success have increased. What about you, Chia Shao? Morang Chia coldly snorted, what Volf slaughtering and tiger butchering great meeting? It seems like just a group of unruly mob dancing. I don't need the help of you trash to deal with whoever I need to face. Damn. This statement angered most of the people present. This guy was even more arrogant than senior brother Duan Shuiliu. If his words were translated, wouldn't it mean that he wasn't targeting anyone and that everyone present was trash? Uncles could endure, but aunts couldn't take it anymore. Willow Leaf Sword also furrowed his brow slightly, but still complimented. We know that Chia Shao possesses extraordinary martial arts skills, always being mentioned in the same breath as the North Wolf King. Everyone has high expectations of you, and you are the one most suited to carrying the banner of the Peak of Dragon Country's martial arts. So why not? Just as he was about to persuade Morang Chia to deal with Mo Yin, a beautiful melody suddenly came from the mountainside. Everyone looked up, interrupting Willow Leaf Sword's rhythm. Upon closer observation, there was an ancient-style wooden house on the mountainside, seeming to have been recently constructed, a masterpiece that appeared to be suspended on the mountainside of Chanwang Mountain like an aerial palace. Ordinary people naturally didn't know that the wooden house had been recently built by the current master Haitan, and even fewer knew what she was planning. Look, there's a fairy there. What is the fairy doing? It seems like she's dancing. Heavens, there really exists such a beauty in this world. With a beauty to behold, the men at the mountainside completely forgot about the renowned Morang Chia. They all widened their eyes, almost drooling. Morang Xie naturally also looked over, involuntarily making a cold snort. It turned out to be Tang Ning. The woman was dressed quite provocatively today, wearing a thin gauze dress. Not to mention the color of her innerwear, she even exposed her fair waist and belly button. Looking both celestial and seductive. Which man wouldn't be mesmerized by her? Although Tang Ning had been ridiculed harshly by Nangongwu, saying she wasn't worthy to continue as one of the four beauties, the one feeling more pressured than her was the only married woman, Morang Xie. It's Miss Tang Ning. Heavens, is she going to dance in the aerial palace? So elegant, so artistic. A group of men began cheering and exclaiming loudly. Willow Leaf Sword's thunder was suddenly stolen. Tang Ning made a grand entrance, maintaining a beautiful posture, and did not start dancing immediately. She waited for the crowd below to get more excited. Master, what does that woman Tang Ning want to do? Did you instruct her to do this? Inside the wooden house, Snake Spirit's sister also followed behind Master Haitong, watching Tang Ning's performance. Not at all. Master Haitong looked silently at Tang Ning, and only after a while, gave a casual smile, saying, perhaps she wants to emulate her mother. Her mother, Red Clothes, was surprised. Master, do you know who her mother is? Don't you know? Master Haitong's lips curled slightly. If she wasn't my sister's daughter, how could she inherit about 70 to 80% of my sister's beauty? Odd. Snake Spirit's sister was very surprised. In her eyes, Tang Ning was a woman who loved to show off, leveraging her appearance slightly. Who would have thought her background was so profound? It's just that she wants to emulate her sister, but likely lacks the strength. Let her play as she wishes. Master Haitong then turned and left. HMPH. I'm just afraid she bring disgrace to our sect. However, Snake Spirit's sister refused to leave and stayed behind to see what kind of trouble Tang Ning would stir up, and what kind of trouble she could cause. Tang Ning had a good sense of timing. Just as the crowd below was becoming increasingly restless, she suddenly spoke. Esteemed heroes and warriors, meeting here today is truly fate. I am Tang Ning. Please accept my humble gesture. Hello, Miss Tang Ning. How did you get up there? What do you want to do? The men below began flirting one after another because, after all, the allure of the four beauties was undeniable. Moreover, there was always a law of the secular world. Under the same level of beauty, the more open and seductive a woman was, the more men would be attracted to her. Good question. Tang Ning smiled charmingly at the men below. I would like to dance for everyone here. If I perform well, I hope everyone will support my uncle. Dance? Support your uncle? Everyone was puzzled. Morang Xie also didn't understand what Tang Ning was up to. Previously, Tang Ning seemed to have feelings for him, and he thought she was going to dance here today to cheer him on. Perhaps tomorrow, he would rise to the pinnacle of martial arts and become the best in the world. Who would have thought she mistook her intentions, and the woman was dancing for another man? Miss Tang Ning, who is your uncle? Someone immediately asked. Willow Leaf Sword was also curious. Tang Ning was Tang Ning's daughter, so wasn't her uncle Tang Ning? Hadn't he long passed away? Was there an incident of a false death again? Surprisingly, Tang Ning proudly smiled. My uncle made significant contributions to Dragon Country's agriculture, feeding tens of millions of people. Mo Tu, the director of agriculture. Chief Mo. What? There was an uproar among the crowd. All looked at each other in bewilderment. If one were to describe the scene with song lyrics, it would be like, kids, do you have a lot of question marks? Miss Tang Ning, isn't your father Tang Ning? How did your uncle become Mo Tu? What tangled ethics story is this behind? If there's any misfortune in your family, why not share it and let everyone have a good laugh? Ha ha. Unexpectedly, Moku's voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Both sides quickly dispersed as the Zhao family of the four great families made their appearance. What surprised many was that today's leader of the Zhao family was Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Yuanzhang had not appeared. Although Tang Ning was angry inside, she had to ignore Moku's teasing. She said seriously, I finally understand my background. I am not Tang Ning's daughter. I have always been his adopted daughter. My mother is the first-generation master of Haitong, Tang Zinshan. What? As soon as these words were spoken, they sparked a wave of astonishment. Such a story was truly hard to believe. Ha ha. Don't believe her. Mo Chu clearly knew this but deliberately said, Tang Ning is dead. This woman has no background. She herself is fabricating her background and lineage, like the strategy of internet celebrities, just to gain attention and popularity. You ugly man. Tang Yun's temper wasn't good to begin with, and she had already held back once. Who would have thought this guy would provoke her again? She couldn't help but scold. I had a DNA test at the Nangong Family Medical Center, and you were clearly present at that time. The results were clear. Now you deliberately slander me and bully me. What are your intentions? Everyone's gaze turned to Mo Shu. After all, it was quite a spectacle, especially involving the four great beauties, so naturally, they had to watch until the end. Ha ha. I was indeed present. Mo Shu didn't deny, but immediately laughed and said, but the DNA test at that time only proved that you have no relation to the Silver Dragon Gun Saint. It didn't show that you are Tang Xinqian's daughter. You really know how to embellish yourself. Ha ha. Everyone looked at Tang Yun with even more bewildered eyes. Tang Yun was so angry that she was about to explode, but it wasn't the dance she had prepared. You ugly man. Don't come here and make trouble. Get lost. Is there any kind-hearted person who can help me drive him away? Sob. Tang Yun began to use her beauty and the vulnerability of a woman. Before any man could step forward to please her, another voice rang out. I can testify that everything Mo Shu said is true. Young Master Nangong. Everyone turned their attention to Nangong Wu, who had brought Liang Qingshu, one of the 8 super masters, and a group of people from the Nangong family up the mountain. This year's Chanwang Mountain was indeed lively. Nangong Wu didn't bother to greet anyone else, continuing, Mo Shu may be ugly, but he's not one to make baseless accusations and bully women. I am well aware of the tests done at our Nangong family institution. I don't know where this woman gets the audacity to claim she is the daughter of the first-generation peony master. This statement caused quite a stir. Tang Yun's face turned pale and then red. She wished she could tear Nangong Wu and Mo Shu apart. However, she was no match for them, and could only retaliate with words. You two big men, is it appropriate to gang up on a weak woman like me? Hey hey hey. Mo Shu laughed again. You're not going to dance, are you going to fight instead? Instead of watching you dance seductively, I'd rather see you demonstrate some female martial arts routines in public. Ha ha. Nangong Wu also laughed along with Mo Shu, even high-fiving him. It must be said that this ugly man's words were right up his alley. You. Tang Yun pointed at Mo Shu and then at Nangong Wu in frustration. Finally, with a cold snort, she gave up on dancing and disappeared on the spot. Oh well, the show's over. Time to disperse. Mo Shu quickly called out, Miss Tang, although there's no evidence to prove you're Tang Xinqian's daughter, or that your uncle is Mo Tiu, that doesn't stop you from continuing to dance and campaign for him. Hey. Don't run away. I still want to see you dance seductively, and it would be even better if you took off your clothes. These half-jestful and half-vulgar words made Nangong Wu and many other men on the scene laugh. Of course, some considered them to be street ruffians, but no one dared to openly curse them, so they could only sneer quietly, regretting missing out on a good show. After Tang Yun left, Nangong Wu's eyes naturally fell on Li Weijian. Before he could provoke this bunch of troublemakers, Liang Qingshu quickly reminded him, Young Master Nangong, don't provoke these people. If they resort to violence, we won't be able to handle so many of them. Nangong Wu was aware that most of the people on Chanwang Mountain were there to kill Ling Yu. Except for Zhao Wuji, who hadn't taken sides, their group was on Ling Yu's side. Especially with the presence of Morang Chia and Han Qiu, they would definitely suffer if they started a fight. Let's go, find a place to rest for the night. Tomorrow, we'll first watch the National Master pray for blessings, and then see how our Dragon Nation experts defeat the Martial Saint of Daojo. Nangong Wu was still receptive to advice, gesturing to lead his people away. He didn't want to pick a fight, but Han Qiu suddenly appeared in front of his group, exuding strong hostility that startled Nangong Wu. A good dog doesn't block the road. What are you trying to do, you stray dog? Nangong Wu was not one to be trifled with. As the son of the wealthiest man in the country, he had never feared anyone. However, this statement further angered Han Qiu. Han Qiu gritted his teeth and roared, Your master killed Chairman Tang. I will use you as a sacrifice today. Tomorrow, I will kill Ling Yu and avenge Chairman Tang. With that, he immediately tried to capture Nangong Wu. Nangong Wu was terrified. He couldn't even block a single move from this high-level master. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Liang Qingshu acted in time, striking at Han Quest's vital points. Forced to defend, the two masters began to fight. TSK. Didn't expect so much action before the new year. So many exciting scenes on New Year's Eve. Spectators marveled at the spectacle. Liang Qingshu was one of the 8 super masters, securing a place among the known strongest of the 12 dragons of the Dragon Nation. However, despite the fact that Han Qiu had just had a tough battle with Morang, expending a lot of energy, he still couldn't overcome Han Kue's advantage. Young Master Nangong, you better leave this place now. Liang Qingshu was still very loyal, and even if he couldn't defeat Han Qiu, he had to ensure the young master's safety. Nangongwu acknowledged and hurried up the mountain. Chanwang Mountain was vast, and as long as he could hide, Han Qiu wouldn't be able to find him in a day. When his master ascended the mountain the next day, would these monsters still be so arrogant? Qian, capture Nangongwu first. It'll be easier to deal with Ling Yu tomorrow. The people behind Liu Jian quickly goaded Morang. However, Morang scoffed, saying arrogantly, Morang, do not need to resort to despicable means to deal with Ling Yu. Ridiculous. With that, he led the Morang family to head up the mountain. Liang Yijian hinted at Liu Jian with her eyes before following Morang. After all, with so many people around, she had to maintain an image. Liu Jian didn't stop her, nor did anyone make a move to go after Nangongwu. Of course, they dared to goad Morang into capturing Nangongwu, but none of them dared to personally offend the Nangong family. Fortunately, in the next moment, Han Qiu, showing signs of being possessed, managed to repel Liang Qingshu and attempted to take Nangongwu's life in one strike. Nangongwu turned back and his expression was already fixed. Never had he imagined that after all his wise decisions, he would be on the brink of death at the hands of this strayed dog, Tang Ning. Just when he thought it was all over, Ziazu's voice came from the side. Run. In a desperate move, Ziazu pushed Nangongwu aside, causing the strike from Han Qiu to miss her vital points. Young master, run. At that moment, not only Liang Qingshu, but other experts from the Nangong family also sprang into action, momentarily detaining Han Qiu. Nangongwu wanted to turn back to take Ziazu to safety, but she, with blood in her mouth, insisted, if you don't want me to die, then run. Han Qiu has lost his mind, and has no rationality left. He's now completely unrestrained, and just wants to kill anyone related to Ling Yu. Nangongwu had no choice but to sprint, hoping that Han Qiu would come after him to allow the others to escape. Hey, Zhao Wuji, I've called you young master, so let's help the Nangong family. Mo Shu couldn't stand by and watch. Although he was having a good time singing and playing with Nangongwu, he didn't care about Zhao Wuji's stance today. After speaking, he immediately jumped over to fight alongside Han Qiu. Unexpectedly, seeing so many people surrounding him, and feeling a bit off due to the continuous battles with Morang and Liang Qingshu, Han Qiu suddenly changed his mind and let Nangongwu escape, then grabbed Ziazu and ran off. What does that bastard want to do? Distract us? Mo Shu spat and cursed. He doesn't want the man, just wants to seize the woman. That's clever. After Han Qiu took Ziazu, the scene fell into a brief standstill. Some suggested to Liu Asor, Li assistant, since we've started, why not just finish off the Nangong family? That's right, otherwise, when the Lord of Puchuo attacks tomorrow, if Ling Yu has more help, it will make things more difficult. Someone immediately seconded the proposal. Liu Asor nodded. Indeed, Nangongwu and the Nangong family were serious trouble, but it wasn't yet time to act. If they acted now, it might startle the snake in the grass. When Ling Yu could attribute the chaos on the Heavenly King's mountain to tomorrow, they could bring more people up the mountain, or make some arrangements in advance. Furthermore, if the Nangong family mobilized completely, they were no joke in terms of strength. That's why he was also worried when Han Qiu kidnapped Nangongwu, but kidnapping Ziazu was still acceptable. While he was pondering on how to deal with the Nangong family first, suddenly, there was a commotion from the mountain top. The next moment, numerous monks rushed down, swift and imposing, like an avalanche that stopped abruptly. They are from the Purple Gold Monastery. How did they block the way up the mountain? What's going on? The people halfway up the mountain immediately became restless. The Morang family and others who were ready to ascend the mountain were also blocked, furrowing their brows involuntarily. Everyone, tomorrow, His Excellency, the Prime Minister will stand in for the King and pray for the Dragon Nation at the Purple Gold Monastery on the mountaintop. Starting now, strict personnel control will be implemented on the Heavenly King's mountain. At this moment, A monk in a brown robe stepped forward and said. He had a strong presence and could make his voice echo throughout the mountains without the need for electronic devices, making everyone hear him clearly. Sky lore. This monk's cultivation is very profound. Morang, he whispered behind Morang Chia, feeling inferior in comparison. However, Morang Chia just snorted without saying a word. Although this monk's cultivation was high, it was below his previous level. Now that he had cultivated the reverse dragon scripture, he didn't even consider the other party a threat. This is one of the 4 Grand Masters of the Purple Gold Monastery and also the disciple of the Earth Zen Master, known as Earth Martial Master. Su Ziai quickly provided this information to the younger generations. Upon hearing this, Li Yisord immediately stepped forward and asked, "So may I ask Earth Martial Master, who can ascend the mountain now?" Good question. Earth Martial Master was evidently not one to mince words, and he solemnly stated, "Those ranked 2nd grade national officers or higher may ascend upon proof. Other officials below 2nd grade must have a prominent status or my consent to ascend. As for other unqualified persons, they shall not pass this point, and anonymous individuals must be driven down the mountain." What? This caused an uproar among the crowd. Many people even began to exclaim, "On what basis? Naked use of power. Aren't we supposed to be equal in front of monks? Do you know what the Buddha would think? Would the Buddha allow this?" However, no matter how they protested, Earth Martial Master remained unmoved, and the monks blocking the path remained resolute. Sky lore. What do we do now? Morang, he asked. Morang Chia snorted again, standing with folded arms, with a proud and natural demeanor, seemingly trying to use his reputation to pass. After all, being able to flaunt himself was much better than using force to break through. Once the Morang family members remained motionless, no one dared to act recklessly. Okay, those who meet the requirements, come to me to wait and ascend the mountain, while those who don't, please voluntarily descend the mountain. Earth Martial Master announced loudly once again. People looked at Liu Yisord as a natural candidate. Before Liu Yisord could act, Morang Chia leapt forward and landed firmly in front of Earth Martial Master. Earth Martial Master, who had initially looked stern and cold, now showed a tremor in his expression, with eyes full of disbelief. "A young man like you is still above me in cultivation. I am Morang Chia and shall lead the Morang family of 13 up the mountain." Morang Chia's expression was even prouder than Earth Martial Master's, his tone brooking no resistance. "So, you are the Sky Lord. No wonder your cultivation is so terrifying." The venerable Earth Martial Master couldn't help but offer a respectful bow. "It seems that the rumors of the North Wolf King and South Morang's unparalleled talent are not false. The Sky Lord is indeed one of the outstanding younger generation in the Dragon Nation." Morang Chia just raised his head slightly, coldly hummed, "Remove the one, and the peak of the Dragon Nation is solely in the South Morang family. TSK, too arrogant." Nangongwu gritted his teeth and spat. "Compared to my master, you're not even worth mentioning." Morang Chia shot a cold glare immediately. Liang Qingsu hurriedly shielded Nangongwu in front of her, advising him at the same time, "Young master, don't provoke this guy now." Mo Shu also felt the same man jumped over to remind, "If you want to provoke him, wait for your master to be present. Now that he's not here, what's the use of picking a fight? Do you not understand that a hero does not suffer the immediate loss?" Nangongwu realized he had overreacted, but couldn't help himself. Fortunately, the Earth Martial Master immediately said, "Since the Sky Lord is a prodigy of heaven, naturally, you can ascend the mountain. Please proceed." Morang Chia then waved his hand, leading the 13 Morang family members to ascend the mountain first. Li Yisord then limped over to the Earth Martial Master, bowing and saying, "Master, I am Li Yisord, Special Assistant to the Chamber of Commerce, 2nd grade national, haha." Before he could finish speaking, Woshu burst into laughter. "Who's the head of the Chamber of Commerce now? And you dare call yourself a Special Assistant to the Chairman? Such shamelessness. I suggest you go to hell and continue being Tang Ning's assistant." This remark immediately drew the hostility of numerous people. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but warn him with his eyes, "Be careful, if you get into trouble with your unfiltered mouth, I won't be able to help you." Mo Shu shrugged it off, muttering, "I'm not like Nangongwu, this rookie. If these people dare to make a move, can't I run away if I can't beat them?" Fortunately, the Earth Martial Master shifted their focus again, saying, "So you are Liu assistant. Mayor Zhao has already explained to me and provided a list of 300 people. You may go up the mountain according to the list. Everyone was amazed. Mayor Zhao's style was indeed impressive. A single word could allow 300 people to go up the mountain, truly living up to the title of the Dragon of Yanjing. Thank you. After bowing, Li Sword began to lead people up the mountain according to the list. Zhao Wuji and Mo Shu were naturally on the list. When it came to Nangang Wu, the Earth Martial Master's tone remained polite. He straightforwardly said, "The Nangang young master has a well-known reputation, and Master Lian is one of the 8 super masters. Naturally, you can ascend the mountain, but the other people, please stop and descend." Why? Nangang Wu immediately protested loudly. Is it because my Nangang family is not as powerful as the other 3 major families, or is it because you think our family's masters can't handle the spear? Other families sent in large groups, but my Nangang family only sent to people around, as well as those who hadn't gone far up the mountain. All looked at Nangang Wu with mocking expressions. It can only be said that the young ones from the Nangang family are still too inexperienced. You're standing on the wrong team. Do you know that? Ha ha. A nobleman from Yanjing mocked Nangang Wu loudly. He had been suppressed by Nangang Wu before, but he and many others firmly believed that after this national selection, Nangang Wu would decline along with the Nangang family. In times of great change, the cost of standing on the wrong team is something even the nobles can't bear. Ha! Let's see who's standing on the wrong team. Nangang Wu refused to give in, excitedly saying, "Just the 2 of us, Master Lian. Let's go up the mountain and see how these monkeys will embarrass themselves tomorrow." Lian Qingsu still asked cautiously, "Master Diwu, if someone wants to harm young Master Nangang, can you guarantee my young master's safety after we go up the mountain?" "Miss Lian, rest assured," Master Diwu said confidently, "once we reach this mountain pass, it falls within the sphere of influence of our Zixuan Temple. Zixuan Temple is the most powerful martial arts sect in the Dragon Empire. Without our permission, no one can act, and we will take responsibility for young Master Nangang's safety." "Oh, that sounds impressive." Nangang Wu sneered, ready to retort, but Lian Qingsu stopped him, saying to Master Diwu, "Thank you then." So, the Nangang family also went up the mountain, with all 4 major families now present. Damn! No signal once we were up the mountain. Mo Chu had reached the mountain pass and wanted to post a moment with his scissors hand and his high attractiveness to his circle of friends. But when he took out his phone, he found there was no signal at all. "Who should I send this to?" Zhao Wujin said with a smile. "You rustic bumpkin. Just knowing now that communication is forbidden on Chanwang Mountain. Apart from special permission at the national level, no one can disseminate information here freely." "All right already." Mo Chu dismissed. "You're a city guy. You're so noble. You're awesome." After a pause, he suddenly changed course. "Zhao Wujin, I want to ask you, whose side are you on?" Zhao Wujin pretended to be confused, replying, "Which side? I'm on my own side. I'm on the side of victory." After that, he ignored Mo Chu. Mo Chu looked at his back, spat, saying, "What a show-off. Just like Morang Chia, pretending so well." On the other side, Ling Yu had been patrolling outside the Parliament of Zwall, guarding outside Xi Peng's official residence, waiting for information from his various scouts. At this time, he received a message on his phone from Fenken. Xi and Tuoni were responsible for collecting information from Chanwang Mountain. The information of the 4 major families and various prestigious figures from Yanjing who went up Chanwang Mountain today had all been collected and sent to Ling Yu, except for the news that Zia Zhu was taken away by the Red Sparrow. "Fenken, why didn't you report this to the commander as well?" Tuoni asked in confusion. Just like when they were on Dark Knight Island before, his hearing was extraordinary, responsible for collecting information, but in terms of intellect, he was on par with the Ironhead, both being the bottom feeders. "Miss Zhao Wenjin asked me not to report it," Fenken said with a troubled expression. "Why?" Tuoni was even more puzzled. "If the commander knows, he will definitely go up Chanwang Mountain tomorrow." Fenken looked even more worried. "Don't you understand now? Chanwang Mountain is a big trap. The Willow Leaf Store and Zhao Market are hosting the Hunting Wolves and Slaughtering Tigers assembly. Now, almost everyone going up the mountain wants to kill the commander. If the commander goes up the mountain rashly tomorrow, he will definitely die without a doubt. Damn it." Tuoni also gritted his teeth. "Then our Warwolf battalion will follow the commander up the mountain. Let's see who dares to make a move." But Fenghan shook her head helplessly. You're overthinking it. Miss Zhao Wenjin told the commander's wife in advance. Tomorrow, the Werewolf Battalion simply can't enter Yanjing, and even the 100 or so people left in Yanjing will have limited movement. Who do they think they are? I don't believe it. Tuoni became even more agitated. Fenghan, on the other hand, ignored him. She had to do everything in her power to prevent the commander from going up Jianwan Mountain. Back to Ling Yu. After reading the information sent by Fenghan, he looked up and saw a beautiful woman. Ming Yu, why are you here? Ling Yun quickly smiled and greeted her. You. Qin Mingyu poked him with her finger and said, only caring about others, not even caring about your wife. I'm the chairwoman of the General Chamber of Commerce now. Isn't it normal for me to can't go to a place like this? Ling Yu scratched his head jokingly. Ha ha, I thought my wife came specially to see her husband. I was moved for nothing. Qin Mingyu immediately glared at him, getting angry. So I'm not here just to see you. Did I just happen to pass by here? Ling Yu quickly asked seriously. Mingyu, what's the matter you want to discuss with me? Qin Mingyu sighed slightly and said, do you have to go to Chuanwang Mountain tomorrow? She must also know the current situation and the hunting wolves and slaughtering tigers assembly that was in full swing. It's a place specifically designed to kill her husband, where almost all of the country's top powers have converged. As a wife, how could she not advise him? I must go. Ling Yu decisively replied, Shi Peng needs my protection. But do you know that the Zhao family is working at full capacity, and Zhao Yuanzhang has already used all the power of the city first, including activating the Forbidden Army to control Chuanwang Mountain? Qin Mingyu said, with a hint of excitement, tomorrow the safety of everyone on Chuanwang Mountain will be the responsibility of the Forbidden Army. This is the highest law granted by the Dragon Empire to the city's head, and even Shi Peng can't change it. Ling Yu nodded, indicating that he already knew this information. He also understood that Zhao Yuanzhang was using his own career to win Zhao Nianqiu's election as the national leader in a big gamble. When the Forbidden Army can't protect Shi Peng by then, this city's head is sure to take the blame, but it won't affect the foundation of the Zhao family. By then, he will let Zhao's descendants inherit his power. The person most likely will be Zhao Wujin. While others need 5 to 10 years to pass the senator exam, Zhao Wujin passed the exam directly a few days ago and even topped it. When Zhao Nianqiu is elected as the nation's leader, whatever position he wants to appoint Zhao Wujin to will be legal. Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes trembled, showing that she was very excited. But she didn't say anything and suddenly took the initiative to nestle into Ling Yu's arms. She also knew that for the future of the Dragon Empire, Ling Yu must go up Chuanwang Mountain tomorrow. Although as his wife, she certainly didn't want him to take risks, she also had to support his decision. She would also go to Chuanwang Mountain in her capacity as the chairwoman of the General Chamber of Commerce. No matter what happens, she will face it together with her husband. Ling Yu was slightly stunned, feeling sorry for his wife, and held her tightly in his hands. However, the husband and wife didn't hug for long before a large group of police officers walked quickly towards the two of them. Crossing FEI, Ling Yu saw this familiar face, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. What are you here for? Do you want to arrest me again? General Ling, sorry, we are just following orders. Crossing FEI also looked helpless as he took out an arrest warrant. The city of Yanjing has ordered us to arrest you because you are suspected of killing Su Huo and 288 prominent figures in Yanjing. Hey, 288 people? Ling Yu chuckled. Wasn't it a different number before? Didn't expect it to suddenly increase. But it doesn't matter. The number of people is just a figure, like having many lice but not afraid of itching. Crossing FEI also smiled bitterly and continued. General Ling, you are a renowned warrior of the Dragon Kingdom. Only the head of the state has the authority to order your arrest. However, the head of the city of Yanjing is also empowered by the state and Dragon Kingdom laws to arrest anyone in Yanjing suspected of criminal acts. Aren't these two positions conflicting? Qin Mingyu's eyes narrowed as she looked at Crossing FEI. So, by coming to arrest Ling Yu now, are you taking a side? President Qin, have mercy on me. Crossing FEI was even more helpless and quickly explained. Our direct superiors are the head of the city, and when he gives us a task, I have to carry it out. Otherwise, I can only resign voluntarily. But someone else will handle it, and it might cause you even more trouble. Ling Yu and his wife could accept this explanation. If I resist arrest, will you take action against me? Ling Yu's eyes narrowed with a threatening aura. Crossing FEI trembled and raised his hands. General Ling, I definitely won't, and I wouldn't dare to confront you. I don't want to meet an untimely death like Shugon. So, are you just here for show? Ling Yu asked. Not exactly. Crossing FEI put away the arrest warrant and continued. Let me be clear with you. This arrest warrant was actually requested by Lord Wuji in the name of the head of Zhao City. Oh. Ling Yu and his wife became curious. Yes, he might be doing this to protect you. Crossing FEI shared his speculation. Everyone in Yanjing knows about the upcoming clash of wolves and tigers at Chuanwang Mountain. If you dare to go up there tomorrow, you will undoubtedly face the strongest forces of the Dragon Kingdom. So, it's better for you to go to prison first. When Shi Xiongguo takes office as the head of state, he will surely pardon you. But what if Shi Xiongguo doesn't come to power in the end? Qin Mingyu countered. With the abilities of the Northern Border War god, escaping from prison would be a piece of cake. I guarantee it. Crossing FEI smiled, revealing his stance. Wait here for now, Qin Mingyu ordered. I will have a private conversation with Ling Yu, and he will give you an answer tomorrow morning. Crossing FEI could only nod. The fact that they had to wait for Ling Yu's response on whether to accept the arrest was quite embarrassing. This was the first time for Crossing FEI in many years. But he had no choice because this mission was of utmost importance, deciding the fate of the entire Dragon Kingdom's future. Another side of the story. Zhao Wuji climbed up the mountain and was nearing the peak as the sky darkened. The Zhao family members were stationed in a separate building within the Purple Gold Temple. Zhao Wenjin immediately found Zhao Wuji. Seeing her sister's somewhat angry expression, Zhao Wuji hurriedly smiled and asked, Wenjin, what's wrong? Who has upset you? Brother, did you issue an arrest warrant for Ling Yu in father's name? Zhao Wenjin questioned. Zhao Wuji was quite surprised, wondering how his sister found out. Nevertheless, he didn't ask and simply nodded honestly. Why did you do that? Do you really want to work for the Zhao family just because father wants you to be the heir? Zhao Wenjin looked somewhat disappointed. Zhao Wuji gently placed his hand on her shoulder and smiled faintly. Wenjin, listen to me. I did it to keep Ling Yu alive. Aren't you aware of the situation at Chuanwang Mountain? No matter how powerful Ling Yu is, he's doomed once he goes up there alone. That if Ling Yu doesn't go up the mountain, Shi Pen will surely be doomed. Zhao Wenjin was still angry. Do you think I'm not aware of the situation? Father and Mo Tiu have arranged their people on both sides. Without Ling Yu's protection, Shi Peng won't make it down the mountain alive. Exactly. Zhao Wuji continued. To be honest, Shi Peng is doomed. Even if Ling Yu goes up the mountain, nothing will change. So, I can only protect him by using this method. Zhao Wenjin pushed him away, shook her head, and said, No, I don't believe that you, with your intelligence, can only think of this method. You must have a better solution. I'm sorry, Wenjin. I don't have one. Zhao Wuji sighed. With various powers at play, my abilities are limited. I want to be at the dinner table and not on the menu. So, all I can do now is ensure that Ling Yu is not served up as the main course tomorrow. Zhao Wenjin turned away, seemingly helpless and angry, and walked off. Just as she left, Mo Shu came out, digging his nose and laughing. Zhao Wuji, it seems your persuasion didn't work on your sister. Zhao Wuji just smiled casually, not responding to his words. You talk the talk, but let's see how you act in front of your father later. Mo Shu teased. Your father asked you to meet him at the imperial court. Zhao Wuji avoided his annex and went straight to his father. He knew that as the head of Yanjing City and the close relationship between Zhao Yuanzhang and the Purple Gold Temple, his father had already gone up the mountain before the rest of them, providing a list of 300 names to the temple. His father seeking him out now must be concerning Ling Yu's situation. Indeed, as Zhao Wuji entered the imperial court, only Zhao Yuanzhang was waiting for him. He immediately asked, You issued an arrest warrant for Ling Yu, so he wouldn't come up to protect Shi Peng? No. Quite the opposite. Zhao Wuji smiled. The more I do this, the more he will go up the mountain, because I understand him very well. His smile at this moment was completely different from how he appeared in front of Zhao Wenjin and Mo Shu. So, what's the intention behind your actions? Zhao Yuanzhang furrowed his brows. Do you think he wouldn't go up Chuanwang Mountain if you didn't give him the arrest warrant? Whether the first give it or not, he will go up the mountain. Zhao Wuji adjusted his glasses, but giving him another charge of arrest, even if he miraculously survives Chuanwang Mountain, he won't be able to stay in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Is that so? Zhao Yuanzhang chuckled. Let's see if he will come tomorrow. He knew Zhao Wuji's double-dealing intentions, but there was no need to expose them. His task for Zhao Wuji was to let Ling Yu go up the mountain alone and face his death. If Zhao Wuji couldn't do it, then he would have a legitimate reason to remove the young master from his position. Zhao Wuji walked out of the manhwaedit room and happened to meet Liu Yejian. "Why aren't you presiding over tomorrow's wolf-slaying and tiger-slaughtering summit? What are you doing here meeting with me?" Zhao Wuji knew that this guy was doing it on purpose. Otherwise, in the vast purple gold temple, he wouldn't have just happened to walk here alone. And from the direction he was coming, Zhao Wuji knew that he must be heading towards the manhwaedit hall. Since he wouldn't go to find Zhao Yuanshan, pretending to randomly meet him was the only possibility. Those chaotic gatherings are not as interesting as a conversation with a true king, Liu Yejian said, as he raised two bottles of good wine in his hands, saying, "This is the bamboo leaf green I purposely brought from the mountains. Shall we find a place to enjoy the wine together?" Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up and smiled. "I also feel like tonight 'tis too long. Let's go. Let's go." The two quickly arrived at the top of Changwan Mountain. There was no special arrangement here, as it didn't need it. This place itself served as a big sacrificial platform and a natural arena. Apart from a temple building, there was an open platform that resembled an outdoor arena, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. But there was no one around now, only some monks inside the building, preparing for tomorrow's blessing ceremony. Tomorrow, whether there would be peace and prosperity or imminent storm, these monks couldn't control. They could only do their own duty. The events happening here tomorrow will definitely go down in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Liu Yejian sat on a stone bench under a tree, handing a bottle of wine to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji took the wine, clinked the bottle with him, and sat down as well. "I just turned 30 this year. You are 2 years younger than me. The world doesn't belong to us yet." Liu Yejian continued smiling, "But I believe the next 30 years will be our era." "How can you be so sure?" Zhao Wuji asked with a smile. "Based on the fact that both of us have broad minds and vision." Liu Yejian pointed to his chest, smiling. "Our backgrounds may not be good, but we will definitely surpass all those with good backgrounds. Others may only see Nameron in the south and the Wolf King in the north as the contemporary twin pride, but in my eyes, the true twin pride is us." "You are flattering me too much." Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and, unusually humble, said, "You are humiliating me by saying that, making me feel you don't want to be compared with me. I am falsely self-inflating." Liu Yejian self-deprecatingly said, "No, I absolutely didn't mean that." Zhao Wuji smiled and said, "You now inherit most of Tang Ning's power. You can be considered the young overlord of our generation, while I am merely a puppet of the Zhao family. I knew you must know Zhao Yuanshan is just using you as a puppet." Liu Yejian laughed. "The Zhao family has many illegitimate children exiled outside, some of whom are even blood relatives of Zhao Yuanshan. What the Zhao family needs is not an intelligent heir, they just need a pawn to follow their strategy. Being too smart like you is the most unsuitable." "Yes." Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, praising, "Talking to a smart person like you is never tiring. That's why we have been friends for so many years." Liu Yejian said, "In the future, we will also be the best partners, ruling the Dragon Kingdom and even the whole world together." "Where does your confidence come from?" Zhao Wuji couldn't help but ask. "Because our experiences are similar." Liu Yejian smiled and said, "Tang Ning wanted to cultivate and use me before, just like what Zhao Yuanshan is doing to you now. If you can be his pawn, he will continue to use you. But since you, this pawn, have your own thoughts, he will inevitably discard you eventually." Zhao Wuji nodded. "That's true. So, you should follow my lead." Liu Yejian looked proud. "At the right time, let him die. With your current position, as the young master of the Zhao family, you can genuinely inherit all from him." "You are right." Zhao Wuji nodded. "Then, what do you have in mind for us after I gain control of the Zhao family?" Liu Yejian glanced around unconsciously before leaning towards Zhao Wuji's ear and whispered, "Tang Ning has many armed forces outside the Dragon Kingdom. It's just that his death was too sudden, and these forces couldn't be used. Once you become the head of Yanjing City, I can cooperate with you to control the parliament. By then, with our combined civil and military power seamlessly working together, we won't have to cater to anyone's whims anymore. He didn't need to be too specific. Both of them were smart, and given real power, they could exert all their strength. "Then, how do we get rid of the man in the manhwaedit room?" Zhao Wuji also asked softly. With a slight curve in his smile, Liu Yejian whispered in his ear. It seems Zhao Yuanchan has a good relationship with the Purple Gold Temple. There are many skilled protectors in his Wenneichui room. But other than that, he only has an earl around him. Zhao Wuji nodded slightly. He had noticed this detail upon entering, but he had never thought about killing Zhao Yuanchan here. Firstly, that man was his biological father, even if he was biased against him. Secondly, he didn't think Zhao Yuanchan would be so easy to kill. At least he was 10 times, even 100 times harder than Zhao Wuxian. However, Liu Yejian had planned everything for him. At this moment, with a hint of confidence, Liu Yejian quietly said, "Tomorrow, with the whole country focusing on the Prime Minister's blessing, even though the Purple Gold Temple has more than 1,800 monks, they are still short-handed. If something big happens at the temple tonight and they can't handle it, the skilled protectors guarding Zhao Yuanchan will most likely go to support, right? If the skilled protectors of the Purple Gold Temple leave, that man will only have an earl by his side. If there is a sudden attack by an SS level or even quasi-saint level expert, he would easily be struck down with a single blow, right?" Liu Yejian had laid out the plan up to this point, and Zhao Wuji could only comprehend it internally as he pushed his glasses and nodded slightly. No one is immune to the temptation of power, and he was no exception, especially since he grew up under the oppression of the Zhao family since childhood. Destroying the Zhao family and truly stepping on those who oppressed him had long been an obsession in his heart. Now, with the goal almost within reach, with the strong support of his friend and the grand vision of success, Zhao Wuji also felt it was worth taking the risk. On the night of New Year's Eve, for many people, it is highly anticipated, especially for children. They will feel that tonight is especially special because it is filled with memories, so they may feel that it is very long. Many others also feel that tonight is very long. Xia Zhu was captured and taken up the mountain by Red Sparrow, ultimately to enter the architecture of Zixuan Temple. Because neither Red Sparrow nor Xia Zhu had registered to enter the mountain, they were questioned by the monks at a small temple at the foot of Zixuan Temple. In a fit of anger, Red Sparrow killed all these monks. Corpses filled the ground. "You lunatic! Monster! You simply have no humanity, worse than pigs and dogs." Xia Zhu saw the brutality of Red Sparrow, feeling both scared and angry, and scolded him. Hehe! Due to the killings and blocked airflow, Red Sparrow's face was flushed red, his demeanor was becoming unstable, and he laughed like a devil. Luckily, his cultivation was too high, and though he was beginning to lose control, he could still regulate himself. So, after his sardonic smile, he tied Xia Zhu tightly to a pillar in the temple, sitting cross-legged to adjust his breathing alone. In the vicinity of this small temple, there were still people rushing over in the night time. "Master Liang, hurry! Xia Zhu is in that small temple." Nangongwu pointed to the temple, urging on. Xia Zhu was captured for him by Red Sparrow, so he must save her at all costs. This has nothing to do with love. This is loyalty. Of course, following him were Fenken and Tubu now. Since they had not informed the commander about Xia Zhu's capture, they would certainly help in rescuing her. Both were members of the Night Wolf clan responsible for scouting and gathering information. Slipping onto the mountain discreetly was a walk in the park. It was Fenken who, through Xia Zhu's unique scent, led Nangongwu and Lian Qingsu here. Currently, on Chanwang Mountain, their allied forces were extremely scarce. Lian Qingsu was well aware of the current situation and grabbed Nangongwu, who was eager to charge into the temple to save people, advising, "Young master, we are now outside the specific protection range of Zixuan Temple. We should not rush in. We must act cautiously." Zixuan Temple would surely be responsible for the safety of Nangong's family members, but now they had left the designated place arranged by Zixuan Temple and ventured outside. If anything happened to them, it would not be Zixuan Temple's concern. "If we don't hurry, I'm afraid Xia Zhu will be harmed by that madman Red Sparrow." Nangongwu was genuinely worried because he was a straightforward man and well aware of such matters between men and women. If a male companion had been taken, he wouldn't be so anxious, but who knows if Red Sparrow, losing control, might seek a woman to vent his frustrations. If Xia Zhu was harmed, Nangongwu would feel worse than if he had died. "Young Master Nangong, Master Lian, I smell a strong scent of blood over 300 meters away. It seems both Red Sparrow and Miss Xia Zhu are there. Probably someone has died." Fenken provided information again. Damn it. Xia Zhu couldn't have died, right? Nangongwu could hardly contain his anxiety. Thankfully, Fenken explained. Miss Xia Zhu's scent is not mixed with the smell of blood. She probably has not died yet. Hearing this, Nangongwu was shocked. You can even smell that. Your senses are sharper than a dog's. After speaking, realizing his mistake, he hurriedly apologized. Miss Fenken, I did not mean to belittle you in any way. Please do not be angry. I understand. Stop chattering. Let's hurry over and check out what's happening. Red Sparrow isn't moving. Fenken said, okay. Nangongwu nodded, finally calming down and slowly moving towards the small temple with Liang Qingsu. However, before they entered the temple, Red Sparrow suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Who?" Just as they thought they were exposed, they saw Liu Yujian walking into the temple alone. Assistant Liu, is that you? Red Sparrow was very loyal to Tang Ning, as he didn't know how Tang Ning had died but had a good impression of Liu Yujian as a descendant of Tang Ning. Since the President Tang was not present, he had a subconscious loyalty to support Liu Yujian to inherit Tang Ning's mantle. It's me, Red Sparrow leader. Are you feeling alright? Liu Yujian also knew how to win people's hearts. Red Sparrow was a super powerful combatant, and he had to win him over. I'm fine. Just a bit tired from sparring with Morang during the day. A rest will do. Red Sparrow expressed his gratitude. Thanks for caring, Assistant Liu. What are you talking about? Liu Yujian patted his shoulder. Red Crane, Yellow Magpie, and Bluebird are all gone now. If you don't mind, we can be brothers in adversity from now on. Red Sparrow's eyes turned a little shiny at once. He was also human despite his brutality. Even villains have affections. He valued the brotherly bond with his siblings such as Ziluan, Huanye, and Knyoyo. Good. From now on, Assistant Liu and I will be brothers. Any orders from Assistant Liu will be carried out faithfully by me, as my elder brother, Red Sparrow said with excitement. Bah! Only you would believe this hypocrite. Xia Zhu couldn't help but scoff. You don't know how disloyal he is. This filial son once killed his biological father with his own hands. If you call him a brother, sooner or later, you'll end up dead by his hands. For others, being undermined like this would provoke a strong reaction. However, Liu Yujian, in a surprising turn, not only did not get angry but allowed her to speak, as if she was just trying to slander him maliciously. Indeed, Red Sparrow immediately shouted, "You're talking nonsense," and wanted to strike her down. It was Liu Yujian who intervened, saying, Red Sparrow leader, this woman is purposely spouting nonsense to provoke you into killing her. Don't fall for it. It might be useful to keep her alive to deal with Ling Yu later. Red Sparrow suddenly realized this and praised, Assistant Liu, you are truly clever. President Tang was not wrong about you. Ooh. Hearing their conversation, Xia Zhu almost felt nauseous. You. Being lenient to her is pointless. Red Sparrow finally delivered a chop, knocking Xia Zhu unconscious. Xia. Nangongwu was startled outside, thinking Red Sparrow was about to make a killing blow. He almost couldn't help but make a sound. Liang Qingsu hurriedly covered his mouth. In Red Sparrow's current state, he was no match. However, though Red Sparrow had deep cultivation, his mind was not focused outside. The attentive Liu Yujian noticed some movement outside, and quickly turned to look. Liang Qingsu immediately pressed Nangongwu down to high. Assistant Liu, did you come to see me on purpose? Is there something? Red Sparrow asked. Liu Yujian did not notice the people outside, and smiled back at Red Sparrow. I came to check on Red Sparrow leader's condition, and also to ask for Red Sparrow leader's help in taking down a person. Oh, who? Red Sparrow was curious. A person who indirectly caused President Tang's death and is now in Zixuan Temple. Hearing this, the Red Sparrow clenched his fists even tighter, inquiring, who is it? The individual who ordered Zhao Wuji to cast a crucial vote for Qin Mingyu, which caused President Tang to lose the election and ultimately led to Zhao Yuanjing's defeat. Liu Yujian replied with a grave expression. What? Mayor Zhao. Red Sparrow trembled upon hearing the response. Yes. It's him. Liu's sword god's expression was cold and resolute, gritting his teeth. That man's ultimate goal is to seize power within the Zhao family, to have it in his hands. He previously cooperated with President Tang, but it was all for his own benefit. However, his ultimate goal is to have Zhao Nianchu elected as the national leader and transfer power to him. The president is still alive and is Zhao Nianchu's closest person, which is why he betrayed President Tang at a critical moment. All these things were imagined by Liu's sword god himself, but they still made sense. What's more dangerous is that Han Q is currently in a state of confusion, consumed with thoughts of seeking revenge for Tang Ning. By inciting him like this, he immediately ignited the flames of hatred and anger within Han Quest's heart. Zhao Yuanzhang, die. Damn it! Han Q indeed raised his arms and shouted loudly, the powerful aura swirling around creating a roaring sound. Not to mention Zixuan's hair getting ruffled. Even the people outside like Nongong were secretly startled. Who could match such a violent person? Assistant Liu, I will go kill Zhao Yuanzhang now. Quickly tell me, where is he now? Han Quest's eyes turned bloodshot. He's currently in the Hua room of the Purple Gold Temple. But don't rush. Li Yi's sword put a hand on Han Q, preventing him from immediately rushing in, and suddenly looked outside the small temple. Lian Qingsu and Feng Chen felt that something was amiss subconsciously. Even the wind and dust felt uneasy, their eyes showing disbelief. Han Q hadn't noticed them. Could it be that Li Yi's sword could still sense them? The next moment, Li Yi's sword suddenly picked up some debris and threw it towards them. The strong internal force made the stone act like a small cannonball. Lian Qingsu was shocked and hurriedly pushed Nongong Wu down. Feng Chen behind also reminded him in a low voice, quickly dodge. Although the four of them managed to dodge in time, some commotion was inevitably caused. Damn, there are a few rats hiding outside. I will go kill them. Han Q immediately jumped out. No, young master, run. Lian Qingsu immediately pushed Nongong Wu back, instructing the three of them to run quickly. As long as the young master and the others escaped, Lian Qingsu was confident in holding off Han Q for a while, then leaving alone. Feng Chen also pulled Nongong Wu to leave, but Nongong Wu shrugged off her hand, running towards the small temple and shouting, Zixuan, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Nongong Wu's eyes were filled with seriousness, even burning with intense emotion. Zixuan slowly opened her eyes, seeing Nongong Wu. Her expression changed instantly. Never did she imagine that this flirtatious young man would risk his life to save her at this moment, stirring waves of emotions in her heart, like a tide. Young master, don't go in. Run away. Lian Qingsu was already engaged with Han Q, yet she still rushed in to stop Nongong Wu. Nongong Wu completely ignored her warning. Zixuan was brought here to be saved by him. Nongong Wu was not someone who lacked integrity. Since he had come here, how could he leave alone? No, he must take Zixuan with him. However, the next moment, Li Yi's sword intercepted him with a curved stance. You, this mongrel, 3-generation house slave, if you don't want to die, get lost. Nongong Wu reprimanded him angrily. Oh, mongrel? 3-generation house slave. Li Yi's sword curved even more. Nongong Wu and the others thought he would be provoked by those words, but to their surprise, Li Yi's sword burst into laughter. I quite like the way you described me. Ling Yu is a Wolf, and I am the Wolf dog. 3-generation house slave. Invincible in the world. Not bad, not bad. Damn, shameless scum. Nongong Wu couldn't contain his anger any longer, and without further ado, he attacked. Little did he know that after practicing the reverse dragon divine veins, Li Yi's sword's strength had greatly increased and was not someone like him who could win over half-heartedly. Seeing Nongong Wu in trouble, Feng Chen and Tuania quickly joined the battle. However, the two of them were not fighters, and the combined effect of 1 + 1 + 1 ultimately equaled 1. Tuania blocked a blow for Feng Chen. Feng Chen took the opportunity to try to spray poisonous fragrance at Li Yi's sword, but Li Yi's sword had already anticipated this, covering Feng Chen's red lips with his hand. Hehe, do you think I haven't studied the people around Ling Yu? My master was planted by this woman, would I not be cautious of you? Li Yi's sword teased triumphantly. Damn it, let go of that woman, have the guts to come at me. Nongong Wu, seeing him still teasing Feng Chen in front of him, couldn't contain his fury and directly attacked him. However, after practicing the reverse dragon divine veins, Li Yi's sword's strength had greatly increased, and Nongong Wu was no match for him. In the next moment, Li Yi's sword used his other hand to grasp Nongong Wu's neck. Young master, seeing Nongong Wu in danger, Lian Qingsu couldn't bear it and directly rushed in to help Nongong Wu. This left his back completely exposed to Han Q. Though he was indeed not as strong as Han Q, surviving 50 moves without losing meant he could hold out for 100 moves and then run away. However, Han Q seized the opportunity, tearing his shoulder with a claw. Blood splattered everywhere. Liang Qingsu endured the pain and tried to fight back against Li Yi's sword. Despite Liu Yisord taking a shortcut on the path of martial arts under Tang Ning's careful guidance, he still wasn't a match for Liang Qingsu. He could only push Nan Gongwu and Fun Chen forward, making his retreat. Young master, run. Liang Qingsu knew she couldn't protect Nan Gongwu any longer and pushed him and Fun Chen forcefully towards the door. Master Liang, Zhu. Nan Gongwu wanted to continue going inside to save people, but luckily Fun Chen remained calm, forcefully pulling Zhu to escape, loudly urging her, "Quickly run, don't disappoint Master Liang." Han Qiu didn't pursue Nan Gongwu and the other two, directly tearing Liang Qingsu's flesh and blood. Although his kung fu was good, no one had ever thought he could be on par with the 8 Great Supremes. Today, he shredded a member of the 8 Great Supremes with his hands, proving his strength. Master Liang, Zhu. Nan Gongwu watched in anguish as Liang Qingsu died tragically before him, a heart-wrenching pain surging within him. He hated himself for not having martial arts talent. He hated his own weakness, unable to save his woman and even his loyal retainer. Master, when will I become as powerful as you? At that moment, Nan Gongwu deeply realized that martial strength was the solid foundation of a life of style, and money was sometimes so weak and powerless. Thankfully, before her death, Master Liang blocked Han Qiu and Liu Yisord, allowing the 3 of them to escape. Of course, Han Qiu and Liu Yisord had other things to deal with and couldn't be bothered to chase after those 3 ants. Q Lao, let's quickly kill Zhao Yuanzhang before this place gets too chaotic. Avenging my master. Liu Yisord still knew his priorities and said immediately, "All right, let's go." Upon hearing that it was to avenge Tang Ning, Han Qiu didn't hesitate, leaving without pursuing the 3 young ones. Before leaving, cautious Liu Yisord still tidied up the scene, thoroughly dismembering Liang Qingsu's body, throwing the pieces in different places down the mountain, to ensure no evidence of the death would remain. The willow leaf sword did not act together with the red sparrow. After the red sparrow entered the purple gold temple, he first set fire to a small temple. Then he went back to instruct Fang Yuan and some of Tang Ning's loyal fans to pretend that Ling Yu was coming up the mountain to kill people. Assistant Liu, is this trick effective? Although Fang Yuan had decent martial arts skills, his intelligence was average, and he couldn't help but ask. Everyone knows that Ling Yu is still guarding Xipeng at the moment, so he probably won't go up to Chuanwang Mountain until tomorrow morning. When he goes up is not important, the willow leaf sword said with a smirk. We just need everyone to believe that he's already gone up the mountain to kill. In the minds of these people on the mountain, he's already like a demon. If enough people say it, everyone will naturally believe it. This is the brainwashing technique most commonly used by Western countries. Repeat a lie 1,000 times, and it becomes the truth. Fang Yuan didn't care if this method was effective or not, he simply followed the orders of the willow leaf sword. Soon, news of the fire at the foot of the purple gold temple alarmed a few other leaders. One of the 4 major leaders, Master Dinan, arrived at the scene with his followers, only to discover that the monks in the small temple had been cruelly murdered. Who did this? We must find out and won't forgive them, Master Dinan said, in anger. The members of the purple gold temple were also united in anger. This was the first time in many years that someone dared to commit murder within their temple, and the victims were their own disciples. Just then, cries for help came from the purple gold temple on the mountain. Help! Ling Yu is here to kill. He's worried about the meeting with the Earth Wolves tomorrow, so he came to ambush us in advance. Quick, everyone, let's kill this evil wolf together. Not only were there these cries, but soon there were multiple fights breaking out in the purple gold temple. Master Dinan was momentarily overwhelmed, just as the willow leaf sword had expected. He immediately ordered his disciples to call for monks from other places to come and handle the situation. In the Wing Hua room, Erbo quickly entered and reported, Master, they say Ling Yu has sneaked up the mountain to kill. The elite guards who were stationed at the Wing Hua room, as well as guards from other places, have been temporarily reassigned. Zhao Yuanzhang, who was reading a book, slowly put it down. After a moment of contemplation, he immediately ordered, Erbo, don't stay here outside anymore. Find a place to hide. Erbo trembled slightly, not understanding why the master ordered this, but still bowed and said, yes. But as he was about to leave the room, Zhao Yuanzhang added, wait, go find out where Wenjun is now. Bring her to me. Erbo still didn't understand, but he didn't need to. He just responded, yes. Zhao Wuji had been guarding the manhwa room, observing everything outside. When he saw the guards being reassigned, he knew that the Willow Leaf Sword's plan of luring the tiger out of the mountain had succeeded. But the next moment, seeing Erbo also leaving the manhwa room at that moment, he felt something was amiss. Erbo was also a skilled member of the Zhao family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so highly valued by Zhao Yuanzhang. In theory, at this moment, Zhao Yuanzhang should have had him stay on guard. So why suddenly send him away? Brother, I finally found you. Suddenly, Zhao Wenjin's voice came from behind. Why have you been out of the designated place all night? Zhao Wenjin was also a talented woman, and she understood that on this stormy night, her brother definitely wouldn't stay put in his room. She came out to find out what he was up to. Zhao Wuji saw her and immediately said urgently, Wenjin, quickly hide. Don't show up tonight. Why? Zhao Wenjin was confused. She knew that rumors were circulating about Ling Yu going up the mountain to kill, but it was definitely false news, and even if true, Ling Yu wouldn't harm her. No time to explain, Zhao Wuji said anxiously, scanning his surroundings and pointing to a small grove of trees. If you trust me, hide there for the night. Don't let anyone find you. Understood. Although reluctant, Zhao Wenjin trusted and respected her brother, so she did as he said. After seeing her go into hiding, Zhao Wuji saw a red figure entering the manhwa room and quickly ran downstairs. Zhao Wuji's expression was serious as he tried to recall every detail of his father. In his memory, he had never seen his father take action, but he knew that his father practiced martial arts every day in his private room. Of course, his martial arts training was mainly for physical conditioning, but who knew how high his martial arts skills really were? Zhao Wuji used to think, like many others, that his father was a scholar who enjoyed reading. However, he knew more details than others. When he was young, he had noticed bruises on his mother Mo Fei's body. At the time, his mother had only said she was bullied by the Zhao family's people and didn't provide further details. But now, thinking back, even if the Zhao family thought his mother was a foreigner with ulterior motives, she was still the master's wife. Who would dare to harm her? The servants wouldn't dare either. In retrospect, the only person who could have injured his mother was his father. At that time, Zhao Wuji was still young, and faced with domestic violence, he didn't immediately suspect his parents' martial abilities because it was somewhat common for men to hit women. However, as he grew older, especially knowing that his mother was the Dark Knight Queen of Dark Knight Island, he realized how terrifying the man who hurt her must have been. Zhao Wuji searched his memories carefully because he was pondering the details of Erbo's reassignment. Zhao Yuanzhang was not foolish. Zhao Wuji even thought he might be smarter than himself. Did he really not see through the tricks of himself and the Willow Leaf Sword? Zhao Wuji didn't think this lure the tiger out of the mountain plan was very sophisticated. So the only truth was that Zhao Yuanzhang had absolute confidence in his own abilities. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to infer what Erbo's assignment was for. It must be to turn against him, and his greatest vulnerability was his sister. Now, Zhao Wuji could only hope that there was a chance to salvage the situation. Doom. At that moment, the ancient wooden door of the manhwa room was kicked open by the Red Sparrow. Zhao Yuanzhang, who was reading inside, raised his eyes without being startled, showing only a slight surprise. It's you. Zhao Yuanzhang, you were responsible for President Tang's death. Hand over your life. The Red Sparrow didn't hide his intentions and immediately moved to take Zhao Yuanzhang's life. After all, the Willow Leaf Sword had warned him that Zhao Yuanzhang might try to negotiate, so regardless of what he said, don't believe him. It was better not to engage in dialogue and just take his life and leave. The Red Sparrow firmly trusted the Willow Leaf Sword and was determined to carry out his orders. Believing in his own martial arts skills, he thought Erbo could only withstand 3 moves at most, and dealing with someone like Zhao Yuanzhang will only require 1 move. Little did he expect that his confident strike would miss its mark. Zhao Yuanzhang just slightly turned his head, casually avoiding the attack. Not only that, he also kicked over the table in front of him, hitting the Red Sparrow under the jaw. Amazing. The Red Sparrow dodged and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Willow Leaf Sword had said that this man had no power to bind a chicken, but he had made a basic misjudgment. Indeed not as good as President Tang. But thinking of President Tang, the Red Sparrow remembered. President Tang Ning had a close relationship with Zhao Yuanzhang 30 years ago, even calling him Big Brother. Later, Tang Ning and Zhao Nianqiu's marriage seemed to have been arranged by him as well. Although the Red Sparrow had never seen Zhao Yuanzhang make a move, he also never imagined that he would have no power to bind a chicken. But he never expected Zhao Yuanzhang's martial arts skills to be so high. "Are you sent by the Willow Leaf Sword sect to kill me?" Zhao Yuanzhang quickly retreated, holding a book in one hand and a purple gold temple brush in the other, asking the Red Sparrow, "You're not worthy to know, for causing the death of President Tang. You shall die too." The Red Sparrow shouted angrily, continuing to attack Zhao Yuanzhang. His current strength had long surpassed the realm of SS and had reached SS, almost touching the threshold of the Saint level, and for the sake of avenging Tang Ning, every move was extremely vicious. However, Zhao Yuanzhang's body movement was extremely fast, his moves were gentle but firm, and his weapon was a brush and book, a style that the Red Sparrow had never seen before, making it hard for him to gain the upper hand. Zhao Wuji had already arrived at the door, astonished by the fight between the two. His earlier speculation was completely correct. Zhao Yuanzhang was indeed a master of unparalleled skill. After a claw from the Red Sparrow missed, Zhao Yuanzhang directly drew on his face, painting a turtle. Although there was no physical harm, the humiliation was extreme. However, Zhao Yuanzhang hadn't reached the level to toe with the Red Sparrow. The Red Sparrow changed his tactics and left several bloody marks on Zhao's chest. "Do not harm my father." Zhao Wuji, seeing this, quickly seized the opportunity to come out and shielded Zhao Yuanzhang. The Red Sparrow looked startled, because the Willow Leaf Sword had mentioned the plan between him and Zhao Wuji to kill Zhao Yuanzhang, not only to avenge President Tang but also to gain control of Tang Ning and Zhao Yuanzhang's power. Why did Zhao Wuji rush out at this moment? However, the Red Sparrow was not one to ponder. His killing intent reappeared, shouting, "Get lost, or I'll kill you too." Zhao Wuji certainly wouldn't allow it. The Red Sparrow, now enraged, directly aimed a palm strike at him. Zhao Wuji was gambling. He was betting on his value to Zhao Yuanzhang. He would not let himself die. Luckily, he won the gamble. Zhao Yuanzhang indeed pulled him and exchanged a blow with the Red Sparrow before retreating through the back door. The Red Sparrow wanted to chase after them, but Zhao Yuanzhang wielded his brush like an ink dragon, attacking the Red Sparrow's forehead. The Red Sparrow was greatly surprised, never expecting someone to use a brush as a weapon, displaying such incredible killing power. But by the time he dodged and retreated, Zhao Yuanzhang and Zhao Wuji had already disappeared. "I finally know who you are." The Red Sparrow gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said, in the direction where Zhao Yuanzhang had left. Even though Tang Ning had always hidden his true self, after serving him faithfully for so many years, the Red Sparrow had some understanding of Tang Ning's background. When he learned that Tang Ning's martial arts skills were not inferior to his own, he wondered which sect he was from. Tang Ning had simply laughed and told him, "I can only say that I belong to no sect, but we have 5 disciples, each excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and dancing, all like immortals in their respective fields. Hence we were once collectively known as the 5 Immortals." Tang Ning loved painting, likely belonging to the painting disciple, and Zhao Yuanzhang was undoubtedly the one skilled in calligraphy. His techniques were strange, and the brush was his deadly weapon. Despite the mission's failure, the Red Sparrow felt remorseful, but not embarrassed, and quickly retreated. Once he had left, Zhao Yuanzhang returned with Zhao Wuji to the Wing Hua room. "Father, are you okay?" Zhao Wuji quickly inquired. Zhao Yuanzhang pushed him away and coldly smiled. "You should wish that something had happened to me, so you wouldn't have to bear me any longer." "Father, why would you say that?" Zhao Wuji looked wronged and innocent. Zhao Yuanzhang didn't resent his act of pretending innocence, but he wasn't in the mood for further acting, only sighing and saying, "Oh, Wuji, what a pity." He didn't specify the meaning behind this pity. In fact, after Zhao Wushan's death, he had indeed intended to groom Zhao Wuji as the successor, as long as Zhao Wuji remained under his control. But even intelligent people couldn't escape a lobbying to independent and willing to be beneath someone else. What he had feared had happened. Zhao Wuji was indeed clever, completely understanding his father's thoughts, so he remained silent. Sometimes, being too clever can be a fatal flaw. Zhao Yuanzhang continued, "Right now, you could kneel and beg for forgiveness, which would be better than understanding my words." "True." Zhao Wuji nodded, but smiled in peace. "But I won't do that. I still want to be myself." Zhao Yuanzhang just smiled meaningfully. In the Zhao family, Being yourself isn't that easy. The guards began to return one by one. Uncle A also returned, noticing the father and son were talking, hesitating to speak. Zhao Yuanzhang gestured with his eyes before he directly spoke. Old man, I didn't find Miss Wenjun. Zhao Yuanzhang immediately turned to Zhao Wuji. You see, I told you, sometimes being too smart isn't a good thing. Zhao Wuji chuckled. There's nothing wrong with being smart. My only regret is having such a talented father. Zhao Yuanzhang smiled at him and instructed Uncle A. Bring wine. Tonight, I want to have a good drink with my son. Uncle A hesitated for a moment but immediately understood and went to arrange it. Zhao Wuji knew the meaning behind the wine. The failed assassination had to be punished. The wine was meant for his younger sister to use as leverage against him, just like before. But since he had hidden his sister, he would have to drink it himself. This time he was deceived by the willow leaf sword, or rather, he once again failed at the hands of his father. Unexpectedly, not even the Red Sparrow could kill him. The next step was a choice between life and becoming a true puppet. On the other side, the Red Sparrow soon arrived in front of the willow leaf sword. Is that so? Zhao Yuanzhang, that old fox indeed hides his claws. The willow leaf sword also showed a smile filled with meaning. He was aware that Zhao Wuji was bound to suffer this time, but it wasn't his intention to deceive him. Now that he had, there was no turning back. Brother Red Sparrow, we still have one more thing to do next, and I need your help. The willow leaf sword said. Assistant Liu, just give the order. The Red Sparrow readily agreed, having already considered the willow leaf sword as Tang Ning's successor. The failed assassination of Zhao Yuanzhang even made him feel guilty, so he needed to perform well in front of the willow leaf sword. With a smile, the willow leaf sword continued, since we spread the rumor that Ling Yu was here to kill someone, we must create some false evidence that fits the rumor, making everyone believe it to be true. This will fuel Ling Yu's hatred, ensuring that once he appears tomorrow, he will be surrounded and certainly won't escape. Upon hearing the willow leaf sword, the Red Sparrow felt even more motivated. After all, there was no one he enjoyed hunting down more than Ling Yu. The night before the grand blessing ceremony, the purple gold temple was already in chaos, which many people did not expect. Chia Shao, I heard that Ling Yu is here. Should we go out and meet him? Morang he approached Morang Chia and said, Fake. Morang Chia may not have great wisdom, but he definitely had a bit of cunning. He proudly sneered. This must be the deliberate doing of those who form alliances to create trouble. They want to garner attention and generate buzz in advance. Morang he suddenly realized and exclaimed, Tia Shao is wise, so what should we do now? This is actually our best opportunity. Morang Chia suddenly stood up, his eyes gradually turning cold. I have long wanted to meet one of the four class leaders of the Purple Gold Temple. If not for that traitor in the past betraying my Morang family, how could the Dragon in Verse Sutra have fallen into the hands of the Xia family? Morang, he was shocked and advised, Chia Shao, tomorrow is the blessing ceremony, and there is also the peak martial arts battle between Lung Wo and Daojo. If you cause trouble here now, I'm afraid. Before he could finish speaking, Morang Chia shot him a glance, and Morang he quickly closed his mouth. Then you stay in my room, pretend that I am still here. Morang Chia smugly ordered. Ling Yu is calm, right? If anything happens to the Purple Gold Temple, it must be his doing. Morang he also knew Morang Chiao's methods. He wanted to stir up trouble using Ling Yu's name. However, there was nothing he could do but nod in agreement. After a cold smile, Morang Chia suddenly leapt out of the window like a white shadow and disappeared in an instant. Anyone familiar with the Purple Gold Temple knows that in terms of representing the martial arts prowess of Lone Wo, it would be the Morang family that has been passed down for thousands of years. The Morang family also possesses many martial arts classics, but the largest collection of Lone Wo martial arts classics is in the Purple Gold Temple. These martial arts texts are crucial and need a top expert to guard the temple's scripture repository. One of the four class leaders, Master Deku, is that figure. It is rumored that he sits in the scripture repository all day long, never leaving for almost 30 years. This makes him the least seen among the four leaders. Despite the commotion outside, the 100 guarding disciples of the scripture repository remain vigilant. For them, safeguarding the repository is paramount. These disciples are top-notch martial artists, making it impregnable even to the world's top assassins. However, tonight, a white figure quietly infiltrated among the 100 guards and entered the scripture repository undetected. Who goes there? Morang Chia had just landed, his proud demeanor still unbroken, when he heard an old voice coming from inside the repository. Morang Chia was startled, thinking the person might not be addressing him, but at the next moment, the voice continued, "The donor is so young and has such cultivation. Truly remarkable." Morang Chia was already aware that his actions had been noticed. Of course, he had also sensed the other's presence. With a snort, he leapt up, landing in front of a bald-faced old monk with no signs of aging, making his exact age indiscernible due to his profound cultivation. "This is the Morang family's footwork." Master Deku slightly opened his eyes, seemingly unsurprised, and calmly asked, "May I ask what is the name of the donor from the Morang family?" "HMPH. I am the current young master of the Morang family, Morang Chia." Morang Chia proudly replied, "Oh, so you are the highly esteemed current young master of the Morang family. Apologies for my disrespect." Master Deku replied with a bow. Morang Chia furrowed his brow, as despite the respect shown, it seemed the old monk was unaware of his reputation. Considering his dominance in the Lone Guo, where his name resonated fearsomely, being hailed as the best in the world, he found it unbelievable that this old man was so ignorant, leaving him no recourse. "Martial Lord Morang, what brings you to illegally intrude the scripture repository of our Purple Gold Temple tonight?" Master Deku asked calmly. "Humph, asking the obvious," Morang Chia declared coldly. "I am here to reclaim what belongs to my Morang family." Master Deku remained unperturbed, even expecting this. "Martial Lord Morang, are you referring to the Dragon in Verse Sutra?" "Exactly." Morang Chia pointed at his nose. "You were once a retainer of my Morang family. Why did you steal our scriptures and give them to the Xia family? Now the Xia family even throws out some false scriptures to deceive us. This is outrageous." Facing Morang Chia's relentless pressure, Master Deku showed no anger, just bowed and said, "Amitabha, Martial Lord Morang, you have misunderstood." Morang Chia aggressively demanded, "If you do not give an explanation today and return the true Dragon in Verse Sutra to the Morang family, there will be consequences." With that said, he struck out with his internal energy, toppling a sturdy bookshelf in the repository. Master Deku finally reacted. Outside, the disciples guarding the repository began to stir restlessly. "Something is amiss in the repository. Go check what's happening. Someone has infiltrated the repository." Despite the commotion, Morang Chia remained unfazed, believing he was invincible now, and these disciples couldn't stop him. He knew he was in the right and didn't bother with these guards, not afraid of facing them. "Do not come in." Master Deku quickly stopped the disciples before they could enter. Then, he praised Morang Chia, saying, "Martial Lord Morang's skills are superb. To have achieved such cultivation at a young age is truly rare." Enough with the flattery. Morang Chia pointed at him. "Tell me, where is the real Dragon in Verse Sutra now? Return it immediately." "Martial Lord Morang, listen to me carefully." Master Deku remained composed. "I have always been a monk of the Purple Gold Temple. I have never been a retainer of the Morang family, let alone betrayed them. It's just that before I entered this repository, I had a good relationship with Morang's retainers, and we were close for a while, leading to this misunderstanding." Morang Chia was taken aback, appearing somewhat surprised and suspicious. Master Deku continued, "Besides, the Dragon in Verse Sutra originally belonged to the Purple Gold Temple, not the Morang family." "What?" Morang Chia was shocked and incensed. You old fool, you're spouting nonsense." From a young age, everyone had told him the Dragon in Verse Sutra belonged to the Morang family, so to hear such words now was both shocking and enraging. However, Master Deku responded calmly, "Martial Lord Morang, a monk does not deceive. Everything I say it is true. The Dragon in Verse Sutra has always been a scripture of the Purple Gold Temple. If not, may I ask why throughout your ancestors, none have mastered the Dragon in Verse Sutra? Are the Morang family generations all simpletons?" Morang Chia was left speechless by the questions of Master Deku. No one had ever told him which ancestor of the Morang family had cultivated the Reverse Dragon Scripture. If the Reverse Dragon Scripture is the scripture of the Morang family, then it must have been created by the Morang family. Naturally, someone would have comprehended the Reverse Dragon Scripture. But in fact, throughout history, the only person who cultivated the Reverse Dragon Scripture was the abbot of the Purple Gold Monastery. Master Deku also directly and clearly told him This was 456 years ago, as recorded in the historical records of the Purple Gold Monastery. Wouldn't the young Morang lord doubt that the records of hundreds of years ago have been fabricated? Well, Morang Jia was momentarily at a loss for words, and could only insist stubbornly, HMPH, who knows? Since my birth, not only the Morang family, but everyone has said that the reverse dragon scripture belongs to the Morang family. This cannot be false. Then how old is the young Morang lord this year? Deku asked in response. 27. Morang Jia waved his hand proudly and answered naturally. To have such cultivation at the age of 27 is truly a rare talent. Master Deku praised sincerely once again, noting that such genius individuals are few and far between in the history of martial arts. However, he continued, it is not surprising then, that the reverse dragon scripture was actually borrowed by the Morang ministers from the Purple Gold Monastery, and the person who handled it was this humble monk. Who would have thought that after this book went to the Morang family, it never returned? I went to find the Morang ministers, and he claimed that his fifth brother, Morang Ching, took it. I went to ask Morang Ching for the scripture, but he said he had lost it and promised to find and return it to me. To think that it took a whole year, and when I went back down the mountain to find him again, I heard people from the entire Yanjing city saying that the reverse dragon scripture belonged to the Morang family. At that time, the young Morang lord had just been born, so it is not surprising he did not know about these things. Upon hearing this, Morang Jia was also quite shocked, but still disdainfully said, "Old bald donkey spouting nonsense, if this were true, why has no one mentioned it for so many years? Moreover, my father is not a despicable person, so your father is Morang King's son?" Deku sighed and said, "Your father is extremely cunning, speaking half-truths and half-lies, deceiving even his own son. In fact, he has always been plotting something big, but I do not know the specifics." Morang Chan's expression became cold. It was said that his father always claimed to be in seclusion, locked in the Morang family estate, but in reality, no one knew whether he was inside or not, especially in the past year. Regardless of what major events occurred outside, he never emerged from seclusion. Nobody knew where he was. Young Morang, let me be clear with you, Deku continued earnestly. The reverse dragon scripture and the reverse dragon palm are both martial arts manuals of the Purple Gold Monastery. One is a mental practice and the other is a physical technique. When combined, they possess destructive power capable of crushing heaven and earth. I don't know what intentions the Morang family has, but deliberately spreading rumors that the scripture belongs to the Morang family, when in fact it had been stolen close to 100 years ago. The mastermind behind the theft was repelled by our abbot, but in the process, half of the reverse dragon scripture was destroyed. Since the previous abbot's passing, no one has known the entirety of the reverse dragon scripture. My senior martial brother, who is now the Grand Master of the temple, exhausted all efforts to reconstruct the scripture. At one point, he even invited the 5 grand martial arts masters to study and revise the reverse dragon scripture. Morang Jia found himself somewhat believing his words, and couldn't help but ask, who were the 5 masters back then? Were they able to successfully revise the reverse dragon scripture? Deku did not hide anything and answered directly. The 5 masters were Mo, Yuan, Xia, Bai, and a member of the Morang family. In the end, 3 versions were produced but none were perfect, each had its own flaws. Yuan, Morang Jia shuddered, realizing the things that troubled him greatly. First, no wonder Yuan's Yu gave him the inner cultivation technique that could release the upper half of the reverse dragon scripture. It had been researched 30 years ago. Second, he had been practicing a flawed technique. That's right. Bringing up the Yuan family, their later fate was tragic, somewhat related to the reverse dragon scripture, but let's not digress. Deku continued, it was actually the Morang family who strived for perfection. They did not produce any revision at that time. It was only after the Morang ministers borrowed it again that the reverse dragon scripture was taken out by this monk, and unexpected events unfolded. HMPH, all nonsense. Morang Jia chose not to believe, as such facts would damage the reputation of the Morang family. He directly refuted, my father, my uncle, and everyone has told me that the reverse dragon scripture belongs to our Morang family. Back then, you cooperated with the Xia family to steal it, and now you are spreading lies. It's despicable. Deku could only shake his head helplessly and said, Morang benefactor, I have explained everything. Whether you believe it or not, the reverse dragon scripture is no longer in our scripture repository. If you don't hesitate to destroy my bookshelves, please leave. HMPH, if you don't blame me, I will blame you. Die. Morang Chia struck directly at Master Deku. If he killed this person, no one would claim that the scripture belonged to the Purple Gold Monastery anymore. He was ruthless and went for a fatal blow, with no intention of holding back. However, to his surprise, Master Deku's strength exceeded his expectations. Despite his skillful Buddhist palm strikes filled with 7 profound mysteries, they were dodged 6 times, and the final strike was blocked. Their martial prowess was evenly matched, but Morang Chia initially gained the upper hand. Morang benefactor, there is no enmity between us. Why resort to such cruel actions? Deku's expression was one of helplessness as he stood up to defend himself. Morang Chia hesitated for a moment, realizing that it might be difficult to defeat this senior monk with just dozens of moves. If Deku called out, disciples from outside would rush in, trapping him in a difficult situation. Little did he know that at a critical moment, a crimson figure forcibly broke through the window and immediately attacked Master Deku without hesitation. Red Sparrow. Morang Chia's eyes widened in disbelief as his archenemy unexpectedly came to his aid. Deku also did not expect that in the present world, there would be 2 such powerful martial artists simultaneously invading their scripture repository. While he was distracted dealing with the surprise attack by Red Sparrow, Morang Chia seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack from behind. TFFFT. Despite Master Deku's profound martial skills, he was hard-pressed to simultaneously confront the 2 top martial experts of the current era and was struck down by Morang Chia's fatal blow, spitting blood and dying on the spot. Liu Ajian jumped in through the rear window and saw the scene, quickly warning, the disciples outside are about to break in. You must leave. Morang Chia, although not knowing what Liu Ajian was up to, believed that he was not his enemy and had no reason to harm him. So after committing the crime, Liu Ajian just patted his butt and left. Only then did Liu Ajian take out a fake yellow jade phoenix sculpture and threw it into Master Deku's hand, revealing a triumphant look. Soon after, he quickly left the scene with Han Q. The monks from the Purple Gold Temple rushed in the next moment. Master Deku, there's an assassin. They killed Master Deku. In an instant, news of Master Deku's death spread throughout the entire Purple Gold Temple. Everyone said it was Ling Yu who came to steal the scriptures because there was a yellow jade phoenix sculpture at the scene, and someone recognized it as the one Ling Yu had given to Qin Mingyu. This news quickly reached the mountaintop, disrupting the preparations for the blessing ceremony tomorrow and the preparations to confront Mo Yin's challenge. The abbot, Master Dickon, couldn't get any rest at all. He quickly brought people to see the body of his junior brother, Master Deku. It was indeed a powerful person who had struck Master Deku down with one palm. This is the Northern Dragon Palm. It must be Ling Yu. There's something of his at the scene, which Master Deku tore off before he died. Yes, that big demon kills without blinking an eye. Many of our family members have been slaughtered by him. Master Dickon, you must ensure justice for us. When you see Ling Yu tomorrow, make sure he doesn't leave alive. A group of people clamored. The abbot didn't respond to these voices. He probably could also make a judgment on whether it was the Northern Dragon Palm. After all, the Northern Dragon Palm originated from the Purple Gold Temple. Over 20 years ago, when Du Muwu, the guardian of Jiangping in the Northern Territory, came to the Purple Gold Temple to pray, his master personally handed the Reverse Dragon Palm secret book to Du Muwu, so that he could cultivate his inner strength to guard the country and protect the national interests from external enemies. Although Du Muwu later condensed the 25 moves of the Reverse Dragon Palm into 17 moves of the Northern Dragon Palm, the basics were the same. If someone of equivalent strength used the Northern Dragon Palm, Master Deku would probably have been crushed all over, not just his internal organs shattered. Furthermore, Master Dickon could also judge that the person who struck down Master Deku had also cultivated the Reverse Dragon Sutra. Whether it was Ling Yu's doing or not, perhaps seeing him tomorrow and observing his moves could make it clear. Master Dickon was destined to have a sleepless night. His opponent, Mo Yin, also couldn't rest quietly tonight. He was already under the protection of the Wushu cores of Daojo Country and had settled in a hotel near the foot of the Purple Gold Temple. Originally meditating and resting in a separate room, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Mo Yin slightly opened his eyes, but did not look back. The fact that this person could appear behind him like this was enough to prove her strength. "Lord Mo Yin, sorry for the intrusion." A female voice came from behind him. "Since you are not protecting His Highness in Daojo country, why are you here?" "Miss Li Hua," Mo Yin asked in a deep voice. "His Highness is doing very well. With many people protecting him, he doesn't need me now." The masked woman said, "I'm here to have you defeat the entire Dragon Kingdom in the Lawless Realm tomorrow." "Not necessary," Mo Yin said, indifferently, closing his eyes again. "I know that Lord Mo Yin didn't come to defeat the Dragon Kingdom for Daojo country, but Daojo country needs you to do so." Li Hua's tone gradually became condescending. "His Highness also has a mission for you, to kill the Prime Minister of the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow." Even though her tone was filled with unchallengeable authority, Mo Yin remained calm. "I know what I should do. I don't need someone to command me." "This is not the answer I want to hear." Suddenly, Li Hua's eyes turned cold, and a golden Dongyang sword in her hand, like a lightning bolt slashing through the darkness, swiftly fell on Mo Yin's neck. Mo Yin opened his eyes again, clearly showing a trace of annoyance. "Lord Mo Yin, you must not forget that when you were nearly killed by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, it was the people of Daojo country who saved you." Li Hua's tone was filled with warnings. "His Highness not only treats you as an honored guest but also bestows upon you wealth, beautiful women, and even brotherhood. It is only natural that you do something for him now." Mo Yin did not respond. Although Li Hua was the #1 female warrior of Daojo country and her sword speed was as fast as lightning, it was not certain that this golden sword could break through his defenses. "His Highness urgently needs to demonstrate for the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Destabilizing the Dragon Kingdom and disrupting their deployments is the mission of us people of Daojo country. Don't be ignorant." Li Hua continued to warn. "You have long betrayed the Dragon Kingdom. If even Daojo country doesn't want you, you will be a homeless stray dog. Get lost." Mo Yin finally shouted, waving his hand casually. The strong aura made Li Hua startle, and she quickly turned into a remnant shadow, instantly 10 steps away from Mo Yin. Although slightly embarrassed, she was unharmed. "Humph, regardless of His Highness's secret mission, I have already passed it on to you. Whether you carry it out or not is up to you to decide," Li Hua said before turning into a remnant shadow and disappearing from the room. Mo Yin closed his eyes again, seemingly unaffected. He was well aware that if he didn't act tomorrow, Ziping would die. It was because many people didn't want him to continue living. As the day dawned, in the parliament, on the eve of the new year, Ziping was still working late into the night. After a few hours of sleep, he came out early in the morning with his assistant. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu were already waiting for him, the entrance of the parliament. "Ling Yu, I've heard about your situation," Ziping said proactively. "The first of Yanjing City has issued an arrest warrant for you. It's better for you not to follow me to Chuanwan Mountain." Ling Yu also understood Ziping's intentions. First, it was indeed for his own good. Second, as the Prime Minister, bringing a wanted person like him to Chuanwan Mountain would surely invite criticism and attacks. But Ling Yu still said, "I've already decided to accompany you to the mountain until you become the leader of the country. Not only that, my wife will also be with me." Ziping glanced at Chen Mingyu. Both sides nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. "Ling Yu, thank you." Ziping thanked Ling Yu with a handshake but then added, "I will ensure safety. Besides the experts of the Warwolf Division and the Imperial Guards, I also have Qianqi to protect me. I will definitely be safe, so please rest assured." Only then did Ling Yu look at Qianqi standing 10 meters behind Ziping. Qianqi coldly turned his head, not meeting Ling Yu's gaze, as in his heart, Ling Yu was no friend of his. "Well, since the Prime Minister has said so, my wife and I will not follow you to Chuanwan Mountain." Chen Mingyu replied for Ling Yu at this time. Ling Yu was slightly startled, not sure why his wife said this, but he respected her decision. They could discuss everything later. "Why did you answer the Grand Marshal like that just now, Mingyu?" Ling Yu finally spoke after the other two couples left. "Because if you forcefully protect the Grand Marshal, then it won't look good." When Chen Mingyu opened her mouth, Ling Yu was slightly taken aback. "You belong to the fierce faction in your actions. If you follow the Grand Marshal, you can indeed better protect his safety, but it will give others a reason to accuse him of violating the laws of the Dragon Kingdom." Chen Mingyu continued to analyze. "Since you have regained control of the Warwolf Battalion, you must be prepared for the upcoming war. It is also necessary to understand the political aspect. Do you not know that the arrest warrant issued by the city leader It's like a tight spell. Do not think that it has no power and ignore it. When it exerts its force, it will be even more powerful than the golden hooped rod. Although the Grand Marshal currently has a lead in support, if he violates the rules of the city leader of Yanjing, it will be considered as trampling on the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, he is not yet the head of the country and does not have the power to pardon. This matter will stir up the two competing forces in the election, and the election results can be reversed before the outcome is determined. You know, Qin Mingyu spoke with clarity, and Ling Yu nodded repeatedly, even sighing. Indeed, war is just a continuation of politics, and sometimes political means are 10 times more powerful than war. Now, although the Grand Marshal Z has the lead in support, if he violates the rules of the city leader of Yanjing, it will be considered as trampling on the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Since he is not yet the head of the country, he does not have the power to pardon. This matter will stir up the two competing forces in the election, and the election results can be reversed before the outcome is determined. You know, Qin Mingyu explained logically, and Ling Yu listened, nodding in understanding. Indeed, war is just a continuation of politics, and sometimes political means are 10 times more powerful than war. Good to know. Qin Mingyu poked him and continued, but if you go up the mountain in your personal capacity, then it won't implicate the Grand Marshal. When he becomes the head of the country, he can pardon you for all your crimes. That is what you should do. Ling Yu nodded, completely understanding his wife's intentions and also understanding the purpose of the Zhao family's arrest warrant. Now, there are only two paths in front of him: either obey the law and follow crossing FEI, or face the death penalty, disregard all regulations, and forcefully ascend Changwon Mountain. If you plan to take the War Wolf Battalion up Changwon Mountain, or go alone, Qin Mingyu brought up another question. He is currently a wanted criminal in the imperial capital Yanjing, so once he gives the order, the War Wolf Battalion will still follow his command. However, every move of the War Wolf Battalion will be illegal at that time. Of course, whether for him or for his Wolf brothers, it is not a big deal at all. The only concern is that if Xipeng fails to become the head of the country, the entire War Wolf Battalion will be at risk of punishment or even execution. The War Wolf Battalion has other missions and cannot accompany me to Changwon Mountain. I will go alone. Ling Yu's eyes were full of determination, even though he knew that everyone on Changwon Mountain wanted to kill him. Qin Mingyu was naturally worried, but this is a matter concerning the fate of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and her husband cannot escape. Ling Yu's resolute manner, not indulging himself in any actions, was something she greatly admired. I will accompany you up the mountain. Qin Mingyu also showed firm determination. Ling Yu saw the look in her eyes and could only nod and smile. Okay. This time, we husband and wife will advance and retreat together. He never thinks of his wife as a burden and believes in her wisdom, knowing that she can help him at critical moments. As the couple reached an agreement, Crossing FEI once again arrived with his men. Hearing the conversation behind them, Crossing FEI shrugged and self-deprecatingly said, "It seems I can disband my team." Ling Yu nodded. "Then I wish you good luck." Crossing FEI was very tactful, not daring to obstruct them. He left with a farewell, leaving the couple alone. "Sister, brother-in-law, where are you going? Take me with you." Unexpectedly, as soon as the couple left the parliament, Qin Ruhan ran over. Behind her were Shen Xiaopang, Lin Fan, Xia Shaodi, and others. Not only that, but there were also Zixuan, Yang Ruansuan and her daughter, and others. They were all concerned about Ling Yu and his wife, and of course, they also wanted to join the excitement at Changwon Mountain. After all, missing such a big event, one never knows when the next opportunity will come. "Ruhan, don't be naughty." Qin Mingyu immediately reproached her. "It is very dangerous to go up Changwon Mountain this time. You should stay in a safe place." The elder sister never wants her younger sister to take risks. However, Qin Ruhan held her head high and pouted. "No, we all want to go. 3 ignorant people can outsmart a wise one. Maybe we can help a little, and with brother-in-law and sister around, no one will dare touch us. If anything happens to brother-in-law and sister, we will be in danger sooner or later. So why not go?" Sharp-tongued, but what she said made sense. Qin Mingyu was about to suppress her, but Xia Shaodi spoke up. "Madam Qin, you have to trust us. Miss Ruhan is right. We are not part of the War Wolf Battalion and have no connection to other affairs. If you take us with you, there will be someone to help take care of the miscellaneous matters." Qin Mingyu was convinced, looking at Ling Yu. Then let's go together. Ling Yu didn't hesitate either. Since they were not key figures, he believed that nothing would specifically target them if they went up the mountain. So, a group of 18 people rushed to Chunwang Mountain in 3 cars. At this moment, on Chunwang Mountain, the grand ritual of prayer was already set out, and the national affair was not delayed despite the events of the previous night. Down at Chunwang Mountain, there were 1,200 imperial guards from Yanjing responsible for security. Z-10 led a group of parliament officials up the mountain, the process going smoothly. Grand Marshal Z has arrived. With a report from a monk of the Purple Gold Temple, the gathered dignitaries on Chunwang Mountain looked towards the white stone stairs leading up the mountain. Z-10 wore a friendly smile, waving and greeting those around him. He appeared approachable and without airs, yet exuded a kind of aura that commanded respect. Meanwhile, on another side, Morang sat in a guest seat, waiting to witness the prayer. He was not interested in the prayer itself, but was anticipating the final showdown between the martial world of the Dragon Kingdom and the martial saint of the Fierce Tiger. At that moment, Su Ziai suddenly approached him, holding out a token with the engraved characters of Morang on it. Family Master's Order. Morang was taken aback, looking at the senior family servant. What does this mean? Su Ziai spoke directly. Your father ordered you to kill someone. Who are we killing? Morang Chan's eyes narrowed as he asked. Everyone in the Morang family knew that he was proud and arrogant in front of others, considering himself the best in the world. But he was very obedient to his father. To 2 plaques of filial piety, or something Morang could still uphold. Su Ziai did not speak clearly, but only looked toward Shi Peng in the crowd with his eyes. Morang was shocked. He had never thought of such a thing before. After all, the Morang family had never been involved in political events in the past, which was the fundamental reason for their continued existence. And now his father was asking him to do such a thing. You lie in ambush outside the fasting bath, waiting for the opportunity to act. The family master has instructed, do not let anyone know that it was done by our Morang family. Su Ziai whispered to him. Morang coldly snorted. Although he didn't want to accept this mission, he still stood up and quietly left. On the other side, Liu Yejian and Han Qiu did not enter the public eye, but watched Shi Peng's every move from hidden places. When Shi Peng finished interacting with the crowd and was about to enter the construction of the Purple Golden Temple, Liu Yejian looked at Han Qiu and quietly said, once Shi Peng is dead, my master will be able to firmly hold the position of the national leader. And without political shelter, Ling Yu is doomed. Han Qiu understood immediately and turned into a red shadow, which disappeared. Today's prayer ceremony followed strict procedures. After Shi Peng interacted with the crowd, when the presiding abbot Zen master announced the ceremony entering the preparation stage, Shi Peng entered the building to bathe and change clothes. Qian Shai never left his side, sharp eyes scanning every corner. Other than Qian Shai, there were disciples on guard around the Purple Golden Temple, as well as the imperial guards of Yanjing. When high-profile individuals travel, safety is paramount in such public settings. It is not an exaggeration to say that in such a situation, traditional weapons would not be effective for assassinating the country's prime minister. Only assassins with unparalleled martial arts skills might have a chance. Shi Peng knew he was in danger and dared not wander around, always moving under guard. Finally, he refused help from others and entered the bathhouse alone. The opportunity has come. Morang, who had been waiting outside, quickly put on a white mask and leapt into the bathhouse using agile movements. Clad in white, he appeared like a white shadow. However, he was startled when he immediately heard Qian Shai shouting loudly from outside the bath area, "Who goes there?" Morang was surprised. He had not expected anyone to notice him. It seemed that the close bodyguard by Shi Peng's side was not to be underestimated. Just when he thought he had alarmed the snake in the grass and was about to retreat, he found that Qian Shai was rushing towards another direction. There was another person dressed in black there. From the figure, it looked like a woman, holding a long sword. Her demeanor and style did not seem like that of a warrior from the Dragon Nation. However, when she made a move, Morang became certain that she was from Daojo country. Despite Qian Shai noticing her, whether he could defeat her was another matter. Assassin, guards! Qian Shai shouted. The guards outside immediately rushed in. Sensing the danger, the woman in black quickly retreated. Chase! Do not let the assassin escape, Qian Shai ordered, leading the skilled individuals from the Purple Golden Temple to apprehend the assassin. For Morang, this was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. Although he did not understand why his father wanted to kill Xi Peng, he had to complete the task. Seizing the chance, he stealthily entered the bathhouse. To his surprise, the bathhouse was larger than he had imagined, resembling a hot spring resort. Morang scanned the surroundings, but didn't see Xi Peng. Just when he wondered if Xi Peng had hidden in the bath to avoid assassination, he suddenly sensed some movement. What's happening? Morang was shocked. With his skills, sensing the incoming expert, it was almost an equal match. This and speed were not something Qian Shai could compare to. Could it be Ling Yu? Despite Morang's arrogance and contempt towards Ling Yu in public, believing himself to be the best, he had been suppressed by Ling Yu multiple times before, leaving a shadow on him. Now, as an assassin, being left behind by Ling Yu, not only would he be in trouble, but the Morang family might also be exposed to danger. He knew his father's decision was extremely risky. Therefore, he quickly submerged himself in the water of the bathhouse. Next moment, a person in a red outfit also entered. Like Morang, the red-clad person did not find Xi Peng's traces, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. When they noticed the water in the pool was still rippling, feeling triumphant, they thought, did they think diving into the water could save them from death? Ridiculous. The red-clad expert immediately followed suit and dived into the pool, preparing to strike the person in the water with a palm strike intending to kill them. However, the person in the water turned out to be a top expert as well, evading their attack and delivering a counterkick. The red-clad expert was shocked. Could it be that they had fallen into a trap? They knew assassinating the Prime Minister was not so easy. Could Ling Yu have secretly followed and set a trap for them? Thinking this, the red-clad expert panicked and quickly tried to escape. Stop! You can't let the assassin get away, Qian Shai shouted. Relentlessly chasing the red-clad expert, Morang knew he couldn't let them go so easily. Even if the individual was not Ling Yu, they were still a skilled warrior who must be eliminated to prevent future trouble. Fearing the possibility of them being an undercover agent protecting the Prime Minister, Morang had to ensure they did not leave alive. With this determination, Morang pursued relentlessly. Both emerged from the water, and a strange phenomenon occurred. The red-clad expert believed the white-clad expert was Ling Yu and, worried about exposing their identity, did not use their full capabilities, only wanting to escape. Similarly, the white-clad expert did not want to use Morang family techniques to kill, as it could easily be traced back to them. Thus, both withheld their strongest techniques, unable to determine the winner. Who goes there? At that moment, a powerful shout came from another exit of the bathhouse. Both the red-clad and white-clad experts recognized it as the voice of the abbot Zen master. Feeling guilty, they quickly left over the wall. The Zen master arrived at the door only to find no one there. Amitabha Buddha. The Zen master could not hide his anxiety. While he had anticipated assassination attempts on the Prime Minister and had positioned himself to protect, the two assassins who had just been here were likely on par with him in skill. He could handle one, but if both had attacked together, he might not have stood a chance. Luckily, the two high-level experts inexplicably ended up fighting each other. After a while, a secret door in the bathhouse's stone wall opened, and Xi Peng, who had finished bathing and changing, walked out curiously, asking, Zen Master, what happened outside just now? Amitabha Buddha. The Zen Master quickly paid his respects and said, there was nothing happening in the world. No need to disturb oneself. Prime Minister, it is time for the auspicious ceremony. Please proceed to the altar to pray for the prosperity of the Dragon Nation, seeking harmony and peace for the country and its people. Okay. Xi Peng nodded and followed Abbess Dizan out of the building. The building on the mountaintop was designed with multiple embedded layers, so there were many walls, courtyards getting wider on each floor, and a large gate. At the blessing ceremony site, Matsushita Ishai once again anxiously approached Mo Yin's ear and whispered, Lord Wusheng, our others failed to assassinate Xi Peng. You must take action. Mo Yin then opened his eyes. A wave of killing intent spread outward, surging like a wave. Matsushita immediately backed away, afraid that Lord Wusheng might get angry with him. However, to everyone's surprise, this time Mo Yin suddenly stood up, turned around, and walked towards the building in the grand square of the ceremony. Although he didn't want to do this, it was an agreement he had with his third brother Mo Tiu and Zhao Yuanjie. Now that no one else had killed Xi Peng, he had to take action. Prime Minister, please come with me. At that moment, Abbess Dizan was about to invite Xi Peng to walk through the final gate and enter the blessing ceremony site. Xi Peng smiled and was about to step forward. However, a huge figure suddenly descended from the sky. Xi Peng was startled. Abbess Dizan also hurriedly protected Xi Peng in front of him. The high-ranking experts of the Purple Gold Temple and various bodyguards all treated this unexpected guest as a threat and surrounded him immediately. "What do you want to do, traitor Mo Yin?" Sen Qishi, who had returned, pointed at the revered Lord Wusheng and shouted loudly. Mo Yin's eyes narrowed, and Abbess Dizan trembled slightly. It wasn't that he was completely overwhelmed by Mo Yin's momentum, but he was afraid. Not afraid that his strength was inferior to Mo Yin, but afraid that if Mo Yin wanted to kill Xi Peng, he might not even have time to defend him, let alone the others like Sen Qishi. Now that Sen Qishi was provoking and angering Mo Yin, it was a very bad move. Despite Sen Qishi's ignorance, he continued to grit his teeth and question Mo Yin. "Is it you, the murderer, who killed my father and turned the king of Zhongguo into a living dead?" Mo Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent, but he calmly said, "So, you are Qianra's son? Was it really you who killed my father?" Upon hearing this, Sen Qishi couldn't contain his anger and even disregarded everything to rush towards Mo Yin, shouting, "I will kill you. Avenge my father." Sen Qishi. Xi Peng called out to stop him, not to act impulsively. After all, Mo Yin's single sentence couldn't prove anything, right? However, Sen Qishi had lost his reason, executing a powerful attack towards Mo Yin. He was also a very powerful martial artist, and his attack was fierce. To others, his fist seemed like an exploding bomb, causing them to show expressions of amazement. However, despite Sen Qishi's ferocious attacks, Mo Yin didn't retreat an inch. He dodged 3 punches and understood his opponent's fighting pattern, landing a palm strike on Sen Qishi's abdomen. Tough. Strong as Sen Qishi was, the strongest martial protector of Prime Minister Xi, vomited blood, broke through the wall, and struggled on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. "You and your father are worlds apart. If I had known you were this weak, I wouldn't have bothered," Mo Yin coldly remarked, even shaking his head. Tough. Sen Qishi was overcome with anger and disgorged blood on the spot, fainting. Tsk. What a shrimp-hearted and pig-like person. Everyone felt that Mo Yin was too ruthless. Clack clack clack. The bodyguards surrounding Xi Peng quickly protected the Prime Minister. Unfortunately, firearms were prohibited on Chanwang Mountain today, so they couldn't use hot weapons to protect the Prime Minister. Abbess Dizan also protected Xi Peng, but fortunately, Mo Yin did not make a move against Xi Peng. Thump thump thump. The commotion here attracted the attention of those outside, and more people rushed in. "Mo Yin, what does this Daojo person want to do? Does he want to assassinate our Prime Minister? Damn it, we must not let these Daojo people succeed. They must be held accountable." A group of Lone Wo people started clamoring. Most of them were here to eradicate potential threats, and now that the threat hadn't emerged, they aimed to eliminate it promptly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these voices, Matsushita and a group of Daojo people burst into laughter. "You Lone Wo people are simply paranoid." That's right. If Lord Wusheng wanted to kill any officials, could he have survived until now? Don't overestimate yourselves, Lone Wo people. In front of our Daojo Lord Wusheng, you are nothing. Their arrogant words naturally stirred up a wave of anger at the scene. Unexpectedly, Mo Yin did not reprimand these Daojo people, for 2 reasons. 1. He didn't fear attracting enemies, and 2. These Daojo people echoed his sentiments. Damn Daojo people. Don't get too arrogant, right? Be careful. We might just slaughter you now. A group of Lone Wo people pointed at the Daojo people and shouted. Seeing both sides on the verge of a confrontation, the high-ranking monks of the Purple Gold Temple quickly intervened to stop both parties. It was truly remarkable that the Purple Gold Temple was Longwo's most powerful martial arts school, even known as the Cradle of Martial Arts. Their martial prowess was top-notch, with many ranking above S level. Just a few descending the mountain casually could probably sweep through the pinnacle of Longwo's martial arts competition. Amitabha. Abbess Dizan quickly spoke. "Everyone, today is Longwo's New Year blessing ceremony, so please don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, if things go wrong, don't blame us for being impolite." The Lone Wo people still showed respect, granting dignity to both Prime Minister Xi and the occasion, as Lone Wo valued the Lunar New Year. Anyone who disrupted such an event will undoubtedly face the wrath of the entire nation. They stepped aside, but Mo Yin did not. Matsushita Ishii couldn't help but frown. He truly didn't know what Mo Yin was thinking. Just a moment ago, he refused to secretly kill Xi Peng, but now he was planning to do it openly in front of so many people. Was Lord Wu Sheng really that formidable? Did he have to make things challenging for himself? DRIZZLE, I do want to kill the Prime Minister behind you. To everyone's surprise, Mo Yin was straightforward. The Daojo people gasped in shock, while the surrounding Lone Wo people were dumbfounded, unable to believe how audacious he was being. Before Abbess DRIZZLE could respond, Xi Peng smiled and said, Master Mo Yin, may I ask why? We should have no grudges against each other, right? My death wouldn't benefit you or the people of Daojo, right? All eyes were on Mo Yin, waiting to hear his response. Indeed, Mo Yin nodded. There may be no grudge between you and me, but there is a profound enmity between me, DRIZZLE, and these people, a feud beyond comparison, a feud of infamy, family, life, and death. Irreconcilable. The Lord Wu Sheng was truly furious. Doom. The terrifying aura almost materialized, an intense energy pressure that ordinary people couldn't bear. The Lone Wo people, who were about to raise their voices, had to reconsider speaking because blurting out words now might result in a calamity. On the other side, the person in white, whose face was masked, continued to chase the person in red with a mask. His mission had failed, which would inevitably disappoint his father. Ultimately, it was all because this guy was causing trouble, so he needed to vent his anger at him. Go to hell. The person in white, with a swift hand gesture, struck directly behind his opponent. The person in red was greatly shocked and quickly used his light-footed skill to evade. Afterwards, the two of them were shocked and looked at each other. Damn, it's you. The person in red pulled down his mask, pointing angrily at the person in white. Likewise, the person in white, full of anger, pulled down his mask and coldly said, You, the scumbag Tang Ning, always against me. What's the meaning of it? Who's against you? I want to kill Xi Peng. Why the hell are you causing trouble? The person in red, now feeling isolated, lacked cunning, and said directly. Morang was slightly stunned, looking more frustrated and annoyed. Both of them had the same goal, and now they unexpectedly managed to ruin each other's plans. Otherwise, if they had just worked together to kill Xi Peng, 10 Xi Pengs wouldn't have been enough for them to kill. However, this embarrassing situation was something he couldn't admit. He just snorted arrogantly, I'll do whatever I want, and no one can tell me otherwise. Damn it, I'm going to kill you now. The person in red couldn't stand the arrogance and wanted to fight to the death with him purely out of emotional impulse. The two began fighting again, this time not holding back at all, causing chaos all around. Despite this, it was still hard to determine who had the upper hand. Just then, the sound of the willow leaf sword rang out nearby. What are you doing at this time? You two great masters are still here wasting time and energy. The ultimate battle between Mountain King and the Zen Master Di Chen is about to begin at the summit. Upon hearing this, Morang took the initiative to separate from the person in red. He really didn't need to fight the person in red here to the death. Not to mention it would be hard to win, even if he did. There was no benefit. The person in red also gave face to the willow leaf sword and temporarily stopped. The three of them quickly rushed to the scene. By this time, the scheduled start time for the ceremony on the summit had passed. Mo Yin had no intention of letting Xi Peng go. Amitabha, Zen Master Di Chen bowed to Mo Yin. Mo Yin benefactor, past events should not hinder current ones. If you have grudges, settle them with the right people. Please let the Duke of the Nation proceed with the blessing ceremony. I came just for you. Mo Yin said coldly. Didn't you falsely accuse me of assassinating Zhang Ping without any evidence? You also forced me to break up with Din Jia and finally ambush Tan threw me off a cliff into the sea. So now, I've come to demand justice from you. I can't just be falsely accused for nothing, right? Amitabha. Good. Zen Master Di Chen sighed, wanting to continue arguing. But Su Shao, the head of the National Rights Department, immediately ordered, the blessing ceremony is being broadcast nationwide. No delays allowed. Quickly clear the people blocking the way. A group of imperial guards and national officials moved out immediately, as the matter was of great importance, and they had to carry out their duties even if they were hesitant. Get out of the way. Mo Yin just stomped forcefully, causing the entire ground to violently shake. In a circular area centered on him, the stone slabs cracked, and fierce winds swept through. Those rushing forward were suddenly shocked and fell, What a shocking scene. But it didn't stop there. Mo Yin shouted again, and a powerful saint-level internal force erupted, blowing those people away. Ah, no. A chorus of cries rang out at the scene. Even the experts who had thought of challenging the tiger were scared and moved back. When the air settled, there was a sense of being attacked by a tornado, making each of them tremble. Moreover, a large tiger suddenly leapt down from above, roaring. Roar. Everyone, still disoriented, became even more scared, backing away even further. Ordinary people who lacked strength were even scared enough to wet themselves, quickly fleeing. What kind of tiger hunting event was this? If they dared to act recklessly, it would definitely turn into a tragic event where the tiger devoured people. Quick! Protect the Duke of the Nation! Protect the Duke of the Nation! Sushao quickly exclaimed, letting the remaining Imperial Guards and Purple Golden Temple monks quickly surround Shi Peng to prevent the inhumane tiger from suddenly attacking. Everyone was unnerved, except Shi Peng, who remained unfazed. It had nothing to do with strength, purely his personal charisma. Even the experts from the Purple Golden Temple rushed forward, aiming to subdue Mo Yin at all costs to ensure the blessing ceremony proceeded. Stop! Just as things were about to get out of hand, Zen Master Di Chen called out to them. After exchanging a glance with Shi Peng and receiving his nod of approval, he nodded, then turned to Mo Yin and spoke again. Amitabha, Mo Yin, what are you trying to achieve? It's simple. Mo Yin's gaze became more aggressive than usual, his words more pressing. Isn't this event being broadcast nationwide? Fight me here. If you win, I will allow you to proceed with the blessing ceremony. Otherwise, I think today's ceremony will have to be cancelled. The Dragon Nation is full of scoundrels, corrupt and unworthy of blessings, isn't it? As soon as he said this, people from Daojo country began to follow suit. That's right. The Dragon Nation's fortune is declining just like your martial arts. There's no blessing left at all. The Dragon Nation is a nation of scoundrels, unable to retain even their own martial saint. Let us from Daojo country come and rule over you weaklings. You weaklings and scoundrels are not worthy of owning such vast and wealthy lands. Damn. Hearing these words and seeing the expressions of the people from Daojo country, many people at the scene began to feel restless. They might not all be supporters of Shi Peng, but they were Dragon Nation people first and foremost. Being publicly humiliated by people from Daojo country, they couldn't stomach it anymore. Amitabha, seeing the situation was about to spiral out of control, Zen Master Di Chen quickly spoke. Mo Yin, why are you being so aggressive? Let the blessing ceremony proceed, and we can settle our personal grievances later. Is it aggressive of me to speak like this? Mo Yin sneered. Back then, you completely falsely accused me of assassinating the national leader without any evidence, forced me to break up with Din Tia, and then a group of people ambushed and tried to kill me. Wasn't that being aggressive? Since you tried to kill me thoroughly back then why shouldn't I seek revenge today? If I want to humiliate you in front of the entire nation, expose the true face of this so-called righteous monk. Mo Yin's words were truly shocking, one after another, causing people from the Dragon Nation to once again look at each other in amazement. As Mo Yin said, Zen Master Di Chen was indeed highly respected, even being the leader among the 8 super masters, admired by tens of millions. Being respected by countless people wasn't an exaggeration. However, in Mo Yin's words, he was a despicable person. If this were to collapse, it would create a sensation comparable to a nuclear explosion. Ha ha, you. The Dragon Nation's #1 bald donkey, if you dare not fight, then quickly kneel and apologize to our martial saint from Daojo country. Matsushita chuckled happily. Maybe after you count 100 times, our martial saint will let you go and allow you to proceed with the ceremony that you can't possibly have. Ha ha. Nosy. Brazen words. We must deal with these Daojo people. Although the monks of Zixuan Temple are monks, and they have better temperaments, it doesn't mean they have none. These Daojo people are unbearable, stepping on their noses. Amitabha. The Zen Master bowed again, his eyes expressing helplessness. Mo Yin, since you and the Daojo people are pressing each other like this, in order for today's ceremony to proceed smoothly, I have no choice but to fight. However, I must make it clear beforehand, I cannot represent the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. If by chance I win, I ask that you Daojo people return to where you came from, and stop being so aggressive here. If I lose, it doesn't mean that the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom are inferior. Ha ha ha. The dojo people interrupted the Zen master's speech with laughter. What? You're already preparing excuses for failure even before the fight? Everyone says you're the leader of the 8 great masters, the pinnacle of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. Why won't you admit it? Bald donkey. Do you need hair to have a face? The dojo people mocked in unison. Morang and Hankyu had already arrived at the scene. Hearing these words, Morang actually wanted to tell everyone that he was the #1 in the Dragon Kingdom, but after seeing Mo Yin's violent momentum and his previous 3 defeats, he dared not step forward. If he was pushed out and lost in front of the whole country, would he even have a future? Ha ha. Morang, are you conceding the title of #1 in the Dragon Kingdom to the Zen Master? Hankyu really understood him, hitting where it hurts and embarrassing him. HMPH. This is not my battle. Morang quickly jumped down and returned to his family, ignoring Hankyu. Unbeknownst to Morang, he also said, Tia Xiao, you come back at the right time. The Zen Master may not be reliable, so maybe you. Shut up. Morang quickly stopped him. He didn't want to confront Mo Yin now for fear of losing face. His plan was to wait for the Zen Master to exhaust Mo Yin before seizing the opportunity to defeat and even kill him. Then he would be hailed as a national hero, victorious over his enemy. Luckily, Mo Yin didn't notice him, or didn't regard him, instead pointing at the Zen Master and saying, Let's fight. Stop the chatter. When you led a group of Dragon Kingdom experts to besiege me back then, you didn't give me the time to speak. Amitabha. The Zen Master could only step forward, saying calmly, Mo Yin, it's been over 20 years, and I didn't expect you to still hold a grudge about the past. Since that's the case, let's settle our grievances with this battle. Good. Zen Master, fight off the powerful dojo people. The crowd immediately cheered, rallying behind the Zen Master. Even the official media broadcasting the national prayer ceremony began live streaming this honorable battle. Don't say it's melodramatic. In this competition for national pride, you might not care, but losing means losing face, being labeled a loser and weakling for years to come. Embarrassing not just yourself, but your nation and future generations. Soon, the 2 top masters stood in the center of the arena. The crowd backed away, making space. Sushao made sure to protect Shi Peng and retreated to a safe area. Then she helped up Qian Shai. Although heavily injured, Qian Shai refused to leave, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the 2 super warriors in the center of the arena. The collision of the 2 super warriors' momentum created various swirls on the battlefield. The spinning dust, fluttering leaves manifestations of the 2 masters' power. Although Qian Shai was resentful, Mo Yin was right. His cultivation level was nowhere near these 2 top experts, and he couldn't even see their limits. When will I be able to match them? Qian Shai thought indignantly. Qian Shai, you are still young. Don't be impatient. Sushao comforted him, for Shi Xiangguo would still need his protection. At this moment, Ling Yu and his team arrived at the foot of Chanwang Mountain. Even before heading up, someone was already waiting for them. Ling Yu and his wife got out of the car, a bit surprised to see it was Non Gongzhu waiting for them. Ling Yu, you finally came. Non Gongzhu approached, looking serious yet wise with a light of intelligence in her beautiful eyes. Miss Non Gong, were you here waiting for me? Ling Yu asked. Yes, I guessed you wouldn't go up the mountain with Shi Xiangguo, so I made some preparations for you in advance. Non Gongzhu waved her hand, and a huge commotion followed behind her. Ling Yu and his wife were shocked again. Wow, these are green cannon battle tanks and monster artillery trucks. Qin Ruhan exclaimed excitedly. She didn't care about the proper names or origins of these vehicles or the consequences of their use. She just found it thrilling and screamed with excitement. Miss Non Gong, what does this mean? Qin Mingyu asked calmly. You should know very well that today is no simple matter. Everyone is waiting for Ling Yu to go up and face certain death. Non Gongzhu stated directly. The Wolf Warrior Brigade has not yet arrived in Yanjing. All the people around you need to coordinate and dispatch, so I will provide you with some weapons and personnel for Ling Yu. When you move further ahead, you will reach the checkpoint guarded by the Yanjing Imperial Guards. If Ling Yu is going to take you up, you can't do without these things. Ling Yu understood. He could climb the mountain alone without anyone stopping him, but bringing so many people that would require force. Big brother Ling Yu, should we really not go up? Sukion No was sensible and suggested. Qin Mingyu looked at Ling Yu, respecting his decision. Ling Yu just smiled casually. Since we've come this far, and Miss Non-Gong's kindness. Let's go together. Ling Yu didn't say anything but tightly held his hand, showing through action that she would stand by her husband through life and death. I wish you good luck. You and these people are ascending the mountain in a private capacity, and whatever you do will not be linked to any faction or individual. Non-Gongzu had done what she could. The upcoming situation at Chanwan Mountain and the future of the Dragon Kingdom were beyond her predictions. Ling Yu nodded at Non-Gongzu and immediately ordered, change vehicles, move forward. Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan were finally put to use, boarding these tanks and artillery vehicles for the first time. They couldn't contain their excitement, their hands and feet trembling, especially that red firing button firing a shell. How thrilling and shocking would it be? The guards of the Forbidden Army at the foot of Mount Chanwan were shocked to see several artillery cars, military armored vehicles, and off-road vehicles suddenly appear in front of them. They couldn't believe that such things could actually appear in Yanjing. Who had such capability? Halt! All of you, halt! Who are you people? The captain of the Forbidden Army was named Zhao Ming, a distant relative of the Zhao family, and also one of Zhao Yuanzhang's trusted aides. He was ordered by Zhao Yuanzhang himself to personally guard this place. When a high-profile couple appeared on the leading off-road vehicle, he was slightly taken aback. The man was like a lofty mountain, and the woman was enchanting. Ling Yu, President Qin, is that you? Zhao Ming called out from a distance, his expression increasingly incredulous. In fact, Zhao Yuanzhang had tasked him with only one mission, and that was to deal with Ling Yu. Ling Yu could go up the mountain, but with two principles. 1. No one gets out alive. 2. Don't go alone. Now, Ling Yu not only brought other people with him but also combat personnel and equipment. How could they not treat him as a formidable enemy? With an urgent wave from him, moments later countless Forbidden Army soldiers aimed their guns at Ling Yu and his wife. Wow! We're already facing off. God Pudgy, who was still sitting on one of the cannon cars, immediately tensed up. Hey! Don't shake your hands. Lin Fen, who had been video chatting with him, hurriedly reminded, if Ling Yu hadn't given any orders yet and this guy fired a shot, it wouldn't be a joke. There might even be a small-scale civil war on Mount Chanwan. Yes, it's us. Ling Yu faced the countless gun barrels without a hint of fear, just positioning himself in front of his wife, standing tall and responding firmly. I'm sorry. The ceremony has already started, and Mount Chanwan has been closed. No one can continue up the mountain. Zhao Ming said coldly. Then, what if we insist on going up the mountain? Ling Yu retorted coldly. Then, I'm sorry, it's not gonna happen. Zhao Ming's eyes were stern. Ordinarily, upon hearing that the mountain was closed officially, one could only turn and leave helplessly. But Ling Yu wasn't an ordinary person. He was not going to be powerless like an ordinary person. Instead, he declared resolutely, I received information that someone on the mountain intends to assassinate the Prime Minister. As a 5-star general of the Dragon Nation, I am now going up the mountain in a personal capacity to ensure the Prime Minister's safety. Ling Yu exclaimed, regardless of who arranged it, or by what authority you attempt to stop me, if you don't go up and protect the Prime Minister, and even block me here, you are defiling your positions, betraying the Dragon Nation. Don't you know the gravity of your actions? Ling Yu's resolute expression, his formidable presence as a 5-star general, made everyone's ears ring. Even ordinary soldiers, not to mention Zhao Ming, felt a slight tremble in their hearts. However, he was clear on whose behalf he was acting, and forcefully stated, we are the Forbidden Army of Yanjing. We only take orders from the city lord of Yanjing. Without permission, trespassing on Mount Chanwan is a violation of the laws of the Dragon Nation and warrants immediate action. His voice was equally forceful, matched by the hundreds of Forbidden Army soldiers behind him, all aiming their guns in unison, a chilling sight. For a moment, both sides faced off. Some of the people who hadn't left Mount Chanwan yet were horrified by the scene. But this was just the beginning of the conflict, not the end. Qin Ruhan nervously bit her fingers, thinking that her husband would not retreat and certainly wouldn't lose. Sure enough, Ling Yu's eyes turned even darker. His unfathomable strength and fearless aura put immense pressure on Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming may have become the leader of the Forbidden Army, undoubtedly with extraordinary abilities and strong combat resilience. However, in front of this man, he found himself utterly insignificant. He even felt that if Ling Yu made a move to kill him, the 1,000+ fully armed Forbidden Army soldiers behind him would be useless. Despite being exceptionally talented, even he felt the massive gap in power between himself and the man in front of him. Zhao Erming, do you want the Prime Minister to die on Mount Changwang? Do you want to plunge the entire Dragon Nation into chaos? Do you want to be the executioner who brings disaster to the nation? Ling Yu continued with 3 sharp rhetorical questions, followed by a cold command, which made Zhao Erming stumble. His soldiers behind him also trembled, witnessing a remarkable sight. Zhao Erming was their symbol of faith in the Forbidden's army. He was always the most dignified one before them. Today, he was being outmatched in terms of aura. Thankfully, Zhao Erming quickly regained his composure. It wasn't easy to crush his spirit with mere intimidation. He immediately retorted, I told you, I am the leader of the Forbidden's army. I only follow the laws of the Dragon Nation. Well, I am the law. Ling Yu responded even more forcefully and coldly. Gunner, aim. Following Ling Yu's command, Ling Fan immediately aimed the cannons at Zhao Erming and the entrance to Mount Changwang. God Pudgy didn't expect his senior brother to go this far, and though he reacted a beat slow, he quickly aimed his cannon at the people as well. Things were getting intense. Guns on one side, cannons on the other. The scattered bystanders around quickly covered their heads and fled. If a real fight broke out, it wouldn't be a joke. Ling Yu, are you really going to fire on us? Zhao Erming was shaking with anger. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in his rich life experiences. He had never had a cannon aimed at him at close range on the battlefield before. Now, in Yanjing, at the foot of Mount Changwang, he was being treated this way. In 3 seconds, if you don't move aside, we'll open fire. Ling Yu didn't waste any more words and immediately raised 3 fingers. 3. Ling Yu, are you really going to do this? 2. General Zhao, we've been targeted by the fire control radar. Those cannons are serious. His subordinates reminded Zhao Erming urgently. Nobody wanted to die. If those cannons fired, they would all be obliterated. What? Zhao Erming's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat when he realized they had been targeted. 1. Clear the way. Move quickly. At the last moment, Zhao Erming gave in. Besides the fear of death, there were many other concerns, such as being labeled the scum who disrupted the nation, or more frightened of the madman before him. He firmly believed that a 5-star honored general was capable of anything and going against him would yield disastrous results. Finally breaking his silence, Qin Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was prepared to fight alongside her husband, she also worried about the consequences of Ling Yu actually firing those cannons. If she felt that way, then Qin Ruhan and Suqianmo were even more anxious. We won. My brother-in-law won. He scared the enemy with his aura. Wow, my brother-in-law is so awesome. I love my brother-in-law so much. Qin Ruhan was sitting in Lin Fan's car and, excitedly, she hugged Lin Fan and shook him vigorously. Lin Fan was enjoying the attention, but Qin Ruhan was hugging him and saying, she loves her brother-in-law. What kind of situation was this? Let's go up the mountain. Ling Yu didn't hesitate for a second and immediately signaled to move forward. When this ragtag team of tanks, without scale, without combat qualities, entered Changwang Mountain, Zhao Erming still watched the dust raised by the convoy with his subordinates foolishly. He finally understood why Ling Yu could become the youngest 5-star honor general in the history of Dragon Country, and also realized the vast difference between himself and Ling Yu. That man had no hesitation in the face of life and death. His spirit could crush everything, as if any ragtag army behind him possessed endless combat power. This is the soul of a fighting army. It would be very difficult for the Zhao family to be enemies with such a person. If Dragon Country loses such a man, it might lose its future fortunes. At this moment, on Changwang Mountain, the imposing aura of the 2 masters had subsided. One was slim, with a cold expression and an unquestionable gaze. It was faced by a burly man with knotted muscles, sharp eagle-like eyes, and a fierce aura like a tiger. As the 2 locked eyes and clashed auras, the grandmother of the Earth Zen school was the first to extend his finger and lightly flick it, sending an invisible burst of energy straight at his opponent. Like invisible bullets, astonishing, yet Mo Yin remained unfazed. There seemed to be a golden aura shimmering around his body. That was his extremely confident golden shield, impervious to any attack. Heh. This level of attack might work on me, but it's just an itch to scratch for my big brother, Mo Shu gleefully observed from the sidelines, grinning. And indeed, the energy dissipated outside Mo Yin as if it had never existed, just like air hitting a wall of iron, completely disregarded. The grandmother of Earth's eyes sharpened, his fingers flew, and several bursts of energy shot out in rapid succession. Each burst had materialized, visible even to the naked eye, like a rain of bullets shot from an energy gun, fiercely hitting Mo Yin's body. Everyone was secretly amazed. Truly worthy of being an expert in Earth's finger techniques, the attacks unleashed by his finger strength were comparable to bullets. This time, there was a series of deafening bangs. However, Mo Yin seemed unperturbed, his stance steady as a rock, standing there as if he were an unbreakable mountain. At this distance, no matter how the grandmother of Earth attacked, he couldn't shake him in the slightest. The surrounding spectators watched in astonishment. They had never seen such a high-level confrontation before. For countless martial artists, externalizing inner strength was an unreachable mountain. Many martial artists strived and fought hard but could never reach this level in their lifetime. Yet the Grandmaster's finger technique was not only skillful, but also elusive, each attack flowing as naturally as a breath. Truly astounding. If his opponent were not the extraordinary Mo Yin, any other opponent would probably have perished countless times already. Sen, it seems that after all these years, your skills haven't improved much. Mo Yin suddenly showed a disdainful curve. The grandmother of Sen, however, ignored him and continued to flick his fingers in the air. In an instant, 3 bursts of energy attacked Mo Yin from different directions. This time, the grandmother of Earth's eyes showed clear anticipation for this round of attacks, visibly different from before. Hey, that guy actually knows the loophole of Big Brother's golden shield. Mo Chu's eyes lit up with laughter. Zhao Wuji had always been by his side, but uncharacteristically, he had not spoken from start to finish, appearing almost soulless. As for Zhao Yuanzhang, he had been watching the battle from a very good position and had not spoken a word either. Clank, clank, clank. 3 more piercing sounds rang out. Mo Yin suddenly held the area where he was hit. Sen finally showed a hint of a smile, raising his hand. Amitabha. Everyone was surprised, especially Morang. Could it be that Mo Yin's golden shield had been broken by this bald donkey so easily? Keep in mind that initially, he had been completely helpless against Mo Yin. If Sen defeated Mo Yin, who would still consider them the Morang family as the best in martial arts? Unexpectedly, Mo Yin suddenly sneered. Sen, you old bald donkey, still remember how you found the loophole in my golden shield back then? And how you ambushed my loophole? Sen's eyes twitched slightly, and his smile gradually faded. Mo Yin then removed his hand, looking natural and seemingly unscathed. This time, the grandmother of Sen was finally not calm, marveling. Have you already mastered the art of the barrierless shield? No, that's impossible. Ha. Mo Yin rarely laughed heartily towards the sky. Everyone who had seen him was extremely surprised. Even the dojo people who praised him were the same, as Mo Yin had never been so excited before when defeating any other master. It's hatred. Suddenly, the willow leaf sword bearing a curve walked to Zhao Wuji, who seemed to have lost his soul, and said with a smile, I think we all understand Mo Yin's emotions. When we kill Ling Yu one day, we will be just as excited. However, Zhao Wuji remained expressionless and did not respond. Brother, Zhao Wenjin had been hiding since last night until they encountered Nangon Wu, Feng Chen, and others, then quietly came to the scene. Seeing Zhao Wuji from a distance in the crowd, she was nervous and didn't know what had happened to her brother. Sen, if it weren't for you relying on uniting several despicable people to ambush me, how could you be my opponent back then? How could you push me down the cliff? Mo Yin roared. Today, I will completely tear off your respectable monk facade, ruin your reputation, make you worse than pigs and dogs. After the fierce declaration, Mo Yin finally took the initiative to attack. His first move was the ancestral fist technique of the Mo family, the Great Sun Tiger Fist. Originally an ordinary technique, it was astonishing when unleashed, far surpassing what Mo Shu could achieve. How is this possible? Zhao Wenjin muttered subconsciously when she saw the display, but suddenly heard Mo Shu's voice next to her. Heh, Miss Wenjin, don't be surprised. My big brother became a martial saint not just through hard work. Without exceptional martial talent, one cannot reach the level of transcendence. If one could achieve transcendence through effort alone, how could I not put in the effort? Zhao Wenjin and the others looked at Mo Shu. To be honest, any technique that comes at my big brother can turn DK into magic. That old bald donkey cannot possibly defeat my big brother. Mo Shu continued. Zhao Wenjin wanted to ask about Zhao Wuji's situation, but the battle was too intense, and their voices were drowned out by various exclamations around them. Although Mo Yin's Great Sun Tiger Fist was formidable, even the Han Q marveled. Switching places with himself facing this technique, he would have no way to handle it besides avoiding it. However, the grandmother of Earth Sen was also an unimaginable martial arts master. The richness of his martial techniques and his understanding of martial arts were undoubtedly superior to Morang Chan's. Immediately, he used 3 moves of the Purple Gold Temple's punches and kicks, retreating and defending while also seizing the opportunity to create distance. Impressive. Morang, he couldn't help but exclaim. Tia Shao, the martial arts prowess of Grandmother Earth Sen, is no less than that of our top martial artists of the Morang family. Despite his pride, Morang Chia, without any hint of disdain, didn't say a word that belittled the Grandmother of Earth Sen. It was because he had to admit that the bold donkey's kung fu was indeed powerful. However, the more powerful, the better. Only this way would he have a chance to defeat both Mo Yin and Earth Sen, right? With this thought in mind, Morang Chia couldn't help but silently sneer, as his goal for coming here today was to become truly invincible. The 2 masters exchanged 5 moves in a row. Each move was unimaginable, clearly ferocious and destructive, but somehow pleasing to the eye. One was a master of violent aesthetics, the other was smooth and flowing. The Zen master finally created some distance, utilizing his unique skills to continuously flick his fingers, unleashing bursts of energy like bullets towards Mo Yin. This kind of martial arts made countless martial artists envious, leaving them grinding their teeth. It was no exaggeration to say that when the Purple Gold Divine Monk entered the battlefield, dispatching the grunts was effortless. However, Mo Yin seemed impenetrable, impervious to any attack. It's like the strongest spear meeting the strongest shield, so Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. Xi Peng also echoed his sentiments. As the Prime Minister, his heart was always devoted to Dragon Country, while his focus was always global. The prolonged battle today drew the attention of not just Dragon Country and Dao State, but the entire world. Although contemporary warfare did not prioritize martial arts skill levels, the outcome of the Zen Master losing to Mo Yin would be tantamount to Dragon Country being defeated by Dao State in the eyes of the world. No one would remember anything else, only this fact. This would severely impact the morale of Dragon Country, leading to more detractors emerging within Dragon Country, praising Dao State and diminishing Dragon Country. The national confidence of Dragon Country would suffer a severe, potentially devastating blow, greatly disadvantaging them in the imminent major war. Qian Shai also gnashed his teeth watching this battle. While others saw the strongest spear against the strongest shield, they overlooked the fact that both individuals were comprehensive experts in their own rights. In reality, the Zen Master's defense, Mo Yin's attack power, and even their speed were top-notch in the present era. It's no exaggeration to say that given Qian Shi's current perspective, there was no one in the world who could battle these 2 individuals. The battle raged on, with the emaciated Zen Master drenched in sweat, unleashing increasingly fierce attacks. He knew that the only chance to defeat his opponent was to find a vulnerability in Mo Yin's defense. Without it, no matter how exceptional his kung fu was, it wouldn't even scratch Mo Yin. But to find Mo Yin's weakness initially, he relied not only on Tang Xinqian's information, but also the joint maneuvers of 6 other experts. Now, facing Mo Yin alone, the difficulty of securing victory was akin to reaching the sky. What should he do? The Zen Master's sweat increased, a clear indication that what Xi Peng could think of, this monk could think of as well. Of the 8 Supreme Masters, he had already defeated 7. In this battle, he had no room for failure. At this moment, Ling Yu and his wife led a group of miscellaneous troops, rapidly ascending the mountainside with their off-road vehicle. Unfortunately, the vehicle could not go any further upward. Ling Yu had to abandon the car and proceed on foot. Ling Yu, don't mind us. Go up first. Qin Mingyu understood the urgency of the situation. Uncertain about Xi Peng's fortune and if Mo Yin were to defeat the Zen Master without challenge, the reputation of Dragon Country would be trampled by Dao State, along with the martial arts community. The blow to national confidence would be monumental, and Qin Mingyu shuddered to even consider it. Just as Ling Yu was about to agree, Qin Ruhan's voice rang out. Brother-in-law, sister, there are horses here. Let's ride them up the mountain. Looking in the direction of the voice, Qin Ruhan had indeed found several steeds. Great. Without hesitation, Ling Yu lifted Qin Mingyu onto a horse and galloped off, leaving the situation behind. The equestrian skills of the elite were on full display. Lin Fan was frozen in place. He had never ridden a horse. Just as he was about to seek help, surprisingly, little Fatty proved dependable at the critical moment, riding alongside Yan Ruansuan, leaving Lin Fan behind. Sukian Moa and others also started riding alongside. "Hey, my horses," the innkeeper called out. "We'll pay later." Qin Ruhan swiftly reassured and rode off. These noble ladies were well-versed in horseback riding. Lin Fan sighed. Why was it always in dealing with the unfortunate situations? With the urgency at hand, Ling Yu paid no mind to his comrades, moving swiftly to catch up to the mountaintop. However, a sudden communication through military-grade devices interrupted them. These devices were designed for the Northern Territory and had strong signal resistance, functioning even on Chanwan Mountain. "Commander Lang, a major incident just occurred in the East Sea waters of Dragon Country. Dao State intentionally collided with our warships. While both sides held back from firing, the casualties were high. The commander is personally heading out for urgent negotiations with Dao State near Angling Island." What? Hearing this news, Ling Yan became extremely tense. Having previously communicated with the commander, he knew that external and internal situations within Dragon Country were intertwined. Dao State causing trouble at this time might indicate they were coordinating some internal plot. The treachery of Dao State is despicable. We must remind the commander to prioritize his safety. Ling Yu quickly replied. He is the anchor of the Northern Territory and must not encounter any mishaps. Understood, Commander. The soldiers on the other end echo. The commander also reminds you to ensure the safety of Prime Minister Xi. Stabilize the internal situation of Dragon Country. This is the highest level of assignment. Acknowledged. After ending the communication, Ling Yu grew even more concerned. With external threats and internal turmoil, any slight misstep could lead to Dragon Country's downfall. At the mountaintop, though the outcome was still undetermined, the scales seemed to tip in favor of Mo Yin. Not rushing to attack, Mo Yin enjoyed the process, much like a cat toying with a mouse, while the Zen master attempted various tactics to find his weakness, already showing signs of weakening in breath and stamina. Mo Shu, think of a way to help the Zen master. Zhang Wenjin suddenly pleaded. Did I hear you correctly? Mo Shu exclaimed in surprise. While Mo Yin and I aren't close, he's still my genuine big brother. Are you asking me to betray him for that bald old donkey? Why should I? Can't we? Nangongwu immediately joined Zhang Wenjin, pressuring Mo Shu. We are all righteous individuals. You should contribute to the righteous cause. Ha ha. With my appearance and character, how can I be considered righteous? Don't trick me. I'm not Wellery. Mo Shu didn't buy into it, chuckling. Then based on our relationship, Zhang Wenjin firmly stated, you could consider you're helping me. Mo Shu trembled slightly, hesitant. He knew that Zhang Wenjin had been good to him, and previously, he had even contemplated giving him some money for a peaceful future once the matter subsided. Mo Shu, you were able to betray your second sister to help us back on Dark Knight Island. Why can't you do it again now? Fun Chen chimed in persuasively. This statement rocked Mo Shu even more. The colloquial saying goes, since your head is already wet, why not even wash away the dirt? Fun Chen continued, I know you must be clear in your heart about what is right and what is wrong. That's why I hope you can once again uphold justice and sacrifice personal relationships. Oh my, stop talking. Stop talking. Mo Shu covered his ears, looking like he didn't want to listen. Mo Shu, listen to me. However, Nangongwu directly grabbed his shoulder, calling out loudly, you are a person of the Dragon Kingdom, and now the Great Master of Di Chen is representing the Dragon Kingdom in battle. If he loses, we will be laughed at by that group, and even by the hundreds of millions of people from Daojo Kingdom behind them. Are you willing to continue watching them flaunt themselves arrogantly in front of us, riding on our necks and feeding us dung? Quite shocking. Mo Shu indeed looked towards the proud people of Daojo Kingdom, jumping around like monkeys. On the other hand, the majority of Dragon Kingdom people present had serious expressions. Ugly freak, don't you like beautiful women? Nangongwu continued to shout, if you help the Great Master Di Chen win, I will give you 100 girlfriends, not just socialites or international models, but even princesses. Initially struggling, Mo Shu's eyes suddenly brightened, asking eagerly, is this for real, Zhao Wenjin? Fun Chen, is it really that 1,000 pounds of moral integrity cannot defeat 2 pounds of chest muscles? It's real. Miss Wenjin and everyone here can testify to that. Nangongwu patted his chest. The whole world knows that I, Nangongwu, always keep my word. Never go back on it. Someone nearby heard this and gave Nangongwu a thumbs up. Many people in the audience from the Yanjing area were well aware of this. Okay. Moshu sighed and said, I'll do it, but let's make it clear. I'm not doing this for any beauties or anything like that. I'm not that kind of person. I'm doing this for the Dragon Kingdom, for justice, for the nation. Enough. Zhao Wenjin quickly interrupted him. We know you are not that kind of person. Just get on with it, or else the great Master Dichen will exhaust himself if this goes on for much longer. All right. Moshu felt like they claimed to understand but didn't really comprehend, so he bravely continued, deliberately shouting loudly. Don't you know, when we practice the golden bell cover, there's actually no such thing as an impenetrable cover. Upon hearing this, all eyes gathered towards him from all directions. Even the ears of the great Master Dichen seemed to perk up slightly. However, Mo Yin remained calm. Just as Moshu mentioned, despite being brothers, there was a vast age difference between them. Moshu was just a newborn when Mo Yin left home at 16 to cultivate himself, eventually disappearing to Daojo Kingdom for over 20 years without a word. Although they were blood relatives, they barely met, even less than the footbath ladies that Moshu frequently visited in the past. Mo Yin saw it as reasonable for Moshu to assist the great master without any reservations, that the most advanced practitioners of the Golden Bell cover not only are immune to knives and guns, impervious to cannon fire, they can even shift their shape and transfer the cover. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Moshu became more enthusiastic as he spoke. However, they definitely still have a weakness in their cover. It could be a congenital crack or a wound that hasn't healed. So the more injuries these practitioners sustain, the more vulnerabilities it will have. Hearing this, the great Master Dichen, who was initially feeling a bit hopeless, suddenly brightened. He had tried attacking Mo Yin conventionally, to no avail. But if he shifted his focus to any postnatal wounds, it might be a different story. How could he possibly know an opponent's unreparable old injury? Moshu himself didn't know much beyond this point, so he said all he could and left the rest to the great Master Dichen's own judgment. However, the great Master Dichen was aware of this because Tang Ning once spent time repenting in the Buddhist temple, confessing her deep sins, which he guided her through with Buddhism. At that time, she expressed deep regret, admitting to causing harm to two men, physically or emotionally. She once even claimed to have pierced a man's right ventricle with her finger, which became his Achilles heel. As he pondered this, the great Master Dichen suddenly escalated, soaring into the air and unleashing a series of consecutive energy attacks. The speed, posture, and an air of desperation left the spectators dumbstruck. Mo Yin raised his hands, fully opening the golden bell cover for protection. Ding ding ding. The sound resonated as before. However, eventually, a faint sound of cracking could be heard. Finally, the great Master Dichen uncovered the sole weakness in Mo Yin's golden bell cover. Swiftly adjusting his technique, a sharper energy beam shot directly towards his opponent's right ventricle. This time, the golden bell cover couldn't withstand it and was shattered by the force. Mo Yin spiraled in midair before kneeling on one knee, holding his wounded chest, bowing his proud head. The audience gasped in shock. Although it wasn't loud, it was deafening. Is it over? Have they witnessed the conclusion of this heart-pounding duel? The Daojo people, who were initially jubilant, fell silent along with the entire arena. The lean great master also retracted his fingers, wiped the sweat off his forehead, took a deep breath, then bowed respectfully to his opponent. Mu Yanqian's eyes were fixed on Mo Yin. Could it be that the legendary Tiger King and Martial Saint had been defeated by the broken golden bell cover? While he would have been unable to unravel Mo Yin's golden bell cover, the outcome wasn't what he anticipated. It was unthinkable that the Martial Saint who had haunted him psychologically would be defeated so easily, right? Hehe. Sure enough, Mo Yin smirked coldly the next moment. The great Master Dichen trembled, feeling an ominous premonition at this sight. It seemed that his attack had only caused superficial wounds on Mo Yin. Dichen, I acknowledge that you are stronger than before, the only one among the 8 Grand Masters who can injure me, but it ends here. Mo Yin stood up in an instant. The crowd was astonished, some even subconsciously taking a step back in fear. Even though Mo Yin wasn't their opponent, his oppressive presence was suffocating, like a final boss in a game. The great Master Dichen's eyes widened. Then he composed himself and respectfully bowed. Amitabha, Mo Yin, your martial arts prowess is truly unparalleled. I admire you. Admiration is useless. Mo Yin suddenly gritted his teeth, his eyes icy. This time, I return to the Dragon Kingdom to defeat you, even to kill you. Only by trampling all the so-called beacons of justice in the Dragon Kingdom under my feet, and humiliated, can I relieve the resentment I've held for over 20 years. Seeing his blood-red gaze, even Mu Yanqia almost backed off in fear. Luckily, he managed to hold himself back, preventing himself from being shamed. I never expected there to be a mountain higher than the one I climbed. Han Q also gnashed his teeth in frustration. He thought that after practicing the anti-dragon divine skill, he had reached the pinnacle, but seeing Mo Yin's performance made him feel inferior. Moreover, it seemed that Mo Yin hadn't even gone all out yet. Amitabha Buddha, faced with Mo Yin's aggressive attitude, the Zen master bowed respectfully and said, "This monk practices martial arts for the sake of physical and mental well-being, not for violence or competition. I have admitted defeat. Please, Sir Mo Yin, let's end it here." These words caused a stir at the scene and captivated viewers watching from their screens. The Zen master admitting defeat. Does this mean the entire world of martial arts in Long Kingdom has been defeated? Many experts present shook their heads in disappointment, especially the Zen master's disciples and monks from the Purple Gold Temple, all murmuring Amitabha Buddha. They knew it wasn't a matter of the Zen master's lack of skill, but rather the formidable strength of his opponent. With the finger-flicking technique that could be used as a machine gun, few in the world could match him, making many martial artists envious. Even if someone could achieve a fraction of his other martial arts skills and techniques, they could boast for a lifetime, yet it was not enough to help him overcome his opponent. It was evident that his opponent was unfathomable. Before the discussions on the matter could escalate and the people of Dojo country become arrogant, Mo Yin burst into laughter. People could see this was years of suppressed anger being released. The laughter filled a whole mountain peak, reaching even Ling Yu and his wife riding towards the summit. Ling Yu felt a sense of foreboding. Had the Zen master already lost? Who would protect the Imperial Lady Crossing if that were the case? With this thought, he spurred his horse faster, leaping over obstacles with his wife in his arms on horseback. Faster. He needed to move faster. Zen master, you old hypocrite. After the laughter subsided, Mo Yin pointed accusingly at the Zen master and rebuked, "You practice martial arts for health and character building. When you led a group to attack and push me off the cliff in the past, why didn't you say the same then? Now that you're losing, you're putting on this facade of being a noble monk." The accusation shocked many. People unfamiliar with the Zen master stared at him, questioning if he was really the venerable figure they thought he was. "I wouldn't be on the wrong side, would I?" Mo Shu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Even with my noble intentions, I couldn't help the old bald donkey win. If it's revealed he's a hypocritical monk skilled in blessing female devotees, I'll be in big trouble. That's impossible. I refuse to believe the Zen master is that kind of person." Xiao Wenjin shook her head. "I know the master quite well, and I trust my judgment and intuition. He is not a despicable person." Facing Mo Yin's public provocations and insults, the Zen master calmly explained, "Master Mo Yin, I heard about your attempted assassination of Zhang Pingwo in the past, along with the atrocities committed against others, colluding with foreign powers. It was these evil deeds that compelled us to unite with righteous individuals to eliminate you from the Long Kingdom." Rubbish. The dignified manner of Mo Yin, the esteemed master, disappeared as he continued pointing at the Zen master and accusing, "You say I tried to kill Zhang Pingwo. Where's the evidence? You claim I colluded with foreign powers. Which country did I betray the Long Kingdom to? As for your accusations of me harming a mother and daughter, how could I harm someone so kind-hearted? You're framing me. I'd rather die than harm a kind-hearted person. You're wrong me. I'll exterminate you deceitful scoundrels." Mo Yin grew more agitated, leapt up suddenly, and struck the Zen master with a fierce palm strike. The intense force caused upheaval at the scene, leaving even seasoned individuals struggling to stand steady. The Zen master, despite being the most revered among Long Kingdom's top martial artists, faced an overwhelming challenge. This moment shattered the confidence of every person in Long Kingdom. Witnessing the brutal display, Morang and the Crimson Sparrow were taken aback and recoiled. They thought their internal strength made them invincible, particularly Morang, who believed he could at least match Mo Yin in arm wrestling. However, seeing the ruthless Mo Yin in action left him trembling with fear. you old bald donkey. With a somersault, Mo Yin struck out with another palm. The Zen master had no strength left to resist. He was hit on the right shoulder, experiencing excruciating pain and losing sensation in half of his body, as if he had ceased to exist. The forceful impact sent the Zen master crashing to the ground, and spectators, both present and watching remotely, felt like the world was crumbling around them. The idea of Long Kingdom being trampled by the people of Daojo country was becoming a harsh reality. Ha ha ha, the strongest in Long Kingdom is just this weak. He's not even fit to be a servant for our divine martial saint in Daojo country. Long Kingdom has a history of 5,000 years. Their skills are worse than an 8-year-old kid from Daojo country. Ha ha ha. The mockery from Mo Yin and the people of Daojo country follow, as expected. Fueled by hatred, Mo Yin, with his heart blackened, prepared to put an end to the life of the monk who had wronged him, who said the martial arts of Long Kingdom were inferior to the three-legged cat kung fu of Daojo country. Attack! A voice suddenly boomed from below, causing everyone to look down. A galloping horse raced up the mountain path, nearing the stone steps. Before anyone could process it, the man on the horse leapt up, using the handrails of the steps to scale upward swiftly, ascending to the mountain top and even into the sky under the scorching sun. Everyone had to look up to see him. Ling Yu, Ling Yu, Ling Yu is here. The scene was instantly filled with exclamations. Morang also looked up, gritting his teeth as he watched the man descending from the sky on horseback. Why did everyone have equal fame, but he had to steal all the limelight? Not only Morang, but even Mo Yin was surprised. With his cultivation and experience, he had rarely seen such a swift expert, so his movements hesitated, giving Ling Yu an opportunity. Soaring, Ling Yu flipped in midair, executing a palm technique descending from the sky. The powerful land domineering Che emitted a dragon-like roar. The entire audience was shocked, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. What was even more shocking was yet to come. Mo Yin redirected all the palm strength originally meant to strike the Grand Master of D, using it to counter Ling Yu's strike. When they had clashed in Su City before, Ling Yu had barely managed to exchange 2 strikes with Mo Yin, using the dragon-breaking palm. So Mo Yin had a psychological advantage and was not afraid to confront Ling Yu head-on, especially since Ling Yu was not using the dragon-breaking palm at this moment. However, the next moment, his calm eyes widened in shock. The intense cyclone dispersed instantly. A scorching and immense power made his arm go numb, almost feeling as if it were being cooked. How is this possible? Mo Yin's eyes grew increasingly shocked. Everyone could see that the Tiger Martial Saint was definitely in discomfort at this moment. Even after battling D for so long, they had not seen him make such an expression. Jealousy flashed across Morang Chon's face in an instant. Han Q also became unsettled, quickly looking around as if searching for something. Attack! Mo Yin unexpectedly roared, intending to clash palm to palm with Ling Yu, but he had to use both palms to forcefully push against Ling Yu. Ling Yu did not dare to be careless, quickly using the force to somersault and land. The collision of the 2 strongest individuals in the world created a strong cyclone, causing the entire scene to expand outward like waves. The 2 top experts were instantly more than 10 meters apart. As everyone lowered their heads to look, they were almost scared witless. Wow, look at the marble floor. How is this possible? It's shattered, actually shattered. Pointing to the floor tiles beneath Mo Yin's feet, which were already pale, people were now trembling with fear. Amitabha, the Grand Master of D, was also shocked, struggling to get up and paying respect to Ling Yu, saying, "Thank you for suddenly helping out, Benefactor. Benefactor is young in age but surpasses me in cultivation tenfold. I truly admire and hope Benefactor can leave your name. If there is a chance in the future, I will surely repay your kindness wholeheartedly." Ling Yu was not modest, answering straightforwardly, "I am the Northern Border War Wolf, Ling Yu." However, this simple answer immediately caused a wave of shock throughout the entire mountaintop. What? He is Ling Yu, truly unimaginably strong. Even the Tiger Martial Saint who can't be defeated by the Grand Master of D. How can he? Damn it. It seems that he must have killed Shy Masters. Otherwise, with Shy Master's profound cultivation, no one could shatter his organs with a single palm. This is the heinous person who slaughtered Yanjing. Don't let him escape. Surround him. The people on the mountaintop, who had just moments ago not united against Mo Yin, were now increasing layers upon layers to encircle Ling Yu. Ling Yu had just dismounted and arrived at the mountaintop, feeling anxious at the scene in front of her. Her husband was being targeted by the entire city. Of course, the reason Ling Yu could have the entrance as grand as a martial saint was not only due to the ignorant monks of the Purple Golden Temple, but also due to the arrangements made by the leader of the Assassin Volfan Tiger Alliance, Liu Yijian, because everything was planned behind the scenes by him. At this moment, he even gestured to Red Sparrow with a curve, saying, "Red Sparrow leader, the woman you caught, I have brought her over for you." Red Sparrow rushed over, pushing aside Fang Yuan to grab Zixuan, who was barely conscious. Fang Yuan was shocked, not understanding why Red Sparrow needed to do this. "You are a top expert. In front of Morang. You behave as if you own the world, but the moment Ling Yu appears, you are startled." Ling Yu also did not expect the situation at the scene to be worse than he had imagined. Everyone there wanted to kill him. Thankfully, Zhao Wenjin was intelligent. Upon seeing Ling Yu, she immediately pulled her and, under the protection of Mowgli, led Non Gongwu, Feng Chen, and others to the side of Xipeng. When Ling Yu noticed this, he quietly moved in the direction of his wife and the others. Anyone who dared to get her attention would meet their demise. Amitabha, the Grand Master of D, once again bowed to Ling Yu, saying, "So Benefactor is the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, the youngest 5-star honored warrior in history. No wonder. It's no wonder your cultivation is so deep and unfathomable. Truly a blessing for our Dragon Kingdom." Ling Yu did not respond to these flattering words. Unlike Morang, in this environment, these words were purely nonsense to him. The Grand Master of D changed his approach. "But you killed my junior brother, Shidi Master. As the abbot of the Purple Gold Temple, I must settle this matter with you." "Master, I have no idea what you're talking about." Ling Yu responded calmly, "I just came up the mountain with my wife, in a personal capacity, to protect State Minister Shi." "Ling Yu, stop deceiving," shouted a person from Yanjing. "You demon who enjoys killing. Several of my family members have died at your hands." "That's right. You revel in killing. I will kill you to avenge my family. And me. The case of Su Huo from the Morang family is also on you." As one person started, a group followed. The scene was full of people citing Ling Yu's bloody deeds. Of course, Ling Yu would not argue with these riffraff. Instantly, his gaze fell on Liu Yijian. The famously dutiful son of Yen City was behind the crowd, wearing a cold smile without needing to guess that all of this was his plan. Amitabha, the Grand Master of D, sighed again. "Benefactor Ling, it appears your reputation in Yanjing is not good. However, I will reserve my judgment about you and postpone the matter of Shai Junior brother for another day. Everything will be addressed after you handle all the major issues today." Clearly, the abbot of D also had a broad perspective, leaving aside whether Ling Yu was the culprit behind Shi's death. As a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom who had saved him during the competition and possessed such terrifying power, he naturally hoped Ling Yu could represent the Dragon Kingdom in fighting against Mo Yin. After all, not only the Dragon Kingdom, but countless eyes from around the world were watching this competition. However, Ling Yu did not have such thoughts. He had always insisted that the one to defeat Mo Yin was not himself. At that moment, Non Gongwu suddenly ran over shouting, "Master, you've finally arrived. Please save Zixuan. She's been captured by Red Sparrow." Ling Yu instantly looked over at Red Sparrow. Even the powerful Red Sparrow, an absolute king before Ling Yu and Mo Yin took the stage, was now visibly frightened just by Ling Yu's gaze, pushing back Zixuan in retreat. Mo Yin was not in a hurry, taking the opportunity to assess Chen Fu's disciple, to see how much he had grown and to what extent he had reached. "Hey, Ling Yu, do you still want to save this woman?" The Red Sparrow held Zixuan's neck and sneered. "It's simple. You break your own leg, and I'll let her go. Deal?" "Ling Yu, don't." Zixuan, who was barely conscious, immediately shouted desperately, "You don't need to worry about me. I'm not someone you care about." Zixuan. Upon hearing Zixuan's words, Nangongwu couldn't help but clench his teeth and close his eyes, tears welling up. He used to think that women only captivated men with their figure and appearance, but now he realized that this kind of integrity and loyalty was truly fascinating. Qin Ruhan and others gradually reached the mountain top and witnessed the scene. Truth be told, Qin Ruhan didn't particularly like Zixuan before, but now she instantly felt that although this woman's personality was not very likable, she was definitely worthy of respect. Ling Yu remained silent, his fierce gaze locked onto the Red Sparrow, his thoughts unknown. Hey, Ling Yu, I'll count to 3. If you don't obediently do as I say, I'll snap this woman's neck. The Red Sparrow threatened triumphantly. She must be important to you and your disciple, right? If she dies, you'll be devastated, won't you? Despicable. Qin Ruhan ran behind Xi Peng and the others before coldly scolding, if any of you want to kill my brother-in-law, then fight him fair and square. Using a woman as leverage to threaten my brother-in-law, what kind of man are you? Yes. Nangongwu also added fuel to the fire, if you dare release Zixuan, my master will defeat you single-handedly. Weren't you arrogant before climbing the mountain, thinking that you were invincible? Come on. The Red Sparrow ignored the insults and threats, focusing solely on his goal of killing Ling Yu to avenge President Tang. He began to count 3, 2. Before he could finish the word, Ling Yu suddenly spun with a step, unleashing his double dragon claws. The Red Sparrow realized that he was surrounded and locked in by a gust of wind. In the next instant, he heard a roar like a dragon. Ow! Fiery dragon breath capture. Ling Yu shouted as he used a newly refined technique, instantly trapping the Red Sparrow with fierce and violent internal energy. The Red Sparrow was shocked. He never imagined that Ling Yu's skill had progressed to such a level, surpassing his wildest imagination, even more terrifying than Wu Dao, who faced life and death situations. Fortunately, with the reverse dragon divine skill he cultivated and the hostage in hand, he was not without a plan. He immediately used Zixuan as a shield in front of him. No matter how high Ling Yu's martial arts were, unless he was willing to risk killing Zixuan along with himself, there was no other way. However, he soon realized how foolish he had been. Ling Yu's dragon claws danced, cutting his fingers with a burst of energy. The Red Sparrow felt controlled by an unseen and terrifying force, prompting him to retreat. In that split second, another dragon's roar sounded, and Zixuan was drawn towards Ling Yu by a powerful suction force. Like a fallen angel, she flew towards Ling Yu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mu Rongshan's mind exploded in disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality before him. Mu Rong, Su Ziai, and others also seemed dazed, losing the ability to blink. Including the masters from the Purple Golden Temple. The higher their martial arts cultivation, the more they understood how difficult Ling Yu's move was. For many martial artists, the external release of internal energy was as challenging as advanced mathematics for an elementary school student. However, Ling Yu's technique not only effortlessly controlled internal energy, but it far surpassed their practical skills. How could they accept such a cruel reality? Were they truly characters in the same story as Ling Yu? Even Mo Yin's expression was remarkably intense, his body inexplicably excited, a strong shiver running down his spine, a smirk involuntarily forming on his lips. Was it fear? Or excitement? Wow! Brother-in-law looks so cool. Brother-in-law is too cool. No wonder he married my sister. Qin Ruhan was so elated to see Ling Yu easily save Zixuan that she jumped up as if possessed by Kunli. Su Qianmo, equally thrilled, had hearts in her eyes as she gazed at Ling Yu. Her infatuation with Ling Yu exceeded Qin Ruhan's, but her reserved personality kept her tears flowing in excitement by herself. Recalling the night Ling Yu saved her from the assassin, she couldn't help but be moved. Wasn't this the epitome of romantic pursuit for a woman? As they were already deeply affected, Zixuan's emotions need not be mentioned. Her mind went blank, and if not for a shred of reason left, she would have undoubtedly kissed Ling Yu without hesitation. And not just one kiss, but until they couldn't part. Of course, Ling Yu didn't give her the chance. Before she could steady herself, he pushed her towards his eldest disciple and instructed, Ziwu, quickly take Zixuan to a safe area. Yes, master. Disciple obeys. Nangongwu was also overcome with excitement, his pores open wide, cradling Zixuan as he retreated, making sure everyone knew this extraordinary man was just like his master. Damn it, attack together, kill this demon. The disheveled Red Sparrow, just as he stabilized, were uncontrollably humiliated. So humiliating. He had abandoned the facade of being a master and resorted to using a woman to threaten Ling Yu publicly. In the end, he was outwitted, having the hostage snatched from him in one move. Was there any greater disgrace than this? Let's attack him together. Liu Yejian ordered immediately. He harbored no less desire to kill Ling Yu, and the Red Sparrow, but he was more aware that Ling Yu was perhaps even harder to deal with than Mo Yin. Attacking together seemed the only way to possibly kill him. There were plenty of people who wanted to kill Ling Yu, and they all wanted to rush forward, but no one wanted to be at the forefront. These were all elites who had undergone at least 9 years of compulsory education. They all knew that whoever rushed forward to confront Ling Yu would soon have to report to Yama. They wanted others to go first and take the risk themselves. As a result, a ridiculous and laughable scene unfolded. Hundreds of people bared their teeth and claws at Ling Yu, as if they wanted to devour him, but as soon as they made eye contact with Ling Yu, they struggled to retreat. Some even cursed out loud. "Who the hell pushed me? Stop crowding. If you want to go, go ahead. I'll let you go first." No one dared to approach. Ling Yu sneered and couldn't help saying, "With a bunch of ragtag individuals like you, claiming you want to kill me. It's the biggest humiliation of my life." Some were so infuriated they felt like vomiting blood. "Can't you act serious? We don't want to humiliate you. We genuinely want to kill you, to avenge our deceased kin and friends." "Who's humiliating whom now?" Qian Shao. "It's time for you to lead this group of losers." At a critical moment, Liu Yejian was truly disappointed in this bunch of useless people. They claimed to be invincible, but were all talk and no action. Similar in some ways, but mainly similar to when they boasted about their abilities in front of their wives. He had no choice but to get Mu Rongchen out as a scapegoat to lead the charge. Morang suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He had been watching the play with great interest, observing the so-called alliance evolve slaughtering tigers making fools of themselves. He had even mocked them as a bunch of clowns. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would have the opportunity to become the Clown King? Fortunately, just as things reached a critical moment, a cry of Amitabha came to his rescue. The Zen master bowed to Morang and said, "Morang Shaiju, although I have not left the mountain for a long time, I have heard of the reputation of the Northern Volf King and the Southern Morang. You are both rising stars of the Dragon Kingdom, the hope of the martial arts world in the Dragon Kingdom. Now that the martial saint of Daojo country is making a strong move, openly challenging the Dragon Kingdom, shouldn't you first fight for the Dragon Kingdom against the martial saint of Daojo country, instead of engaging in civil war with your own people? How many people will be disappointed by your actions? How many outsiders will mock you?" Morang listened to the first half and felt secretly pleased, thinking he had an excuse not to duel with Ling Yu. But after hearing the second half, he felt even more frustrated. "Chia Shao, indeed. For the national righteousness, you should challenge Mo Yin first and then lead everyone to deal with Ling Yu." Su Ziai also spoke from the side, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Only Morang couldn't help but feel heartache for 3 seconds. Chia Shao was faced with a dilemma of between two men. What should he do? The left is evolve, the right is a tiger. He couldn't defeat either of them. Morang wanted to bite the jade sword and the Zen master to death right now. Ha ha ha. Now, Nangong will burst into laughter. "Morang, weren't you very arrogant when you went up the mountain? You used to boast that you were the best in the world. There was no distinction between north and south. Only you were the most awesome in the world. Now what? Are you scared? So many people are watching. So many are listening." "That's right, I can testify. Young Master Nangong speaks the truth. I heard it too." Mo Shu immediately echoed Nangong Wu. "Since you are so awesome, why don't you pick one now? Ha ha." Everyone looked at Morang some smiled knowingly, while others openly discussed among themselves. Morang was undoubtedly being roasted alive. Qin Mingyu, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. "Tia Shao, I've heard of your reputation. Since you don't want to be compared with my husband, it must be because you have real skills. Originally, my husband was going to fight for the Dragon Kingdom. Since that's the case, it should be left to someone more capable now, right?" Right. Definitely." Qin Ruhan immediately agreed with her sister. Zhao Wenjin was the same. They knew that Qin Mingyu was trying to divert the attention and cover for her husband. Otherwise, if Ling Yu really fought against Mo Yin, both would end up losing. And then Morang and the Jade Sword would take advantage of the situation, which would be disastrous. "Ha ha ha, Morang, I'll let you go first. After all, you are the spiritual leader of the martial arts world in our Dragon Kingdom." Han Q also chimed in with a mischievous grin, eager to watch the clown show. After all, he wasn't the Jade Sword. Without much foresight, he had long been unhappy with Morang and was eager to take down this rival first. Morang had no choice but to be pushed step by others. But the guy was indeed quite lucky. Before he could make a decision, Mo Yin arrogantly declared, Morang is not even worthy to be my opponent. If the people of the Dragon Kingdom want to fight, then it's you. Ling Yu. Morang's already embarrassed face instantly turned red. He wanted to explode, but he had to hold back, who made him have no confidence to fight Mo Yin, and if he continued to argue, he feared Mo Yin would expose the fact that he could defeat him in 3 moves. Yes, Ling Yu, weren't you so arrogant when you made your move? Didn't you say our martial saint of Daojo country was no match? Why don't you try now? Are you afraid that you can't even handle 1 move from our martial saint of Daojo country? Haha. The representatives of Daojo country started mocking Ling Yu along with Mo Yin. They had no overall perspective, only focusing on provocation and tactics. Anyway, their hatred towards Ling Yu far exceeded the silent Morang. Of course, they would cooperate with Mo Yin to provoke and push Ling Yu forward. Alright, I was just thinking of trying it out. Let's see how powerful the martial saint of Daojo country really is. Come on. Ling Yu immediately stepped forward, pointing boldly at Mo Yin, ready to fight. At this point, in the minds of countless people in the Dragon Kingdom, they already knew the relative strengths of Morang and Ling Yu. While Morang allowed others to humiliate him and hesitated to fight, Ling Yu was eager to battle. In their hearts, Ling Yu's position was far above Morang. Good. Let's see how skilled you and Chen Fu really are. Mo Yin also showed excitement and leapt to Ling Yu. He and Ling Yu were similar in nature, preferring challenges and not enjoying bullying the weak. However, they never expected that Morang, who had been silent like a quail, would seize the opportunity and jump to Ling Yu as well. Everyone was stunned. What was going on here? Ling Yu, I am one of the 4 young masters of Yanjing City. You killed Su Hua and other prominent figures of Yanjing. I must avenge them. Now that the members of the Alliance of Wolf Slaughtering Tigers have chosen me to lead the charge, I must fight you. Morang was bold and unapologetic. Damn. Mo Shu couldn't help but curse. Is there such a despicable and shameless person? Sister, what do we do? He wants to team up with Mo Yin to attack brother-in-law. Qin Ruhan quickly took Qin Mingyu's arm. Qin Mingyu was also helpless. Who could have expected Morang to be so shameless? Ha ha ha. In that case, I must join in as well. Han Q, who had just lost face in front of Ling Yu, could not miss this rare opportunity and immediately leapt to Ling Yu's side. The scene suddenly turned into a situation of 1 against 3. Amitabha. Seeing this scene, the Zen Master, Zen Difficult, and Zen Martial Master all shook their heads and sighed. While they didn't know the limits of Ling Yu, they were well aware that Mo Yin, Morang and Han Q were the top talents of their time. Under the heavens, the number of people who could duel with these 3 individuals was few, and even those who could hold their ground for 10 moves against them would be celebrated in the martial arts world for a lifetime. How could anyone possibly fight all 3 of them at once? Ling Yu was also taken aback. Then he looked at Mo Yin. Quickly, Mo Yin said, you saved the Zen Master. Now that Chen Fu is no longer here, you're the only one who can be my opponent. Whether it's 10 of you against 1 of me, or me against 10 of you, it's all the same to me. The martial saint always acted as he pleased, never caring about others' opinions or predictions, deciding for himself who to defeat or kill. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu suddenly burst into laughter, then scanned the room with a fierce gaze, pointing his fingers at those surrounding him, loudly declaring, all right, if you all want to kill me, then let's go all out. I'll take on 10. 100. Bring it on all at once. Since there was no room to choose opponents, Ling Yu had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Even if it meant fighting to the death, he was ready. So, with a roar, he directly struck out towards the jade sword, determined to be the first to face his carefully laid trap. The willow leaf sword was worried that Ling Yu might suddenly turn against him, so he intentionally stood 100 meters away from Ling Yu. Who would have thought Ling Yu was so crazy that he would still attack him from such a great distance? Fang Yuan, help me. Luckily, there were still experts left by Tang Ning at his side. But even Fang Yuan was afraid, as Ling Yu seemed to be from a different dimension of warriors. How could anyone attack with such ferocity from such a far distance? Was he even human? He quickly grabbed a member of the Alliance of Wolf Butchers, who happened to be nearby, threw him to block Ling Yu's attack, and then retreated to a safe distance with the willow leaf sword. Oh, poor guy, clearly not involved in his own matters, yet became the first casualty in Ling Yu's hands. Doom. Watching Ling Yu kill from 100 meters away with a single palm, the impact of his soul and the visual shock were unparalleled. Originally wanting to team up with the other three to gang up on Ling Yu, they immediately retreated, realizing they had to reconsider if they were qualified to intervene now. After all, when for Tiger's fight, what were a group of little rabbits barging in for? Willow leaf sword. I will definitely deal with you later, haha. Ling Yu was ecstatic, feeling bold and adventurous. Faced with such a dangerous situation, where he might very likely perish today, he decided to do one last thing for the Dragon Kingdom. He first pointed at Mo Yin and said, "Come, Mo Yin, experience the might of our Dragon Kingdom's martial arts." Ling Yu couldn't afford to hold back now and directly used the first move of the Northern Territory Dragon Breaking Palm against Mo Yin. The single Dragon Claw. Mo Yin was also excited and leapt forward, taking on Ling Yu head-on and using the Tiger Splitting Fist to clash. After the clash of fists and palms, Ling Yu let out a roar and used a big capturing move to throw Mo Yin's fist aside, then launched a slaps towards the restless Morang and Han Q. Morang and Han Q were shocked. They never expected that after the full collision between Ling Yu and Mo Yin, he still had the strength to deal with them. Both of them had their own minds, realizing it wasn't that Ling Yu couldn't handle the aftermaths of a single attack, but they wanted Ling Yu to deplete his energy so they could benefit. Especially Morang, who directly used the flying swallow body technique to escape. Red Sparrow was not as fast as Morang, but used his agility to strike and flee. Ling Yu had room to spare as he faced the three opponents, then turned his gaze towards Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu understood the situation and quickly said, "Minister, it's dangerous here. Let's leave first." She knew Ling Yu was worried about being attacked by others when he was fully engaged with the three top experts. Even though she was worried about her husband, she knew they had to leave as it was the best for him. In the worst-case scenario, if her husband couldn't handle the situation and wanted to leave, those who wanted to stop him would find it extremely difficult. All right. Ziping also had a broader perspective and understood the current situation well, knowing that many people wished him an accidental death on the Mount Chonwang, so he agreed quickly. However, before they could depart, the palace guards blocked their way. A captain of the guards coldly said, "There is an order from the city head that we must protect the minister until the end of the blessing ceremony. Please, minister, refrain from wandering around." What? Many were initially incredulous. Qin Mingyu immediately understood that Zhao Yuanzhang intended to use his power to have Ziping die accidentally on Mount Chonwang. Make way for them. Zhao Wenjin immediately pressured them. "If Minister Zipeng wants to rest first, don't you dare to defy the order. Sorry, we guards only follow the city head's orders. If Minister wants to change his schedule, please contact city head Zhao first and have him issue the order." The guard captain remained firm. Qin Mingyu quickly looked at Ling Yu. At that moment, Ling Yu was still battling with the three top experts and was actually gaining the upper hand. It was due to his relentless fighting style, using the Northern Territory Dragon Breaking Palm for every move, making even Mo Yin unwilling to directly confront him for a prolonged period, not to mention the other two experts. But Qin Mingyu was worried if her husband could hold on till the end. What to do? She couldn't let Ling Yu be distracted, making it more difficult for him. But she feared that the Willow Leaf Sword would take advantage of the chaos and have a group of experts target her and Ziping. At a critical moment, Abbot Dizan suddenly spoke to Ling Yu, who was engaging with Mo Yin, saying, "Northern Territory Marshal, you can focus on battling Daojo's Marshal Saint here. The Purple Temple will ensure the safety of the minister and your wife." With his words, Di Non and Di Wu, along with the monks from the Purple Temple, protected Qin Mingyu and the others. Ling Yu no longer had any worries, but Qin Mingyu remained worried. Would her husband win fighting against three opponents by himself? The fighting between the current for strongest individuals had even reached the ears at the foot of Mount Chonwang. At the foot of the mountain, a pair of extraordinary siblings had already arrived. "Z brother, should we charge straight up?" Ji asked as she looked up at the mountain top. She had no idea who was fighting at the summit of Mount Chonwang, but the commotion seemed more terrifying than the battle between the SS-level strongmen during the Mars colliding with Earth on Dark Knight Island. It would be a waste of time. We must quickly catch up there, or else if Ling Yu dies, Yanjing and the Dragon Kingdom will be doomed. Z glanced at the mountaintop and then at the densely packed guards in front of them, his eyes filled with wisdom. Just then, a stooped figure holding what looked like a pole appeared. Z quickly approached him and held up his hand, saying, "Uncle, we cannot enter the mountain today." The old man raised his head with a somewhat weary look but a gentle smile. "I made an appointment with an old friend to meet here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's almost time, so I must go up." "Old friend?" Zhao Ming and his men behind him were slightly surprised, wondering which old man the elder had arranged to play chess with at the foot of Mount Changwan. Immediately, someone chuckled. "Old man, today a blessing ceremony is being held here, with the martial saint of Daojo challenging our entire dragon kingdom. This is a matter of national importance. The reunion with your old friend can wait. But if I don't go up, who will he fight with?" The old man smiled again, then opened the wooden cylinder in his hand. A silver brilliance burst out, blinding everyone. Even Ji exclaimed, "What is that light? It's so amazing." In the next moment, as the cylinder seemed to emit a silver dragon, it suddenly soared into the sky. The old man jumped directly onto the silver dragon, and swiftly disappeared. "Wow, what's going on? Is he an immortal? Am I hallucinating?" The group at the foot of the mountain exclaimed in shock, still rubbing their eyes to see more clearly that the silvery light had already disappeared into the dense jungle of Mount Changwan. "Gee, it's now. Let's sneak in." Z waved his hand, taking advantage of the distracted guards, transforming into two shadows and entered Mount Changwan along with Ji. A heart-stirring battle at Changwan Mountain is still ongoing. Tang Xingya stands on a big tree, gazing at the epic battle of kings at the summit of Changwan Mountain. Her beautiful eyes are filled with disbelief. "I had thought that no one in the world could stop the tiger from descending the mountain. I never expected that there would still be someone who could block the tiger and also withstand the two supreme masters of today." Hearing the master's sigh, her snake spirit younger sister was naturally excited and thrilled, unable to contain her admiration for Ling Yu. Truly a man who has defeated her multiple times, truly the master of her brother, truly the man she likes. That as she looked at the battle on the peak from afar, she couldn't help but be shocked and worried, saying, "Master, at this rate, I'm afraid Ling Yu will be exhausted sooner or later." Tang Xingya also nodded slightly. In fact, from the beginning of the battle until now, she had thought that even if Ling Yu was fierce, he could at most withstand the attacks of the three top masters for just around 30 moves. After all, Mo Yin is considered a fierce warrior among the seven saints, but now, it has already surpassed 100 moves. This was something she could never achieve. What was even more shocking was that Ling Yu had not shown any obvious signs of fatigue. Truly a man with great endurance. Not only were the people on Changwan Mountain shocked, but the audience in front of the screens had already exploded and discussions were happening across various platforms. On the social platforms of the Dragon Country, the most liked live comments were, "This is our true war god of the Dragon Country. The real supreme masters of the Dragon Country always hide themselves. Those who are high-profile and well-known are definitely not the most powerful. The martial arts of the Dragon Country are invincible in the world. Ling Yu, come on, the Wolf King will win. The so-called Daojo Country is a joke." On the largest social networking site in Daojo Country, there was a wave of complaints. "What's going on? The Tiger Saint should be able to crush our strongest master in Daojo Country, right? Even the Emperor Chie refers to him as a brother, which proves that he is indeed the strongest. But now, he can't even win against the people from the Dragon Country together. Why is this happening? Although the Tiger Saint has just been exhausted, it's too shameful to not win even in a 3-against-1 battle. Is the martial arts of the Dragon Country really as towering as a mountain? Is that the war god of the Dragon Country? Fortunately, he's still young. On the contrary, it seems that we in Daojo Country are lacking in martial arts. We shouldn't count on the Tiger Saint. He's a descendant of the dragon in Daojo Country. We should cultivate our own geniuses to defeat the Dragon Country." Despite appearing very rational, the citizens of Daojo Country only made such comments after Ling Yu entered the scene. Prior to that, they had always thought that the people of the Dragon Country were weak. Even the respected Grand Master of the Dragon Country was considered just a frail old man. Shi Peng was still forced to stay at the scene. Although he didn't read these comments online, he was very clear in his heart that Ling Yu's appearance was an unprecedented boost to the morale of the Dragon Country. Even a large group of people at the scene who had grudges with Ling Yu saw him displaying his might, fearlessly facing the three formidable opponents without backing down for 100 moves, trembled in their hearts and also developed a strong sense of reverence for him, their sworn enemy. What kind of emotion was that? Whoosh! Ling Yu once again used the Twin Dragons Breaking the Sea technique, and fought on par with Mo Yin. The two of them clashed with thunderous momentum and were pushed back on both sides. Morang seized this opportunity and unexpectedly pulled out a soft sword from his body, using a move to attack Ling Yu from the side. "Master, be careful." Ling Yu, brother-in-law. In an instant, the people on Qin Mingyu's side exclaimed in shock. They felt that every move of Ling Yu was life-threatening. It should be noted that anyone in the whole world who could dodge Morang Qian's attacks was really rare. Ling Yu had to face Morang Qia in such a challenging situation, which was truly difficult. Seeing Morang Qian's sword coming near instantly, Ling Yu used his palm to confront it head-on with the technique of Wild Dragon emerges from the abyss, forcefully pushing Morang Qia back. Fortunately, Morang Qia had learned a strange technique from a reverse dragon scripture, otherwise Ling Yu's fierce move could have cost him his life. Morang Qia had to retreat, looking very unwilling. In this battle, even a 3-year-old child in open crotch pants could see that he was inferior to Ling Yu. In fact, in terms of paper strength, he was just slightly inferior, but now Ling Yu's explosive temperament was pushing him to nearly 200% of his power output. If he didn't have the support of the Sun Heart, even if Ling Yu had an exceptional physical talent, he would have long been exhausted by now. On the other hand, Morang Qia lacked this innate talent. He even planned to wait for Ling Yu and Mo Yin to exhaust each other before taking advantage of the situation. He hadn't even utilized his full strength, so the fact that he hadn't defeated the other side in a 3-on-1 battle until now was quite embarrassing. Phew. Qin Ruhan and other people finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Qin Mingyu's tense expression didn't relax at all. At this rate, Ling Yu wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. She knew very well that her husband was like a high-power engine working under super load for a long time. At any moment, there was a risk of overheating, or even explosion. What to do? What to do? Qin Mingyu was also at a loss for a moment, regretting that she had only started to cultivate on the Dark Night Island. Her current strength was completely useless in helping Ling Yu. "Fang Yuan, are you all ready?" On the other hand, Liu Yidian, standing aside, looked increasingly smug. While others only saw Ling Yu's strong performance, only he saw Ling Yu's impending downfall. Once Ling Yu was defeated, he would immediately launch an attack with all the top experts of the alliance to slaughter Ling Yu into pieces. Heh. Ling Yu, why don't you kneel down and apologize to President Tang? Honk seized the openings in the repeated duels between Ling Yu, Mo Yin, and Morang Qia, and launched a direct sneak attack from behind Ling Yu. Blood Shadow Torn Tendon's Claw. This was his self-created supreme skill, which had once gained him an advantage in battle with Lu Wu Dao. Now, driven by the reverse dragon scripture, its power would be even greater. Honk also had complete confidence, believing that at this moment, he could deliver a fatal blow to Ling Yu. However, even if he had 10 heads, he wouldn't have expected that Ling Yu's eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, suddenly shot towards him. His momentary distraction allowed Ling Yu to instantly grab his wrist. As naturally as breathing, it was like the regularity of a newborn baby knowing to find milk when hungry. The ever-changing return to the root. Yikes. Ling Yu simply used the Northern Territory's military judo technique to toss Honk flying over his shoulder. Although it was such a simple move, it showed the essence of the Great Way, the ultimate secret of martial arts. How is this possible? As Honk fell to the ground, Morang Qia, who had been observing on the sidelines, widened his beautiful eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing, even though the facts were right in front of him. What level had Honk, Morang Qia, and Mo Yin's martial arts reached? She knew better than anyone. They were without a doubt the towering peaks that countless people in today's martial arts world could never surpass. Yet, Ling Yu was actually winning against the three of them. What was going on? This was not scientifically possible. Zhao Yuanchan, who had been hiding and not showing his face, couldn't help but stand up at this moment. As one of the gods among 5 saints, in addition to being a top-notch expert himself, he had seen more top experts than anyone else. Besides that person, he truly didn't know who could defeat the bloodthirsty Ling Yu in front of him alone. Although Ling Yu was an enemy, he was also filled with a sense of pity. Unfortunately, this rare martial arts genius of 1,000 years was destined to fall today, just because his existence blocked the way for that deity. Gaga. After Ling Yu sent the Red Sparrow flying to the ground, the unprecedented battle of the Heavenly King's Mountain came to a brief pause. Ling Yu seized this hard-earned opportunity, panting heavily, sweat pouring down from him like a stream. All eyes in the arena were focused on him. Shocked, unbelievable, astonishing, simply inhuman talent. Of course, there were also Qin Ruhan, Nangongwu, and others' excitement and cheers, while Qin Mingyu was worried. She was racking her brains on how to help her husband turn the tables. She knew very well that her husband was not in a winning position right now. It was like when a projectile reaches the highest point in its trajectory. Continuing would lead to the stock market crashing, landslides, or even a complete collapse. Amitabha. Even the Grand Zen Master couldn't help but speak up. Mo Yin, as the respected martial saint, one of the 7 esteemed warriors among thousands, now the 3 of you are ganging up on a young opponent. Isn't this lowering your value a bit too much? Mo Yin remained unfazed and said, I've said it, everyone here is trash, only Ling Yu is worthy to be my opponent. No matter how we fight, I will only fight with Ling Yu. Oh my. Look at how boldly he speaks, casually offending the entire arena. Assistant Liu, the people from the Daojo Nation are so arrogant, why don't we team up and take down him first? Then deal with Ling Yu together. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and suggested to Sword Assistant Liu, adding, we have 300 martial artists ready, and Ling Yu has already exhausted a lot. Killing Mo Yin first and then joining forces to deal with him should be no problem. No. Sword Assistant Liu coldly responded with one word, his eyes fixed on Ling Yu. If this man were so easily killed, he wouldn't have survived until now. Regardless of what Mo Yin says, we should treat it as nonsense. We are simply using him for now. Fang Yuan had no choice but to give up. Morang. Finally, Qin Mingyu couldn't help but speak, looking disdainful. You were supposed to be on par with my husband. Why are the 3 of you ganging up on my husband? Even if you manage to fight evenly, are you not afraid of being mocked later? Morang hesitated a bit. Firstly, he and the Red Sparrow were arch enemies. Secondly, he wanted to show off and be a hero. Thirdly, waiting for Ling Yu and Mo Yin to tire themselves out before making a move might be a good idea. When Ling Yu and Mo Yin were both dead by then, who would dare say they were better than himself? Morang. Don't be fooled. Red Sparrow immediately shouted, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Firstly, you can't beat me. And secondly, no matter how Ling Yu and Mo Yin exhaust themselves, you still can't defeat them. Stop daydreaming. Shut up. Morang Qian's thoughts were exposed, and he immediately snapped coldly. After all, Morang Qian, wouldn't he care about his reputation? If you don't want to talk about it, shall we just attack together? As long as Ling Yu is alive, you'll be beneath him forever. Red Sparrow taunted Morang Qian. After all, his main goal was to kill Ling Yu. Everything else was just a distraction. HMPH. To prove I'm better than Ling Yu, I will eliminate this demon Nin Yanjing first, and then come back for you. Morang Qian still spoke with a sense of righteousness and morality. This naturally earned scorn from many onlookers. The 3 of them repositioned themselves against Ling Yu. Qin Mingyu had no choice but to watch. Her attempt to win Morang Qian over almost succeeding but failing at the last minute. How frustrating. However, she bought her husband some time to catch his breath. Maybe after cooling the engine a bit, he could fight again. These 3 individuals trying to defeat her husband probably wouldn't be able to in the short term. There was still time. Let the miracle come soon. Ha ha ha. Ling Yu, seeing the situation, laughed heartily once more. Mo Yin, Red Sparrow, Morang Qian, stop with the talk and continue the fight. I, Ling Yu, have never feared you. The blood of a warrior was fully aroused. Born for battle, he had never fought as freely and exuberantly as today. Now, he was in the best condition of his life. The architecture of the purple gold temple was already in ruins. This earth-shattering battle was about to continue. Everyone was so focused, afraid to miss a second of the excitement, when suddenly a clear and melodious voice rang out. It was followed by a continuous melody and, finally, a heavenly voice singing, the brief moment of the clouded flower, just in time for the rain to fall. The blooming purple, once splendid and turned into poetry. Many people were instantly captivated. Is this heavenly music on earth? Who is performing? The world is in chaos because of this melody and song. Many whispered softly, looking around, wanting to see who was singing at this moment. To play such a heart-piercing melody and sing such enchanting songs, if it wasn't a sea demon, it was definitely an otherworldly immortal, right? Mo Yin, who was prepared to fight Ling Yu, suddenly showed a slight smile, closing his eyes and immersing himself in the music. It had been a long time, It was as if he had returned to the past, recalling the good times of his youth. Ling Yu also looked in the direction of the sound. Ha ha ha. Mo Yin, you are being incredibly unfair. Uniting to bully my disciple? How disgraceful. A familiar voice reached the ears of many. Look, someone is flying over. What's happening? Superman? Angel? Ha. It looks like an old beggar. Everyone looked up, their eyes filled with disbelief and anticipation, that as they saw the newcomer clearly, many were disappointed. Indeed, it was a stooped old man, standing on a silver spear with his hands on his back, dropping in front of Mo Yin. Old drunkard, Qin Ruhan was the first to applaud excitedly, jumping up. Sister, it's the old drunkard. Our help has finally arrived. Qin Mingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Amitabha. Even the Zen master smiled immediately, thinking with this person helping Ling Yu, it was probably better than having the support of 1,000 troops. They had expected a great deal of destruction and noise when the spear landed, but to everyone's surprise, the old drunkard gracefully landed, placing the silver spear back in its scabbard. He then swayed and sat cross-legged on the ground, tilting his head back and poured the gourd of wine into his mouth. Burp. It wasn't until the old drunkard burped that the crowd reacted. Many had their eyes open wide today, especially those who, like Qianqi, had devoted their lives to martial arts. If they had not come to the Heavenly King's mountain, they wouldn't have known that martial arts could reach such a realm. In a world so vast, there were so many masters. Their lifelong efforts were simply insignificant in front of these people. It was truly a spiritual blow. You finally came, Mo Yin smiled, but suddenly turned cold and serious. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, let us settle our 20 years of grudges here. Chen Fu. Hehe. How did you steal my lines? The old drunkard staggered to his feet, took another sip of wine, wiped his mouth, and said, I also have many questions for you. Mo Yin. Hehe. Then let's see if you have what it takes to make me answer. Mo Yin responded immediately. Morang Chia and Red Sparrow were now in an awkward position. It seemed Mo Yin was about to leave their conversation, and they would have to face Ling Yu alone. Morang Chia felt he might not be able to sit back and do nothing anymore. Just then, another voice full of contempt rang out. Morang Chia, you worthless creature. The centuries-old reputation and fame of the Morang family have been ruined by you and your father, Morang Qing. What? Upon hearing this voice, the people present were once again shocked. Who else unexpected would make an appearance today? Morang John's eyebrows knitted into the shape of the character. Can't believe the one scolding him is actually a woman. He wants to see who's asking for trouble. This pair of siblings making an appearance this time, along with Ling Yu and the old drunkard, are different from before. They're not domineering, but their movements are extremely elegant. Especially Z, his consecutive leaping moves are like artistic gymnastics, exuding an aesthetic appeal. Landing lightly. Definitely a perfect move. Is it you guys? Morang John's expression showed slight surprise. Meeting Morang Z at this time is not a good thing, as this means Ling Yu has gained another super strong support. Z, why are you guys here? Surprisingly, Qin Mingyu couldn't contain her excitement, taking the initiative to greet them. Madam Saint. Z respectfully greeted Qin Mingyu. Their exchange immediately drew the attention of the entire crowd. Those who intended to kill Ling Yu were becoming more and more uneasy. Sister, who is he? He looks like an elegant nobleman. Qin Ruhan glanced at Z right away. Of course, for someone like Z who naturally exudes an elegant and composed aura, no woman could ignore him at first sight. Zhao Wenjun, Suqian Mo, and even Yang Ruansuan were no exceptions. Before Qin Mingyu could reply, someone in the audience exclaimed, Z? Morang Z? I know who he is now. He is Morang's lost young master for 16 years. Morang Chen's only son. Morang Z. What? Morang Chen's son? More and more people were astonished, whispering to each other. Morang Chen's missing son appearing on Chanwan Mountain at this time, most likely coming to settle scores with Morang King's son. Oh no. Oh no. This way. Will the situation of 3 against 1 with Ling Yu turn into 3 against 3? Remember, just now Ling Yu faced 3 opponents alone and did not fall behind, even gained some advantages in the situation. Now if they split up to fight, who can handle Ling Yu? Wow. Wow. In stark contrast to the panic of these people, Qin Ruhan seemed to cheer like a cute cheerleader, waving her fists excitedly, exclaiming, Great, great. Now it's finally fair. brother-in-law can also form a team to fight back. Amitabha. Suddenly, the Grand Zen Master spoke solemnly. So it's the son of Earth Kuiksu's former friend. It's good. It's good. Earth Kuiksu was murdered last night. Hopefully you can find the culprit for him and clear his grievances. Z nodded respectfully to the Grand Zen Master, sigh, and then turned to Morang, showing confidence and determination in his gaze. Ha! A bereaved dog, are you here to challenge me? Morang arrogantly said, his chest puffed up proudly. He didn't dare to deal with Ling Yu and Mo Yin, but dealing with a castaway from the Morang family for over 10 years was simply a piece of cake. He firmly believed he was the most talented in the Morang family. No one is allowed to interrupt their duel or face the consequences. Ji suddenly drew her sword with one hand, coldly threatening the onlookers. As Saraisi or spread, the surrounding experts couldn't help but shiver slightly. Wow, handsome. Qin Ruhan instantly became a fan of this sibling duo, turning to Qin Mingyu and saying, Sister, are they from Dark Knight Island? Why do I feel they are as domineering as the leader of Wudao? Qin Mingyu just smiled faintly, not having time to banter with her sister at the moment. Heh. Mo Yin, let's leave this battlefield to these young people. We older folks shouldn't steal the show, the old drunkard said, then squinted his eyes suddenly. In the next moment, a hint of coldness appeared. Following that were hundreds of beams of light, falling towards Mo Yin like a meteor shower. Wow, what move is this? People were astonished, never having seen such a technique before. But soon, they realized they were amazed too early. What made their scalps tingle even more was yet to come. The meteor shower instantly turned into hundreds of silver dragons, bearing their fangs and claws, instantly surrounding Mo Yin and tearing everything behind him into shreds. Silver dragon dominance. Wow. People were frightened and fled in panic. If they didn't run a bit faster, they feared they would disappear in the vast silver dragon group. After Moranchia was driven away, Honk began to panic. Suddenly feeling very lonely, he thought of a lyric, some people can't say what's go, but no one can replace it. He actually kinda missed Moranchia. Ha. Ling Yu rarely laughed loudly. Facing this group of enemies, he roared heroically, Honk, Li Sword, and all those others who want to kill me, you all want to avenge Tang Ning and your people, right? Then come at me. Doom. Ling Yu's heroic voice thundered in the hearts of these people like a mighty roar. These self-righteous big shots of Yanjing, as well as their unrivaled masters, suddenly dispersed like a storm. They had been confident in swarming Ling Yu and turning him into minced meat, but after witnessing him fiercely battling against 3 top-tier celestial warrior-level figures, they were now uncertain. They knew that even if they attacked together, the outcome might not be much different from what happened at the South Palace Gate before. Not attacking, not retreating. What do you all want to do? Ling Yu shouted angrily again. A spectacle unfolded. Over 300 unrivaled figures hastened to retreat, some even falling to the ground and being trampled mercilessly. Ling Yu's shout caused numerous souls to tremble. This didn't seem like a revenge plot. It was madness, causing more trouble than solving any. Wow. Brother-in-law is handsome. Brother-in-law is fierce. Qin Ruhan was excited and jumping around. Sukianmo, Yan Ruan Ruin, and other women were also inexplicably excited, trembling, with bright eyes, unsure of what they were anticipating. Since you're not attacking, then I will. Ling Yu bellowed, full of confidence, and advanced towards Honk. They were all enemies. He still needed to rush back to the parliament with Xipeng. Since he had sided with Xipeng, these people before him were obstacles, preventing the Dragon Kingdom from entering a new era. They meticulously planned to kill him, so he wouldn't be blamed for fighting back. Yao. Ling Yu, I will kill you and avenge President Tang. Only Honk did not flinch, standing alone and advancing towards Ling Yu. Firstly, he was loyal to Tang Ning. Unlike Li Sword and the others, he was determined to kill Ling Yu even at the cost of his own life. Secondly, having just battled against Ling Yu himself, he knew how much of his strength Ling Yu had consumed and misjudged that he had enough warriors to possibly defeat him. Yaw! Honk said lower, facing the wind roaring furiously, his whole body emitting terrifying blood-red cyclones. The violent energy of the two masters stirred up swirling dust clouds. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield against the fierce wind. Astonished, it was clear that this time, Honk was truly ready to fight Ling Yu to the death. His eyes were sharp as swords, flashing with a cold light. His aura was like a raging storm. his claws seeming capable of tearing heaven and earth apart. Swish swish. In an instant, Honk unexpectedly launched an attack ahead of Ling Yu, his hands resembling sharp streaks of red energy, tearing apart the surrounding white jade fences. A wild and indiscriminate assault. Qin Ruhan and the others couldn't help but shiver. They had fallen into this crazy state. Li Yi's sword also realized that Honk had lost control. If things continued this way, it might not only result in Ling Yu's death, but also Honk's self-destruction. However, he indeed needed Honk to entangle Ling Yu in battle. This was the only chance to kill Ling Yu. Die. Ling Yu. Die die die. Honk was already in a frenzy, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. With the momentum of a battle axe, he brutally swung towards his opponent. Ling Yu's gaze, however, remained calm and composed, starkly contrasting with Honk's frenzied eyes. With a move like drunken crane riding the wine, Ling Yu managed to escape from the seemingly deadly situation. Hissing. Many warriors gasped, especially Qianshi. His eyes were red with envy, nearly unrecognizable. He was forced to admire someone he should hate. Why could Ling Yu reach such heights while he remained stagnant? Why had he strived harder than anyone else, day and night, risking his life, yet couldn't even see the taillights of others? Oh heavens, life is truly unfair. Ling Yu disappeared in an instant, leaving only a fleeting image. Honk's claws struck empty air once again, landing on a solid wall. The wall instantly shattered, prompting a rumble and causing panic among the onlookers. Ling Yu considered launching a counterattack, but realized it wasn't the best time. Li Yi's sword also saw it. Even if their 300 Butchers and Wolves Alliance experts intended to intervene to assist Honk, it would be challenging and they could end up injured by Honk. Honk now resembled a mad dog. He saw only slaughter, with no distinction between friend and foe. After evading another round of Honk's frenzied attacks, Ling Yu suddenly appeared behind him, his fist piercing towards Honk's back like a lightning bolt. Unexpectedly, in his deranged state, Honk's reaction was incredibly swift. He dodged the fatal blow by turning his body aside. Ling Yu's eyes narrowed. Similarly, Li Yi's sword did the same, but unlike Ling Yu, he displayed an unusual grin. It turns out that Tang Ning, that old villain, had given him and Honk the inverse dragon scriptures. The key moment would be when they sacrificed themselves to kill the enemy, right? In Honk's current condition, even if Ling Yu didn't kill him, he would perish. Let's see what damage he can inflict on Ling Yu. As long as he exhausted Ling Yu greatly, Ling Yu would certainly die today. Here we go. Seizing the momentum, Honk counterattacked, viciously striking towards Ling Yu's head. Nice. A group of people shouted. As per their understanding, it was impossible to dodge this move, yet Ling Yu's infinite variation, return to zero maneuver made his body instinctively dodge, disappearing once again and avoiding the attack. The crowd was dumbfounded. This was unbelievable. Honk continued, in his frenzy, each attack ferocious and thunderous. Ling Yu's dodges, however, were marvelously executed each time. The ants were unaware of the infinite variation, return to zero technique. The marks of their battle at the purple gold temple's broken walls depicted a grim picture of destruction. Finally, unlike Ling Yu, who had the sun heart, Honk's heart gradually couldn't endure the strain of his violent output, with veins bursting in his arm. Everyone was stunned. However, Honk, aware that he would self-destruct if things continued to shout madly, "I will avenge President Tang! I will avenge President Tang!" The battle was gradually tipping in one direction, the outcome clear, yet the entire audience remained on edge. Honk, wielding the power of destruction, continued to attack Ling Yu. The scene seemed to have slowed down into silent mode. Yet, each time Honk shattered something, it produced a soul-shattering sound. Suddenly, Qin Mingyu felt a bit sorry for Honk. He was a man of faith and determination, but unfortunately, he had been brainwashed by Tang Ning too severely. Even in death, Tang Ning, this demon, still wanted his loyal subordinates to die with him. Amitabha, the Grand Zen Master, couldn't help but interject, "Honk, stop this. When will this cycle of vengeance end? It's not necessary to risk your life for a single obsession." However, Honk seemed to be deaf to everything, his eyes gradually turning from blood red to pitch black, determined to kill Ling Yu. Yet even so, Ling Yu continued to calmly handle his attacks, his gaze remaining cool and clear. The blood spilled on the scene belonged to the attacker, Honk, whose blood vessels kept bursting. Ling Yu could have killed him with ease, yet for some reason, he hesitated to strike, slowly leading the scene to become bleak and sorrowful. The Tao is formless and nameless, Only through scriptures can the Tao be understood. The Tao is profound and mysterious within the scriptures. Learning the Tao is a way to cultivate oneself, acknowledging mistakes and seeking blessings. Why do people not know their own path while on the journey of life? Life is like a play, laughter and tears intertwined. Life is like a dream, bounded by karma and reincarnation. Only by truly understanding the truth can one achieve the Tao and become immortal. Time flows like water. Attachments hinder progress. Though time passes swiftly, clinging to attachments makes them seem ever fresh. Letting go of attachments leads to enlightenment, becoming a Buddha on earth. Amitabha Buddha, how virtuous. The Zen master witnessed the tragic scene of the Red Sparrow and couldn't help but recite scriptures, hoping to ease the hostility of the Red Sparrow. The Zen master, the warrior master, and all the monks of the Purple Gold Monastery joined in recitation. A moment of silence fell upon the people at the top of Changwan Mountain. Even Wine and Dust and others, who always detested the Red Sparrow, sighed at the scene. Ling Yu understood her husband well, knowing he must have been moved by the true affection of the Red Sparrow towards Tang Ning, stopping him from taking ruthless action. Even for a heinous enemy, as a man of loyalty and righteousness, he deserved a certain level of respect, right? The Red Sparrow finally fell, still murmuring with his mouth, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Ling Yu, I'll kill you." Blood gushed out like water, a heart-wrenching sight. The tears blurred the Red Sparrow's vision, feeling himself drifting away, entering a vast white world. "Mr. President, though the Red Sparrow has died, he will surely fulfill your deepest wishes. May the future be as you desire." "Mr. President, I'm sorry. I'm here. Lin Tuoju will definitely avenge us and achieve the ideals you couldn't. Red Sparrow is incompetent. Please forgive me, Mr. President." Zixuan, King Shu, Zixuan, Huanya ... Zixuan, Zixuan. "Mr. President." In the end, as the repeated cycle of Zixuan, Mr. President resonated, the Red Sparrow reluctantly closed his eyes. The blood gradually pooled as a crimson puddle, the Red Sparrow still gripping Ling Yu's leg, but unfortunately, he had lost all strength. Ling Yu also sighed silently. Even though Tang Ning was dead, he possessed a unique charm that inspired so many people to sacrifice themselves unwaveringly. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu pushed away the Red Sparrow and approached Xi Peng, saying, "National Minister, there's commotion in Yanjing. Please cancel the prayer ceremony and let me escort you back to the country." Hearing this, Xi Peng probably guessed what was happening. However, with the blade of willow leaves leading the charge, shouting, "Ling Yu, you demon, a ruthless murderer, today, so many righteous individuals shall surely eliminate you from Changwan Mountain." Ling Yu turned back, looking at the blade of willow leaves. Hidden in the rear, smirking, the cunning gleam in his eyes revealed some concealed plot. Meanwhile, in a bamboo forest behind the Purple Gold Monastery on Changwan Mountain, the old drunkard deftly avoided Mo Yin's tiger fist. The force of Mo Yin's fist was like a raging river, destroying the bamboo forest. Two saint-level experts, capable of altering landscapes and terrains with a mere gesture, were on the verge of sowing destruction on the grounds. "You two brutes, do you really want to destroy this place?" A woman's voice interrupted them, causing them to pause and search the bamboo forest. Though they knew it couldn't be their heart's desire, they still gazed hopefully under the patchy sky, yearning for a glimpse. A graceful figure indeed appeared in the high bamboo forest. Seemingly seated out of thin air, she played the zither with one hand, her captivating peach blossom eyes gazing upon them. Yes, she was looking at me, not at the unkempt Chanfu filled with alcohol. Yes, she was smiling at me, not at the aloof Mo Yin with no regard for conventions. However, as the goddess spoke again, their fantasy world shattered instantly. "Chen Fu, Mo Yin, if you must fight, then do so wholeheartedly on the stage I prepared for you." The goddess spoke once more, and both Chen Fu and Mo Yin snapped back to reality. Though her illusions were powerful, her musical skill couldn't compare to the music saints. Nevertheless, the dragon and tiger saints willingly entered her created illusory world. In this realm, he was just 24. Loving drinking and martial arts since childhood. Extraordinarily talented, the top among the younger generation in the clan's martial arts. But due to drinking, he had inadvertently caused an issue in the clan and was expelled by the master, just stepping into the secular world for experience. At that time, the whole Lan Kingdom was basking in the joy of winning battles as the war god Ling Guanrong single-handedly defeated 10 saint-level experts, not only safeguarding the country, but also reshuffling global power and the martial world, earning him the title of Honorable War God. For a moment, the world worshipped him. Influenced by Ling Yu, he also aspired to become a great hero. As for him, at 22.5 years old, born into a martial arts family where everyone excelled but struggled to make ends meet, his father suddenly went missing. With the family in poverty, he started working as a bodyguard to earn money, but due to his straightforward nature, he couldn't earn much. That year, his youngest sister was born weak and ill, requiring expensive treatment that he couldn't afford to send back home, leading to a scolding from his single mother. Feeling depressed, he drank alone at a tavern. Hey, as a man, how can you mope around all day? He frequented the tavern to drink and saw a stranger, a big man who sat opposite him, and drank with him without introduction. He was shocked by this rough man's drinking capacity. He prided himself on his own drinking abilities, but only drank bowl after bowl. In contrast, this man consumed barrel after barrel directly. Eventually, after finishing 66 barrels in the entire tavern, he bowed in defeat and gestured, "I can't keep up. In terms of drinking, you're the first to beat me. Ha ha. Ain't drinking fun? All your troubles fade away, right?" The big man laughed in contentment. Secretly, he admired his inner strength, noting the man's ability to handle alcohol, unlike him, channeling his drinking power into inner strength. Drinking to ease sorrows only leads to more sorrows. This bill still needs to be paid, he sighed. However, the big man laid out all his money, including his belongings, on the table, saying, "A true man of 7 feet in stature should focus on making a name for himself. How can money troubles bother him? Take all this. If it's not enough, we might meet again, and I'll repay you." His carefree and generous nature touched him. Accustomed to solitude, he couldn't help but stop the man from leaving and asked, "Brother, what's your name?" "I'm Chen. Only the word Fu in my name. Goodbye." He shook his hand to leave. "I'm Mo Yin, a bodyguard employed by the Shangguan family, General Shangguan's head merchant. I'll make sure to return this money to you," he shouted after him. However, Chen Fu simply waved and walked away, never considering having it repaid. They met by chance and assumed they wouldn't meet again, but fate had other plans, as they would meet at a martial arts event 6 months later. "Ah Yin, your second sister has gone crazy. She keeps talking about countries, ethnicities, and dominating what? She seems to have recently joined some evil sect and run away from home. This way, our family will once again lose a source of income. You need to earn more money." Before the finals, Mom's call came into the martial arts hall. Listening to Mom's voice on the other end, Mo Yin felt a bit annoyed. He was the eldest son. His father was no longer around. According to social norms, he should indeed take responsibility for the family. But with all his skills, and still young, he really wanted a big stage to showcase his ambition. Concerned about his siblings whom he hadn't even met, limiting himself to making money, he felt his life should not be so humble. But he responded to Mom, "I understand." Only when he walked into the competition venue did he hear people gossiping around. "Have you heard? The organizer, Mr. Tang, said he will marry his daughter to the champion of this Central Plains martial arts competition." "Ha ha. Mr. Tang's two daughters, they are the beauties of our Central Plains, especially the elder daughter. Oh my. TSK. Hearing these men's discussions, Mo Yin, full of youthful vigor, also imagined how beautiful Mr. Tang's daughter would be. He was a child from the countryside who should be settling down at this age. However, he never expected that the man he would meet in the final was Chen Fu. Over 30 years ago, the arena was simple, on an open square surrounded by buildings and a few 3 to 4-story buildings. Thousands of spectators cheered for the competitors from rows of wooden seats. When the two men stood on the stage, the window of the most beautiful house opened, and a charming young woman with peach blossom eyes and snow-white skin secretly appraised the two men. "Miss, those two are known as the strongest men of today. The one called Chen Fu is a drunkard, doesn't have many hobbies except drinking. Although he is carefree, I'm afraid you won't like such a carefree man. And the other one." Indeed, the maid favored the more sturdy and serious-looking man. Although he seemed a bit stern and less humorous, such a man would provide more security, right? "His name is Mo Yin. He is the strongest bodyguard by the side of President Shangguan. It's said that he is rigid and doesn't flatter. Although he is very skilled, he is still as poor as can be till now." The maid's tone was obviously disdainful, preferring the carefree drinker over Mo Yin. "Mo Yin, after hearing the audience's discussions, was actually focused on where Mr. Tang's daughter would appear. With his insight, he had long noticed the appearance of that enchanting woman at the window. However, upon hearing the maid's words, he felt a bit angry and sad. "Ha ha, it's you." Chen Fu made his entrance amidst cheers of the crowd, saying, "I need to win the title of Central Plains Martial Arts Master, make a name for myself, and then secure a good position in the southern frontier, becoming a great hero. I never expected you, my brother, to be the final obstacle in my way." Mo Yin also smiled, not willing to admit that he was competing for the money and to find a wife. Comparatively, he felt his aspirations were far below Chen Fu's level. "Master, why are they still fighting?" In reality, in the bamboo forest of Chanwang Mountain, the old drunkard and Mo Yin started fighting. Even the snake spirit's sister could tell that the two men's eyes were clearly deep into the same illusion, sharing the same dream. "They are saints. How could my power completely trap them in the illusion?" Smiling, Tang Xinyan said, "In their first battle, it was fought like this, 30 years ago." "What?" The snake spirit's sister was shocked. Though their fight may not have been as intense and explosive as when Ling Yu fought 3 opponents alone, they had achieved such martial arts proficiency at that young age. In the illusion. "Sister, if you're going to choose a man who can help you, it's better to pick the carefree drinker. That big guy seems a bit dull. Maybe not as clever." Tang Xinyan suddenly appeared at Miss Tang's window. Mo Yin was visibly shocked. If only the maid said that, he could brush it off, but even Miss Tang's younger sister said the same. It seemed he wasn't suitable for Miss Tang after all. Miss Tang indeed thought the same way, nodding casually with a smile, but her gaze fell on Mo Yin. However, Mo Yin didn't notice that, as his attention was diverted by Chen Fu calling him. "Hey, Mo Yin, are you feeling unwell? Why do you seem absent-minded? I won't go easy on you." Mo Yin also smiled. "Neither will I." The two shared a smile and began a formidable battle. That battle was etched into the annals of the martial arts world. And even 30 years later, in the Central Plains martial arts competition, the ancient recording would be played, and everyone would praise it. After watching the video, all the Central Plains martial arts masters were humbled, realizing there was a distinction between men and saints, perhaps predestined from birth. "This is my final move, Phantom Dream Finger." In the end, Chen Fu used his unique skill to defeat Mo Yin with a slight advantage after 300 moves. 30 years later, the classic battle reappeared in Chanwang Mountain. Seeing the seemingly unpredictable move by the old drunkard that left people defenseless, the snake spirit's sister couldn't help but be amazed. However, what no one had anticipated was that while Mo Yin had lost to Chen Fu's move back then, this time he countered the entire sequence of moves. Chen Fu exclaimed in shock, "Mo Yin, you deliberately let me win back then? The Phantom Dream Finger doesn't work on you." Heh. Recalling the past, Mo Yin, half dreaming, felt bitter, suddenly shouting, "It was Xinyan and her personal maid who said you were more suitable for her. And to repay a favor, I intentionally lost to you back then. I endured a broken heart and gave up the woman I loved the most to you. Did you take care of her?" Chen Fu. A soul-searching cry left Chen Fu shattered. The dream continued. After claiming the title of Central Plains Martial Arts Master, Chen Fu indeed went to the southern frontier. By then he had already become engaged to the eldest daughter of the Tang family. "Must I go?" Looking at his packed belongings, Tang Xinchen couldn't help but speak. "I must." Planting his spear in the ground, Chen Fu stood in front of his fiancée, saying excitedly, "My lifelong dream is to be a great hero of the nation, dominating all over, being revered and creating a legend. Then, to become the military soul of the Dragon Kingdom, recorded in the millennium history of the Dragon Kingdom, leaving behind an eternal legacy." Tang Xinchen listened to his grandiose words, only giving a faint smile. "Xinchen, don't you want to marry a great hero?" Chen Fu said gently as he embraced her. "I promise you, when I return victorious, it will be the night of our wedding." However, Tang Xinchen didn't support him like a typical novel's heroine. She merely said, seemingly amused, "What if you return a failure, or even die on the battlefield? Should I marry someone else?" "I won't," Chen Fu confidently declared. "With the legendary glory of the war god overseeing, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are invincible and unstoppable in battle." Leaving behind these words, he departed from his beloved fiancée. "Chen Fu, if I were you, I wouldn't go to the battlefield at this time. Mo Yin followed him to the southern frontier to confront the enemy, but along the way, he whispered in his ear like this, "Han, you say you won't go, but aren't you still going with me?" Chen Fu laughed heartily. "I'm different from you," Mo Yin said seriously. "I'm going to the battlefield because I don't want to remain a lowly figure. I want to make a name for myself in battle. I want to support my boss to become the leader of the country, to make the people of this country recognize me." "Leader of the country? Ha ha." Chen Fu burst into laughter, patting him on the shoulder. "All right, no matter what your goals are, since our aspirations are the same now, let's see who can achieve fame in battle and take over the flag of the war god." Everyone knew that when the war god of glory defeated the 10 saints years ago, although he emerged victorious, he suffered severe internal injuries that have yet to heal. Moreover, he was getting older and needed younger generations to step up, to carry on his legacy and uphold the Dragon Kingdom's status as a great power in the world. What both of them did not anticipate was that the major battle that year became known as the Dragon Monkey Counterattack Battle. Although the Dragon Kingdom successfully defended its territory, the cost was not small. In one battle, the war god of glory fell into an ambush and was attacked by a mysterious master. By the time their reinforcements arrived, it was too late to save him. Don't cry for me. The Dragon Kingdom is the only mystical place in the world where the flesh of our ancestors may fade, but their spirits will be inherited and remain eternal, undying. For 5,000 years, we have proven our greatness. Our greatness lies not in how powerful we once were, but in that no matter what challenges we face, we never give up. Let our history, culture, spirit, and traditions remain unbroken. Where the dragon's blood flows, new dragons will rise in the holy light, and where the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom exists, flames will burn, illuminating our country, blessing our people, and let new hopes take root and grow. Chen Fu, Mo Yin, Funlin, you are where I place my spiritual strength, and I believe that you will surely carry on the indomitable spirit of the Dragon Kingdom until the new dragon soars once again. Ling Guanran left behind these words, eventually passing away gloriously on the battlefield. Chen Fu returned with his remains to the land bestowed by the Dragon Kingdom for burial. It was called Hero Village, and it was said to be the resting place of numerous heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. To fulfill his promise to his idol, Chen Fu stayed in the village, preparing to take the grandson of the war god of glory as his apprentice, passing on all his skills to him. However, that year, the Ling family gave birth to a baby girl, and he returned to Central Continent. Times were changing. The head of the state, who had bestowed the title upon the war god of glory, had passed away. There were now 2 new figures vying for the position of head of state, and their styles were completely different. Choosing different leaders for the Dragon Kingdom would lead it on divergent paths of destiny. Is that so? Are you supporting Zhang Ping? By then, Chen Fu had reached the rank of 3-star general and had already married the young miss of the Tang family. However, upon hearing about his political ideals, Tang Xinchen seemed to show a different attitude. Indeed, the recent war has made me realize that now is not the time for the Dragon Kingdom to strive aggressively for international status. We must assess the situation, recuperate, promote peaceful development, and prepare for our great rejuvenation. Chen Fu exclaimed. Chairman Shang Guanzi is a hawkish figure and is not suitable to be the head of state of the Dragon Kingdom now. Only someone like Zhang Ping, who advocates restraint, can ensure the peaceful development of the Dragon Kingdom. That's why we must support Zhang Ping. Is that so? Tang Xinchen's smile was complex. Chen Fu, you've changed. When I married you, it was because you were belligerent, always dreaming of being a hero. I thought you would be willing to continue fighting for the Dragon Kingdom, building its prestige. Yes, I have changed. Chen Fu admitted frankly. It was fighting alongside the war god of glory that made me understand his greatness. His heart is like the vast ocean of stars, and his vision seems to see the future 100 years from now. And in front of him, I am just a little nobody. Not only is my martial arts far inferior to him, my thoughts and mindset are galaxies apart. So yes, I have changed. I want to become as great as he is. He made me realize that restraint is not weakness, but a more powerful strategic vision. Using force recklessly is not strength, it's merely temporary bravado that ends in tragedy for the family. We, the Dragon Kingdom, are a great nation. We don't seek short-term gains or losses. We are looking to achieve a millennium of great rejuvenation, prosperity for generations to come. Heart sweet, do you understand? Can you comprehend what I'm saying? Chen Fu gently shook his wife. The enchanting beauty responded with a slight nod, her smile becoming increasingly complex. I understand you. Fantastic. Chen Fu embraced his wife tightly, but failed to notice the faint shimmer of tears in her eyes. Mo Yin happened to visit at that moment. In fact, in Chen Fu's absence, he often came to see Miss Tang. Miss Tang's parents had suddenly passed away, burdening her with great responsibility, especially with her husband being away. Sometimes, a caring word from Miss Tang could make him happy for days, so excited he couldn't sleep, keeping a smile on his face. However, at that moment, seeing Chen Fu embrace his goddess, he could only silently turn and leave. He even regretted a bit, intentionally losing to Chen Fu in the past, like a thorn forever stuck in his heart. Each touch would cause a numbing pain. Chen Fu, not only did you take away my goddess, but now you want to become my enemy. Don't you know, sweetheart is the woman I love the most, and isn't Chairman Shang Guanzi a benefactor to me? Ah. Mo Yin drank alone, muttered to himself, then let out a long sigh. His life had also entered a period of confusion. Shang Guanzi's kindness towards him was immense. When he first started out and offended powerful figures, it was Shang Guanzi who helped him out of trouble and provided him with food. Now, Shang Guanzi even trusted him, not only giving him a luxurious mansion, but making sure his mother and siblings had a good life. Hearts are made of flesh. How could Mo Yin not support Shang Guanzi in becoming the head of state? But he also knew that, in doing so, he and Chen Fu would eventually become adversaries. However, before that event unfolded, he clashed with Chen Fu, even resorting to physical violence. Chen Fu, you scoundrel, how are you taking care of Zixuan? For the sake of working for Zhongping, you ignore your family every day, and now you let someone take your wife away. If anything happens to Zixuan, I'll kill you first. Mo Yin vented all his anger on Chen Fu. Master, why did Mo Yin suddenly become so agitated? In the bamboo forest on Chuanwang Mountain, the snake spirit's sister watched the two men standing still suddenly erupt into a fierce fight, piquing her curiosity. Before Tang Ning could respond, Mo Yin's ferocious tiger roar forest fist destroyed the entire bamboo forest. The thunderous crash as the forest toppled sounded like a bombing scene. Mo Yin, calm down. Tang Ning had no choice but to drop to the ground and shout at Mo Yin. Surprisingly, Mo Yin actually stopped and his gaze gradually became hollow. Master, what's wrong with him? Nothing, because back then, I also had to stop him like this. Tang Ning smirked. Mo Yin, calm down. Back then, after Tang Ning stopped Mo Yin, she urgently opened her arms to block her brother-in-law, saying, Sister was captured by the cult of 5 poisons. If you have time, hurry to the western regions to save her. What's the point of fighting here with your brother-in-law? If you win, will sister come back? You big foolish tiger. A single word can awaken a person from a dream. Mo Yin immediately pointed at Chen Fu and declared, Chen Fu, you are not suited for Zixuan. After I save her from the cult of 5 poisons, I will confess my feelings to her. I swear, I will take good care of her for the rest of my life. I will never let her be harmed again. You are dreaming. Chen Fu retorted, Zixuan is my wife. It is my mistake and I must make amends. Mo Yin, I always considered you my closest friend, but you dared to have designs on my wife. Have you never heard of never covet a friend's wife? I did think that way before, but now I realize I was wrong. Very wrong. Mo Yin responded fervently, if you like a woman, you should give your all to pursue her, to protect her, instead of relying on other men to take care of her. Especially, and that man is a scoundrel. I will never be a scoundrel again. Chen Fu shouted passionately, overwhelmed with guilt and pain. If anything happened to Zixuan, he would follow her to the grave. They quickly arrived in the western regions, at the main headquarters of the cult of 5 poisons. One man with a spear, one man barehanded, daring to fight fiercely amid skilled opponents in the haze of the cult of 5 poisons. Master, why do they seem to be fighting with someone else all the time? They are certainly brave, but why don't they see each other as opponents? In the bamboo forest, the snake spirit's sister stood behind Tang Ning, watching the unusual battle between the two great sages with great curiosity. However, Tang Ning did not answer her question, just raised a meaningful smile and murmured quietly, it seems that the tune I prepare is almost ready to be played. Zixuan. After a fierce battle, Chen Fu and Mo Yin finally defeated the 5 great law kings, battling the dreaded Poison Master Black Shay. The titles of the 2, Dragon Spear Saint and Tiger Martial Saint, bestowed upon them by the god of glory of war, shone brightly at that moment, making a mark in the western regions, resonating throughout the martial world of the Dragon Kingdom. This was the sacred act praised by tens of thousands in the Dragon Kingdom. After rescuing the goddess, the 2 men, filled with joy and excitement, rushed towards Tang Xinchen, both eager for the goddess to come to their side. However, to their surprise, Tang Xinchen ultimately chose to walk towards Black Shay. The infamous leader of the cult of 5 poisons finally smiled with satisfaction as he closed his eyes forever upon seeing Tang Xinchen approaching. "Xinchen, what's wrong?" Chen Fu hurried to his wife. "I'm fine," Tang Xinchen assured her husband before turning to Mo Yin. "Did you come to save me with Chen Fu?" "Yes." "Xinchen, I will never allow you to be harmed. Thank you." Tang Xinchen interrupted his words with a smile. Chen Fu also interjected, "It wasn't him who asked for his help, and I was the one who killed Black Shay. You are my wife, and this time was my mistake. I will protect you in the future. I promise." "No need for promises." The curve of Tang Xinchen's lips was complicated, because boasting too much will eventually backfire. "Just silently prove it." "Xinchen, so you don't blame me?" Chen Fu was delighted to hear her tone not accusatory. "Yes." Tang Xinchen nodded. "Great. Then let's go back." Chen Fu once again embraced his wife in front of Mo Yin. Mo Yin felt a pang of regret but didn't blame anyone, just himself for giving up his love for the sake of repaying a favor. Upon returning to Zhangzhou, Tang Xinchen received an invitation from Zhang Ping to perform on the stage in Yanjing. Upon hearing this news, Mo Yin found his way to Tang Xinchen once again. "Xinchen, are you really going to accept?" Mo Yin asked urgently. "Zhang Ping is a coward. He only knows how to scheme and connive. He is not worthy of being the Dragon Kingdom's leader. If you accept his invitation, you are siding with him. If he fails, President Shangguan won't spare you. If he succeeds, President Shangguan will be even harsher." "Well, I've made up my mind." In stark contrast to Mo Yin's urgency, Tang Xinchen appeared calm. Despite the alluring shimmer in her eyes, she seemed to have thought about many things. Alas, Mo Yin could only sigh and leave. That night, he sat alone in a tavern drinking, knowing all too well that if things continued this way, Shangguanzi would inevitably lay hands on Tang Xinchen. What would he do when caught in the middle? "Why are you here drinking again?" That night, he met Chen Fu again. Chen Fu gestured for dozens of barrels of wine and grinned. "If you still consider me your best friend, you should confide in me. Don't keep it all bottled up." "Chen Fu, how can you say such a thing to me even now?" Mo Yin immediately grabbed Chen Fu's collar, roaring, "You support a collaborator? Fine. Then why force Xinchen to support him? Don't you know this will bring danger to Xinchen?" "You jerk. Zhang Ping is not a collaborator." Chen Fu pushed away Mo Yin and retorted loudly, "You don't understand strategy at all. You don't understand the strategic vision of the glory god of war. You are just a martial artist. It's no wonder Xinchen didn't choose you." "You jerk, Chen Fu." Mo Yin's punch landed squarely on Chen Fu's cheek. Chen Fu spat out blood, retaliating with a fierce kick to Mo Yin's abdomen. In the bamboo forest, a scene similar to the tavern fight from years ago was unfolding. "Ah!" the snake spirit sister exclaimed in shock, seeing the 2 great sages finally inflicting harm on each other. Their fight at that moment did not resemble that of sages, but rather that of ordinary men brawling. "Chen Fu, you selfish fool. I'll kill you." Mo Yin's fist struck Chen Fu's face again, cursing vehemently, "You insist on forcing Xinchen. Shangguanzi will eventually order me to personally kill you." "To personally kill Xinchen?" "Mo Yin, everyone calls you a fierce tiger, but you're just a big dumbass." Chen Fu fought back, continuing to strike Mo Yin aggressively, in a tit-for-tat manner. "I didn't force Xinchen. Xinchen understands me. For the revival of the Dragon Kingdom, we are willing to risk everything. We have a spirit of sacrifice. We are all heroes." "Why do you think you're a hero? What makes you believe your faith is right? You bastard!" Mo Yin's anger soared as he unleashed the fierce tiger war fist. The violent punches were like a hungry tiger attacking, each blow fierce, each palm crushing mountains and splitting the earth. Chen Fu was shocked and lost his color, struggling to defend himself. People around the tavern panicked and fled, afraid the tavern would be destroyed by these 2 experts, and they would all suffer. "Mo Yin, do you really want to kill me?" After blocking this move, Chen Fu's clothes were torn, clear bloodstains visible, even 3 blood marks on his face. Looking extremely disheveled. I will kill you, because I don't want to harm Heartsweet. I want to stop her from making mistakes. Mo Yin continued to roar. You fool, the Glory War God misjudged you. You are not worthy of sharing the saint's name with me. Chen Fu also got angry, picking up a spear, the 6-word spear or shining brighter than all the lights in the tavern. Watch me deal with you. Chen Fu's spear instantly transformed into 6 azure dragons, ready to devour the tiger in front of him. It was now Mo Yin's turn to be shocked. Although he had seen Chen Fu use this move against strong enemies before, facing it himself, he realized that these dragons were even more powerful than he had imagined. The dragon's might was overwhelming. With a speed that pierced through, several holes appeared in the walls of the tavern, which seemed to be on the verge of collapse, swaying and ready to fall at any moment. Mo Yin's blood dripped like water, falling to the floor. But the eyes of the 2 men still showed defiance, both determined to defeat their sworn enemy. Have you had enough? Are you willing to let innocent people die because of your stubbornness? Have you forgotten how the Glory War God taught you? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. The 2 new saints shuddered simultaneously. In the next moment, a series of gentle piano sounds entered the tavern. This melody seemed to possess endless magic, causing the 2 saints to fall into a musical trance. A peaceful yet infinite wave suddenly poured into their bodies, purify their souls and instantly calming them down. Outside the tavern, Tang Ning stood behind a woman in a white skirt and red robe, silently admiring her senior sister's incredible skills. As the melody ceased, everyone around fell into a deep sleep, and the woman in the red robe and white skirt entered the tavern, staring coldly at the 2 men. Miss Shangwan, Fun Ling, why are you here? The 2 men seemed like children who had done something wrong, not daring to look directly at this elegant woman. HMPH, if I hadn't come, would you have let innocent poor people be killed in front of you? Shangguan Funling said angrily. The 2 men scratched their heads, with Chen Fu even chuckling. Sorry, I shouldn't have used such strong moves here. Thankfully, no one got hurt, right? Heh. Luckily, I won't do it again next time. HMPH. Shangguan Funling glanced at him before turning to Mo Yin. And you? Mo Yin glanced at Tang Ning, who had just entered, momentarily mistaking her for Heartsweet. After coming to his senses, he turned and said, It's all Chen Fu's fault. He wants to support your father's political opponent. He supports the weak faction. Not only that, he even forces Heartsweet to do so, to accept Zhang Ping's invitation to perform in Yanjing. I did not force Heartsweet. Chen Fu immediately refuted. I support Zhang Ping for the greater good. We Dragon Country people think strategically, not impulsively. You cannot comprehend the strategic vision and aspirations of the Glory War God, but I do. Yes, you do. I do not. Enough. Shangguan Funling stopped the 2 men and scolded them. Both of you are recognized as saint-level figures given names by the Glory War God, yet you are arguing like children. The 2 men stared at each other, looking down on each other but not daring to challenge Shangguan Funling. Mo Yin, I believe Chen Fu is not that kind of person. Shangguan Funling finally spoke. Mo Yin was taken aback, wanting to speak but unable to say anything. In reality, he had known Chen Fu for many years and knew he was not an unreasonable tyrant. However, he couldn't help but feel that Heartsweet's support for Zhang Ping must have been influenced by Chen Fu. Although Shangguan Zi is my father and a pro-war faction member, that doesn't mean you can forcefully demand Chen Fu support him as the country's leader. That would be moral blackmail. Shangguan Funling's words clearly sided with Chen Fu. Mo Yin also picked up on this, so he was very surprised. Miss, do you not want your father to be elected as the leader? Support or not, what does it matter to me? I don't want to get involved in this. Shangguan Funling gave a vague answer. Even Chen Fu and Mo Yin could tell she was feeling conflicted, especially Mo Yin. Her expression was almost identical to when he saw Heartsweet. All right, stop fighting. It's Heartsweet's choice how to act, that's her freedom. Shangguan Funling successfully stopped the 2 men. Funling's senior sister, if sister wants to perform in Yanjing, will you play the zither for her? Tang Ning asked. Xinyo, aren't you also skilled in musical instruments? Both of you sisters performing together would attract more attention, right? Shangguan Funling responded. My musical talent is not comparable to senior sisters. If sister wants to achieve the desired effect, she will definitely invite you. Tang Ning said firmly, as she was the one who understood her sister the most. If she invites me, I will definitely go. Shangguan Funling replied readily. Miss Shangguan. Mo Yin panicked, getting excited. You father, is the chief merchant Shangguan. Are you going to support? I've said. I don't want to get involved in big matters like this, but Heartsweet is my best friend. If she invites me, I will go. Shangguan Funling's attitude was resolute. Mo Yin was at a loss for words, even starting to doubt if he had chosen the wrong side because of Shangguan Funling's stance. But in his eyes, Shangguan Zi was a capable man. He couldn't fathom him being a villain. Did the dragon country have to act submissive and weak? This conflicted with his character, so he couldn't understand it. Heartsweet finally agreed to John Ping's invitation and went to Yanjing with Chen Fu. However, the day before the performance, Chen Fu found his wife and was in disbelief, saying, Heartsweet, for your performance tomorrow, you didn't reserve a spot for me. Heartsweet just smiled tenderly, saying, Afu, do you still want to watch me dance? Haven't you seen it many times already? That's true. Chen Fu replied excitedly. It's different tomorrow. It's not just a regular performance, it's on a national dance lotus platform, and most of the elites from all over the country will be there. I want to see the most beautiful version of you. All right. Heartsweet continued. Don't be childish. Tomorrow you have other duties. Our goal is to help Zhang Ping become the country's leader. When I have time, I'll dance just for you. Sigh. Chen Fu was still very disappointed. Shangguan Funling was recognized as the music saint by the Glory War god. The only time they had planned to perform together on the national dance platform, he couldn't attend, which was undoubtedly the biggest regret of his life. That year, before Master Haitong emerged, Tang Xinchen's performance at the Lotus platform in the National Dance Hall went on as scheduled. 3 hours before the performance, the audience under the Lotus platform was already stirring. Countless people threw large sums of money, even resorted to various connections to grab a seat, just to catch a glimpse of the stunning beauty. Have you heard? After Miss Tang arrived in Yanjing, she immediately became one of the four beauties. I heard she studied under a mysterious high-ranking figure from the other world, not only with stunning looks, but also a dance style that can captivate even the J Emperor. Today, the one accompanying her on the zither is the famous virtuoso bestowed with the name by the God of Glory, Lord of Music. The heavenly music matches the willow dance. Oh, please start soon. My heart is about to explode with anticipation. The Lotus platform was always a place of serious and quiet atmosphere for national dance, but today, even with many high-ranking officials present, they could not contain the restlessness of the guests. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, the light suddenly went out. It's starting. It's starting. The beauty is about to take the stage. Another round of music played, and the restless voices instantly disappeared. The melody of the Lord of Music had such indescribable magic. The lights were like gentle moons, and the moonlight cascaded down on the stage, presenting an elegant courtyard paved with blue stones. The stage setting added a touch of mystery to the scene. In the depths of the night, a woman walked lightly into the courtyard. Her appearance was like the brightest star in the night sky, stealing all the limelight in an instant. She was dressed in a plain white dance dress, with the pink hem of the skirt swaying lightly in the wind, making her look like a blossoming Haitong flower in full bloom. The hearts of the crowd were instantly captivated by this world-shaking Haitong. She was so pure and ethereal, with brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water, lips subtly colored, resembling a fairy from a painting. Every move she made was full of elegance and agility, her graceful figure telling an ancient and beautiful story through dance. The audience fell into her story through the music, captivated by her performance, willingly giving away their souls. Her dance steps were light and graceful, every turn and leap filled with agility and grace. This Haitong was like colorful clouds drifting, like willow seeds flying, like a waterfall pouring. Every gaze she cast was enchanting, beautiful but not vulgar, charming but not sinister. Her dance was as pure and beautiful as a stream, intoxicating everyone to the point of being unable to break free. The dignitaries and VIPs in the audience that night felt as if they had entered heaven. It turned out that heaven could be so tangible because of the music and this world-shaking Haitong. Long after the performance ended, the audience remained as if awakened from a 100-year slumber, no sound for a long time. Amazing. It's too beautiful. As someone spoke, the audience erupted again. Haitong. The flourishing Haitong. The Haitong belonging only to heaven. I have seen the most beautiful flower in the world bloom before my eyes. Miss Haitong, I love you. I am willing to do anything for you, just to see your dance again. Ah, Miss Haitan, I adore you. I am willing to do anything just to see you dance again. No one had ever witnessed such a crazy scene. It should be noted that everyone present at the Lotus platform that night were heavyweight figures in the country. These individuals knew how to control their behavior and actions, especially in public, and would never do anything inappropriate unless provoked. Tang Ning made them lose control. She transformed into a heavenly Haitan, drawing the souls of these people, making them infatuated with her. After the dance ended, she did not make any declaration but said only one sentence. Thank you to Mr. Zhang Ping for the invitation, allowing me to shine on this stage. If Zhang Ping is elected as the nation's leader, I hope to continue receiving the honor of his invitation. Her dance enthralled all beings and became a classic in the country's dance scene that could never be surpassed. It was because of that night that her words changed the course of the country's elections. Zhang Ping's advantage kept growing, and even Shang Guanzi's best efforts could not turn the tide. But in doing so, she brought a fatal disaster upon herself. President Shang Guan, I beg you, do not harm Tang Ning. Mo Yin knew that Shang Guanzi was determined to eliminate Tang Ning at all costs, bowing and pleading with his boss not to go through with it. Shang Guanzi grabbed him by the collar, eyes red with anger. Do you know how much that woman has ruined me? I had planned for a lifetime, and she destroyed it. Not only me but the entire country, the whole nation. She is the sorceress of the country, so she must die. Mo Yin had no choice, as Shang Guanzi held him in high regard, and if he asked him to kill Tang Ning, he had to accept the task. But how could he bear to kill the woman he loved the most? What should I do? What should I do? Mo Yin stood alone in front of the cliff, shouting to the sky and the forest. Tigers have always been solitary creatures. Apart from Chen Fu, he had no friends left. Now his friend stood on the opposite side, his respected boss forcing him to kill the woman he loved the most. Between loyalty and love, he didn't know how to choose. At that moment, the dignified Tiger Saint actually thought of taking his own life. Unable to bring himself to harm Tang Ning and unwilling to betray his boss, he could only see this as the only way out. However, at the last moment, a voice from behind spoke out. The mighty Tiger Saint, the man standing at the peak of the martial arts world, turns out to be nothing but a simple-minded coward. Truly laughable. Mo Yin, already at wit's end, upon hearing this contemptuous voice, immediately turned around, his fierce gaze fixed on the man in front of him, coldly asking, "Who are you?" The man wore a mask, clearly prepared, and able to remain undetected within 100 meters. Mo Yin was certain that his strength might not be inferior to his own. "Don't worry about who I am. I am here to save your life," the masked man said. "If you want to live on, I have a piece of advice for you. If you're ungrateful, then continue to jump off the cliff, and I'll leave. If you come looking for trouble and then want to leave after humiliating me, is it that easy? Stay put." Mo Yin raised his hand and struck out. Besides wanting to teach this man a lesson, it was also his martial arts fanatic personality to engage with strong opponents. The man's strength did not disappoint him, and after more than 30 moves exchanged, neither emerged as the clear winner. What startled Mo Yin even more was that he felt the masked man in front of him might not have even used all of his strength. "Who are you exactly?" After their exchange, Mo Yin pressed, "With such strength, are you also one of the acclaimed figures known as the New Seven Saints?" In the martial arts world, there had always been the 3 gods and 10 saints titles. But after the 10 saints were slain by Ling Guanran, it entered an era of great change. The titles of Mo Yin, Chen Fu, and Shang Guanfingling were bestowed by Ling Guanran, a legendary figure himself, which naturally gave him that authority. In the subsequent years, the title of the New Seven Saints began to emerge in the martial arts world, clearly propelled by a tremendous force behind the scenes, gaining recognition throughout the martial arts world. As for who the other 4 saints were, Mo Yin did not actually know at the time. Not at all. Not at all. The masked man waved his hand and said, "How could I dare to sit with the 7 saints? I am just a country bumpkin. I feel that a powerful tiger has been pushed to a dead end by emotions and righteousness, which I find very regrettable. What exactly are you trying to say? Spit it out." Mo Yin, impatient, snapped at him, pointing and threatening angrily. "Fine." The masked man understood his temperament and got straight to the point. "You can't bear to kill Tang Ning, and you don't want to betray the honorable boss Shang Guan. So, why not just kill Zhang Ping directly, and the problem would be solved?" Mo Yin trembled suddenly, like a rude awakening. The masked man continued, if Zhang Ping dies, no matter how high his support is, he's just a corpse. Can Shangguan, once becoming the head of the country, still want to kill the talented Master Haitong who charms people and nations? I'm afraid he might not have the chance to show his affections before she is killed, right? Shut up. Mo Yin coldly interrupted him. Although it was indeed a good solution, he knew what assassinating Zhang Ping would mean. If the dragon country's leader suddenly die, the whole country would fall into chaos. Foreign powers would take advantage, and the consequences for the nation would be unimaginable. Into the chaotic situation, General Chen, as a warlord, was in close protection of Zhang Ping. If he had to assassinate Zhang Ping, he would have to face General Chen. Whether he could defeat General Chen was one thing, but once he did, General Chen would definitely know it was him. The two of them would then be facing a deadly confrontation. Hehe. Then I'll take my leave. The masked man had only opened Pandora's box for him. Whether he went or not was inconsequential. Eventually, he had to do it, whether he wanted to or not. On the other side, General Chen also knew that Zhang Ping's election as the country's leader would not be in the interests of many people. Many wanted to eliminate him before he fully grasped power to stabilize the situation. To ensure Zhang Ping's safety, General Chen had to leave his pregnant wife and stay close to Zhang Ping. For the stability of the country, he had no choice but to neglect the woman he loved once again. Report to General Chen, we have received information that Boss Shangguan will send someone to assassinate the country's leader. Such news reached General Chen's ears. This is preposterous. Lost the election and still resort to dirty tricks. General Chen gritted his teeth as he immediately thought of Mo Yin. If Boss Shangguan decided to go down that path, Mo Yin would surely be his executioner. Such rumors spread like wildfire in Yanjing. Later on, every time Mo Yin made a public appearance, he was met with hostility. Even though he had said and done nothing, he had already become a villain. Furthermore, what was bound to happen eventually did. Returning to the parliament after an inspection event, Zhang Ping was met with an assassination attempt halfway. The lone assassin, masked, only revealed a pair of fierce eyes in the dark night. He swiftly took down 8 professional guards with guns, who, how bold. Fortunately, General Chen appeared in time and engaged in a fierce battle with the assailant. After about 30 exchanges, it was clear neither had an advantage. General Chen was shocked, feeling that the assailant was hiding his techniques, trying not to be discovered. Let me see who you really are. General Chen drew his iron spear, unleashing a move called 6-character spear array. The opponent's eyes chilled as he instinctively unleashed the tiger's war fist against him. Mo Yin. General Chen was even more shocked when he recognized his opponent, calling out his name. The masked man, sensing the tension, exchanged martial skills with him, then quickly retreated before being surrounded. Before leaving, he left a harsh remark. General Chen, let's see how long you can protect Zhang Ping. Sooner or later, I will kill him, and also Tang Ning, who helped him secure the leadership position. Though General Chen wanted to pursue, in the end, out of reluctance, he did not hold back the assailant. General Chen, are you alright? Zhang Ping quickly arrived at the scene, showing concern. Thanks for your concern, Boss Shangguan. I'm fine. General Chen composed himself and responded to Zhang Ping. Good to hear. I heard you call out someone's name just now. Zhang Ping inquired. This. General Chen shook his head. I am incompetent and not sure who the assassin was. He did not mention Mo Yin's name, as in his heart, he still regarded him as a close friend. However, despite that, rumors of Mo Yin attempting to assassinate Zhang Ping spread throughout Yanjing. At that time, Zhang Ping had made several policy decisions that offended many influential people. However, he had brought many benefits to the common folk, earning their love and support. The abbot of the Purple Gold Temple had also invited him numerous times to pray for the welfare of the Dragon Nation, and they had a deep friendship. With guards from the temple protecting Zhang Ping, General Chen could finally return home after a long separation and spend a few days reuniting with his wife. Fu, I heard it was Mo Yin who tried to assassinate Zhang Ping. Upon seeing her husband, Tang Ning wanted to know the truth. I'm not sure if it was him, but the techniques used were indeed similar to Mo Yin's, and his martial skills were very advanced, likely reaching the saint level. If it wasn't Mo Yin, I can't think of anyone else. General Chen had to be honest, even embracing his wife gently. Zixuan, you need to be careful. He still wants to kill you because you helped John Ping secure the leadership position. Tang Zixuan just leaned into his embrace, softly saying, "Don't worry, even if Mo Yin commits suicide, he won't kill me. How can you be so sure?" Hearing this, General Chen was not pleased, feeling a bit angry. "Zixuan, do you have that good a relationship with Mo Yin?" Tang Zixuan seemed hesitant to speak. Though she didn't ultimately say anything, General Chen seemed to hear a sentence in her heart. "He, like you, deeply loves me." Later on, General Chen went on another mission away from Tang Zixuan. Despite this, Mo Yin still killed Tang Zixuan and even plunged her and their daughter into the turbulent seas, smashing against submerged reefs. Mo Yin. Recalling these memories, in the bamboo forest of Chuanwan Mountain, General Chen began to lose control. The snake spirit sister, seeing his sudden dark gaze, retreated in fear, saying anxiously, "Master, let's move further away. That old drunkard is so terrifying." Tang Xingya also nodded and swiftly backed off 70 paces. General Chen's aura had turned cold to the extreme, surging with powerful energy like a tornado, causing the bamboo trees to almost collapse. "If you want to kill, then come at me. Why did you have to kill Zixuan? Why?" Mo Yin's silver gun transformed into a demonic dragon crawling out of the abyss. Ah Huang sensed the danger and quickly jumped to his master's side. Mo Yin hastily leapt onto the tiger's back, not daring to confront General Chen head-on. All he wanted to do was retreat quickly. "Die!" General Chen roared in anger, sending out 3 black dragons with blood-red eyes, chasing after Mo Yin. Wherever they went, devastation followed, and nothing could survive. The supreme skill of the silver dragon spear, 3-character spear array. Roar! Ah Huang felt suffocated, running while howling skyward, showing signs of a trapped tiger king at its wit's end. Moin had no way out. He really had no way out. He could only unleash all his internal strength, blasting out with both fists towards the 2 black dragons, roaring through the skies. The tigers were fist. Ah Huang was determined to die, engaging in a fierce battle with another black dragon. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest was filled with roars and sounds of dragons and tigers, as if it were facing an apocalyptic storm. Tang Xingyi's zither music finally came to a halt, forcing her to muster up all her internal energy to resist. Even so, it was hard to withstand such destructive force. Unfortunately, the snake spirit sister was not as lucky. With insufficient cultivation, she was blown away like a red plastic bag. Ah! The poor snake spirit sister cried out as she was blown far away, rolling on the ground in a sorry state, her bronze legs stained with blood. Despite being seriously injured, it was not fatal. Damn it! Do mortals even have the right to watch the battle between the 2 saints? The snake spirit sister felt a bit frustrated, pounding the soft bamboo ground with her small fists and slender legs, like a sulking little girl. Roar! In the next moment, another furious roar came from the depths of the destroyed bamboo forest. Hysterical, as if accusing the injustice of the world. "I had no intention to kill Zixuan. Zixuan wasn't killed by me. Your daughter was not harmed by me either." Moin was covered in blood, with one arm severely injured, yet he continued to roar 3 times in succession, unleashing a terrifying momentum, launching a counterattack with Da Huan against Chen Fu. Chen Fu, who had his eyes darkened, was disturbed by Moin's actions, feeling instantly suppressed by the opponent's momentum. The tyrant Tiger Fist. Moin also used his ultimate move, teaming up with Da Huan to launch a pincer attack. Chen Fu, holding the silver dragon spear, was thrown into disarray, sustaining new injuries continuously. If it wasn't you, then how did Zixuan die? Just as Moin's energy seemed to be depleting, the silver dragon spear transformed into a dragon of frosty brilliance, striking back like falling pear blossoms. Seeing the 2 great saint-level figures accumulating more and more injuries, facing a possible death in battle, another melody resounded. Deng deng deng. This melody seemed to possess a divine power, instantly calming down the 2 great saints. It wasn't that the performer had greater power than them, but the melody reminded them of a blooming degonia flower. The stage opens, the curtain falls, drawing eyebrows gently. With swaying water sleeves, the audience below the stage stirs, only to witness the amazement of the beauty moving like a startled swan. The melodious theatrical tune, with its poignant singing, this time entranced not only the 2 great saints, but also the snake spirit sister, drawing them into a world that was strange yet touching. Everyone entered the visual realm of Tang Zixuan. Delicate strokes outlined the eyes, the red dot of vermilion powder on the forehead. Watching the lonely beauty, Chen Fu and Moin both wanted to shout out the name of their beloved woman, but found themselves unable to make a sound, as if their throats were clogged with lead. One of their greatest regrets was not being able to witness their goddess dancing live. In their fantasies, that day's Tang Zixuan must have been the most beautiful, happiest, and most glorious moment. However, they only guessed the beginning, failing to grasp the entirety. To Tang Zixuan on stage, with her graceful dance moves and flawless appearance, exuded a charming smile, yet her eyes held a solitude that no one could penetrate, a cold emptiness all her own. Following that hollow gaze, she seemed like a soulless, beautiful puppet, smiling bravely under the fingers of others. Only she could hear her own heart breaking. Zixuan, Chen Fu and Moin shouted out that they found that they were disconnected from Tang Zixuan's world. Despite their heartbreaking cries, the beauty could not hear them. Dressed in thick makeup, the curtain rises, the stage where joy and sorrow are mine alone to sing. Graceful as floating clouds in colorful costumes, the temples near the temples are touched by frost. As Tang Xinya's operatic songs continued, the spiritual worlds of Chen Fu and Moin once again transcended from the cheering crowd of the stage to another realm. In this world, they remained spectators with divine vision, unable to participate in the story as outsiders. Zixuan, Father needs your help to strengthen our Tang family's influence. The two young contestants in today's final on the stage are rare martial arts talents. Marry them and let them go to the chaotic battlefield to make a name for themselves, become heroes that shake the world. Hopefully they can reach the legendary level of Ling Yu, where a stomping foot can make the whole world tremble. When the time comes, with the connections, reputation, and power from our Tang family, Father can easily sell and secretly stockpile arms in your names, maintaining a private army. Tang Zixuan was only 20 years old that year. Suddenly called into her father's room, and hearing his words, she felt a sense of confusion and fear upon seeing her father's greedy eyes. It was because in that year, Tang Zixuan still saw the world as bright. Father, why are you doing this? In this dark era of survival of the fittest, if we don't strengthen ourselves, we will only end up being devoured. Do you understand? Tang Yu's eyes became increasingly terrifying. Do you think I spent a fortune, cultivated various connections, and arranged for Yuan Shangguan Fingling to apprentice under that master from a young age, acquiring all these skills for? It's for you to become my enforcer, the secret nuclear weapon of the Tang family. Tang Zixuan trembled at her father's words, looking pitifully frail. Shangguanzi has always been my partner. Together we controlled the Dragon Nation, seizing every opportunity to harvest all of Dragon Nation's resources. Tang Yu's eyes grew greedier. Of course, Shangguanzi is not the only partner. I have many friends. Tang Zixuan did not understand politics at the time, so she did not understand her father at all. She was like a helpless girl, forced to submit under her father's authority and intimidation. Originally, the alliance between the Tang and Shangguan families could have been closer, but Moin's voluntary withdrawal led Tang Zixuan to marry Chen Fu. At that time, she worried about how to persuade Chen Fu to make a name for himself on the battlefield and create a reputation. Unexpectedly, Chen Fu's idol was Ling Yu, so she did not even need to say a word. That man went to the battlefield with Moin. As predicted by Tang Yu, the two masters of martial arts effortlessly made a name for themselves on the battlefield in those non-technological times. When Chen Fu returned, he did not notice his wife's thoughts at all. It wasn't until that night, when they discussed whom to support as the new ruler of the country. What? Chen Fu, you actually want to support Zhang Ping? He represents the weak party. No, Chairman Shangguanzi is a warlord. He is not suitable to be the ruler of the Dragon Nation. Only someone like Zhang Ping, from the Patient faction, can allow the Dragon Nation to develop in peace. So we must support Zhang Ping. Is that so? Upon hearing Chen Fu's words, Tang Zixuan displayed a complex expression. Soon after, she relayed Chen Fu's words to Tang Yu, thinking her father would be angry. After all, her father and Shangguanzi were partners. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu burst into laughter. Ha ha, good. That's great. Now I can rest assured. Tang Zixuan's exquisitely beautiful face became even more puzzled. Father, don't you want to work together with Uncle Shangguan? Don't mention that treacherous coward. Tang Yu interrupted angrily. That scoundrel has now grown wings, wanting to swallow us whole. If he becomes the ruler, the vast secret power we have cultivated for many years in the Tang family will be devoured by him. How can I allow him to succeed? Not only will I prevent him from becoming the ruler, I will also make sure he dies. However, in that case, will that adult agree? Tang Xinchen couldn't help but ask. She was well aware that her father and the biggest supporter behind Shang Guanzi were her teachers and a wing of power. If these two were to turn against each other, it would surely have an impact on the foreign forces behind them. Xinchen, rest assured, Tang Yu said confidently, your teacher and the officials at the capital all hope that the conservative faction will come to power in Long Kingdom, acknowledging them as the leaders, allowing them to do as they please on the international stage. Next, I will lay low, disappear from public view. The Tang family will no longer support Shang Guanzi, so you can confidently support Zhang Ping. Oh right? Here are 3 jade pendants, all extraordinary things you could never imagine, with very magical powers. Take them. I secretly took them from the 3 Saints organization. They will definitely be useful to you. That useless organization has big fantasies, but their black technology is indeed quite advanced. Anyway, in the future, it's all up to you with your parents no longer around. Tang Xinchen, who was always obedient and filial, nodded slightly, accepting what her father handed her. All her abilities were taught by her teacher. She also knew that her teacher had planted a few more students in Long Kingdom, hoping they would establish a firm foothold and coordinate with his actions in the future. If they were to betray the teacher, their fate would be extremely tragic. But since supporting Zhang Ping was what the teacher wanted to see, she didn't have to worry about the teacher's side. However, not long after, Shang Guanfingling came looking for her. They had grown up together and were the best of friends, always sharing everything. Xinchen, are you sure you want to accept Zhang Ping's invitation to perform for the upper class in Long Kingdom? Yes. Fingling, forgive me, but I can't support your father anymore. Tang Xinchen's smile was very tired, filled with guilt. Both she and Shang Guanfingling knew that Shang Guanzi was not a kind person. He had offended many people to reach his current position, and had always used power and authority to oppress others. If he were to fail in his bid for the country's leadership, Zhang Ping would use the power of the country to investigate him thoroughly, and he would be completely finished. By doing this, she would be indirectly harming her good friend's father. However, Shang Guanfingling did not blame her. Instead, she held her hands and smiled, saying, Xinchen, what are you talking about? Every person in Long Kingdom has the right to support their preferred leader. I won't blame you. Really? Will you come and perform for me then? Tang Xinchen also smiled. Her smile was beautiful. Even Shang Guanfingling, who was also a beauty, felt a bit envious. Nevertheless, there was a heaviness in that smile. This woman of outstanding beauty seemed to carry a heavier burden and responsibility, and the mountains on her seemingly fragile body. Of course, I'm willing, Shang Guanfingling then said. But you are pregnant, right? Will Chen Fu let you go on stage to perform? He doesn't know about my pregnancy. Tang Xinchen looked even more tired, and deep within her beautiful eyes, there was an unmistakable panic. What? He doesn't know. Shang Guanfingling was extremely surprised. Why not? He is the father of the child. He has the right to know. Chen Fu, who was watching the scene from a god's perspective, was at the edge of his nerves. His heart was beating rapidly, close to popping out. Even though he already knew the answer, the moment of truth still made it hard to breathe. Mo Yin also seemed to sense Chen Fu's nervousness. He too was extremely tense. The prestigious Tiger Saint even broke a sweat. He was very afraid that if Chen Fu heard the truth, he would be explosive. He is not the father of the child. In recent years, we have spent a lot of time apart, and he has only cared about the country and the nation. When does he have time to care about family and children? Tang Xinchen finally spoke those words. What? Shang Guanfingling was stunned, shouting out the inner thoughts of the 2 godly spectators who couldn't participate in the story. Who is the father then? She asked, trembling slightly. Chen Fu and Mo Yin were both tense. Their souls felt like they were being torn apart, urgently needing the answer. It's Haich. Tang Xinchen finally revealed the answer. What? Shang Guanfingling exclaimed, expressing the thoughts of the 2 men who were witnessing the scene from a god's perspective. How could? Did you? Were you forced before? With your strength, it shouldn't have been necessary. Is Haich really that powerful? No. It was my choice. Tang Xinchen turned and said, lightly biting her lip. This. Shang Guanfingling was also at a loss for words. She didn't understand Haij, nor what had happened between the two. Chen Fu and Mo Yin always say they love me. Maybe they do genuinely love me, but only Haij is the man who has devoted himself wholeheartedly to me. Tang Xinchen spoke her heart out to her best friend for the first time. Mo Yin was willing to let me go for the sake of friendship, while Chen Fu couldn't even spend 3 months with me in the 6 years of our marriage. Only he is willing to sacrifice everything for me, willing to spend all his time with me, make me happy, and care for my well-being. I'm actually very simple. I just want to be an ordinary woman, having a man who will always be with me, making me laugh, and caring for me. Those words deeply touched Shangguan Fingerling. Yes, because of their noble birth, outstanding beauty, and exceptional talent, many men unconsciously held them as high as fairies, thinking they were mysterious and complicated, even tying them to the nation, country, and all living beings. But no matter the woman, basic affection is the same, desiring silent companionship with a partner, rather than fame, status, and all the unnecessary extravagance. Chen Fu and Mo Yin were both silent heroes of their time, but they were unable to provide the most basic things for Tang Xinchen. Chen Fu and Mo Yin were completely quiet now, not like hollow bodies with their souls sucked dry, but like lost souls wandering in the dark, unable to find a place to shelter. The scene shifted back to the Lotus platform where the national dance was happening. Tang Xinchen's vacant, lonely gaze sharply contrasted with the enthusiastic cheering of the dignitaries, piercing the hearts of the two godly figures. Like other men in the world, they only saw her beauty, talent, and glamour. But what she really desired, needed, and longed for, they completely ignored, never bothered to ask, just assumed that by protecting and guarding her, they were providing the best love. Gradually, the melody faded away, all illusions dissipated. In reality, the two godly figures had long returned, they just didn't want to come back. Chen Fu's eyes were now red and tears flowed freely, as if an unlucky old man was kneeling on both knees, murmuring incessantly, "I sing alone the joys and sorrows on the stage. The sorrows I bear off stage. Xinchen, I'm sorry. I'm not worthy to marry you." As Chen Fu knelt down and looked up at the sky, the epic battle between the dragon and the tiger also came to an end. Mo Yin's eyes were also filled with redness. Letting out a long sigh, he knelt beside Chen Fu and looked up at the sky, and slowly said, "Din Tianzhen was not killed by me. I don't know why you always thought it was me. I never chased them to the seaside. Then who was it exactly?" Despite feeling the pain of wearing a green hat for his entire life, Chen Fu did not blame his wife. If he had not been so focused on the national righteousness and had not spent every day away from his wife, she would not have felt lonely and eventually been taken away by Heijie. There wouldn't be the following events. Of course, if what Tang Shiyu just revealed through the illusion was true, then Tang Yu deserved to die 1,000 deaths for using Din Tia and manipulating them for a lifetime. It was the masked man pretending to be Mo Yin, right? Tang Shinya walked over casually at this moment, reminding them, "That person, our Three Saints organization has been keeping an eye on him for a long time. He has always intended to stir up trouble in Longguo, probably to disrupt Longguo and gain some unspeakable benefits." Mo Yin then stared at her with his tiger-like eyes. "How do you know so much? Do you even know about the encounter I had with him at the cliff?" "No." Tang Shinya shook her head. "I merely used the sound of the zither to trigger your memories, not something that I actually knew and imposed upon you." These words made both saints slightly stunned. "So, all the scenes they had just experienced were actually real? Then the visuals your sister saw, we did not experience them. How did you create them?" Chen Fu also asked, hoping that the experiences just now were false images. He had set aside everything to retreat due to the deaths of Tang Xinchen and her daughter. After more than 20 years, he re-entered the secular world, only to discover that his daughter was not his own. And the man in his wife's heart was not him either. What a cruel irony and blow. No matter how powerful a saint was, they could not withstand such a gut-wrenching revelation. "My sister told me that, besides telling Fingerling, she would also tell me. She just didn't tell me everything. I am her shadow, growing up under her aura." Tang Shinya also said, somewhat self-deprecatingly, "Although my sister is gone, I am still inheriting her legacy, forever living in her shadow." Hearing this, Mo Yin also let out a long sigh and sat directly on the ground. The two old saints, suddenly aged countless years, no longer exuding the selflessness and elegance they had before the great battle. After more than 30 years of fighting, in the end, They were both tragic figures. Mo Yin used to think he was more pitiful than Chen Fu, but today he realized that they were both in the same boat to some extent, or even Chen Fu might be in a more miserable situation. "Master, I have a question." The snake spirit sister saw the three saints falling into silence and boldly asked, "Since Uncle Mo said he didn't kill Uncle Chen's wife and daughter, was the original Haotan Grand Master really dead?" Before Tang Xinya could respond, Chen Fu sighed sadly. "I rushed over at that time and witnessed the mother and daughter falling into the sea. Given the terrible situation, they definitely couldn't have survived. Then your daughter. Oh no. Was Tang Zixuan really the master's niece? If so, how did she survive?" It's often said that bystanders see more clearly than those involved. In Chen Fu's fixed mindset, Tang Zixuan and her daughter had definitely perished at sea. Otherwise, they would not have gone missing at the time. But with Tang Zixuan suddenly appearing, wearing half a jade pendant, bearing some resemblance to Tang Zixuan, it was hard to ignore the deaths. If the daughter could survive, why couldn't the mother? "Master, shouldn't Master have similar abilities to you?" The snake spirit sister continued to ask. Tang Xinya knew what she was trying to say and immediately responded, "My sister has always been superior to me, but her martial arts skills back then might not have been as advanced as mine now. If she really was being hunted, it's entirely possible that she died." The snake spirit sister didn't know how to respond and simply pouted. She only wanted to stir up some motivation for Chen Fu, seeing how heartbroken he was. Otherwise, she feared he might lose his will to live. "Chen Fu, that masked expert must have pretended to be me to assassinate Zhang Ping, then went after Din Tia and her daughter, and finally blamed me." Mo Yin suddenly clenched his teeth, emphasizing each word. "I don't care who he is or how strong his martial arts may be. Now, the point is to uncover his motives and seek revenge. I must see him alive or dead." Chen Fu's hatred was also ignited by Mo Yin's words, his eyes also turning red as he said, "I agree. I will tear him into 1,000 pieces." After Chen Fu finished speaking, the two men locked eyes. Eventually, Mo Yin reached out a hand. After a while, Chen Fu hit his hand with determination. The hands of the two over 100-year-old old men clung tightly together, and despite their advanced ages, they now smiled, letting go of old grudges and embracing each other, shedding tears. The snake spirit sister found this scene chilling. Who could have expected such a turn of events? If the people of the Zijin temple were to witness this scene, they would surely be petrified on the spot, right? Tang Xinya couldn't help but smile. She knew how difficult the past 20 years had been for the two men, one consumed by the endless longing for his wife and daughter, the other wrongly leaving his country, with hatred tearing at their hearts day and night. Seeing them finally bury the hatchet, she couldn't help but feel happy. Of course, this was also the mission of the Three Saints organization. With these to saint-level experts investigating and pursuing the masked man, the organization saved a lot of effort. On the other side, in front of the scriptures pavilion of Chanwang Mountain, Mu Rongshan was attacked by Z, and in a panic, instinctively ended up in this place. Soon, Su Ziai, Mu Rong, and the rest of the Mu Rong family's retainers gathered to watch. Of course, Ji also came to support her big brother. Compared to the 12 people on the other side, she seemed a bit isolated, but her presence was not inferior to theirs. Mu Rong Xie also arrived, curious to see who would prevail in the battle between Z and Mu Rongqia. Being older than Mu Rongqia, she naturally understood more about the Mu Rong family. She was well aware that many people in the family praised Mu Rongqian's talents purely out of flattery. After Mu Rongqing took control of the Mu Rong family's power, internal discussions about Mu Rongchen's affairs were forbidden within the family, leading Mu Rongqia to have almost no understanding of Z. He had no idea how talented this brother of his was. Or rather, to put it more appropriately, terrifying. He could remember martial art techniques at a glance and extrapolate from one move to 10. Starting martial arts at the age of 5, he easily defeated other third-generation young masters in the Mu Rong family at the age of 6, and by 7, he could spar with second-generation experts. At that time, Mu Rongqia was only 2 years old, so naturally, he had no idea of the glory of this brother. So when Mu Rongqia, at the age of 12, defeated all other third-generation young masters, he believed his talent was once in a millennium and absolutely invincible. HMPH, Mu Rongzi, did you and your sister specifically come to Chanwan Mountain just to save Ling Yu? After warming up, the two stood facing each other, Morang coldly questioned. Are you and Ling Yu in cahoots? Are you trying to use Ling Yu's power to seize back control of the Morang family? Upon hearing this, Ji burst into laughter on the spot. Zixuan, you're overthinking. In contrast to Morang's aggressive approach, Zi remained calm and composed, saying, I want to regain the power of the Morang family. I don't need Ling Yu to help me. Oh, so you mean you can do it alone? Morang was further provoked by Zhao's words. Whether or not it can be done, it's something my sister and I must do. Zi remained calm. Ironically, this calmness conveyed a terrifying power, as if one could sense his inner self-materialized confidence. HMPH, I will nip this in the bud today. Morang arrogantly said. Your father was no match for mine back then, and now you, just like him, will not be my match. So, you want to have a one-on-one showdown here with me? Zi, undeterred by Morang's arrogance, smiled and said, if not, the rest of you can join in as well. The Morang family's retainers, naturally provoked, gave hostile glances, with some even itching to take action against him. Only Morang sighed, fully aware that Zi was using reverse psychology, fearing Qian might fall into his trap. Morang Xie, on the other hand, was not worried. She was sure Morang would fall for it. Unsurprisingly, Morang sneered, why bother teaming up to deal with a defeated dog? None of you should interfere. As the young master of the Morang family, I must eliminate any remnants today. Morang, he sighed. Though combat skills couldn't be doubted, in terms of strategy and wisdom, Chia seemed to be no match for Zi. However, perhaps this was related to Qian's bursting self-confidence. So Zai and the others coldly snorted, showing a nonchalant attitude, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. After all, the battles among the members of the Morang family were not places for the retainers to intervene. Wait. Seeing that Morang was about to act, Zi immediately raised his hand to stop him. This made Morang even more pleased. HMPH, what's wrong? You were so tough just now. Now, are you going to kneel down and beg for mercy? No. Zi smiled. It's common for the young masters of the Morang family to spar. But why do you talk about eliminating remnants? How are my sister and I remnants? Trying to justify yourself? Morang sneered. Your father lost to mine in a duel. According to the rules of the Morang family, the core power of the family head, as well as the top-level martial arts techniques and secrets of the Morang family, should be handed over. Since your father hid the Nylon Classic, leading to the loss of our most important techniques, he became a traitor to the Morang family, and you are his remnants. Do you not admit it? Ji saw Morang's arrogant attitude and heard his absurd words, making her want to draw her sword and kill him directly. However, she respected her elder brother greatly. If he said to have a one-on-one duel, then it shall be so. She would not interfere. Zi, still calm and unruffled, never acted on impulse, merely smiling and saying, the Nylon Classic has never been part of our Morang family. What? Morang and Morang, he were both astonished. However, the elder retainers of the Morang family did not show such surprise, including Morang Xie. What do you mean by that? Morang pretended not to have heard, as he needed to hide the fact that he was responsible for killing Shai Tai Shai, and willing to reveal any flaws in front of anyone. Looking puzzled and angry. You're young and unaware of the truth. I don't blame you, Zi calmly said, but actually, even I went to the Chiba forest to uncover all the facts. Oh, then go on. Morang stopped being ready to act. He might not have great wisdom, but he was shrewd enough to know that Shai Tai Shai, as a monk, valued life lightly and had no reason to lie. Therefore, he wanted to see if what Zi said matched what Shai Tai Shai had said. This must be traced back over 30 years ago, Zi continued. At that time, a martial arts genius appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, a once-in-a-millennium talent. The more cruel and bloodthirsty he was in battle, the more fierce and aggressive he became, single-handedly defeating the top 10 holy-level experts of that time, becoming the only legend in the martial arts world for 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Morang showed a look of disbelief. He knew how formidable the holy-level experts were. He had personally experienced it when he was defeated by Mo Yin. How could someone kill 10 of them at once? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wasn't this just a made-up story? Zi could read his expression and continued. Back then, my father and your father, like you now, had the same look in their eyes, as the Morang family had been regarded as the avarice and Big Dipper of martial arts for hundreds of years. However, our second grandfather, who was also one of the top 10 holy level experts, participated and became a casualty at the hands of that man. You're talking nonsense. Morang Chia immediately retorted with excitement. It's rumored that the second grandfather died peacefully. How could he have been killed by someone? Moreover, the Morang family has never been involved in political struggles or battles. How could such a thing have happened? Indeed, the Morang family has always adhered to this tradition, but whether the descendants of the Morang family strictly abide by it is uncertain. Z shook his head, smiling. All this information was secretly found by me in the stone chamber in the Chiba forest. At that time, due to that event, a great earthquake occurred within the Morang family. Regardless of how various forces tried to cover it up, this event had a great impact on the Morang family and was considered a disgrace to the family. After internal discussions, the Morang family wanted to clear this shame. The only way was to practice the first internal martial arts technique in history and defeat the Glory War God. Of course, the Glory War God is the Dragon Country's army's belief, the pride of the nation. The Morang family definitely cannot openly admit to killing him, but the matter of practicing the Nylon Classic had already been passed internally at that time. That the Nylon Classic is the forbidden treasure of the Purple Golden Temple. How could the Morang family practice this first technique? As a result, my father was used by your father and other members of the Morang family. Morang Chia was starting to get a little unsettled, as he had not detected any trace of lies in Zhao's words. However, he maintained his composure and continued to listen. Z kept on talking. My father was good at socializing, but he was not interested in martial arts study. Everyone elected him as the family head back then, praising his good interpersonal skills, moral character, and suitability to manage the Morang family. My father was loyal to the Morang family, so he didn't think too much about it. He just waited for when he became the family head, and then the elders and others demanded that he seek out Master Deku and borrow the Nylon scripture. Master Deku was a close friend of my father, and out of respect for the Morang family's century-old reputation, he agreed to lend the Nylon scripture to my father. Later events, you should already know, right? Morang Chia was startled when Z suddenly asked him, and he quickly pretended, me, what do I know? I only know that the Nylon scripture has always belonged to the Morang family. Everyone says so, could it be false? Z chuckled, shaking his head. This is the strength of the Morang and Xia families. Back then, the Xia family controlled public opinion in Yanjing, even dreaming of emperors. They could turn black into white, but their methods did not garner support from all sides. They didn't even have the chance to compete for the throne, and eventually had to resort to extreme measures. Everyone listened intently, especially Morang Xie, whose martial arts skills may not be as good as Morang Qian's, but his knowledge in these matters far surpassed him. Z composed himself and continued. After they used my father to borrow the Nylon scripture, they attempted to steal it back. Then your father immediately proposed a contest to determine the family head position using martial arts, tried to seize the position through a martial arts showdown, and falsely accused my father of hiding the Nylon scripture. This was an attempt to lay the blame on my father, so your father and others could benefit. Hearing this, Ji couldn't help but scowl and curse. You despicable people, I feel ashamed to be of the same kin as you. You. Shut up. Morang Chia finally couldn't contain his anger. However, it was evident to everyone that he was feeling anxious. Zhao's words aligned perfectly with what Master Deku had said, proving that he was not lying. Morang Qian's mind was now in turmoil because his father, whom he had always believed in, turned out to be a treacherous individual. This collapse of faith would be unsettling for anyone, but the truth was known to only a few, especially with Master Deku already deceased. If Xianji were to perish as well, who would seek justice for the past? At this realization, his panicked eyes gradually started to show determination. Z, you truly live up to your name. A crafty fellow. Morang Chia suddenly lashed out. Ji was even more furious, as everything his elder brother said was true. Yet Morang Chia still insulted her brother. This was intolerable. On the other hand, Z remained calm throughout, and even Morang Qian's reaction was within his expectations. It was your father who betrayed the Morang family, hiding the Nylon scripture, and now spreading rumors to slander my father. You deserve to die. Morang Chia directly pointed at Z and coldly exclaimed, Today, I will eliminate you remnants of the Morang family. Since you've made that decision, I have nothing more to say. Come at me as you wish. Zhao's tone remained calm. Within that calmness lay immense strength. Morang Xie also sensed it. He was not afraid of Morang Xie, but he felt that the truth needed to be clarified. If Morang Xie insisted on being unreasonable, then so be it. Go to hell. Morang Xie unleashed a unique Morang family move, Liu Fuyi. This move was not passed down outside the family, but all descendants of the Morang family are familiar with it. Morang Xie couldn't help but admire how perfectly Morang Xie executed the move, as he replicated how his father taught him. It was a perfect inheritance, and he felt inadequate in comparison. Unexpectedly, when Z countered with the same move, Morang Xie's whole body shuddered involuntarily, his eyes widening. Morang Xian's internal energy slightly surpassed Zhao's, yet after the move, Z remained unscathed while Morang Xian's clothes were torn, and he nearly got injured. Impressive. Even Su Ziai and others couldn't help but marvel at Zhao's prowess. Morang he felt the same way too. With just one move, he realized that although many regarded him and Morang Xie as martial arts prodigies, if there were levels to genius, Morang Xie might only be half a level or a full level above him, but Z at least outclassed him by 2 to 4 levels. Impossible! How can this be? Morang Xian's inner turmoil was evident as he looked at his torn clothes, stunned by the turn of events. Using the same move, his internal energy clearly exceeded Zhao's, yet how did this outcome occur? Strength alone won't guarantee victory. Utilizing techniques effectively at the same level of skill becomes crucial. Z spoke calmly and even started to explain to his younger brother while Morang Xie grew more enraged, barking, "Shut up. I don't need trash inferior to me to lecture me." Swish. He followed with another move, the Sanhe method. This time, Z didn't choose to directly counter with the same technique, as he sensed that Morang Xie practiced an unusual long scripture with an intense internal energy. Instead, he employed the Dojuan crossing E technique, redirecting Morang Xian's attack back at him. What? Su Ziai and the others were incredulous, and Morang he shared their disbelief. As members of the Morang family, they were well aware of their martial arts system, and Sanhe was an internal energy attack that was extremely challenging to redirect. They were unsure if Morang Xing could manage it, but Morang Xie definitely couldn't. Indeed, Morang Xian's eyes widened in shock as he swiftly dodged Zhao's counterstrike. It was less impactful than his move, but executed with finesse, catching Morang Xie off guard and causing an external wound on his shoulder. "Xia Xiao!" Morang he and others exclaimed in shock. They couldn't have imagined that the fight would take such a turn. They expected Morang Xie to at least dominate if he didn't defeat Morang Z. Why did he start the match poorly? "Shut up, all of you, and don't distract me." Feeling utterly embarrassed, Morang Xie redirected his frustration towards them. After roaring, he employed the Yulong Yin Feng technique, maneuvering close to Z for close combat. A good tactic. Z only smiled faintly, showing no signs of panic despite Morang Xian's increasingly aggressive stance. "Shut up. Don't try to mentor me with a senior big brother attitude." Morang Xie ranted while continuing his onslaught. His aura became more ferocious. Everyone watched with trepidation. Yet, Z remained as calm as ever, proving that the more intense Morang Xie became, the more composed Z appeared. Morang Xie directly drew his sword. He used a move from the cold wine sweeping leaves sword technique. This sword technique itself was already extremely fierce and swift, combined with his violent inner strength, making its killing power astonishing. He truly wanted to kill Z. This time, even Morang he felt that Z was difficult to deal with. At least there was no way he could come out unscathed. Morang Xie also shared the same idea. She was clear that Morang Xian's talent was undeniable, and he executed this sword technique perfectly, leaving no room for survival for his opponent. Z. Catch. Ji tossed her soft sword to Z. In this situation, Z could even use the Wandering Dragon Summoning Phoenix technique to successfully catch the sword, shocking everyone. Morang Xie was delighted. In fact, he intentionally exposed a flaw to let Z catch the sword from there, falling into the trap he set. From then on, as long as he didn't let Z touch the ground, this guy in the air, no matter how good his footwork was, would inevitably be unable to evade his sword strikes. Morang Xie also saw through Morang Xian's intentions, only waiting for him to execute a move to seal off all of Zhao's escape routes, thinking that Z would surely be finished this time. However, A scene that overturned their understanding happened. Z had already anticipated Morang Qian's intentions and used a move from the celestial flying immortal sword technique to attack Morang Qian's wrist. Since he couldn't dodge or block it, he forced his opponent to pull back. What? The crowd was astonished. Morang he widened his eyes, unable to believe that Z had mastered this advanced sword technique of the Morang family. How did he do that, considering he was expelled from the Morang family at such a young age? Morang Qian's expression was as if he'd seen a ghost. Just because he had learned this sword technique, Z executed it even more smoothly than him, with impeccable timing, proving to be the most difficult opponent. Ha ha. Morang Xiaoqi couldn't help but smile, full of respect for Z. Geniuses are divided into different grades, and Zhao's talent must be several grades higher than Morang Qian's. Just by comparing the effects of the same technique they both used in real combat, it was clear. HMPH. Forced, Morang Qian could only retreat, or his opponent might be injured, and his wrist would definitely be broken. Then, a more shocking scene unfolded. Even though Morang Qian had retreated, Z still managed to redirect his attack by pointing the sword tip into the water and launching another assault. Not only that, his final sword technique produced 12 variations at once. What? This? The Morang family members were dumbfounded. They knew very well that even Morang Qing, when using this move, could produce at most 10 variations, yet Zhao's comprehension was even higher. Morang Qian's arm was quickly slashed by a sword, and the sword in his hand clattered to the ground. Z didn't follow up with another attack. Morang Qian, however, thinking that Z would relentlessly pursue, blindly unleashed a move from the reverse dragon scripture with a palm strike. The result was undeniably lonely. Swish! Z casually tossed the soft sword, landing perfectly back in G's scabbard, smooth as can be. Please hold back, brother Qian. Z gestured with respect, without any change in expression. Morang he and the others looked at each other, completely unable to believe that Morang Qian had been completely outplayed. Morang Xiaoqi also couldn't believe it. In terms of skills, Morang Qian was superior, but to be outright defeated in actual combat, this was like someone studying hard all the time, and still failing exams against someone who occasionally picks up a book. Ji had anticipated this. She was well aware of Zhao's martial arts talent being higher than even Morang Qian's, probably not even rivaled by Ling Yu. Only ordinary folks would measure a warrior's strength based on inner strength. However, Ji acknowledged Morang Qian's talent, but it was clear that he couldn't match Z, making her exclaim that even a gem needs polishing to shine its brightest. Hold back. Who told you to hold back? Who said it's over? Morang Qian was now exasperated, a bit taken aback. I'll kill you. With a roar, he grabbed a weapon from Su Zai's waist and swung it around before attacking Z again. He could accept defeat against Mo Yin since she was a same-class fighter, even teaming up with Mo Yin and Han Q against Ling Yu and still failing. However, losing to a remnant of the Morang family was unacceptable. If he lost this fight, he would lose his position in the family. Z. Be careful. As the brawl reached this point, Morang Xiaoqi changed her stance, unable to help but cheer for Z. Duties love heroes, and she was no exception. Z appeared more mature and stable than Morang Qian, with higher talent, so she was true to her feelings, supporting the strongest. Morang Qian's desperate fighting style seemed intimidating, but in Zhao's eyes, he had lost control, relying solely on his violent inner strength for victory, an unrealistic approach. Z effortlessly grabbed Morang Qian's wrist, kicked his supporting leg, lifting him up, and then tossed him towards a nearby trash can. Poor Morang Qian, an SS plus great expert, was embarrassingly thrown to the ground, lying on the trash can, visibly injured. Bang! 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 At that moment, the Earth Martial Master and a group of monks rushed over. Seeing Morang Qian in such a sorry state, the Earth Martial Master was secretly startled. He was well aware of Morang Qian's strength. Did he really just lose to Morang Z in a fight? He glanced at Morang Z, his eyes full of incredulity and admiration, recognizing the emergence of a new generation surpassing the old. What a generation of brilliant talents! However, he quickly spoke out. Morang Qian, you're just in time. Come with us to the mountaintop for a face-off. Morang Qian, not only in a sorry state, but also injured, had to be helped up by Morang he before responding. Instead, Su Zai asked, a face-off about what? Once you're up there, you'll know. The Earth Martial Master didn't bother explaining and demanded forcefully. Morang felt a bit guilty and, if in a healthier state, would have coldly agreed to leave, knowing no one could stop him. But with Z present and the Earth Martial Master bringing so many people, he dared not act recklessly, avoiding suspicion of wrongdoing and grudgingly followed back to the mountaintop. At the mountaintop, after Morang helped Morang up, he was surprised to see Ling Yu still unharmed. Of course, the so-called Wolf-slaying alliance hadn't moved much either. Both sides were kept apart by elite fighters from the Purple Gold Temple, as the monks alone could hold back the 300 experts. Facing Ling Yu alone, dared not make a move, let alone against the monks. Thus, the Leaf Sword's plan had failed. He had calculated everything, but he never counted on Ling Yu's strength skyrocketing once again, now reaching a terrifying level. Despite the consecutive battles, he remained as powerful as ever. If he suffered any injuries, they would have swarmed him, disregarding the Purple Gold Temple's blockade and attempting to kill him by force. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Leaf Sword shuddered. Unable to kill Ling Yu, he felt the ominous gaze locked on him, realizing there'd be no mercy today. Amitabha. After all the people who were supposed to be present had arrived, the Zen Master came out and bowed to Ling Yu, saying, "Ling Yu donor, I am sorry to take up some of your time, but because my junior brother was killed last night, and now there are rumors accusing you, I must clarify this matter." Ling Yu looked around and chuckled. Why worrying about adding more accusations? Everyone in the Purple Gold Temple wants me dead. It's easy to pin more crimes on me, isn't it? Ling Yu wasn't afraid of these people at all, and he didn't feel the need to explain. Strong people don't need explanations. However, at that moment, Chen Mingyu stood by his side and spoke on behalf of her husband, saying, "Zen Master, who said that my husband killed junior brother, please provide evidence." Chen Mingyu, as a cold and savvy female CEO, knew how to handle such situations. When someone accuses you of something, never fall into the enemy's trap by desperately trying to prove your innocence. Otherwise, the more you explain, the worse it gets, and the enemy will use it against you. At that moment, no one dared to come forward to testify against Ling Yu. Originally, Willow Leaf Sword was prepared, but he thought that when Ling Yu was exhausted or even severely injured, he would frame him with a multitude of crimes and tear him into pieces. But now that Ling Yu was still full of energy, him coming out at this moment was like seeking death. He was desperately trying to hide behind the crowd, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, with one leg not functioning properly, it wasn't easy to run, so he could only stand there sweating, pondering an escape plan. Amitabha. As no one came forward to accuse Ling Yu, the Zen Master had no choice but to have junior brother's body brought out and show his fatal wound. Ling Yu donor, it is obvious that my junior brother was killed by a powerful person from a distance, a person with powerful inner energy and shocking palm strength, who could sneak into the scripture pavilion unnoticed in the middle of the night. Based on my observations and experience, such a skilled individual is rare in this world. You are indeed a suspect. On the other hand, the Zen Master remained firm and calm, as one would expect from a monk who did not fear death. Just as Ling Yu was about to speak, Chen Mingyu smiled slightly at him, indicating that she would handle the situation. Ling Yu naturally believed in her and quickly approached Xi Peng, informing him of the current situation. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mingyu smiled and said, "Zen Master, if such skilled individuals are rare, wouldn't it be more than just my husband who possesses such palm strength? Is it not true that Morang is equally famed as my husband? Even the deceased Hongqiu had such abilities, right?" As Chen Mingyu's dutiful eyes scanned the surroundings, Morang, who was still recovering from his earlier defeat, shivered. Other people's praises used to make him proud, but when Chen Mingyu praised him, he felt fear. Although Purple Gold Temple is an ancient lineage, they should have modernized, especially in such crucial places like the Scripture Pavilion. Surely, there are surveillance cameras installed, right? Chen Mingyu's beautiful eyes were not only charming but also persuasive. The Zen Master understood her hint, but as a monk, he couldn't lie or cooperate with her deceit, so he remained silent. Suddenly, she stepped forward and smiled. "I was just strolling around the Scripture Pavilion earlier and noticed hidden cameras everywhere. Watching the footage will reveal the truth. Isn't that much easier?" Just then, Ling Yu, in collaboration with his wife Anzi, unleashed a dragon palm strike. The fierce energy shattered the marble next to Morang. Morang was suddenly filled with fear and cold sweat. In his current state, he couldn't defend against Ling Yu's strike at all. Investigate the surveillance footage. Find out who is falsely accusing me. I will crush them with one strike. Ling Yu's thunderous voice, combined with his powerful inner strength, shook everyone to their core. The next moment, in a moment of panic, Morang pushed Morang aside and tried to escape. Ling Yu received a signal from his wife and saw Morang distressed state. Realizing that he was the culprit, Ling Yu then unleashed a powerful dragon palm strike towards Morang, intending to tear him apart. Not just Morang, but even Willow Leaf Sword broke into a cold sweat. It seemed Morang was about to get his comeuppance. Unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the purple gold temple buildings and redirected Ling Yu's strike with ease. A deafening crash followed as the building collapsed from the force of Ling Yu's strike. The audience and participants were dumbfounded. The Zen Master and others were shocked to discover someone surpassing the 8 Grand Masters of the Dragon Kingdom. The world was vast, and there were always stronger individuals out there. Impressive. Before Ling Yu could compliment the figure, the black-clad person, holding Morang, praised Ling Yu and expressed a desire to spar with him. Eager for the challenge, Ling Yu was ready to engage with this mysterious figure who had evaded detection before. However, before Ling Yu could make his move, 2 enraged roars were heard from the direction of the bamboo forest. Your opponent is us. 2 figures in the form of a silver dragon and a fierce tiger lunged at the black-clad person. The unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned, including Ling Yu, Chen Mingyu, and the others. They hadn't anticipated a confrontation like this, especially between former allies who had become foes.